valley. Mountains rise on both sides, the air is dry, the land is rugged, and through the middle of it all a river moves slowly southward. The Eurotas, calm on most days, cold in the mornings. This is Laconia, and somewhere in this valley, a long time ago, a small community began to take shape. It was not a grand city in the way most people imagine. No towering walls, no busy marketplace crowded with merchants and noise. Sparta grew differently, quietly in a way, shaped more by hardship than by comfort, by the land around it, by the choices of the people who settled there. From the beginning, life in Sparta was ordered, structured. There was a rhythm to it that set it apart from neighbouring places. Sparta had 2 kings at once, always. 2 royal families sharing power side by side. It was an unusual arrangement. Most places had 1 ruler, or none at all. But Sparta chose balance, even at the very top. Beside the king sat a council of elders, older men, experienced men. They deliberated slowly and carefully. They helped guide decisions that affected the whole community. And beneath that, a larger assembly of citizens added another layer of order. Everyone had a place. Everyone had a role. The community was small, and it stayed small for a long time. The citizen soldiers, the men who made up the core of Spartan society, were never a large group. The land around them was worked by others, people bound to the earth, to the fields, to the households they served. This arrangement fed Sparta. It freed the citizen men to train, to be ready, always ready. It was a world built on discipline, on shared hardship, on the idea that the group mattered more than the individual. Children grew up inside that idea. It shaped everything they became, and there was something powerful about it. A community this focused, this organized, this committed to a single way of living, could endure things that others could not, could hold together when everything around it was falling apart. But there was also something fragile underneath all that strength. A system built so tightly around such a small group of people had very little room to bend, very little room to grow. The same rules that sharpened Sparta would, over centuries, slowly limit it. That was not yet visible. Not here, in this quiet valley, beside the slow-moving river. Here, in the beginning, everything still felt solid, certain, like something that could last forever. Sparta did not begin as one place. It began as several, 5 small villages scattered through the Eurotas valley. Pitane, Messoa, Limnae, Cynosura, and later Amyclae, each one separate, each one with its own rhythm and its own people. But over time, slowly and without great ceremony, they drew together, not through conquest, not through one powerful leader forcing the others to submit, just a gradual coming together, a recognition that they were stronger as one, and from that joining Sparta was made. The dual kingship that emerged from this process reflected that origin. 2 royal lines, side by side, one for each of the 2 largest village groups, a balance written into the very foundations of the city. Not 2 rivals, 2 pillars, holding the same roof. Around that foundation, a constitution took shape. Traditions say it came from a man named Lycurgus, a lawgiver, a figure whose life is more legend than history, but whose name became attached to everything that made Sparta what it was. The exact details of when he lived, or whether he truly existed at all, are uncertain. What matters is what his name came to represent, a set of rules, a way of organizing a society so completely that it left almost nothing to chance. Under this constitution, the 2 kings remained. Beside them, a council of 30 elders, the Gerousia, deliberated on important matters. 5 elected officials called ephors watched over the kings themselves, keeping power in check. And then there was the assembly, the body of citizen men who stood together and voted. Who had a voice? These citizen men had a name, the homoioi, the equals. It was an idea at the heart of everything Sparta believed about itself, that these men, different in personality, different in ability, different in family history, were nonetheless equal to one another in standing. Each one was given a plot of land, a kleros. Each one was required to contribute food to a communal mess, a shared table where they ate together as brothers. No one sat above another at that table. No one went hungry while another feasted. This was the Spartan ideal. Not that life was easy, but that it was shared. And what made that ideal possible was something darker, something that sits uncomfortably beside the noble image of the homoioi. The land that each citizen held was not worked by the citizen himself. It was worked by helots. The helots were the people Sparta had conquered. Many of them came from Messenia, the fertile region to the west, that Spartan forces pushed into and subdued during the 7th and 6th centuries before the Common Era. The Messenians resisted. It was not a quick or easy conquest. There were long campaigns, fierce fighting, years of struggle, but eventually Messenia fell, and with its fall Sparta was transformed. The land of Messenia was rich, far more productive than the rocky slopes of Laconia. It could feed many people, it could generate real wealth, and the people who had lived on that land, the defeated Messenians, became bound to it in a new way, state-owned, obligated to work the fields and hand over a portion of what they grew, generation after generation. Scholars estimate that by the height of Spartan power, helots may have outnumbered Spartan citizens by something like 7-1, perhaps more. The fields of Laconia and Messenia were tended almost entirely by this vast, unfree population. They built, they farmed, they carried and crafted and served, all of it feeding a system they had not chosen and could not leave. It was this labour, quiet and constant, that made everything else possible. Because when a Spartan citizen did not need to plough his fields or tend his animals, he was free to do something else entirely. He could train every day, from boyhood to old age. The agog, the system of upbringing that shaped Spartan boys into soldiers, required total dedication, years of sleeping in the open, of learning to endure cold and hunger, of discipline so thorough it became a second nature. That kind of training only works when nothing else competes with it, when a man never has to worry about the harvest. The helots made the agog possible. Their labour was the foundation beneath the warrior class. Without them, the homoioi could not have existed. And so Sparta built itself on two things that seem almost opposite: an ideal of equality among citizens and a reality of profound inequality just beneath the surface. The citizen men were equals to each other, but the world that sustained them was anything but equal. This arrangement gave Sparta something no other Greek city possessed in quite the same way: a permanent warrior class, men who were soldiers not as a seasonal duty but as a total way of life, ready, always, trained to a degree that was, by the standards of the ancient world, extraordinary. And as that military capability grew, Sparta reached outward. It brought neighbouring peoples into its orbit, not always through force, sometimes through alliance, through reputation, through the simple understanding that it was safer to stand beside Sparta than against it. A network of allied city-states, the Peloponnesian League, slowly took shape across southern Greece. Sparta at the centre, the others arranged around it. By the early 5th century, Sparta was not merely a city, it was a force. If you find yourself relaxing into the quiet of this story, take a slow breath. Let your body settle. There's no need to hold on to every detail. Just let the words carry you gently forward. The Spartan state had become something singular, a place where every law, every custom, every shared meal and cold night in training pointed toward the same end: strength, unity, readiness. A city shaped not by walls or monuments, but by the people inside it, by what those were willing to endure, and by what, in the quiet fields of Laconia and Messenia, others endured for them. At the age of 7, a Spartan boy left his family. Not in the way a child leaves for school, returning home by evening. He left completely. He was taken into the agog, the system that would shape him for the next 14 years and define him for the rest of his life. He joined a group of boys his own age. They slept together in the open. They trained together. They were watched, corrected, tested, and measured. And through all of it, they learned one lesson above all others, that they were not individuals. They were part of something larger. The agog moved in stages. The youngest boys, the paids, were between 7 and 13, old enough to leave home, young enough that the shaping could begin before any other habits had taken hold. The next group, the paidiskoi, carried on through their late teenage years, and then came the hebontes, the young men in their early 20s, still in training, still not fully free. The whole process lasted until around the age of 21, a long, slow making. Throughout that time the conditions were deliberately harsh. Food was kept scarce, not so scarce that boys grew dangerously weak, but scarce enough that hunger was always present. Clothing was minimal. Beds were made from reeds the boys cut themselves from the riverbank. In winter, the cold was real. All of this was intentional. The body that learned to function without comfort was a body that would not panic when comfort disappeared on a campaign. There was a strange custom built into this hunger. The boys were expected to steal food, not as a punishment, as part of the training. The skill being developed was not dishonesty exactly, it was stealth, resourcefulness, the ability to move quietly, to go unnoticed, to take what was needed without being seen. If a boy was caught, he was punished, not for stealing, but for failing to do it well enough. A figure called the paidonomos oversaw the whole system. He watched, he directed, he maintained the standard. And there were older boys too, assigned to keep order among the younger ones, using the same tools of pressure and correction that had been used on them. Punishment was physical, and it was frequent. Pain was a teacher, not cruelty for its own sake, but pain as instruction. Pain as proof that the body could be endured. The boy who wept or flinched or begged was not becoming a Spartan soldier. The boy who was still and quiet afterward was. And when the training was complete, the young man entered the common mess. The syssitia, as it was called, was a communal table. Every Spartan citizen ate there, not at home with his family, not alone, together with his fellow soldiers every evening. Each man contributed a portion of food from his land allotment, his kleros. No one was exempt. If a man could not contribute, he could not remain a full citizen. The shared table was not just a place to eat. It was a mechanism of belonging and of pressure. A man watched by his companions every evening was a man who rarely stepped out of line. This was one of the ways Sparta kept its citizens close. Shared meals, shared sleeping quarters in the younger years, shared identity from childhood onward. The image of equality among the homoioi was real in certain ways. At that table a man of older family sat beside a man of newer standing. They ate the same food. They spoke to one another as equals. The Spartan ideal held that these men, Whatever their private differences were the same in standing. But beneath that ideal, a different reality persisted. The land a man farmed was worked by helots. His comfort, such as it was, rested on their labour. And the fear that helots might one day rise against the system they supported was never far from Spartan thinking. It shaped policy in ways that were often quiet, but never gentle. There was an institution called the Krypteia. Young Spartan men, selected from among the graduates of the Agog, would be sent out at night, alone, armed with a knife. Their purpose was to move through the countryside unseen, to watch, and to kill any helot who seemed dangerous, or who simply wandered beyond where they were expected to be. It was a system of terror, a way of reminding the helot population, through periodic, unpredictable violence, that resistance was more costly than endurance. The Krypteia is worth sitting with for a moment, because it reveals something important about how Spartan order was maintained, not only through the discipline of its own citizens, but through the deliberate suppression of those who made that discipline possible. Fear moved in all directions in Sparta. It shaped the boys in the Agog. It pressed the citizen men to meet their contributions and maintain their standing. And it moved through the helot communities in the dark. Spartan women existed within all of this in a way that was genuinely unlike anything found in other Greek cities of the time. They did not join the Agog, but they received their own form of state-supervised education, athletics, music, the management of the household. They were expected to be physically strong enough to bear healthy children, strong enough to run a household completely, while their husbands spent most of the year among their fellow soldiers. And because Spartan men were so often absent, women held real authority at home. They could own land, they could inherit property, they managed estates and made decisions that in other Greek cities were left entirely to men. It was not freedom in the way we might imagine it. Everything still served the state. Every strong woman was producing strong children for Sparta's future. Every well-managed household was sustaining the machine. But within that machine, Spartan women occupied a space that was quietly, unusually powerful. A place carved out not by rebellion, but by necessity. Because the system could not function without them, and Sparta knew it. Beneath every Spartan soldier there was a field, and in that field someone else was working. The helots were the foundation on which all of Sparta was built. Without them, there were no kleros estates producing food. Without the food, there were no contributions to the communal mess. Without the mess, there were no full citizens. And without full citizens, there was no army. The entire structure rested on the labour of people who were not free. They were not quite like slaves in other parts of the ancient world. They were not privately owned, bought and sold at market. They belonged to the Spartan state. They were bound to the land they worked, generation after generation, and they paid a fixed portion of what they grew to the Spartan citizen, whose estate they cultivated. Roughly half the harvest, year after year. That was the arrangement, and the numbers were deeply unequal. At the time of the Battle of Plataea, the historian Herodotus recorded that each Spartan warrior was accompanied by 7 helots, 7 to 1. Modern scholars who have worked through the ancient records and demographic models estimate that the total helot population may have reached somewhere between 75,000 and 120,000 people, set against a citizen body that, at its height, numbered perhaps 8,000 Spartiates, 8,000 men holding authority over a population many times their size. That imbalance was never forgotten, not by the Spartans and not by the helots. The helots came from 2 main regions, those from Laconia, in the south, tended to live somewhat closer to Spartan settlement and had been under Spartan control for longer. Those from Messenia to the west had been conquered later, after a long and difficult war. The Messenian Helots carried a particular memory. They had been a free people once. That memory did not fade easily. Sparta knew this. It shaped everything. The fear of revolt was not a distant theoretical anxiety. It was present and practical. It influenced how Spartans built their laws, trained their young men, and moved through their days. The ephors, the elected officials who held significant authority within Sparta's government, would formally declare something each year that might sound strange. They declared a state of war against the Helots, not because war was actually breaking out, but because the declaration gave legal cover for whatever actions might follow. A Helot could be killed, and no Spartan would bear the legal burden of murder. The declaration was a mechanism, a quiet, chilling reminder of exactly where power resided. And then there was the movement through the countryside after dark. Young men from the Agoge, sent out alone with a knife and told to watch, to listen, to remove anyone who seemed capable of leading others, or who had simply wandered where there should not be. This was not random cruelty. It was policy, a steady, deliberate pressure designed to make certain that any gathering of resistance was broken before it could form. Still, the pressure was never enough to make the fear go away entirely. In 464 BC, a great earthquake struck Sparta. The city was damaged. The disruption was real and immediate. And in its aftermath, the Helots of Messenia rose. They gathered in the mountains of the Ithome region and held out for years. Sparta had to call on its allies for help. It had to draw soldiers home. The uprising was eventually contained, but it had shown something important. The system was not as secure as it appeared from the outside. Sparta's strength abroad and its anxiety at home were not separate things. They were the same thing, looked at from different angles. The army that marched out to face Persia was also the army that kept a large, restless population in place behind it. Every campaign season was a calculation. How far could Sparta reach when so much of its attention had to remain pointed inward? This is what gave the whole structure a quiet fragility beneath its hard surface. A true military power can grow, it can extend itself, absorb new territory, draw in new citizens, build on what it conquers. Sparta could not do that. Every new territory it took meant more Helots to watch, more fields to control, more nights when the young men in the countryside had to stay alert. The system produced soldiers, but it also produced a ceiling. Sparta could not expand indefinitely without threatening the very balance that kept it standing. There were small allowances made over time. Some Helots who had served in campaigns, particularly those who'd fought alongside the general Brasidas in the north, were granted a form of partial freedom. They became part of a class called the Neodamodeis, technically free, but never fully equal. They could serve as soldiers when needed. They filled gaps in a citizen body that was slowly, steadily growing smaller. But these measures were never enough to solve the underlying problem. They were adjustments at the edges. The center held the same shape it always had. A small group of trained warriors sustained by a much larger group of people who had every reason to want something different. The strength of Sparta was real. The walls of discipline, the trained bodies, the long years of preparation, all of it genuine. But woven into that strength was a dependency that could not be removed without the whole structure coming apart. Everything that kept Sparta powerful also made it vulnerable. The land that fed the system was not infinite. The people who worked it were not permanent, and in the quiet of the countryside, long after the soldiers had marched away toward distant battles, the fields continued to hold a different kind of story, one that had not yet reached its ending. Sparta was never alone in the world. Across the Greek peninsula, other cities had grown into powers of their own. Corinth, with its busy ports and merchant wealth, Thebes, settled deep in the plains of Boeotia, and Athens, growing steadily along the coast of Attica, building its fleets, drawing in trade, becoming something new and restless. These cities were not unified. They shared a language and certain gods, certain festivals and traditions, but they competed. They formed alliances and broke them. They watched each other carefully. The Greek world was a shifting arrangement of loyalties, always adjusting, never settled for long. Sparta held a particular place within all of this. Through its position in the southern Peloponnese, and through decades of careful expansion, Sparta had drawn more than 30 city-states into its orbit. This was the Peloponnesian League. Not an empire exactly. More of an agreement. The member cities kept their own governments, their own customs, their own daily lives, but they deferred to Sparta when it came to war. Sparta commanded the alliance on the field. When Sparta called, the others answered. It was a kind of dominance that suited Sparta's nature, not the sprawling administrative control of a large empire, just the quiet authority of the strongest land power in the region, a weight that other cities felt without always having to be reminded of it. This had not come quickly. It had taken generations. The conquest of Messenia, centuries earlier, had given Sparta the agricultural base it needed to sustain its military class. The helot labour that worked those fields freed Spartan men from ordinary work and placed them permanently in a state of readiness. From that foundation, Sparta's army grew into something with few equals on open ground. The trained hoplites who had come through the Agog were not simply disciplined. They were practiced. They had spent their lives preparing for exactly this. And by the early 5th century, that army was recognized across the Greek world as the foremost land force any city could bring to bear. Other cities had soldiers. Sparta had warriors who had known almost nothing else. But then something arrived that was larger than any of these rivalries. From the east, the Persian Empire had been reaching toward the Aegean for some time. It was vast in a way that the Greek city-states were not. Its armies moved in numbers that were difficult to comprehend from the smaller scale of Greek warfare, and after earlier incursions that had already tested the edges of the Greek world, a full invasion came into focus. The Persians had a king named Xerxes, and he intended to bring the Greek peninsula under Persian control. The scale of what he was preparing was not lost on the cities of Greece. In 481 BC, a congress was called. Representatives gathered, alliances were discussed, old grievances were set aside, or at least quieted for a time. The threat from Persia pressed the Greek cities toward one another in a way that little else had managed. Sparta, as the leading land power, held a central place in these arrangements. It was Sparta that others looked to for the shape of the land defence. Athens would provide the fleet. Sparta would command the armies. The pressure was real and immediate. When Xerxes moved his forces across the Hellespont in 480 BC and began the march south, it set everything into motion. The Greek alliance needed to slow the advance while the broader defence organised itself. The geography of Greece offered certain narrow points where a smaller force could hold against a much larger one. One of those points was a coastal pass called Thermopylae. The mountains came close to the sea there. The pass between them was narrow. A large army could not spread out and use its numbers freely. In a place like that, discipline and training might count for more than size. Sparta sent forces to that pass. Around 7,000 Greek hoplites held the position, drawn from several allied cities. Among the Spartan contingent was the king himself. His name was Leonidas. He was not a young man. He had already lived the life that Sparta asked of its citizens, the training, the discipline, the communal years. He carried that with him into the pass. What followed over the course of several days became one of the most remembered moments in the ancient world. The Persian forces were delayed, the Allied defenders held the narrow ground, and when the pass was eventually outflanked, Leonidas remained with a smaller group, including 300 Spartan warriors, while others were sent back. The end that followed was decided long before it arrived. 300 Spartans. The number settled into memory and stayed there. It is worth resting gently with something, though. Thermopylae was not the whole of what Sparta was. It was one passage within a much longer story. The battle did not stop the Persian advance. Xerxes moved on. Athens was evacuated. The fighting continued on land and sea. The larger Persian force was eventually defeated at Plataea and turned back from Greece entirely. Thermopylae was a stand, not a victory. But something in the nature of that stand reached across time in a way that other moments did not. The image of soldiers holding their ground, not because they expected to win, but because the holding itself was the act, spoke to something deep in how people understood courage. And in the decades that followed, that image became inseparable from Sparta's name. But the story did not stop there. Sparta had not yet reached its fullest moment of power. That was still ahead, and with it, quietly following behind, was everything that would eventually undo it. After the Persians turned back, something shifted across the Greek world. The cities that had stood together, however uneasily, now carried a shared memory of survival. The great Eastern Empire had come, and Greece had held. That meant something. It meant a great deal. And in the way these things tend to settle, the question of who deserved the most credit was not far behind. Sparta's name was spoken first. It had commanded the land forces. Leonidas had died in the pass. The Spartan hoplites at Plataea had carried the final engagement that sent the Persians home. In the years that followed, Sparta was celebrated as the leader of Greece, the city that had held its nerve, the city whose warriors had not flinched. Across the peninsula there was a wide recognition that Sparta stood at the centre of what had been preserved. It was a kind of prestige that felt solid, settled, permanent. But the world beneath that prestige was already more complicated. Sparta's citizen population, the true Spartiates who had come through the Agorg and held full standing, was very small, only a few thousand men, and that number had been declining slowly for generations. The cost of maintaining the Spartan system, its austerity, its restrictions on who counted as a full citizen, had steadily narrowed the class it was built around. Behind every Spartan warrior stood roughly 7 or 8 helots working the land, a ratio that spoke not to Sparta's strength, but to how thin its core actually was. This was not widely spoken of. The image of Sparta was one of iron and certainty. The reality was more fragile. Still, for a time, the prestige held everything together. Across Greece, other cities were changing. Athens, in particular, was growing into something restless and expansive. It had built a navy that helped turn the tide against Persia. It had money coming in from trade and tribute. It was pulling smaller cities into its own orbit, organizing them into something that looked less like an alliance and more like an empire with Athens at the center. The Delian League, it was called at first, a coalition in name. But the direction of influence ran clearly in one direction. Sparta watched this. The two cities were very different in almost every way. Athens was open, mercantile, democratic in its own fashion, always changing. Sparta was closed, land-bound, conservative to its roots. It had no interest in building fleets or collecting tribute from distant cities. It wanted the Greek world to remain what it had always been, a collection of separate powers, each in its own place, with Sparta holding the highest ground. Athens was making that impossible. The fear in Sparta was not dramatic or sudden. It built quietly over decades. Every new alliance Athens drew in, every new harbour it controlled, every new sign that Athenian influence was spreading further across the Aegean, pressed against Sparta's sense of how the world should be arranged. Sparta's allies in the Peloponnesian League grew nervous too. Corinth especially felt the pressure from Athens along the sea routes. They brought their concerns to Sparta. They asked Sparta to act. And so the road toward war was laid down, not in one decision, but in many small ones. The Peloponnesian War, when it came, was long. Longer than most who entered it could have imagined at the start. It ran for nearly 30 years, breaking into phases, pausing in exhausted truces, then resuming. It reshaped Greek life in ways that went far beyond the battlefield. Cities were divided from within. Old loyalties cracked. Generations grew up knowing little else. Sparta faced a problem it had not fully prepared for. Athens was defended by its walls and its fleet. The Spartan army, supreme in open land battle, could march into Attica and devastate the countryside. But it could not easily take a walled city supplied from the sea. The war required more than Sparta's traditional strengths. It required diplomacy. It required ships. It required money. And so Sparta made arrangements it would once have found unthinkable. It turned to Persia, the very empire it had helped repel a generation before. In exchange for Persian gold to fund a fleet, Sparta made concessions over Greek cities along the Anatolian coast. The conservative inward city had become something that needed foreign support to sustain a foreign war. The distance between Sparta's ideals and Sparta's actions had grown into something that could not be easily ignored. But the war was won. In 404 BC, a Spartan commander named Lysander sailed into the Piraeus, the great harbour of Athens. The city's long walls, those defensive corridors that had kept Athens connected to the sea and made it so difficult to starve, came down. The sound of their demolition, it was said, was accompanied by music, a celebration of the end of the war. Athens was brought low. A pro-Spartan government was installed. The Athenian Empire was dissolved. Sparta stood at the highest point it had ever reached, and yet standing there at the peak, something was already present that did not belong to victory. The methods used to win had cost Sparta something it could not easily name. The alliances made, the compromises accepted, the gap between the old Spartan ideal and the complex, entangled reality of leading Greece through a generation of war. These things had changed the city even as it triumphed. The prestige that followed Thermopylae had carried Sparta forward. The victory over Athens seemed to confirm it all. But what had been built was not as solid as it appeared from the outside. The cracks were quiet and would stay quiet for a time, but they were there. The gold came home with Lysander. Ships heavy with silver and coin moved into Spartan harbours. The wealth of a defeated empire, gathered from treasuries and tribute, now sat inside a city that had spent centuries telling itself it wanted nothing of the kind. The old laws had discouraged wealth. The old customs had kept things spare. But laws and customs are quieter than gold, and gold had arrived in large amounts. Something changed in the texture of Spartan life. Not all at once. These things rarely happen all at once. But gradually the equal standing that had defined the Spartiate class began to soften at the edges. Land, which had long been distributed in roughly equal portions among citizen soldiers, began to shift. Families with access to new wealth could acquire more. Those without could not. The old idea of the homoioi, the equals, the men who shared the same standing and the same obligations, began to describe something less equal than the word had once meant. The citizen body had never been large. In earlier times, estimates suggest something close to 8,000 full Spartiates, men who had passed through the agoge and held all the rights and duties of citizenship. Even that number had been declining. The system was strict about who qualified, and the countryside had always placed quiet pressure on families with too little land or too many sons. But now the decline found new reasons to continue. Wealth concentrated. The number of men who could meet the obligations of full citizenship, including contributions to the common mess, fell further. Slowly, the class that had built Sparta's power grew smaller, and Sparta was being asked to govern more than ever before. The victory over Athens had not simply ended a war, it had transferred a kind of responsibility. The cities and islands that Athens had once held in its orbit now looked towards Sparta. Garrisons were established in distant places. Spartan commanders were posted across the Aegean. Governors arrived in cities that had never been part of the Peloponnese and would not become part of it simply because Spartan soldiers were present. The network stretched from the Greek mainland to the coasts of Anatolia, across islands and harbours and trade routes that required constant attention and careful management. A city built for austerity was now responsible for an empire. It was not a role Sparta had ever prepared for. The Agog trained soldiers. It taught endurance and discipline and loyalty to Sparta. It did not teach administration, or the management of tribute, or the patience required to hold together a wide collection of cities with different customs and different interests. Sparta had produced extraordinary warriors. It had not produced the kind of men who knew how to govern people who were nothing like themselves. The commanders sent abroad often found that power in distant places felt different from power at home. Some of them changed. Lysander himself had carried enormous influence after the war, more than the Spartan system normally allowed one man to hold. Other commanders in other cities began to accumulate wealth and authority in ways that sat uneasily beside the old Spartan image. The myth of the selfless Spartan soldier, indifferent to riches, loyal only to the collective, was becoming harder to maintain when the men wearing that identity were governing foreign ports and receiving Persian gold. The contradiction had always existed in some form. The image of Sparta was never the whole picture, but now, at the height of its power, the gap between the myth and the reality was wide enough that people inside the city could see it plainly. Other Greeks could see it too. Sparta had fought the Peloponnesian War partly by arguing that Athens was a threat to Greek freedom, that Athenian empire was an overreach that needed to be contained. But Spartan garrisons and Spartan governors did not feel very different from the Athenian kind to the people living under them. The liberation that had been promised did not always look like liberation once it arrived. Cities that had welcomed Spartan victory grew restless. Old resentments found new directions, and the manpower required to hold all of this together was drawn from a citizen class that had no way to replace its losses. Every Spartiate killed in a distant campaign was a loss the city could not easily absorb. The system produced soldiers slowly through years of training and rigid selection. It did not produce them in numbers large enough to sustain a wide empire through continuous conflict. Each passing year reduced the pool of full citizens further. The concentration of land had already narrowed the class from the inside. Military losses narrowed it again from the outside. The two pressures worked together quietly, and the result, though not yet visible in the grand sense, was a weakening at the core. Sparta stood at its greatest extent, holding more influence than any Greek city before it. The name still carried weight. The reputation built from Thermopylae and carried through a generation of war still made men cautious in its presence. But the city that held this position was not the city of the myth. It was smaller than it appeared. It was more fragile than it seemed. It had made compromises that sat poorly with the ideals it still claimed, and the number of men capable of defending what had been built was declining in ways that could not be reversed simply by discipline or tradition. The victory over Athens had given Sparta the world it wanted, and that world was already more than it could carry. The years ahead would press harder. The challenges were gathering in the distance, still quiet, still unhurried, but they were moving toward the city all the same. The pressure had been building for years. Sparta still held its name. It still commanded respect across the Greek world. But inside that reputation was something that had grown thin. The citizen class was smaller than it had been a generation before. The land had shifted toward fewer hands. The men who carried the Spartan shield were fewer with every passing decade, and there was no quiet way to fix that. Then came the summer of 371 BC. On a flat plain near the town of Leuctra, in the region of Boeotia, a Spartan army met the forces of Thebes. Sparta had faced many enemies over the centuries. Thebes was not new to conflict. But something was different this time, and the Spartans did not yet know what it was. The Theban general was a man named Epaminondas. He had spent years thinking carefully about how battles were fought. The traditional Greek method was straightforward. Two lines of soldiers, heavily armed, met across a field. The stronger side pushed forward. The weaker side gave way. The right wing of each army was usually its strongest point, where the best soldiers stood. Generals had always understood this. They had simply accepted it as the shape of things. Epaminondas did not accept it. He arranged his army differently. On his left wing, where the best Theban soldiers stood, he stacked his formation deep. 50 men deep in places where a normal line might be 8 or 12. The weight of that column was immense. The rest of his line was held back, kept thin, designed not to win but simply to delay. The Spartans advanced in the way they always had, confident, steady, the reputation of centuries moving with them across the field. The left wing of Thebes struck the Spartan right with a force unlike anything the battlefield had seen before. The sheer depth of it, the concentrated weight of so many men pressing forward, broke through what had always held. The Spartan right collapsed. King Cleombrotus, who led the army that day, was killed in the fighting. The lines fell apart from there. When the day ended, roughly 1,000 Spartan soldiers had fallen. Among them were approximately 400 Spartiates, the full citizen soldiers who had passed through the agoge, who had sat at the common mess, who carried the identity of Sparta in the most complete sense. 400 men sounds like a number, but inside Sparta's reality it was something far more significant. The citizen class had already been shrinking for generations. What remained after Leuctra was not enough to fill the ranks the way they had always been filled. The phalanx that had anchored Greek warfare for so long could no longer be built from Spartan bodies alone. The news moved quickly across Greece. City after city heard what had happened at Leuctra, and the reaction was something close to disbelief. Sparta had not simply lost a battle. Armies lost battles and recovered. What had been lost at Leuctra was something harder to replace. The sense that Sparta could not be broken, that the Spartan soldier on an open field was simply a different kind of thing from other soldiers, that the name itself carried a weight that made enemies hesitate before they even raised their shields. That sense did not survive the summer of 371 BC. Alliances that had held through loyalty or fear began to loosen. States that had looked toward Sparta for protection quietly began to look elsewhere. The authority that had radiated outward from the city for decades, less because of treaties and more because of what everyone believed, grew softer almost immediately. And Epaminondas was not finished. 2 years after Leuctra, he led an army into the Peloponnese itself. He moved through territory that had long been considered Sparta's own world, the land that the city had shaped and controlled for centuries. In 369 BC, the Helots of Messenia were freed. The region of Messenia, which Spartan arms had taken long ago and held through generations of force, was now restored to those who had worked its fields as unfree labour. A new city was built. Messene, rising on the slopes of Mount Ithome, became a foundation point for a people reclaiming something that had been taken from them a very long time before. For Sparta, this was not simply a political loss. It was the removal of the earth the city stood on. Messenia had provided the farmland that supported the Spartan way of life. The Helots who worked that land had fed the Spartiates, had freed the citizen soldier from agricultural labour so that he could dedicate himself entirely to training and war. The economic foundation that had made the agog possible, that had allowed men to sit at the common mess without concerning themselves with ploughing fields or selling grain, was gone now, taken away in the space of a few years following a single summer battle. The numbers told the quiet story clearly. In the years after Leuctra, the count of full Spartiates fell toward 1,000 and kept falling. By the middle of the following century, the number that had once been closer to 8,000 had become something much smaller, insufficient for the kind of warfare that had built the city's name. Leuctra was the place where the fracture appeared. Not a slow, fading, but a crack that ran deep into the foundation and did not close. The battles afterward, the diplomatic losses, the economic collapse of the Helot-supported estate, all of it flowed from that afternoon on the Boeotian plain. The world had believed in Spartan invincibility for a very long time. At Leuctra it stopped. After Leuctra, the losses did not stop. They slowed, they quieted, but they continued year after year in a way that no battle could reverse. Because the deeper problem was not the men who had fallen on the Boeotian plain. The deeper problem had been growing long before that. It had been growing for generations, quietly, in the way that structural things grow, unseen until the moment they cannot be ignored. Sparta was running out of Spartiates. There is a word for it. The Greeks used the term oligandria, a shortage of men, a shortage more precisely of the right kind of men, the full citizens who had passed through the agoge, who contributed to the common mess, who held land and therefore held standing. That class, which had numbered perhaps 8,000 in the earlier centuries of Spartan power, had been falling steadily for a long time. By the middle of the 4th century, it had dropped below 1,000. The reasons were not mysterious, though they were difficult to untangle. Land was at the centre of it. A Spartiate needed to hold a plot of land, a kleros, to maintain his standing as a full citizen. Without land, a man could not contribute to the common mess. Without that contribution, he lost his place. He became something lesser, still Spartan by birth, but outside the circle of full citizenship. The way land passed between generations made this worse, with every passing decade. When a man died, his property divided among his heirs. Families with many sons watched their estates grow smaller with each generation. Smaller parcels meant smaller contributions. Eventually, some parcels became too small to sustain a man's citizenship at all. At the same time, wealth moved in the other direction. Larger estates were accumulated by families with fewer heirs, or by those skilled enough, or fortunate enough, to absorb the land of others. By the middle of the 3rd century, it was said that only around 700 Spartiates remained as full citizens, and of those perhaps 100 held most of the land between them. The rest had slipped away, not through battle, but through the slow arithmetic of inheritance and inequality. This left Sparta in a position it had never anticipated. The city had built everything around the assumption that the citizen body would remain, would endure, would replenish itself. The agoge, the mess halls, the long years of training, all of it assumed enough men to sustain the system. But the system itself was narrowing the base it stood on. Helot labour had once freed Spartiates from agricultural work so they could dedicate themselves to soldiering. Now, with fewer citizens and more concentrated wealth, the countryside that had supported them was largely gone anyway. The loss of Messenia after Leuctra had already removed much of that foundation. What remained was not enough to rebuild what had been. There were those who saw it clearly and tried to act. In the middle of the 3rd century, a young king named Agis came to the throne. He was idealistic in the way that certain young rulers are, genuinely disturbed by what he saw around him. The inequality, the shrinking number of true citizens, the gap between what Sparta had been and what it was becoming. He proposed something radical: land redistribution, a cancellation of debts, a broadening of citizenship to include those who'd been excluded by poverty. The reaction was swift and unmerciful. The wealthy families who held the estates had no intention of surrendering them. Agis was deposed. He was executed, still a young man, his reforms unfinished and largely undone. A few years later, another king tried. Cleomenes took up something close to the same cause, pushing harder, moving faster, attempting to cut through the resistance by more forceful means. For a time it seemed possible that things might shift. He won battles, he regained some territory, he built something that resembled momentum. But the forces against him were too large. The other powers of the Hellenistic world, Macedon in particular, had no interest in a revived and strengthened Sparta. He was defeated and driven into exile in Egypt, where he died. Later still, a ruler named Nabis tried again. Another round of redistribution, another attempt to widen the citizen body, another collision with forces that did not want the old order disturbed. He too could not hold what he reached for. Each of these men understood the problem. The diagnosis was not wrong, but the medicine kept meeting the same resistance. The land was in too few hands. The habits of the old elite were too entrenched, and there was never quite enough time or peace for the changes to take root. Meanwhile, the wider world had changed around Sparta in ways that made its situation even more difficult to navigate. After the conquests of Philip of Macedon and then Alexander, the political landscape of the Greek world was no longer what it had been. The old rivalries between city-states, within which Sparta had once played a central and dominant role, had been absorbed into something much larger. Sparta remained. It kept its name, its traditions, its particular way of describing itself, but it had become a peripheral thing in a world organized around powers far greater than a city in the Eurotas Valley. It was not a sudden disappearance. Sparta did not vanish in a moment of fire or conquest. It diminished gradually, the way a fire diminishes when nothing new is added to it. The light growing softer over years and decades, the territory smaller, the citizen body smaller still, the reach of the city narrowing inward toward what it had always been at its centre, a valley, a river, a set of customs that had outlasted their purpose. The city remained, but what had made it Sparta in the fullest sense was quietly, structurally, irreversibly fading. And yet Sparta did not disappear from the world's memory. That is perhaps the strangest part of this long story. The city shrank, the citizen body dwindled, the territory contracted. Roman power eventually washed over the Peloponnese as it washed over nearly everything. By 146 BC, Greece was a Roman province, and Sparta was simply one ancient town among many. Its armies were gone, its power was gone. Its role in the wider world had reduced to almost nothing. But the idea of Sparta kept living. It lived in the minds of the Romans, who admired it from a distance. Roman writers looked at Spartan discipline and saw something they wanted to believe in. The austerity, the endurance, the willingness to sacrifice comfort for strength. These were qualities Rome told itself it valued, and so Sparta became a kind of mirror, a reflection of the virtues Rome wished to claim as its own. Later, during the centuries when European thinkers began debating how governments should be built and what made a society strong, Sparta appeared again. Philosophers and statesmen looked back at the ancient world for models, and Sparta offered something clean and simple. A city devoted entirely to discipline. A people who had chosen hardness over ease. It was an appealing story. It was also a partial one, because the real Sparta had never been quite what the legend suggested. The warrior image depended on something that the legend tended to leave out. Behind every Spartiate who trained and drilled and stood in the battle line there were helots working the land, farming the fields, producing the food that kept the citizen body fed and free to spend its years in military preparation. The ratio was roughly 7 helots for every one full Spartan citizen. 7 people held in a condition close to slavery, bound to the land, denied rights and movement and safety. Without that foundation, the famous discipline could not have existed. The agor, the years of training, the common mess halls, all of it was only possible because someone else was doing the labour that would otherwise have occupied every Spartan hour. The perfect warrior was, in a very real sense, supported by coercion, by force, applied to people who had no choice in the matter. That part of the story rarely made it into the legend. And then there was Thermopylae. Of all the moments in Sparta's long history, that single pass in northern Greece became the one that outlasted everything else. 300 men standing at a narrow point in the road, holding against a vast and advancing force, choosing to remain when they could have withdrawn. It lasted 3 days. The strategic outcome changed very little. The Persian army moved on. The war continued. Sparta survived and eventually helped win, but the stand at Thermopylae was not the reason. Yet it became the image that defined everything, the moment that felt like the whole story. And it is not difficult to understand why. There is something in that image that speaks to something very old and very simple in human feeling. The idea of standing firm when standing firm costs everything, of choosing a kind of honour over a kind of safety. Modern scholarship notes that Thermopylae's fame grew not from its military outcome, but from what it offered later generations as an example. Each era found in it what it needed: courage in the face of empire, the small against the large, the few against the many. The story was portable in a way that more complicated truths rarely are. The graphic novel and later the film that carried the name of those 300 men carried that portability even further. The image spread into popular culture, into gyms and sports teams and political speeches, into places far removed from the Eurotas Valley and the world that had actually produced it. Sparta became a shorthand, a single word that conjured something hard and admirable and slightly untouchable. And in becoming that, it left behind the helots. It left behind the inequality of land distribution, the oligandria, the structural collapse, the kings who tried and failed to reform what could not be reformed in time. All of that was set aside quietly, because it did not fit the image that had taken hold. This is how myths work. They simplify. They choose the moments that carry the feeling they want to preserve, and they let the rest fall away. The legend of Sparta is not a lie exactly. The discipline was real. The training was real. The courage at Thermopylae was real. But it is a selection, a careful arrangement of truths that leaves other truths in the shadow. What remains is powerful precisely because it is incomplete. A city that was flawed and complex and deeply dependent on people it treated badly has become a symbol of austere and perfect strength. The real Sparta could not survive its own contradictions. The myth of Sparta, unburdened by those contradictions, has survived for more than 2,000 years. There is something worth sitting with in that. The actual city, built in a valley beside a slow river, surrounded by hills and fields and the quiet geography of the southern Peloponnese, is still there in a sense. The town of Sparta exists today. People live along the same river that ran through the ancient city. The landscape has not changed that much. The hills are still gentle in the early morning light. The air still moves through the valley the way it always did. But the Sparta that the world carries forward is not quite that place. It is something built from a partial truth. A story told often enough that it became its own kind of reality. A city that faded long ago, preserved in amber by the moments its descendants chose to remember. The valley of the Eurotas is quiet now. The river moves in the same direction it always has. The hills hold their shape against the sky. Olive trees grow where they have always grown, patient and unhurried. The land does not remember the noise of armies or the weight of an empire. It simply continues, the way land does. This is where the story began, and in a sense this is where it rests. What happened here, over those long centuries, was not a simple thing. A city built its strength on discipline, on the systematic control of a vast workforce held in bondage, roughly 7 helots for every Spartan citizen, people who farmed and laboured so that others could spend their years training for war. That arrangement made the famous warrior possible. It also made him fragile in ways that were not always visible until it was too late. The citizen numbers had once reached around 8,000. By the time the long decline had run its course, fewer than 1,000 remained. Leuctra took the territory. The loss of Messenia took the labour. Reform came too late, attempted by kings who understood the problem, but could not undo what generations had built. And eventually the Roman world absorbed what remained, quietly, without ceremony. A city that had once commanded the respect of the known world became one modest town among many. That is the longer history, the one that moves slowly across decades and generations without a single dramatic moment to carry it forward. It is not the history that most people know, but it is the one that explains how a civilization as powerful as Sparta could diminish so completely, and why no amount of discipline or courage could stop it once the foundations had begun to give way. And then there is Thermopylae. 3 days, 300 men, a moment that lasted far longer than the battle itself. The stand at that narrow pass was real. The courage was real. But it was one small point in a story that stretched for centuries before and after it, a story of valleys and harvests and inequality and slow demographic loss. of a system that consumed the very people it depended on, of a city that could not outlast its own contradictions. What remains now is the silence of the valley, the light moving across the same hills, the river carrying water toward the sea, the same way it did when the first Spartan settlements gathered along its banks, long before anyone had heard of the 300. All of it, the discipline, the labour, the battles, the decline, has settled into the earth here. And the earth, as it always does, keeps its stillness. Settle in, get comfortable, let your breathing slow. Tonight we're going somewhere far away, not in distance exactly, but in time, somewhere quiet and cold and surprisingly familiar. Imagine for a moment that you could sail backward through the centuries, past your grandparents, past their grandparents, keep going 1,000 years or more, until the world around you grows darker and slower and lit only by fire. You've arrived somewhere in Scandinavia. The year is somewhere in the Viking Age, that long stretch of human restlessness and wonder that historians generally trace from around 793 to 1066. Nearly 3 centuries. Not a single dramatic story, but a slow transformation. A whole world gradually reaching outward, one shoreline at a time. What would you actually see right now, in this moment? Probably not what you'd expect. A longhouse, low against the earth, timber-framed and solid. Maybe 20, 30, 40 meters long. Inside, a central hearth burning steadily, sending warmth and soft amber light along the walls. The smell of wood smoke and damp wool. The sound of livestock breathing somewhere at the far end of the building. In colder regions, animals were often sheltered in an attached byre, their warmth becoming part of the household's warmth. People sleeping nearby, children tucked against their parents, the wind moving over the roof. Most people living through the Viking Age were farmers and fishers like this, rooted to particular fields, particular coastlines, particular skies. The word we translate as Viking from the Old Norse vikinga likely carried the meaning of a raider or seafaring expeditioner, someone who went on a voyage. It wasn't a permanent identity so much as an activity, a role that some people took on, sometimes seasonally, while others never left their farmstead at all. And that's what makes this story so layered. The same culture that gave us those quiet hearth-lit nights also gave us longships reaching Iceland, markets in distant river towns, and eventually, remarkably, footsteps on the shores of North America. We'll visit all of it, slowly and gently tonight, from farmstead to ship, from market to monastery, from the known world to the very edge of it. And along the way we'll quietly check in on some of the myths that have grown up around these people, not to be startling about it, just to see what history, archaeology and careful scholarship actually suggest. Before we go any further, if you feel like it, drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from tonight and what time it is there. Something about knowing that so many of us are settling in at different hours in different corners of the world feels right for a story that crossed as many borders as this one. Now, let's begin. So let's stay in that longhouse a little longer. Because before anyone picked up an oar and pointed a ship toward a foreign coastline, there was this, the farm, the field, the slow turning of seasons in a northern landscape where the light itself was something you had to plan around. For most people in Viking Age Scandinavia, the year was an agricultural calendar more than anything else. Spring arrived, tentatively, then fully, and with it came ploughing and sowing, the lambing of sheep, the careful tending of animals that had been kept alive through the cold months. Summer was the season of movement and labour. Cattle and sheep driven up to higher pastures, hay cut and gathered for winter stores, fishing when the weather allowed. Autumn meant slaughter. Not a grim word, but a practical one. The animals that couldn't be fed through winter were preserved then, salted and smoked, their hides and bones becoming tools and materials. And then winter closed in. The fields went quiet. The work moved inside. Rye and barley were the staple grains. Hay was almost as precious as grain, because without it, you couldn't keep your animals alive, and without your animals you had very little at all. The livestock weren't just food, they were warmth, in the most literal sense. Archaeological evidence and architectural traces from excavated Norse farmsteads suggest that in colder regions, cattle and sheep were sometimes sheltered in the same longhouse as the family, or in an attached byre. Their body heat became part of the household's thermal economy. You kept what mattered close. Imagine the sounds of that interior. The central hearth, a long stone-lined channel running down the axis of the building, crackling softly through the night, smoke rising slowly toward the roof vents, or drifting out through gaps at the eaves, leaving a faint haze in the upper air. Somewhere near the walls, the clatter of a hand quern as someone ground grain into flour, a rhythmic meditative sound. The low knock of loom weights on a vertical loom. Wool had to be spun and woven, and textile work occupied an enormous portion of the winter hours. Iron tools hanging near the fire or laid out for repair. The occasional shift and breath of an animal in its stall. It's worth holding that image for a moment, because it's quite different from the one we usually encounter when Vikings come up in conversation. Most people living through this period were not raiders. On most days, in fact, on the overwhelming majority of days in any given life, a Norse person was managing a farm, negotiating with neighbours, feeding children, mending harnesses, worrying about whether the hay stores would last until spring. Raiding was something that some men, and possibly some women, undertook at certain times, often seasonally, often earlier in life, often as one activity among many rather than a permanent vocation. The word itself, as we said, described a role more than an identity. What archaeology gives us, patiently and without drama, is the material record of that ordinary life. Sites like Jarlshof in Shetland, where Norse settlers built farmsteads over centuries, have revealed floor plans, middens full of animal bone and plant remains, loom weights, spindle whorls, iron knives, and grinding stones. From these quiet objects, researchers can reconstruct not just what people ate and wore, but something of the texture of the days themselves, how labour was organised, which tasks were tied to which spaces, how a household grew and changed over time. The sagas written centuries later give us drama and dialogue, but they can't always be trusted to reflect daily reality accurately. The soil underfoot often tells a steadier story. That soil also suggests something about why the world eventually expanded outward. Scandinavian farmland was limited. The terrain pushed habitation toward coastlines and valley floors. Forests, mountains, and short growing seasons set boundaries on what could be cultivated. Over generations, as families grew and divided their holdings, the pressure became real and quiet and slow, not a sudden desperation, but a gradual tightening. If you were a younger son in a household where the land had already been divided once or twice, your options narrowed. You could find work elsewhere, you could trade, you could sail. Honour and social bonds were the other invisible architecture of daily life. Family relationships, obligations to neighbours and to the broader community, the maintenance of reputation, these things mattered enormously in a world where law was local and enforcement was personal. A dispute over land or livestock could echo through generations. There was no distant institution to appeal to. What you had was your standing among your people, and the relationships you'd maintained carefully over years. This social fabric is harder to excavate than a loom weight, but it shows up in the legal codes and literary fragments that survive, and in the consistent themes of the sagas, the weight of obligation, the cost of dishonour, the way a family's fate could turn on a single decision. Between the farm and the open sea there was craft. Iron was smelted and shaped into tools and fittings. Antler and bone became combs, needles, handles. Amber, found along Baltic beaches, could be traded. Soapstone vessels were carved. Wool cloth, produced in those long winter hours of spinning and weaving, was a tradable commodity across considerable distances. This wasn't a society living hand to mouth, sealed within its own borders. The foundations of a later expansion, the silver trade routes, the merchant networks, the ability to produce and carry goods across water, were already present in the quiet, productive life of the farmstead. The longhouse held it all, and outside, in the dark, the fields rested under frost or stars or the long, slow approach of northern spring. A whole world, patient and particular, waiting for the season to turn. And eventually the season always did turn. Sometime in those longer days when the ice had receded from the harbour edges and the wind shifted towards something more forgiving, the boats came back into focus. They'd been there all along, of course, pulled up on the shore or sheltered under wooden frames, their hulls waiting through the months of frost. But spring changed what a ship meant. It meant possibility. The longship is one of those objects that rewards slow attention, because almost every design choice in it was deliberate, and almost every choice was about reach. The hull was clinker-built, planks overlapping each other in a slight diagonal flex, riveted together in a way that gave the entire structure a kind of elasticity. Rather than a rigid vessel fighting against the water, a longship moved with it. You can still appreciate this if you've seen one of the surviving examples in Oslo's ship museums. How thin the hull actually is, how much open sky there is above the rowing benches, how the whole thing looks almost too light for open water. That lightness was the point. The draft, the depth of hull sitting below the waterline, was sometimes little more than a metre. In practical terms, this meant a longship could go almost anywhere water could go. It could follow a coastline so closely that sailors might see cattle grazing on shore. It could ride up the mouth of a river, then continue upriver for miles, through landscapes no ocean-going vessel could enter. When even that became impossible, crews could haul their ships overland across portages, short stretches of land connecting one waterway to the next, linking river systems into a continuous, almost invisible road network across an entire continent. The same hull that crossed open sea could find its way deep into the interior of a foreign land before anyone on shore had reason to expect it. Speed added another dimension. Replica experiments and careful hull studies suggest these vessels could sustain somewhere between 5 and 8 knots in reasonable conditions, with well-handled ships reaching perhaps 10 knots when the wind was generous. At those speeds, a daily run of 100 to 150 kilometres was achievable when the weather cooperated. To a world accustomed to travel by foot or slow cart, or by heavy merchant vessels that required ports and preparation, that kind of speed across water was something genuinely different. But knowing how to use such a ship required something beyond the vessel itself. Navigation in the Norse tradition was less about instruments and more about accumulated embodied knowledge. A skilled pilot read the sea the way a farmer reads a field, not from a map but from memory and presence. The colour of the water told you about depth and currents. Particular seabirds appeared near particular coastlines. The swell moved in patterns you learned to feel underfoot before you consciously registered them. The sun's arc across the sky and the position of certain stars gave you direction when land had vanished behind the horizon. Prevailing winds along known routes became part of the mental library that experienced seafarers built over years and passed on through instruction and practice. There are hints in the sagas and in later experiments of tools that may have helped. Wooden sun compasses and possibly certain translucent crystals that could locate the sun's position even through cloud cover by filtering polarized light. Whether these so-called sunstones were actually used in Norse navigation remains genuinely debated. No clear archaeological example has been identified for certain, and most historians treat the idea as plausible but unproven. What isn't debated is that the navigational knowledge these sailors carried was sophisticated, refined over generations, and deeply practical. It was the kind of knowledge that lived in the body rather than on parchment. What drew people outward in the first place was rarely a single motive. The same ship could carry a raiding crew one summer and a cargo of timber or furs the next. A young man with no inheritance and a hunger for status might spend a few seasons on expeditions that brought silver home, and silver, in this world, was social currency as much as economic currency. It demonstrated success, enabled alliances, paid for the gifts and feasts through which reputations were built. Others went looking for trading partners rather than plunder, following routes where wool or amber or iron goods could be exchanged for things unavailable in Scandinavia. Still others carried families and livestock toward new land entirely, seeking room to farm in places where the soil wasn't yet spoken for. The longship was the instrument of all of these ambitions simultaneously. So the pattern of expeditions shifted over time. What began, at least as far as written records show, as relatively small-scale, swift and targeted, grew more varied and in some ways more complicated. Early voyages out of Scandinavia were often short seasonal affairs, timed for summer sailing, shaped around specific opportunities and then concluded. Later expeditions became longer, more organized, sometimes involving settlement and political entanglement rather than quick departure. The ship that arrived and left was eventually followed by the ship that stayed. For communities in Western Europe who encountered these vessels arriving suddenly from the sea, this must have been profoundly disorienting. Nothing in recent experience prepared them for ships that could appear where ships weren't expected, at river mouths, on unguarded coasts, in the early morning silence before a monastery had stirred to its first prayers. The chronicles that survive from these encounters tend toward alarm, understandably, and later historians have had to read them carefully, accounting for the bias of people writing in the immediate shock of disruption. But even with that adjustment, the underlying fact remains. Something genuinely new was moving across the water. One morning in the year 793, on a small island off the coast of Northumbria, that newness arrived. The island of Lindisfarne sits just off the northeast coast of England, connected to the mainland by a tidal causeway that disappears twice a day beneath the cold North Sea. It is a quiet place even now, low and wind-scoured, with pale grasses and the sound of birds carrying over the water. In the late 8th century it was home to one of the most revered Christian communities in the British Isles, a monastery built on an older tradition of devotion, holding manuscripts, metalwork and reliquaries of considerable holiness and beauty. It was, by any measure of that world, a sacred place. What happened there in June of 793 was recorded as a catastrophe. But how it was recorded matters almost as much as what occurred. Our knowledge of the raid comes almost entirely from Christian writers, working at varying distances from the event. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle notes it. The scholar Alcuin, working far away at Charlemagne's court in Francia, wrote letters in the aftermath to King Ethelred of Northumbria and to the Bishop of Lindisfarne, letters filled with grief, theological alarm, and the recurring question of why God had permitted such devastation to fall on a holy community. Later, a chronicler named Simeon of Durham added detail that earlier sources lack, including portents. Fiery dragons seen crossing the sky before the attack, strange whirlwinds, signs of divine warning missed or misread. These are the kinds of flourishes that medieval writers used to give catastrophes their proper moral weight. Whether anyone actually saw dragons in the sky, or whether that detail arrived through later literary shaping, is not something archaeology can answer. What these writers cared about, and what they preserved, was the sense of violation. Heathen men coming by sea and desecrating holy ground, killing or carrying off monks, plundering the treasures of the church. The language is religious before it is historical. It frames the attackers as instruments of divine punishment or servants of darkness, and that framing immediately tells us something about the limits of the account. These writers were not trying to produce a balanced report. They were processing a shock that had no precedent in their experience, and they were doing it through the tools available to them: scripture, theological interpretation, and the vocabulary of sacred outrage. This doesn't mean the violence didn't happen, or that it wasn't severe. It almost certainly was in some meaningful sense. But the exact size of the raiding party, the precise sequence of events, and the full extent of the destruction are genuinely beyond what any source allows us to reconstruct with confidence. Even the traditional date of June 8th, now repeated in almost every account, comes from texts working with imprecise records. The number of attackers could have been small, a few ships, a few dozen men moving quickly and departing before any organised response was possible, or something larger. The chronicles don't say, partly because the writers weren't primarily interested in logistics. Archaeology at Lindisfarne has confirmed the presence of a substantial early medieval monastic settlement, and ongoing work there continues to reveal the complexity of the site. But archaeologists have not found a clear physical layer of the raid itself. No definitive burn horizon, no weapons cluster, no undeniable debris of destruction that can be dated to 793. This is not unusual. Early Viking attacks, when they can be traced at all in the ground, tend to leave only indirect and ambiguous signs. Fire, when it occurred, wasn't always confined to a single episode. The disruption of communities, monks fleeing with their most precious objects, gradual abandonment rather than sudden obliteration, doesn't always leave the dramatic signature that later imagination supplies. The island tells us it was there. It tells us much less about a single morning in the 8th century. What Lindisfarne gave the historical record was something different from a precise event. It gave later writers, and eventually later centuries, an image. The island became the place where the nightmare began, where the sea, previously a barrier or a highway for familiar trade, revealed itself as something else entirely. And the image of who came from the sea on that morning began to harden into a figure that would persist long beyond the Viking Age itself. The word Viking, it is worth noting quietly, referred originally to a seasonal activity, going raiding, going out, rather than to an entire people. Not everyone in Scandinavia was a Viking in this sense, any more than every medieval European was a crusader. Most of the people whose descendants or neighbours participated in raids like Lindisfarne were, in the seasons around those voyages, doing what we heard about earlier: farming, keeping animals, mending tools, watching children. The raider and the farmer were often the same person at different points in the year. But the Christian chronicles, understandably, were not interested in what these men did at home. They described what they witnessed arriving on the beach, and that selective account, repeated and amplified through generations, gradually assembled a fixed type: the pagan northerner, always violent, always threatening, emerging from the sea with no other purpose. Modern historians spend considerable effort gently dismantling that image, not to minimize the real disruption that raids caused for communities along European coastlines, which was genuine and sometimes devastating, but to restore the more complicated and more human picture behind it. Lindisfarne was targeted in practical terms because it made sense as a target. It was coastal, reachable by shallow ships, wealthy in movable goods and lightly defended. The same was true of dozens of other island and coastal monasteries across the Irish Sea and North Atlantic. Iona, struck several times, being perhaps the most famous example. These were not chosen because they were holy. They were chosen because of geography and opportunity, filtered through networks of information that seafarers had been quietly accumulating long before any chronicler thought to notice them. The Viking Age, then, did not begin with a thunderclap. It emerged slowly into view, and Lindisfarne is where the record happened to catch the light. So the ships that left monasteries laden with portable wealth had to go somewhere. And if you follow the routes those ships took, not just the raiding voyages, but the quieter ones, the ones carrying amber and furs and walrus ivory, you begin to trace something far larger than any single attack on any single coastline. You begin to trace a world. Picture the map of the known world in the 9th century, and then imagine draining the drama from it, slowing everything down to the patient pace of a merchant checking the wind. From the fjords and inlets of Scandinavia, Routes spread outward in every direction. Westward past the islands of Britain and Ireland, through the North Atlantic fog toward Iceland, southward along the coasts of France and Iberia, and eastward, this is perhaps the most astonishing direction, deep into the river systems of what is now Russia and Ukraine, down the Dnieper toward the Black Sea and Byzantium, or down the Volga toward the Caspian and the edges of the Islamic Caliphate. The same people who built ships capable of crossing open ocean also paddled and portaged those ships across the forested interior of a continent, dragging them overland between rivers when they had to, following waterways the way a sleeper follows a half-remembered dream. At the far end of those eastern routes, Arab merchants waited, and what they had, in quantities that would reshape the entire northern economy, was silver. Islamic dirhams, coins minted in cities as distant as Baghdad and Samarkand, arrived in Scandinavia in their tens of thousands. Archaeologists have found them buried across the Baltic world, concentrated especially on the island of Gotland, which sits in the middle of the Baltic Sea like a crossroads made of stone. Gotland alone has yielded more than 700 silver hoards, many dating to the 9th and 10th centuries. The Spillings hoard, discovered there in 1999, contained over 67 kilograms of silver, more than 14,000 coins, the majority of them Islamic, along with ingots and jewellery, all buried together in what must have been someone's careful, private cache. Why it was buried and never retrieved is one of those questions the ground cannot quite answer. Emergency, death, ritual, opportunity. The interpretation remains genuinely open. What the coins do tell us, beyond any argument, is the scale and reach of these connections. Silver moved north because northerners had things the southern world wanted: furs from subarctic forests, honey and wax, and, one of the darker currents beneath all this commerce, enslaved people, captured in raids across Europe and the British Isles, and sold into the networks of Mediterranean and Islamic markets. The trade was rarely clean, and the same ships, routes and crews that carried amber one season might carry captives the next. But the silver itself, once it arrived, did something interesting. Vikings did not typically use coins by their face value the way a modern economy uses currency. Instead, they operated what historians call a bullion or weight money system. A coin was worth its weight, no more. Silver objects, jewellery, ingots, even coins, might be cut into pieces called hack silver, weighed on small portable scales against precise bronze or lead counterweights, and used to settle transactions on the spot. Find a set of those folding scales and weights in the ground today, and you know almost certainly that you're near a merchant, a market, or a grave where someone wanted to take their business tools with them into the afterlife. Those markets had physical homes. Towns like Hedeby in what is now northern Germany, Birka in Sweden, and Kopang in Norway functioned as emporia, seasonal and permanent gathering places where craftspeople, ship repairers, merchants, and travellers converged. At Hedeby, which archaeologists have excavated extensively, evidence survives of specialised workshops producing combs from antler, glass beads, and iron tools, streets, harbour installations, signs of ships being hauled up and patched, and among the debris, imports from across Europe and beyond, wine vessels from the Rhineland, silk thread that could only have come from the East, the physical residue of conversations held in a dozen languages between people who had absolutely no common word for half the things they were selling. These were genuinely multilingual, multi-ethnic spaces. Norse traders rubbing shoulders with Frisian merchants and Slavic boatmen, and the occasional envoy from further afield, all of them doing what merchants always do, watching each other carefully, weighing everything twice, and trying to get home with more than they left with. And here is where the line between raiding and trading becomes something historians find genuinely difficult to draw. The same routes served both purposes, the same ships. Sometimes, it seems, the same people. A man who joined a raid on the English coast in his 20s might be running a regular trading relationship with a Frankish market town by his 40s. The textual sources tend to preserve the dramatic moments, the violence, the fire. Archaeology quietly insists on the long stretches of ordinary commerce in between. Both things were real. The spectrum between them was probably wide and personally variable. What changed gradually through the 9th and 10th centuries was the scale of ambition. Scattered opportunistic raiding began to give way, in many regions, to something more organised. Emerging Scandinavian kings and powerful chieftains discovered that controlling a trade route was more reliably profitable than simply preying on it. Towns like Hedeby came under royal protection. Tolls were collected. Markets were regulated. The skills that made someone dangerous on a coastline, ship handling, command, the ability to move quickly and decisively, turned out to be equally useful for building a political empire. The raider and the ruler were beginning slowly to converge. The sea that had once seemed to release men from consequence was gradually becoming something else. A road with owners. Roads with owners eventually need rules, and the Norse world, for all that it could be fierce and mobile and hard to pin down, was not without them. In fact, the Thing, spelled with a thorn in Old Norse thing, may be one of the most quietly remarkable institutions the Viking Age produced. Imagine a hillside, or a flat field chosen for its visibility in the weeks when the days were long enough to travel safely. Free men would arrive from across a region, some of them having walked or ridden for days, to participate in something that looked, at its heart, like organised community life. Cases were heard, disputes brought before a body of listeners, laws held entirely in memory by a figure called the law speaker, recited aloud so that the community could hear what it had agreed to abide by. The Icelandic Althing, founded around 930 CE, met every summer at Thingvellir, a landscape of volcanic rift and open sky, and drew people not just to settle grievances but to trade, negotiate marriages, catch up on news from distant farms, and feel, for a few weeks, part of something larger than a single household. The law speaker stood at the law rock and spoke the law from memory, year after year, a living archive of the community's agreements with itself. It is a detail that is easy to pass over, but worth pausing on. A society maintaining its legal code not in writing but in a human voice, repeated in the open air under a northern summer sky. What the Thing managed, perhaps more than anything else, was the problem of the feud. Norse societies were deeply organised around honour, the reputation of individuals and, crucially, of families. An insult, an injury, a killing. These were not just personal wounds. They fell on the kin group, and the kin group was expected to respond. This is the engine of the feud, and it could, left unchecked, run for generations. But Norse law did not simply step aside and let violence cycle indefinitely. Instead, it offered mechanisms to interrupt the cycle. Compensation payments, called vergild, calibrated to the seriousness of the harm, arbitration before the Thing, and for those who refused to participate in the legal process or whose crimes were judged beyond remedy, outlawry, banishment from the protections of the community, left to survive outside its bounds, where anyone could harm you without consequence. Outlawry is a strange punishment to modern ears. It did not cage anyone or physically harm them. It simply withdrew the social fabric. You were no longer in the circle, and in a world where survival depended on community, on shared labour, shared resources, shared obligation, being pushed outside that circle was genuinely severe. Archaeology adds a quieter layer to all of this. Skeletal remains from Viking Age cemeteries in Norway and Denmark do show relatively high rates of healed injuries and in some cases evidence of lethal violence. A recent study comparing remains from both regions found that roughly a third of Norwegian skeletons showed healed trauma, and a similar proportion bore signs of injuries that proved fatal. That sounds alarming, until researchers place those numbers beside comparable samples from other medieval European societies. The rates are not dramatically different. What the bones suggest is a world familiar with conflict and physical hardship, which is not especially surprising in an early medieval agricultural society with a strong warrior culture, but not necessarily a world uniquely saturated in violence compared with its neighbours. This is where popular imagery tends to separate from the evidence. The Viking of the popular imagination wears a horned helmet, which is probably the most persistently repeated historical error in European costume design. Archaeological reality is starker. Only a handful of Viking-age helmets have been found, and none of them have horns. The most complete example, the Gjermundby helmet found in Norway, is a rounded iron cap with a simple nose guard. Functional, unadorned, entirely lacking in dramatic flourish. The horned version comes mainly from 19th century artists and opera designers who were reaching for something ancient and fierce and found it in their imagination rather than in the ground. The blood eagle presents a more complicated case. This supposed method of ritual execution, described in a small number of later saga texts, has become a fixture of the Vikings' terrifying reputation, but scholars who have looked carefully at those sources note that they are late, written down in the 13th century or after, often stylized in ways that suggest literary shaping rather than eyewitness account. Philological analysis of the relevant passages suggests the descriptions may be metaphorical, misread, or simply invented for dramatic effect. Whether anything like this actually happened, in any literal sense, is genuinely uncertain. The responsible answer is that we do not know, and that not knowing is itself important information about how carefully we should hold these stories. That uncertainty runs through much of what we think we know about the Viking world's inner life. The Icelandic sagas are rich, psychologically detailed, and sometimes astonishingly vivid. They are also largely written down 2 to 4 centuries after the events they claim to describe, by Christian authors working in a tradition that blended remembered custom with moral lessons and literary drama. They are extraordinary documents. They are not transcripts. Modern historians read them the way you might read a very good historical novel, written by someone who had access to older family stories, local memory, and a strong sense of what made a compelling narrative. True in spirit, perhaps, in many ways, in specific detail requiring cross-examination. Archaeology, law codes, and comparative material culture do the cross-examining. And the picture that emerges of a society with real mechanisms for containing violence, real institutions for maintaining community, and a reputation partly constructed by the very medieval writers who feared and sometimes romanticized them, is more human, more textured, and ultimately more interesting than the image of the horned marauder ever managed to be. If the thing and the law show us one side of Norse society, the other side is inside the doorway of the longhouse, where most people spent most of their lives, and where power looked different from the battlefield. Step over the threshold, back into the dim warmth of a farm hall after a day at the hillside assembly. The air smells of smoke and wool, of stew slowly thickening over the hearth. Benches line the walls. Behind many of the decisions that were just argued in the open air, there are quiet calculations being made here, around this fire, often by women. In many parts of the Norse world, a free woman's position in the household was formally recognized in law and custom. A daughter might bring a dowry into marriage, not just coins, but livestock, tools, fine cloth, sometimes even land. And crucially, that property did not simply disappear into her husband's hands. In several law traditions, she retained rights over it, with the ability to reclaim it if the marriage broke down. Later written codes from Norway and Iceland speak of women who can initiate divorce under certain conditions, who can leave a bad match and take their wealth with them. These texts are from the centuries just after the classic Viking Age, and different regions varied, but together they sketch the outline of a world where a woman's property mattered, and where her consent was, at least nominally, part of a marriage contract. On an ordinary evening, that property and that leverage translated into work, but not in the sense of unskilled labour. Think of the long, slow rhythm of textile production that filled the dark months, carding wool, spinning thread, working the heavy, warp-weighted looms that leaned against the house walls. The clack of loom weights, the soft rasp of thread drawn through fingers, went on hour after hour. This was not decorative pastime. Cloth was one of the foundations of the Norse economy. It clothed bodies, curtained off sleeping spaces in the hall, and at a larger scale became sailcloth and rigging for ships. Each long ship that slid down a fjord needed an enormous, carefully woven sail, something only possible through the coordinated effort of many hands over many seasons. When those ships set out, they were quite literally carried by the work that had taken place back home, much of it overseen by the woman called the husfreyja, the lady of the house. Her authority was not only economic. When a husband and his followers were away on voyage, she might be left managing the farm, directing workers, safeguarding stores, receiving guests, and, perhaps most importantly, watching over the network of kin and alliances that bound one household to another. Later sagas remember figures like Unn, or Odur the deep-minded, who in the tradition travels to Iceland, claims land, distributes it to her dependents, arranges marriages, and guides the fortunes of an entire family line. Whether or not every detail of her story is historically exact, the very fact that such a character was imaginable tells us something about the social ideals. A woman as strategist and organizer, as the one who sees to it that the family's name and property move safely into the future. That future ran through children, and children, in turn, were woven tightly into questions of status and obligation. On another evening in the same hall, you might picture a child falling asleep on a bench, lulled by adult voices trading news. A cousin has died, a distant uncle has no surviving sons, a daughter's marriage has been proposed in a valley 2 fjords away. Inheritance rules were complex and they changed over time and place, but one striking principle in later Norwegian law was called a settersrett, a kind of priority right to inherit the family farm. It allowed the eldest child, whether son or daughter, to claim a privileged share, at least half the farm if it was divided. That tells us that daughters could be central heirs, not just in exceptional circumstances, but by design, especially in a world where keeping the farm intact, rather than splitting it endlessly, could mean survival. Not all children stood in the same place, of course. A child born to a free, formerly married couple had different prospects from a child born to an enslaved woman on the farm. Some such children might be acknowledged or even adopted into the household and given a share in the future. Others might not. The sagas, written later, return again and again to questions of legitimacy and inheritance, because they were quietly explosive. Who counted as kin? Who had a claim to the land, the house, the honour attached to a name? Those questions shaped decisions about whether to stay or go. A younger son with little chance of claiming the home farm, a daughter whose dowry would not stretch far, an ambitious fosterling with no land base of his own. These might be the people most likely to look to the horizon when a ship's mast appeared in spring. For some, the obligation was to remain and maintain the household. For others, it was to seek wealth and standing abroad that could later be converted into land, marriages, and security back home. The waves of movement that define the Viking Age are not just stories of bold men setting out. They are the outcome of household arithmetic, of quiet conversations at the hearth about who would inherit what and where there might be room. In this dim, practical world of cloth and cattle and careful alliance, where do warriors fit? And more specifically, where do women fit into that warrior ideal that has become so closely associated with Vikings in the modern imagination? For a long time, scholars assumed a neat division. Men fought and voyaged, women stayed and managed. Some saga stories of shield maidens and Valkyries were taken as poetic exaggerations, symbolic rather than literal. Then, as archaeology and scientific techniques improved, certain graves began to complicate the picture. One of the most famous is from the trading town of Birka in Sweden, a burial catalogued as BJ 581. When it was first excavated in the 19th century, the grave goods seemed straightforward. A full set of weapons, including a sword, axes and arrows, a pair of horses, gaming pieces that suggested knowledge of strategy and command. It was read, without much question, as the grave of a high-ranking male warrior. Over a century later, osteologists and geneticists re-examined the bones. The pelvis and other skeletal markers looked, to trained eyes, more typical of a female body. DNA analysis went further, finding 2 X chromosomes and no Y. The individual buried in BJ 581, it turned out, was biologically female, laid to rest with everything that had long been taken as a textbook sign of a professional warrior. This finding did not settle the matter so much as open a new wave of discussion. Many researchers now accept that BJ 581 represents at least one woman who occupied a role associated with warfare at a very high status level. Others stress how exceptional this grave appears to be within the larger cemetery, and caution against swinging too far in the opposite direction, from assuming no women ever fought, to imagining companies of shield-maiden battalions as a standard feature of Viking armies. There are layers to the debate. Some scholars ask, does a weapon burial always mean that the person fought in battle, or can weapons also signal status, family identity, or symbolic affiliation with a warrior class, even for those who did not personally wield them? Others point to a handful of additional graves where skeletal sex and grave goods don't line up neatly with older expectations, suggesting a more flexible range of roles than the simple man-warrior/woman-housewife divide. What almost everyone agrees on is that the evidence is sparse and that caution is needed. One grave, or even a small cluster of them, cannot tell us how common female fighters were across the wide sweep of Norse societies, from Norway to the Volga. The sagas that describe warrior women were written down long after the fact, in a literary culture that loved dramatic, larger-than-life characters. Modern readers also bring their own hopes and assumptions to the question, whether in the direction of wanting to find historical warrior heroines everywhere, or of resisting any change to older, male-centered narratives. Holding all of this gently, the bones, the grave goods, the stories, and our own expectations, can be oddly comforting. It reminds us that the Viking world was not a set of rigid stereotypes, but a living, changing society full of specific people, some of whom surely did not fit neatly into the boxes we would like to draw. Imagine for a moment a woman in that hall by the fire. By day she directs the work that turns fleece into sails, oversees the storage of food, negotiates with neighbours, and has a firm hand on the keys at her belt. Perhaps she's also the one who quietly keeps a blade oiled and ready, who knows how to use it if raiders land on this shore instead of some distant one. Perhaps her daughter, watching her, will inherit not only the farm, under the rules that allow an eldest child to claim it, but also the habits of command and calculation that keep a household intact. Or perhaps she will not. Perhaps that daughter will one day stand on a quayside and choose the sea, signing on to a voyage in search of silver, or land, or a better marriage settlement in a new country. The sources do not tell us much about her, whichever path she takes, but knowing that the possibilities were there, that Norse societies made room, however grudgingly, however rarely, for women to hold property, to shape alliances, sometimes even to be buried like warriors, makes the world we are drifting through a little more three-dimensional. When we set aside the easy pictures of endlessly raiding men, of endlessly passive women, of cardboard heroes and villains, the Viking Age starts to look less like a legend and more like a landscape of real human lives. People worried about their children's futures, counted their stores, argued over inheritances, and sometimes chose the risk of the open sea over the crowded certainty of the home valley. As the night deepens on our imagined farm, the voices around the hearth quiet. Cloth lies folded on a bench, swords hang in their places, and outside the same stars that guided longships also look down on sleeping children who will one day decide whether to stay rooted in this soil or follow those pinpoints of light westward. In their choices, and in the women and men who advised them, lies the true story of how a northern farming people became sailors, settlers, and, in time, something more than Vikings. Beyond this farm, across waves and weather, some of those choices will lead to empty lava fields, fresh cleared valleys, and new assemblies in an island still being born out of fire and sea. Follow those stars west, and the shoreline that rises out of the sea is not green at all, at least not at first glance. It is dark, rough, still steaming in places in the deep past. Iceland, an island on the hinge between fire and water. The movement here is often imagined as a grand migration, but you can also think of it as a series of decisions at farm hearths, like the one we just left. A younger child with little chance at inheriting the home valley, a chieftain uneasy under a new king, a family caught between feuds, or drawn by rumours that somewhere out in the ocean land lay empty, waiting only for those bold enough to claim it. The main wave of settlement that we know about seems to have happened in a relatively short burst, roughly between 870 and 930 of our era. Layers of volcanic ash spread over the island by an eruption in the early 870s lie beneath many of the earliest farm sites. Archaeologists use this ash as a kind of timestamp, dig down through turf and middens, and when you hit that pale, distinctive layer, you know you've reached a moment close to the beginning. Later, Icelandic writers told stories about how it began, in works like the Landnámabók, the Book of Settlements. They listed hundreds of first arrivals, naming who came, where they landed, and which stretch of shore or valley they took. Many of these stories agree on one broad theme, that a number of settlers were leaving Norway as a new royal power, associated with King Harald Fairhair, began to tighten its grip. In these accounts, proud free farmers and chieftains chose the open Atlantic over the prospect of kneeling more deeply to a king. Those same texts, however, were written down centuries later in a Christian Iceland that already had its own powerful families and churches. Modern scholars treat them with care. It is very possible that some of the motives and family claims woven into them served to justify later land holdings or status. When we look at the bones and the DNA, another pattern appears, a population with strong Scandinavian roots on the male side, but a striking number of women whose ancestry traces back to Ireland and Scotland. However tidy the saga's lists of noble Norwegian founders may look, the real story likely involved more varied crews and tangled journeys, with people joining from different coasts before landfall was made in the far North Atlantic. Imagine one of those first ships working its way along Iceland's raw coastline. There are no harbours yet, just inlets and beaches where surf breaks over black stone. Inland there are patches of birchwood and low scrub, but no deep forests like those back in Norway. Mountains grip glaciers in their hollows, rivers run bright and fast, and under everything invisible but always present is the heat of a still active earth. The process of landnam, land-taking, begins almost as soon as the ship noses into a bay. According to later tradition, a leader might mark a claim by walking around a stretch of ground, or even by casting high-seat pillars, the carved posts from his old house, overboard and following where the waves carried them ashore. Whether or not every detail happened this way, there was a basic logic at work. You did not simply grab a pretty view. You needed access to grazing, to hay meadows, to fresh water, and to driftwood. Most early farms lay close to the coast, or along rivers that led inland, because the sea was still the main road, and because the winters here were long and demanding. To support cattle and especially sheep through months of frost and storm, families had to cut and store enough hay in summer. A good hayfield might matter more than a wide expanse of rocky hill. Building in this new land meant adapting too. There was little tall timber, so the classic Norse longhouse changed shape. People cut turf in thick, heavy slabs and stacked it into walls that curved gently along the ground, insulating against wind and cold. Where wood could be found, brought by sea, scavenged as driftwood, or cut from the sparse native growth, it became the framework of roofs, the bones of benches, the door frames and bed boxes inside those low earthen walls. On a quiet night in one of these early Icelandic halls, you might hear the same sounds as in Norway: the mutter of voices, the creak of wooden pegs, the breathing of animals stabled at one end of the building to lend their warmth. But listen deeper, and there are new notes. The distant groan of a glacier shifting in its sleep, the occasional soft thud of ashfall after a faraway eruption, a sense, perhaps, that this place is still settling into itself, and that people too are still figuring out how to live here without exhausting its thin soils, its fragile turf. Over the decades of this first settlement age, more ships arrived. Some came directly from Scandinavia, others probably from the Norse colonies already established in the British Isles. Land along the most favourable coasts began to be fully claimed, not only by individual householders, but through looser networks of leaders and followers. A chief might seize a long stretch of valley and then grant smaller plots to kin, friends, or those who had sailed under his command. As the human web thickened, people needed ways to manage life together, far from any king's hall or royal court. In Norway or Denmark, disputes might eventually reach a monarch's ear. In Iceland there was no such figure. Instead, communities knit themselves together through a system of chieftaincies and assemblies. At first, these gatherings were small and local, neighbours meeting at a chosen field or ford to hear disputes, witness oaths, and repeat the rules everyone was supposed to live by. Over time, they were linked into something larger. Around the year 930, tradition says, representatives from across the island came together to create an island-wide assembly, the Alþingi, meeting at a place called Þingvellir, literally, the assembly fields. Þingvellir lies in a rift valley, where the earth's crust has quietly pulled apart. Between rocky walls near a clear lake, people camped in temporary booths of turf and canvas each summer. There, a law speaker recited long stretches of law from memory, section by section, over a 3-year cycle. Chieftains, called godar, met clients and allies. Feuds were negotiated or postponed. Marriages were arranged. Fines were set, sometimes ruinous, sometimes symbolic. Without a standing army or a bureaucratic state, Icelanders relied on this shared, spoken law and on the delicate balance of reputation. In this commonwealth, as modern historians call it, power did not map neatly onto territory. A Godi did not rule a fixed district the way a later lord might. Instead, his authority lay in his godord, a bundle of rights and obligations that people could, in theory, choose to attach themselves to or leave. An individual farmer might shift his allegiance from one chieftain to another, seeking better protection or a more useful alliance. In such a world, social ties were constantly being adjusted, like lines on a net, and honour, the sense of being known as reliable, strong and generous, could be as valuable as any field. Centuries later, in the 12th and 13th centuries, this world of early settlers and law assemblies became the setting for the Icelandic family sagas. These long prose tales describe bold women and men carving farms from the wilderness, arguing at the Alþingi, and sometimes cutting one another down in meticulously described feuds. They are compelling, full of weather and wit, and much of what people think they know about Viking Age Iceland comes through their pages. But just as with the stories of kings and raiders elsewhere, we have to tread carefully here. The sagas were written long after the events they portray, by authors with their own religious and political contexts. Some episodes seem to preserve genuine memories, or at least patterns of behaviour that fit well with what archaeology and place names suggest. Others bear the stamp of later legal concerns, Christian ethics, or the desire to glorify a particular family line. Modern researchers cross-check them against excavated farmsteads, pollen records that show when land was cleared for pasture, and scientific dating methods tied to layers of volcanic ash. When a saga describes a specific battle at a certain farmstead, we may or may not find signs of burning there. When it speaks of a powerful woman like Un the deep-minded dividing land among her descendants, We cannot be sure that every detail is accurate. Yet the broader picture that emerges, a society of independent farmers, woven together by shifting alliances, gathering each summer to recite law under an open sky, fits well with what other kinds of evidence tell us. All of this, the land claims, the turf houses, the assemblies, was an answer to a simple, difficult question. How do you start over, with no king above you, on a raw and changeable island at the edge of the known world? On some nights, the answer must have felt fragile. A bad winter could kill livestock and force hard choices. A volcanic eruption could bury fields in ash. A long feud could spiral out of control, leaving families scattered. Yet people stayed. They adapted their grazing patterns, moved outlying shelters higher or lower on the slopes, learned which valleys held onto snow and which opened early in spring. In the glow of a midsummer evening at Thingvellir, with the light lingering almost all night, someone might look west again, past the lake and over the unseen sea beyond, and wonder if this was truly the end of the world. Rumours travelled with traders and guests, tales of land even farther out, where the summers were bright but shorter, where pastures were thin and the sea ice came close. From Iceland's black shores, the next leap would be colder still. Another set of choices, another set of farms scratched out against the odds, this time under harsher skies and closer to the drifting ice. As the campfires at the Althingi burn low and the booths fall quiet, follow the faint line of the horizon in your mind from these volcanic fields to a greener-sounding but harder place. Greenland, waiting under its long frozen lid of snow. Greenland, they called it. Grenland. The name tastes of hope, or perhaps of salesmanship. According to later stories, Eric the Red, exiled from Iceland for killings, chose it carefully, believing a fair name would draw more settlers. Sail with him now in your imagination, west and a little south from Iceland's coasts. The sea grows colder, the winds sharper. For days there is nothing but water and sky, and then finally the first pale line of ice-laced cliffs appears, rising out of the mist. This is not an easy, gentle shore. Most of Greenland is locked under an immense cap of ice, a sleeping giant of frozen weight. But along the southwestern edge, the ice gives way to a different world. Long fjords carving deep into the land, their sides steep and stony, their waters surprisingly mild in summer where a current carries warmth up from the south. It is here, around the years 985 and 986, that Eric and his followers begin to settle. They choose the most sheltered inlets they can find, where sun reaches the slopes and grass has a chance to grow. Over time, two main clusters of farms form, the larger eastern settlement around the fjords near today's Qaqortoq, and the smaller western settlement further north and west near today's Nuuk. If you stood on a headland above one of these fjords at the height of the growing season, you might, for a moment, believe in the name Greenland. The lower slopes are brushed with summer green. Cattle and sheep graze on narrow pastures between rock and water. Turf-roofed halls sit low to the ground against the wind. Here and there smoke rises in faint, relaxed curls. It looks peaceful, even generous. But this is farming at the very margin of what is possible. The growing season is short. The soil is thin and easily disturbed. The line between a good year and a disastrous one is narrow. To keep cattle alive through the long, hard winter, families must cut and dry enough hay while the grass is at its best, packing it into barns like bottled sunlight. A few weeks of poor weather at the wrong time can leave stacks too small, fodder too sparse. Then choices must be made about which animals can be kept and which must be slaughtered early. Timber is scarce. The low shrubs and dwarf birch that cling to the hillsides cannot provide the straight, tall beams that Norse building techniques assume, so Greenlanders improvise as Icelanders did, but under even tighter constraints. Thick turf walls are built higher and heavier, gripping heat and cutting wind. Where longer timbers are needed, for large roofs, for boats, for strong doors, they cannot simply be cut from a nearby forest. Instead, the settlers look outward. Driftwood is gathered along the coasts, precious as treasure, and, crucially, they rely on ships arriving from abroad with iron and timber in their holds. A 13th century Norwegian text, the King's Mirror, lays it out plainly. Iron and wood must be brought to Greenland from Norway and Iceland, while Greenlanders send out skins, hides, rope, and tusks in return. From the very beginning, then, this frontier is not isolated in spirit, even if it is far in distance. It is tied into the wider North Atlantic by necessity. Greenland's farms are small beads on a very long string, and that string runs back through Iceland and Norway to the markets of Europe. To pay for what they cannot grow or make themselves, the settlers turn to what the North offers in abundance, the animals of the sea and ice. Along with wool, hides, and coarse cloth, one export becomes particularly important: walrus, ivory. The walrus herds are not right beside the farms. They lie far to the north, in colder, more remote waters. Reaching them means outfitting voyages that push along the coast, up towards the drifting pack ice, where fog can close in without warning and floes can scrape the hulls of ships. On these journeys, men watch the sky and the swell, listening for the crunch and sigh of ice. They land on bleak, stony shores where the animals haul out in noisy clusters. The hunt is hard and dangerous. A wounded walrus can overturn a boat, yet the reward is great. From these expeditions, Greenlanders bring back tusks, heavy and pale, and hides that can be turned into strong, flexible rope. For several centuries, a large share, perhaps even most, of the walrus ivory moving through European markets seems to have come from these hunts. In the workshops of distant towns and monasteries, carvers shape it into gaming pieces, crucifixes, ornate knife handles, and reliquaries. The smooth, creamy gleam of Greenland ivory travels far from the cold fjords where it began. Through this trade, the fragile farms of Greenland are woven into a far-reaching web. A chieftain's hall in the eastern settlement might contain imported glass beads and iron tools. A farmer might drink from a wooden cup whose staves were grown on a Norwegian hillside. Ships arrive when the seas are kind, bringing news, priests and merchants, and leave again as summer wanes. Under the surface, though, pressures are building, slow and quiet as accumulating snow. The environment itself is never truly stable here. Even in the earlier, milder centuries of settlement, storms can tear at the turf, and grazing animals can nibble the thin vegetation down to the roots. Around some farms, archaeological studies suggest that soils begin to erode, the green tattered away from slopes that once held more life. Then, in the 1300s, the broader climate of the North Atlantic starts to lean towards cold. Historians often speak of the onset of the Little Ice Age, a long period when average temperatures fell, sea ice spread further south, and winters lengthened their grip. In Greenland, this likely means shorter summers for hay, more frequent years when the grass does not quite recover, and fjords choked more often by ice, making sailing in and out more difficult and unpredictable. People adapt as best they can. Excavated bone fragments from rubbish heaps tell a quiet story. Over the generations, the proportion of seal, fish, and other marine mammals in the Greenlandic diet rises, while the share of cattle and sheep declines. Early on, livestock may have provided a large part of the meat on a table. By the 14th century, it seems that seal meat and other sea-based foods have become dominant. You can imagine the shift not as a sudden dramatic change, but as a gradual rebalancing. More time spent at the shore, waiting by breathing holes in the ice. More boats slipped into the water as soon as spring allows, nets mended and lines coiled tight. The sea, always important, becomes ever more central to survival. At the same time, events far away begin to tug at the colony's lifelines. In Norway, the Black Death sweeps through in the mid-14th century, killing a large part of the population. Fewer people means fewer ships, fewer merchants willing or able to make the risky voyage to Greenland's distant fjords. Royal attention shifts, and the resources to maintain regular contact may dwindle. The ivory trade too changes. Markets evolve, tastes shift. As access to elephant ivory and other sources of walrus ivory increases elsewhere, such as in northern Russia, the unique allure and high price of Greenland tusks may begin to fade. If European buyers can obtain similar material more easily and cheaply, the painstakingly harvested tusks from the Arctic lose some of their edge. For Greenlanders, this is not an abstract problem. It reaches directly into storehouses and barns. If an ivory cargo or a bundle of hides no longer buys as much timber, iron or grain as it once did, the margin for survival grows even thinner. The same weather that makes it harder to farm also makes it harder to trade, and the very commodities that could bridge that gap may no longer command the same value. Archaeologists and historians looking back at this period see signs of strain. Around the western settlement, the smaller of the two main clusters, all hints of Norse life seem to vanish by the mid-1300s. There is no single dramatic layer of ash or destruction, just an absence, houses emptied, churches quiet, fields left to the wind. In the eastern settlement, traces of occupation linger longer. A church at Valsey is the setting of the last written record we have from Norse Greenland, a wedding in 1408, noted in an Icelandic document. After that, the written sources fall silent. Excavations suggest people may have continued there into the 15th century, but the picture is patchy, assembled from radiocarbon dates, scattered artifacts, and the way turf walls slump back into the earth. Why, exactly, the Norse settlements finally disappear remains an open and careful question. Earlier stories sometimes imagined a single dramatic cause, a last violent attack, a sudden freeze, or a decisive famine. Modern scholarship tends to see instead a tangle of contributing threads. Climate cooling and more sea ice likely played a role, shortening seasons and complicating travel. Soil exhaustion around some farms points to ecological stress. The weakening of Norwegian shipping after the Black Death, and shifting routes and prices in European trade, almost certainly made it harder for Greenlanders to obtain what they needed from abroad. Hunting pressure on walrus populations and competition from other ivory sources may have eroded the economic foundation they relied upon. Relationships with Inuit neighbours, who were also moving and adapting along the Greenlandic coasts, add another layer that is still being explored and debated. Rather than a single night when everyone left, the end may have been a drawn-out thinning. Families moving away one by one, perhaps back to Iceland or further afield, or simply failing to leave enough descendants to keep each farmstead going. Houses gradually going unroofed, animals wandering, churchyards quietly filling, until the last hearth went cold. Yet even as the Norse presence in Greenland slowly waned, their gaze, and their stories, did not stop at its icebound shores. From these same fjords ships had already pushed further west, following rumours and driftwood and the flight of birds to lands where the coast was lined with forest, and the air smelled greener than Greenland ever truly was. Those voyages would lead to what later ages would call Vinland, somewhere along the North American coast, and to a brief shimmering extension of the Norse world to yet another edge of the known sea. As the farms of Greenland tightened their belts and their connections frayed, memories of that wooded western land lingered, half opportunity, half dream. For now let the image of Greenland rest in your mind, a thin necklace of farms along deep cold fjords, turf houses holding small pockets of warmth against a vast indifferent ice sheet. People balancing on the knife edge between land and sea, between self-reliance and the distant hum of trade. From this fragile frontier we will drift further west still to the short-lived clearings in the forest of Vinland, where the Atlantic story of the Norse reaches its farthest, quietest reach. From the fjords of Greenland our night voyage slips westward again, riding the same cold current that once carried narrow hulls and tired crews toward a coastline they had only heard about in stories. The sailors watch the sky, as their forebears always have. In the northern darkness, familiar stars wheel overhead, but ahead lies something utterly new. For generations, people in the Norse world have known, or at least suspected, that there is land beyond Greenland. Driftwood of unfamiliar species washes up on its shores. Birds arrive in vast flocks, some of them clearly nesting somewhere further west. Whispers travel with traders and skippers, a place of forests, mild air, wild grain, and vines. Eventually ships push out from Greenland's farm, steering into the grey swell, leaving ice and rock behind. The journey is longer now, and there is no clear chain of stepping stone islands. Only open water, wind, and the quiet courage of repetition, hour after hour, keeping the prow aligned with a remembered bearing, reading the lines of wave and cloud. Then, one day, the smell changes. After so much time among stone and ice, the scent of a true forest is a revelation. Damp earth, resin, leaf, and loam. As the keel cuts through the last ranks of swell, a new coast rises. Low, dark hills clothed in trees, rivers slipping silently into sheltered bays. No farms, no churches, no familiar signs of human settlement, just a continuous breathing green. Around the turn of the first millennium, Norse seafarers reach what we now call Newfoundland, at the northern tip of a wider continent they do not yet imagine in full. And here, at the very edge of their world, they build a camp. This place, on the far north of Newfoundland, is what we now know as Lanceau Meadows. Unlike many of the stories that drift down to us in sagas and later tales, this site does not exist only in ink and imagination. It exists in turf and timber, in iron slag, and the quiet precision of radiocarbon dates. Archaeologists working there have uncovered the outlines of 8 buildings, raised more than 1,000 years ago. Long, low halls made of timber frames and thick turf walls. Smaller structures that look like workshops. A space where iron was smelted and worked, an extraordinary thing this far west, where no local tradition of ironworking existed before the Norse arrived. Charcoal, nails, rivets, spindle whorls, a bronze pin, fragments of everyday life. All of them speak the same language as the finds from Greenland, Iceland, and Norway. There is nothing vague about this. Lanceau Meadows is an archaeologically confirmed Norse site in North America, outside Greenland. Here, around the year 1000, people from the far side of the Atlantic cut wood, mended ships, spun yarn, and tended fires in rooms lined with turf. For a long time, the dating of this settlement was approximate, somewhere around the late 900s to early 1000s. Then, in the early 21st century, a careful study of wood from the site, bearing the marks of metal tools, allowed specialists to tie at least one moment of Norse activity firmly to a single year, 1021. The tree rings, whisper fine, carry the memory of a cosmic event that left a signature in their growth. When that signature is matched to global records, it pins the cutting of that wood to that exact point in time. So, in the quiet language of science, we can say with confidence, by 1021, Norse hands were at work here, on this side of the Atlantic, shaping beams under a sky that would have seemed familiar and yet newly framed by a foreign horizon. What kind of place was this day to day? Most archaeologists see Lanceau Meadows not as a large, thriving colony, but as a small base camp. Perhaps a few dozen people at most lived here at any one time. It may have been occupied seasonally, or intermittently over several years, or even decades, with gaps between visits. The layers of soil and ash suggest a relatively short-lived use, something in the span of a few seasons to a generation or two, rather than a long, continuous settlement like those in Iceland or Greenland. You can imagine it on a still evening. The longhouse glows softly from within, the air heavy with the mingled smells of smoke, wool, and stew. Outside, the forest presses close, murmuring in the wind. Beyond that, bogs and barrens stretch away. Unfamiliar birds call. The sea breathes steadily at the edge of hearing. The people here are far beyond the support of any nearby farm network. Every tool, every nail, every iron rivet linking planks in a ship's hull has travelled thousands of kilometres to reach this place. Yet Lanceau Meadows is also a beginning, not an end. It is the northern tip of a much broader story, one that stretches along the coast to the south and west, into regions that remain for us only partly visible. Among the artifacts unearthed at the site are two modest but powerful clues: shells of butternuts and a carved piece of butternut wood. Butternut trees do not grow in Newfoundland. Their natural range, even in medieval times, lies further south, at least as far as today's New Brunswick and the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and likely beyond. These shells and carved wood did not drift here on ocean currents in any ordinary way. They were brought by human hands. Someone at some point sailed south along an unknown coast, entered rivers or inlets lined with different forests, gathered these nuts, shaped that piece of wood, and then returned northward, back to this camp at the edge of the barrens. Many scholars see in these small finds the shadow of larger journeys, expeditions down along the shores of what we now call Atlantic Canada, perhaps even into the regions later described in the sagas as rich, wooded Vinland. There, the stories say, grapes or berries grew in profusion, and wild grain stood without ploughing. Whether those descriptions are poetic exaggeration, echoes of specific places, or a blend of memory and imagination is still debated. But the butternut sits solidly in the ground, a quiet physical hint that Norse ships did not stop at one bay and turn back. They ranged along a broader sweep of coast, exploring, testing, and returning with what they found. How far did they go? How many voyages threaded that far western sea lane? Here the night grows hazier, and we must step more gently. The sagas, written down centuries after the events they describe, tell of multiple expeditions, of named leaders, of conflicts and trade with indigenous peoples, of winters overwintered in warmer lands. Some researchers try to match specific sagas to specific locations, shifting maps and place names to fit lines of description. Others caution that such tales, however evocative, were shaped by storytellers with their own agendas and the passage of time. Archaeology so far offers only silence beyond Lonso Meadows. Despite many searches, no further Norse settlements on the North American mainland have been securely identified. No clear turf-walled halls, no iron-working hearths, no small personal objects that speak unmistakably with a Norse accent. The butternuts and the camp at Newfoundland suggest a pattern of exploration and resource gathering with a wider reach. The exact outline of that pattern remains blurred. What seems likely is that these western ventures were demanding and delicate undertakings. The sailors were pushing into landscapes unlike any they had known, deep forests instead of open grazing land, rivers and estuaries thick with unfamiliar fish and birds, coasts whose tides and currents they had not yet learned by heart. Every voyage stretched the chain of supply and communication further. A damaged ship, a failed harvest back in Greenland or Iceland, a shift in political winds in Norway. Any of these could thin the traffic across this long, cold corridor. You can imagine how the men and women at Lonso Meadows might have felt the strain of distance. In Greenland, the fjord farms already lived on narrow margins. Timber was precious, ships were costly to maintain. To send one out beyond Greenland's own needs, laden with people and provisions, to a place even more distant, required confidence that the voyage would yield something worth the risk. Timber, furs, perhaps new hunting grounds or trade opportunities. And all the while, back in Scandinavia and Europe, the world that had launched these explorations was quietly changing. Around the year 1000 and in the decades that followed, kings in Norway, Denmark and elsewhere were consolidating their power. Christianity, once a new and sometimes contested presence, was becoming the expected faith of rulers and communities. Stone churches rose where wooden temples had stood. Bells rang out where once the only regular sounds were surf, animals, and the murmur of assemblies. Trade networks were thickening closer to home. Towns like Trondheim, Bergen and Aarhus grew busier. Silver, grain, wine, cloth, and countless small luxuries flowed along river routes and coastal passages binding the north more tightly into the wider European economy. For many ambitious families, there were new opportunities close at hand, in royal service, in church careers, in landlordship over settled, taxed land. In that context, the distant, risky route to Greenland and beyond may have started to feel less necessary, less rewarding. If a young shipowner could profit by moving goods between Norway and England, or serving a king in wars close to home, why gamble a vessel and a crew on a months-long voyage to a frontier where one bad year or one lost ship could break the chain? So the western arc of the Norse world once stretched out bravely, from Norway to Iceland, Greenland, and this brief foothold at Lonso Meadows gradually slackened. The camp in Newfoundland, if visited intermittently at first, was eventually left empty. The paths south along the forested coast faded from active memory and became instead stories told by firelight, glossed and reshaped by each new voice that carried them. Yet the traces remain, a scatter of iron in a shallow pit, the faint lines of walls under grass, a few pieces of butternut shell, all that is left of meals eaten 1,000 years ago, in a place where the trees they came from do not grow. Together, they mark the farthest confirmed reach of the Norse into the Atlantic, an edge of the known world that they did not fully grasp, but that they touched, however briefly. As you drift towards sleep, you can let this long journey settle into a single quiet arc in your mind. From homesteads under the low light of Scandinavian winters, westward to Iceland's lava fields, on to Greenland's lean fjords, and finally across open sea to a small cluster of turf-roofed houses at the tip of a forested land. Beyond that camp the continent continues, vast and unimagined by the people who once watched its tree line from their doorways. But for them, and for us in this story, Lonso Meadows is where the Norse westward voyage reaches its softest outermost curve. From here, our attention will turn back east, to the changing kingdoms and churches that waited on the far side of the sea, and to the slow way in which the age of Viking voyages gave way to a different kind of north, more settled, more bounded, and already dreaming new dreams beneath the same turning stars. And so, with our thoughts resting on that quiet, faraway camp in Vinland, we turn our prow back across the ocean, toward the homelands that sent those ships out in the first place, when the first longships slipped away from Scandinavian shores in the late 700s and 800s. Many of their leaders were simply ambitious chieftains, answering to few above them and bound more by personal loyalty and kin than by any strong central crown. Over the centuries that followed, those loose networks of power began to tighten. In Denmark, rulers like Harald Bluetooth and his son Sween Forkbeard drew scattered districts and jarls under a more unified kingship. In Norway, figures such as Olaf Haraldsson, later remembered as Saint Olaf, pushed to turn a patchwork of coastal lords into a kingdom with a single, if often contested, centre. Sweden moved more gradually, but it too edged toward a kingship that claimed wider, more stable authority. As these kingdoms coalesced, the incentives that had once fueled raiding slowly shifted. A king who can tax farmers, control trading towns, and claim tolls on passing ships does not need his leading men vanishing every summer to gamble their lives on far-off plunder. Instead, he wants warriors at home, ready to fight in his dynastic quarrels, guard his lands, and enforce his laws. At the same time, another tide was rising, the slow, uneven spread of Christianity. Conversion in the north was not a single dramatic moment. It unfolded over generations, beginning with rulers and elites, often for reasons as practical as they were spiritual. Accepting baptism could forge alliances with powerful Christian neighbours, open doors in trade, and bring literate churchmen able to keep records, draft laws, and connect a kingdom to the wider web of Latin Christendom. Stone churches appeared in growing towns, wooden churches in the countryside. Bells called people to worship. Priests and monks introduced new rituals and new stories. Over the 11th and 12th centuries, archbishoprics at Lund, Nidaros, and Uppsala signalled that the Scandinavian churches were no longer outposts, but integrated parts of the European religious landscape. With Christianity came more writing. Laws that had once lived mainly in memory and recitation were increasingly written down. Royal charters, church records, and chronicles began to capture names and events that earlier would have been carried only in story. The sagas themselves, shaped centuries later, belong to this literate world, looking back at the age of voyages with a mixture of pride, curiosity, and nostalgia. Somewhere in this long twilight of change stands the year 1066 and the Battle of Stamford Bridge in England. In September of that year, the Norwegian king Harald Hardrada sailed west with a great fleet, hoping to seize the English throne. At Stamford Bridge, he met the army of King Harold Godwinson. The fighting was fierce. By the end of the day, Hardrada and many of his followers lay dead, and only a fraction of the Norwegian ships sailed home again. Historians often treat this battle as a symbolic end to the Viking Age, at least in England. The last great Scandinavian attempt to conquer that kingdom by force. But even here, it is a symbol, not a clean break. Raiding and campaigning did not suddenly vanish. Norse rulers and their descendants remained woven into the politics of Britain and Ireland. Earlier Viking settlers in places like Normandy had already become Christian lords, speaking local languages, marrying into local families, and riding at the head of armoured knights rather than standing in the prow of longships. As the centuries turned, the word Viking itself narrowed. In the early days it seems to have described a kind of activity, going on a seaborne expedition, often a raid. Over time, as Scandinavians settled, converted, and formed kingdoms, people in documents are less often called Vikings, and more often named as Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, or Normans, as Christians, merchants, knights, and kings. The raider at the edge of the known world becomes by slow degrees a participant in the same systems that shaped the rest of medieval Europe. Yet the older ways did not vanish overnight. In outlying valleys and remote farms, older beliefs and habits likely lingered alongside newer Christian practices. A carved hammer might hang near a painted cross. Memories of sea roads and heroic voyages were retold around winter fires long after the last great raiding fleets had disbanded. When we look back from our distance, we see a pattern that is clear in outline but soft at the edges. We have coins stamped with royal names, church foundations aligned with the rising sun, weapons buried with care, legal texts and sagas composed long after the events they describe. From these fragments, scholars try to trace how people felt, what they believed, and how they understood this turning of the age. Some things we can say with strong confidence, others remain in the realm of possibility and debate. Was a particular grave that of a woman warrior? Did a remembered voyage to Vinland follow this river or that one? How did it feel, in a small fjord settlement, to hear the first church bell echo across the water, where once only oars and waves had spoken? We cannot know every answer, but the questions matter because they bring us closer to the people themselves. Behind the big labels, Viking, king, raider, missionary, there were individuals who worried about the weather, argued with neighbours, laughed at small jokes, and felt the pull of the unknown. They watched their worlds change, just as we watch ours, sometimes slowly, sometimes in sudden shocks, often without realizing that later ages would draw a sharp line and say, "Here, this is where one era ended and another began." As you rest now, you can let the Viking Age settle not as a distant legend of endless storms and battles, but as a long human story of adaptation and curiosity. A story that begins under low, northern clouds, follows ships across dark seas, and then returns home to find new churches, new laws, and new names for old lands. If this quiet journey through their world has kept you company tonight, you're welcome to support this channel in gentle ways that help it continue. Tapping like, leaving a comment, or subscribing if you haven't already all make a real difference. I'd especially love to know where you're listening from, whether you're by a busy city street, near your own stretch of coast, or far inland under a different sky. For now, let the creak of old timbers, the hush of snow on a farmhouse roof, and the fading echo of a ship's wake blend into the calm of your own breathing. The voyages are over, the kingdoms have taken shape, and the night is yours to drift through, quietly, until morning comes. Troy is already ash behind them. The great walls that held for 10 long years have fallen, and the night sky still carries the faint stain of smoke. Odysseus stands on the deck of his ship, facing not the ruins, but the open water, dark, steady, and wide as fate. Ithaca lies somewhere beyond the horizon, small and stony, with a home that has waited too long. It would be easy to believe the hardest part is over, that the war was the ordeal, and the return will be simple. But the gods are still watching. In the old world of the Aegean, the sea is never only distance. It is mood and judgment and borderland. A ship can be a line of cedar planks and leather lashings, yes, but it is also a promise made to the shore you left, and a gamble placed before the powers that rule wind and wave. Odysseus sails with his men, with captured treasure and weary pride, and with that most dangerous feeling, relief. It loosens discipline. It invites delay, and the first wrong turn comes quickly. They reach the land of the Seacones, allies of Troy, living along a coast of low hills and exposed beaches. Odysseus and his crew go ashore and raid the town at Ismarus. In the first rush it is victory, stores broken open, wine taken, bronze and goods gathered, the kind of spoils that seem to justify years of blood. Odysseus, cautious by nature, tells his men to take what they can and leave at once. The sea is near, the ships are waiting, they could be gone before any answer comes. But war has taught the crew the habit of lingering in triumph. They feast on the shore, they drink, they begin to feel untouchable, as if Troy's fall has made them immune to consequence. It does not. The Seacons call for help, and from inland come reinforcements, men who know the ground, who can gather quickly, who fight not for loot, but for their own homes. At dawn the tide turns. Odysseus' men are driven back to the ships, fighting in the surf, struggling under the weight of their stolen goods. The cost is sharp and immediate. 6 men lost from each ship, gone before the journey has truly begun. It is the first lesson of the long return. Not every danger is a monster. Sometimes it is simply the human mistake of waiting too long, of letting appetite and pride drag the feet when the only safety is motion. They row out again, the coastline shrinking behind them. The oars rise and fall in a steady rhythm, and with each pull the war grows smaller, yet the grief grows heavier, because now those deaths are not part of Troy's great story. They are needless, private. Hard to explain to the families that will never see these men again. Storms and currents push them onward, and soon the ships come to a place that seems gentler, an island quiet under mild air, with a shore that does not threaten. Here live the Lotus Eaters. The name itself is soft, like a breath. Odysseus sends a few men to learn who lives there, and they meet people who offer food without hostility. Not a weapon, not a trap, just a plant. The lotus sweet on the tongue and heavy in the mind. Those who taste it feel their thoughts loosen, as if the past can be set down like a burden. The desire to return home thins, not in pain, but in comfort. It is a different kind of danger, not the strike of a spear, but the slow dissolving of purpose. Some of the men who eat the lotus do not want to go back to the ships. They do not argue, they do not rebel loudly. They simply stop caring. Ithaca becomes a faint idea, like a story heard long ago. Their names, their oaths, their longing for wives and fathers, all of it drifts away as easily as mist lifting from the sea. Odysseus does not allow it. He pulls them back by force because he understands something essential. A journey home is held together by memory. Not just memory of a place, but memory of who you are meant to be when you arrive. Forgetting is a kind of shipwreck that happens on dry land. He binds the affected men under the benches and orders the ships away at once. The oars bite the water, and the island recedes, quiet and tempting. A warning that the sweetest threats may be the ones that ask nothing of you. They sail on, and the world grows stranger the way it does when you move farther from familiar coasts. The next land is rocky, harsh, and half-wild, with high cliffs and scattered caves. Odysseus and his crew find signs of animals, goats, sheep, and the scent of milk and cheese carried on the air. They anchor, and Odysseus chooses a small party to go ashore. He takes 12 men with him, and a skin of strong wine, a gift he has brought from earlier travels, dark, potent, meant to be mixed with water, the kind of drink that can bend a man's senses. It is in its way an offering, because in the ancient Greek world, the rules of hospitality, xenia, are sacred. A traveller comes to a stranger's door. The host gives food, drink, shelter. The guest respects the house, does no harm, tells his name, receives a gift, and moves on. Zeus himself is said to guard this exchange. Civilization depends on it, island to island, coast to coast, in a world where a ship may be your only roof. Odysseus enters a cave that seems like a house. Baskets full of cheese, pens of lambs and kids, shelves heavy with provisions. There is no one inside at first. The men urge him to take what they can and leave quickly. It would be easy. It would be safe. But Odysseus, always curious, wants to meet the owner. He wants to see what kind of being lives here and to receive the proper guest gift. It is a choice that feels small in the moment, almost polite. It becomes a trap. The Cyclops returns at dusk, Polyphemus, one-eyed, enormous, not shaped by the laws of cities. He drives his flock into the cave and rolls a great stone across the entrance, sealing it shut like a door the size of a cliff. Only then does he notice the men huddled inside. Odysseus speaks carefully. He asks for hospitality, reminding the giant of the gods, of Zeus who protects suppliants. He offers the language of the human world, hoping it will be enough. Polyphemus answers with contempt. Cyclopes, he says, do not care for Zeus. They do what they like. And then, without ceremony, he takes 2 men, smashes them, and eats them. The cave becomes something else entirely, no longer a house, but a prison. The stone is too heavy for Odysseus and his crew to move. The entrance is blocked. Night settles in, and the sea outside might as well be another world. Over the following days, Polyphemus repeats the horror, taking men morning and evening. Odysseus considers killing him in his sleep, striking with a sharpened stake. But even if the monster dies, the stone will remain. They would be trapped in a sealed tomb. So Odysseus turns to what he has always trusted most, the mind's narrow path through danger. Not strength, but timing. Not rage, but a plan that will work even in darkness. When Polyphemus returns, Odysseus offers the strong wine. The Cyclops drinks deeply, delighted by the burning sweetness. He asks Odysseus his name, as if names are simple things. Odysseus says, nobody. The lie is quiet, almost gentle, like a blanket pulled over a lamp. The Cyclops drinks again. His eye grows heavy. He promises nobody a guest gift. He will eat him last. Then he collapses into sleep, the cave filled with his breath. Odysseus and the remaining men move quickly. They have already prepared a great wooden stake, hardened in fire, sharpened at the end. Together they lift it, place its point at the single eye, and drive it in. Polyphemus wakes in pain that shakes the cave. He roars, and the sound carries out to the other Cyclopes in their distant caves. They call to him, asking what is wrong, who is hurting him, and Polyphemus cries out, nobody is killing me. In the dark comedy of language, so often a tool in Odysseus's hands, the other Cyclopes misunderstand. If nobody is harming him, they say, then it must be a sickness sent by the gods. There is nothing to be done. They leave him to suffer alone. Blind now, Polyphemus gropes for the entrance and rolls the stone aside in the morning, intending to catch the men as they try to escape. He sits at the opening and feels each animal as it passes, hands searching for human bodies. Odysseus has thought of this too. He ties his men beneath the bellies of the rams, clinging to wool and warmth, hidden from the Cyclops' hands. Last of all, Odysseus himself clings beneath the greatest ram, listening to the giant's voice as it speaks to the animal. Strangely tender, as if grief can make even a monster sound almost human. One by one they pass through the doorway of stone. They reach the shore, they run to the ship. The oars slam into place, and the water takes them back. For a moment it is done. The cliff grows smaller behind them. The cave is only a shadow in the rock. Survival has been won by cunning, by restraint, by a name that was not a name. But Odysseus cannot leave it there. As they pull away, safe enough to shout, something in him rises, pride, perhaps, or the need to make the story his. He calls back to the Cyclops, taunting him, claiming the victory aloud. Polyphemus hurls a great stone toward the sound, and the sea heaves as it strikes, almost dragging the ship back to shore. Odysseus shouts again, this time not a riddle, not a disguise. He tells the Cyclops who blinded him. He gives his true name, Odysseus, son of Laertes, of Ithaca. It is the moment where cleverness turns to consequence. Polyphemus, in rage and grief, lifts his hands toward the sky and prays to his father, Poseidon, god of the sea. He asks for vengeance. If Odysseus is truly meant to reach home, let him come late, alone, broken, and find trouble waiting even there, and Poseidon hears. Far from the shore, the sea looks the same as it always has. Moonlight on black water, a slow swell, the oars whispering. But something has changed. A road has become an enemy. A presence has entered the space between islands, as if the water itself has begun to remember a name spoken too loudly. And so the journey home continues, not only against distance, but against a god. If you're enjoying this quiet voyage through the old epic, let the story carry you onward. Subscribe for more sleepy history, and come back as the winds shift, and Odysseus learns what it means to travel under Poseidon's shadow. Poseidon's anger does not arrive like a sudden storm you can see on the horizon. It settles in more quietly, like weight in the air. In the world Odysseus sails through, a god's grudge is not an idea. It is a force. When a mortal harms a divine child, especially a son of Poseidon, the sea itself becomes personal. Roots that would have been ordinary grow twisted. Winds that should have been steady begin to turn. The open water, once simply the space between islands, becomes a kind of borderland where the god's will can press down. Odysseus can row with all his strength, and still find himself circling back, as if the sea is gently refusing him passage. For a time, though, the journey seems to soften. They come to the floating island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds, a ruler not of a city so much as of a moving, shifting domain. Here the air feels held in careful hands. There is order. There are walls, a household, and a king, who understands that a sailor's life is decided by what cannot be seen. Aeolus welcomes Odysseus as a guest. He hears the tale of Troy and of wandering, and for a month he offers food and rest, and the rare comfort of being sheltered from the endless decisions of the sea. Then, when it is time to leave, Aeolus gives Odysseus a gift that is almost too perfect for the world they live in. He takes the winds and binds them into a leather bag, every unruly current of air captured and knotted shut, except for one, a steady west wind, placed behind their sails to carry them home. It is a fragile kind of mercy. Not a ship escorted by an army, not a promise of safe harbours, just one careful advantage, as if the universe has briefly agreed to behave. Odysseus ties the bag down in the ship, guarding it like treasure, and the fleet moves quickly, gliding over the dark water under quiet skies. Day after day, the oars rest. The sails hold firm. The men begin, cautiously, to believe again in Ithaca. At last, the outline of home rises ahead of them. They can see it. Low hills in the distance, a familiar shape against the night. Some say they can even make out the faint lights of hearth fires, tiny and warm, like stars fallen to earth. Odysseus, who has not slept in days, keeps watch at the helm. He is afraid that if he closes his eyes, the sea will change its mind. And then, in the gentlest way, exhaustion wins. His head dips. His hands loosen. Just for a moment, he sleeps. That moment is enough. The men, worn thin by loss and longing, look at the bag lashed to the deck and let suspicion speak. They have followed Odysseus through fire and cave and storm. They have watched him claim prizes, speak with kings, keep secrets. Now they tell themselves that the bag must be filled with gold and silver, hoarded for Odysseus alone. Why else would he guard it so closely? It is not greed only. It is the slow fraying of trust, what happens when a journey stretches too long, when the leader's mind is always elsewhere, and every gift begins to look like a trick. So they untie it. The leather loosens and the winds burst out like living things released from a prison. They howl and spin, grabbing the sails, twisting the ships around as if they are toys on black water. In one violent reversal, the steady path to Ithaca is undone. The coastline vanishes behind them. The familiar lights go out. Weeks of sailing are erased in a single night. Odysseus wakes to chaos, to rigging snapping, and men shouting over the roar of air. He sees with a sick clarity what has been done and how close they were, and there is no argument that can put the winds back in the bag. They are driven back across the sea, not toward home, but toward the island they had just left behind. When they reach Aeolus again, Odysseus goes ashore, heavy with shame, and asks for help a second time. He tells the truth, that his men opened the bag, that their own hands ruined the gift they had been given. Aeolus listens, and his answer is a kind of quiet closing of a door. He will not help them again, not because he is cruel, but because he believes he is seeing a sign. In the logic of the old myths, repeated disaster is not mere chance. It is evidence. If the winds themselves have turned against Odysseus, then some god must be hostile, and no mortal king, even one who commands the winds, wants to stand between a man and the divine anger aimed at him. Aeolus sends Odysseus away, as if to say, whatever is following you, you must endure it. There will be no more borrowed order, only the raw weather of fate. So Odysseus returns to the ships, and they sail on again, quieter now. The men row, their shoulders ache, the sea is wider than ever. Home feels less like a place, and more like a story someone once told. Soon they come to a harbour that looks, at first, like relief. High cliffs rise on both sides, forming a narrow entrance. Inside, the water is calm and enclosed, like a bowl. It seems sheltered from the open sea's temper. It seems, for a tired crew, like safety. Most of the ships enter and tie up within, glad to rest where the wind cannot reach them. Odysseus, cautious again, keeps his own ship outside the harbour mouth, mooring it where there is still room to move. He watches the cliffs, their shadows, the silence above. He sends scouts inland. They find not a friendly town, but a strange land of the Laestrygonians, giants ruled by a king whose house is not built for human scale. The first contact turns wrong quickly. A man is seized. The scouts run back, pursued. Then the cliffs awaken. Boulders come down from above, thrown with a strength beyond any human arm. Ships shatter in the trapped water. Men fall without ever reaching for a weapon. The harbour that looked like shelter becomes a pen with no exit, a still place made deadly by its narrow walls. The Laestrygonians move along the shore and strike at the ships as they sit crowded together, unable to turn. One by one, the fleet is broken, masts snapping, hulls split, the sea filling with wreckage. Only Odysseus' ship, waiting outside, can escape. They cut the ropes and row hard, pulling away from the mouth of that deadly bay, while behind them, the enclosed water churns with ruin. The survivors do not speak much. There is too little left to say, and too many names swallowed by the sea. When the coastline finally fades, Odysseus sails on with a single ship, no longer the commander of a fleet, but the leader of a smaller, diminished band. The journey has narrowed. The world feels larger around them and lonelier. And still, somewhere ahead, Ithaca waits, unchanged, unaware, while the road back grows longer and more costly with every mile under Poseidon's shadow. If you'd like to keep drifting through this ancient night alongside Odysseus, subscribe for more sleepy history, and settle in as the next shore brings not only danger but strange comforts, and a path that leads below the world itself. The next island rises out of the dim sea like a pause in the world, green hills, a quiet shoreline, and a sense that the air itself is listening. After the Laestrygonians, even silence feels like shelter. Odysseus' men go ashore cautiously, hungry and reduced in number, their confidence worn thin by loss. In the woods they find a house that does not belong to any ordinary mortal. Smoke lifts from the roof in a steady line. Inside there is warmth, food laid out as if expected, and a woman who moves with ease through the space, as if the island were an extension of her will. This is Circe, daughter of the sun god Helios in many tellings, and a figure the Greeks imagine as both divine and dangerous. A witch, yes, but also a keeper of boundaries, someone who knows what happens when a human steps too far into the unseen. She welcomes the scouts with gentle words and offers them a drink, and when they swallow it, the world tilts. Their minds remain human, awake inside themselves, but their bodies are changed, snouts and bristles, the shape of pigs penned in a sty. It is not only cruelty, it is transformation as a kind of lesson, that appetite and trust, when unguarded, can make a person easy to reshape. One man escapes and runs back to the shore, shaking as he tells Odysseus what has happened. Odysseus does not wait for daylight or better odds. He goes towards Circe's house alone, carrying his sword like a thin argument against magic. On the path, a stranger meets him. Hermes, messenger of the gods, swift and bright even in the shade of the trees. He speaks plainly. Circe's power cannot be met with muscle alone, and so he gives Odysseus a small plant with a pale flower and a dark root, moly, a divine herb the earth does not easily yield to mortals. With it, Hermes says, Odysseus will be able to withstand the spell in Circe's cup. Odysseus enters, accepts the drink, and feels the spell press against him, then fail, like a wave breaking on rock. When he draws his sword, Circe's confidence falters. She recognizes that this man is protected, and she shifts, as powerful beings sometimes do, from threat to hospitality. She swears an oath. She restores the men to human form, and in a kind of strange kindness, makes them stronger and younger looking than before, as if the island could offer not only danger, but repair. They stay, days turn into weeks, and weeks loosen into a full year. Circe's halls are warm. Food is steady. The beds are soft. After hunger, after salt wind and terror, rest feels like healing. Yet comfort has its own spell. It blurs the sharp edge of purpose. It makes Ithaca feel far away, like something remembered rather than sought. At last, the men remind Odysseus of home, and Circe, no longer an enemy, tells him what must come next. The road back cannot be sailed by longing alone. He must first seek knowledge, because in the old Greek imagination the future is not a thing you invent, but a thread already woven. To grasp it, you go where memory lives deepest. So Circe instructs him to travel to the land of the dead and speak with Tiresias, the blind prophet. In Greek thought, the dead are not simply gone. They are shades, dim and longing, dwelling in a place beneath the living world, far from sunlight and full of echoes. Prophecy, too, is treated with reverence, not a parlour trick, but a difficult truth, often paid for with sorrow. Odysseus sails to the edge of ocean, to a bleak shore where the world feels thin. There he performs the rites Circe has taught him, an offering, a call, a careful invitation across the boundary. And they come. Shadows gather, not with claws or fury, but with need. Voices from the past press close, comrades lost on the road, and the weight of Troy itself, still following him like smoke in his clothing. He sees lives unfinished, hopes cut short, and grief that has nowhere to go. At last Tiresias speaks. His prophecy is not a single answer, but a set of terms, how Odysseus might survive, what must be resisted, what must be honoured. The way home is possible, but not simple. There will be choices that cannot be undone, and restraint that will matter as much as courage. Odysseus leaves the underworld carrying something heavier than a weapon, foreknowledge. It steadies him, and it burdens him. When he returns to the deck of his ship, the sea is still dark, the oars still wet with night, but Ithaca feels nearer, not in distance, but in meaning. He has looked at death and listened to memory, and now the pull of home returns quiet, persistent, like a star you steer by when the rest of the sky has no shape. Stay with us and continue the voyage, because beyond this point the sea grows narrow, the dangers grow stranger, and every mile begins to ask what kind of return a person can truly make. Circe does not let them leave unarmed with ignorance. Before the ship is pushed back into the open water, she speaks like someone reading a map that cannot be drawn. The dangers ahead are not only monsters, she says, but choices. Moments where a single decision will decide what kind of men they remain. She tells Odysseus of the sirens first, and her warning is practical. Do not meet their song with pride, and do not trust your own mind to stay steady. If he wants to hear it and live, he must be bound. If the crew wants to live, their ears must be stopped with wax. Myth, in her telling, becomes something almost ordinary. Preparation, knots and rules agreed upon before temptation arrives. So when the day comes, the sea lies strangely calm, as if holding its breath. Odysseus has the men soften wax in their hands and press it into their ears, sealing the world into a dull hush. Then they bind him upright to the mast, rope crossing his chest and arms, tight enough to keep him from lunging, tight enough to make obedience physical. The ship glides on, and the island appears, low and quiet. And then the song reaches him. It is not a scream, not a threat. It is a voice that seems to know him. It offers knowledge, the story behind the story, the hidden shape of his own life, everything he has wondered in the dark hours at sea. It invites the part of him that is never satisfied, the part that always wants to see what is over the next horizon. Odysseus strains against the ropes until they bite. He begs, he commands, he promises. But the crew cannot hear him, and that is the point. They row with steady backs and blank, wax-quiet faces, and when he writhes and signals for release, they only tighten the knots, as he had ordered. The ship passes, the song thins behind them, and the world returns, wind, creak of timber, the simple sound of water breaking. In that narrow escape, something is proven, longing can be anticipated, and even curiosity can be survived, but only if you admit its strength before it arrives. There is little time to rest in the relief. Circe's next warning rises in Odysseus' memory, like a dark shape beneath clear water. Scylla and Charybdis, set on opposite sides of a strait, leaving no wide path through. On one side, Charybdis, more a force than a creature, draws the sea down into a churning mouth, then spits it back in ruin. On the other, Scylla waits high in her rock, many-headed, swift and hungry, taking sailors as easily as a hand snatches food from a table. Odysseus understands what Circe meant about choices. To steer too close to Charybdis is to risk everything at once. To pass by Scylla is to accept a smaller loss, still unbearable but not total. He does not tell the men the full truth, not because he enjoys secrecy, but because fear can break discipline faster than any wave. He keeps them rowing, eyes on the channel, hands steady on the oars. The cliffs tighten around them. The air feels close. A salt mist hangs like breath. Charybdis roars, the water folding inward, and the ship shudders as if the sea itself wants to drag them under. Odysseus pulls away, toward the rock where Scylla hides. And in that moment she strikes quick, efficient, almost indifferent. 6 men are taken, their cries brief and distant, swallowed by the wind and stone. Odysseus can do nothing but grip the rail and keep the ship moving. The sea gives them passage and the price is counted behind them. Afterward, exhaustion settles over the deck. Fewer oars bite the water. Hunger becomes a constant companion, not sharp, but persistent, eroding patience and good sense. They come at last to an island where the light seems too clean, as if watched by a god. Here graze the cattle of Helios, the sun, beautiful, well-fed animals that are not meant for human hands. Tiresias had spoken of them. Circe too. Do not touch them, no matter what need says. Odysseus repeats the warning, makes the men swear it, and for a time they obey. But weather traps them. The wind turns hard. Days stretch. Their stores thin. Hunger does what storms cannot. It persuades. While Odysseus is away in prayer, asking the gods for some path through, the crew gives in. They tell themselves they deserve it. After so much suffering, after so many losses, why should the gods demand more restraint? Despair shifts into entitlement, and the sacred becomes merely convenient. They slaughter the cattle, and the air fills with the smell of meat, rich and wrong. Helios sees. In the old Greek world, the gods are not distant ideals. They are powers with pride and memory. Helios goes to Zeus and demands repayment, or else he will take the sun's light away from the world. When they finally put back to sea, the punishment is waiting in the sky. Zeus sends a storm, not a furious spectacle, but a final decision. Wind slams into the sail, waves rise heavy and relentless. The ship splinters under the strain, and one by one the last of Odysseus' companions are taken by the sea that has carried them so long. Odysseus clings to wreckage, alone at last, rocking on dark water beneath an indifferent night. The crew is gone, the choices are behind him, and the sea, wide again, holds only him and the long consequences of what has been done on the road back to belonging. If you're following this journey into sleep, stay with it a little longer and let the next stretch of water carry us toward the stillness that comes before home. The wreckage drifts for days, and Odysseus drifts with it, salt-stiff, sleepless, clinging to a few boards that rise and fall like breathing. The sea does not hurry. It carries him the way it carries anything, without malice, without mercy, under a pale turning sky. At last land gathers on the horizon, green and still. It is the island of Calypso, far from the roots of men, a place where time seems to thicken. Calypso takes him in, and for years he remains there, fed, sheltered, offered warmth, offered even the promise of immortality. Comfort surrounds him, but it does not fit. It is a beautiful life that does not belong to him, like a song sung in a language he can't answer. The longing does not fade, it only changes shape. Each day the same sea lies before him, and each day he looks out toward a home he cannot see. In the Greek imagination, this is not just captivity, it is a test of what a person is when the struggle pauses. Odysseus is alive, but he has not returned, and the ache of Ithaca becomes a quiet, steady pain. The gods notice the imbalance. On Olympus they speak of him at last, and Athena, who has watched his endurance, asks that the holding should end. Zeus agrees, and Hermes is sent to Calypso with the order, "Release him." Calypso obeys, though the obedience is bitter. She gives him tools, provisions, and a last kindness, the means to leave. Odysseus builds a raft with his own hands, wood joined to wood, rope pulled tight, the old skill of making something that must survive. He pushes out into open water again, alone, the horizon empty in every direction. The sea answers with hardship. A storm rises, driven by Poseidon's lingering anger, and the raft is torn, the world turning into wind and foam. Odysseus swims until his body feels like stone, and still he swims, because the desire for home is heavier than exhaustion. When he reaches shore at last, it is not Ithaca, but another threshold, the land of the Phaeacians. There Nausicaa finds him wrecked, weathered, almost stripped of speech. She offers what he has not had in a long time, ordinary human dignity, clothes, food, a way to enter a hall without being hunted, among the Phaeacians, who are close to the sea and kind to strangers. Odysseus is welcomed, and in their warm firelight he tells his story. It matters that he speaks it aloud. The journey becomes more than suffering. It becomes memory shaped into meaning. In the old world a tale carried truth, and to tell it was to survive it twice, once in the body, and once in the mind, without being broken. The Phaeacians, moved by his endurance, give him passage at last. They carry him sleeping over quiet water, and lay him on the shore of Ithaca, like a gift returned. When he wakes, home looks unfamiliar. Years have changed the land, and years have changed him. Athena meets him and veils him in disguise, a beggar's body, humble and unthreatening. It is not cowardice, but strategy. A king returning to a house under siege must first see clearly. In his absence, suitors have filled the halls, eating his stores, pressing Penelope to choose, turning hospitality into occupation. Telemachus, the child he left behind, is now grown uncertain, yet standing taller in the shadow of a father he barely knows. Father and son find each other in secret, and recognition comes not with spectacle, but with a steadying of the heart. Together they plan the reckoning. Penelope announces a contest. Whoever can string Odysseus' great bow and send an arrow through a line of axe heads will win her hand. One by one the suitors fail, sweating and cursing, their strength useless without rightful skill. The disguised beggar asks to try. They laugh, but the bow knows its owner. Odysseus strings it smoothly, like an old habit returning to the hand. The arrow flies cleanly through, and then the truth stands up in the room. What follows is not chaotic rage, but justice delivered with controlled factual clarity. Doors are barred, allies are revealed, the suitors fall, and the long corruption of the household ends. Even then return is not complete without recognition. Penelope, cautious as someone who has survived too much hoping, tests him with a secret only the true Odysseus would know, their bed, built from a living olive tree rooted into the earth of the house itself. It cannot be moved. When he answers with quiet certainty, the last doubt dissolves. Home holds, and yet the ending is not simple happiness. Ithaca is reached, but Odysseus is changed forever, shaped by memory, by survival, by pride tested and tempered, and by the cost of war that followed him across every sea. If you're growing sleepy, let that be the takeaway, that the longest journey is not across water, but back to belonging. Rest here, and when you're ready, return for more sleepy history. Did a Trojan War happen? Or did it live only in the imagination of poets, an echo that grew louder every time it was retold? The Iliad speaks with such confidence, kings and captains, oaths and insults, a city under siege and a shoreline crowded with ships. For nearly 3,000 years, that poem has not just entertained it, has supplied the furniture of memory for the Bronze Age, what we picture when we think of Greece and Troy, of heroism and cruelty, of glory purchased with grief. And yet a poem is not a diary. Homer gives us shining armour and ringing speeches, but he is strangely quiet about the practical details that historians hunger for. Dates, treaties, supply lines, the slow grind of politics. Even the world he describes can feel like a mosaic, some pieces ancient, some newly set, some borrowed from later times. So tonight, we stand at the edge of a question with real weight. If there was a war at Troy, it would connect the epic age to the historical one, tying legend to a specific place and a specific horizon of time. If there was not, then the Iliad becomes something else. A masterpiece built from scattered memories, stitched together into a story so persuasive it replaced reality. To approach the mystery carefully, we have to do what Homer never could. We compare song to soil. We bring the Iliad into conversation with the ground at Hisarlik, a wind-brushed mound near the Dardanelles, where layers of ruined walls and ash lie packed one atop another like chapters pressed into earth. We listen too to voices outside the Greek tradition, Near Eastern records from the great powers of the late Bronze Age, texts that mention places and peoples that may or may not overlap with Homer's names. And we begin here, on that wide, restless plain. The straits narrow and quicken, carrying salt air inland. At dawn, the sea can look like hammered metal. Inland paths run between fields and low ridges toward a citadel's height, where watchmen might scan for sails. In the markets below, you can imagine wool, oil, copper, and grain changing hands. In the halls above, leaders weighing pride against survival. As we go on, we'll separate three things: what the myth says, what archaeology can show, and what scholars cautiously infer in the space between. Some of Troy is legend. Some of it is stone. The most interesting part may be how the two learned to speak with one voice. If we keep our feet on that windy plain, and let Homer's voice drift in like a far-off chant, one fact becomes quietly important. The Iliad is not the story of the Trojan War. It is the story of a flare-up inside it, only a brief, blazing stretch near the end, when the siege has already lasted for years, when routines have hardened, and when both sides know the next mistake could be fatal. The poem begins in the middle of exhaustion. The Greek ships are already drawn up along the shore, their hulls weathered by salt, their crews seasoned by boredom as much as by battle. The Trojans already know the rhythm of alarms and negotiations, the way a day can swing from quiet to catastrophe. Homer doesn't walk us through the first landing, the first skirmishes, the first shock of realizing this war will not end quickly. He drops us into a world where the war is old, and where a single quarrel among leaders can still set it blazing. And what a city he gives us! Homer's Troy rises as a watching place. High walls that catch the light, gates that become stages for speeches and decisions, towers where lookouts can scan the plain and the narrow sea lanes beyond. The city is close enough to the water to feel the pull of trade and threat alike. It sits where routes meet, where ships pass through the straits, where goods and stories arrive with the wind. In the poem you can almost sense the daily life pressed up against the siege, the movement of messengers, the weight of food stores, the hush of households listening for footsteps that mean bad news. This is not a vague fairy tale fortress. Homer insists on specifics that feel architectural: ramparts, battlements, strong gates with names and meanings. The walls are a point of pride, a promise of survival, and the final barrier between the city's inner life, its palaces, courtyards, shrines, storerooms, and the exposed killing ground outside. From the heights, the Trojans can watch the plain like a map of danger. From the Greek camp, the walls are always there, an unblinking line on the horizon, reminding everyone why they are trapped in this long, grinding contest. But even as Homer builds Troy so vividly, he also leaves a great deal unsaid. The Iliad is selective by design, and its silences matter. For one thing, it does not truly narrate the beginning of the war. We hear of Helen, we hear of Paris, we hear of broken oaths and wounded pride, but as memories and accusations, not as a step-by-step chain of events. The poem assumes its audience already knows the larger tale, already carries the basic outline in their bones. That is how oral epic works. It doesn't always explain what everyone has heard since childhood. It sings the most charged moments, the scenes that will echo in a crowded hall long after the singer has gone. And then there is the most famous part of the Trojan story, the wooden horse. In the Iliad, the horse is not the centerpiece, not the clever solution that ends a decade of stalemate. If you arrive expecting that, expecting the night of deception and the sudden terror in the streets, you will find yourself waiting in the wrong poem. The Iliad gives you neither the construction of the horse nor the debate over whether to bring it inside, nor the hidden warriors holding their breath in darkness. Those details belong elsewhere in the wider Trojan cycle, in later epics now lost, and in other works that look back on Troy from different angles. Even the city's final sack, the burning, the looting, the collapse of a world, is not narrated in full here. The Iliad's power is not in finishing the war, but in tightening the focus until one human crisis fills the entire sky. It's worth lingering on that, because it changes what kind of document the Iliad is. Homer's aim is not to record events like a chronicler. He is working in a tradition built for performance, for a voice in a hall, for listeners who want rhythm, suspense, recognizable patterns and lines they can remember. Oral tradition shapes stories the way water shapes stone, by repetition, by emphasis, by polishing certain scenes until they shine. So you get formal speeches that feel larger than life, because speeches are memorable. You get catalogues of ships and leaders, because names are anchors. You get repeated phrases, swift-footed, breaker of horses, wine-dark sea, not because the poet lacks imagination, but because these are tools, a shared language of memory. Repetition helps the performer keep the story moving, and it helps the audience sink into it, like stepping stones across a river. And in that process, some things grow. Heroes become more heroic. Fights become clearer, more dramatic, sometimes less plausible. A single duel can stand in for the chaos of an entire day's battle. A death can be made into a miniature tragedy, complete with lineage, last words, and the grief that will ripple outward. The epic does not pretend to be small. It is designed to feel like the whole world has been turned into a contest of honour. This is where we reach the boundary between poetic truth and historical reporting. The Iliad's world is saturated with the gods. They argue, they scheme, they protect favourites, they spread confusion, they tip the scales of battle with invisible hands. Omens flare in the sky. Priests interpret signs. A plague can be sent as punishment. Fate is a presence as real as any spear. For the poem, these are not decorative flourishes. They are the structure of meaning. They explain why suffering feels both random and inevitable, why the best warriors can still fall, why pride can be both a virtue and a curse. But for anyone asking, in a modern sense, did this happen? The gods are a clear signal. We are not reading a report from a battlefield. We are hearing a culture's attempt to make sense of war, its causes, its terror, its unfairness, through the language of the sacred. The heroic scale, too, is part of that language. Men who seem to carry the weight of armies on their shoulders, whose choices feel big enough to drag whole cities toward ruin. And yet it would be a mistake to dismiss the poem as pure invention, as if myth and history never touch. The Iliad may not tell us exactly what occurred at Hisarlik, or in what year, or under whose exact banners, but it can still preserve something older than the singer, a memory of a fortified city commanding a strategic passage, a memory of seaborne raiders and coalition warfare, a memory of rival powers at the edge of the Aegean and Anatolia, where wealth moved and temptation followed it. Even the poem's omissions can hint at its roots. The fact that Homer focuses so intensely on the quarrel of leaders, on the fragile glue of alliances, on honour as a political currency, these are not random obsessions. They feel like the kind of pressures that really do strain armed coalitions. Who gets the prize? Who gets the credit? Who bears the insult? And who decides when enough blood has been paid? So we hold two thoughts gently at once. The Iliad is not a transcript of a Bronze Age campaign. It is a shaped, performed, long-polished epic. Its gods and omens are mythology, not evidence. Its scale is heroic, not statistical. And still, within the poetry, names continue to matter. Because even if details shift with each generation of singers, the human motives can stay stubbornly recognizable. Desire, pride, loyalty, fear, the ache of loss, the hunger for reputation, the dread of being forgotten. When a poem keeps returning to certain names, Troy, Priam, Hector, Achilles, Agamemnon, it may be because those names carried weight long before they reached Homer's lips. They may be invented or combined or rearranged, but they are not casual. They are the handles by which memory grips the past, and that is the bridge we cross next. From the walls and the sweeping claims of epic toward the spark of the war as the tradition tells it. Paris and Helen, Menelaus and Agamemnon, figures who stand half in story and half in speculation, and whose choices, whether real or imagined, set the whole legend moving like ships slipping into the straits under a restless dawn-coloured sea. The tradition says it begins not with armies, but with a judgment. One young man asked to choose what no one should be asked to choose. Paris, a prince of Troy, is drawn into a quarrel among goddesses. In the mythic telling, Hera offers power, Athena offers victory, and Aphrodite offers the most irresistible prize of all, the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chooses Aphrodite, and the story immediately steps onto the slippery ground where desire becomes destiny. This is the divine version of cause and effect, an invisible hand turning a human heart. But even here, where the gods lean close to the plot, you can feel older, more earthly shapes beneath the tale. Because the woman in question is Helen, and Helen is not simply a woman in a poem. She is a queen bound by marriage to Menelaus of Sparta, tied into a web of status and alliances that stretches across the Greek-speaking world like a net cast wide over the sea. In the romantic version, Paris arrives as a guest, is welcomed into Menelaus's household, and then Helen leaves with him, sometimes persuaded, sometimes taken, sometimes described with an unsettling ambiguity that later ages keep trying to smooth away. The insult is immediate. A guest violates hospitality, a rival steals a wife, and a household's honour is damaged in front of the watching world. In epic, that's enough. A personal wrong becomes a reason for war. In a Bronze Age setting, it might also be something else, an incident that cannot be allowed to stand, because what looks personal is also political. These palatial kingdoms, the ones later Greeks imagined as Mycenae and Sparta and Pylos, run on reputation as much as on grain. Their rulers sit in high halls where bronze gleams on the walls, and store jars line the rooms like silent wealth. They exchange gifts that are never just gifts, finely worked cups, dyed cloth, weapons, horses, promises. Every exchange is a message about rank, about who owes whom, about who can reach across the sea and take what they want. So if Helen leaves, and if treasure leaves with her, as many versions insist, because the story likes to sweeten betrayal with stolen gold, then Menelaus is not only a wronged husband. He is a king made to look weak, and weakness in a world of raiding and rival courts is an invitation. That's where the famous oath enters the story, like a hinge. Later tradition says Helen once had many suitors, and that the suitors swore an oath to defend her marriage, whoever she chose, so that none would tear Greece apart with internal war. It's an elegant piece of mythic engineering, a single vow that turns a private crisis into a collective obligation. Whether an actual oath like this ever existed is impossible to prove, and it has the neatness of a story designed to explain why so many leaders would join one expedition. Yet the idea it expresses is plausible enough. Coalitions do not form for romance, they form because obligations can be called in, because allies fear being isolated, because shared action promises shared profit, and because prestige is contagious. If Menelaus calls for help and is ignored, then every pact and marriage bond in the Aegean looks less reliable. If he is supported, then the coalition demonstrates that the old rules still hold. And above Menelaus stands his brother, Agamemnon of Mycenae, larger, richer, more feared in the later imagination, ready to gather that coalition under one hard hand. In the mythic telling, Agamemnon becomes the commander of the Greeks because he has the greatest power, the broadest authority, the deepest storehouses to feed an army. He is not simply helping his brother, he is taking the opportunity to lead. A campaign against Troy is a chance to assert primacy over other kings, to be the one who calls the muster, who counts the ships, who decides the distribution of spoils. And that is where the romance begins to look like a pretext, or at least like a convenient banner. Because Troy, whatever its precise name in the late Bronze Age, sits in a place that matters, the route along the Anatolian coast, the narrow waterways leading toward the Black Sea, the traffic of metals, timber, grain, and luxury goods. These are not mythic abstractions. They are the arteries of a connected world. A fortified city overlooking those routes could tax, monitor, ally, threaten. It could become a valuable partner or a dangerous gatekeeper. Scholars have long pointed out that a war framed as for Helen could also encode something more structural, competition for influence, for access, for the right to move ships and goods without being checked by someone else's walls. Not because every Homeric line is secretly economic history, but because human beings often narrate complex struggles through simpler, more emotional causes. It is easier and more memorable to say 1,000 ships sailed for a face than to sing about tariffs, tribute, and contested sea lanes. And even the Greeks, in their own story, do not arrive as a perfectly united force. The coalition is a fragile thing. Many kings, many ambitions, each with his own men and his own pride. Agamemnon may be leader, but he is not a modern general with unquestioned authority. He has to persuade, reward, intimidate, and constantly manage insult. The very epic we've been listening to will later show how quickly that unity can crack, how one dispute over honour can endanger the whole campaign. So when the war begins, we should imagine not a single nation marching as one, but a cluster of palaces and warbands, temporarily aligned, watching each other as closely as they watch Troy. That too fits a Bronze Age backdrop, a world where diplomacy and violence blend, where a voyage can be trade on the way out and raiding on the way home, where gift exchange and plunder are cousins with the same family resemblance. Ships slip over dark water with cargo and warriors together, because the line between merchant and raider can be thin when power is measured in what you can take and keep. So we hold the myth and the plausible side by side. On the mythic side, goddesses whispering, a prince choosing desire, love and fate, pulling a queen across the sea, and a world set on fire by a divine promise. On the plausible side, an affront to royal prestige, an alliance network that demands response, a powerful overlord eager to prove he can command the Aegean, and a strategic city whose position makes it worth the risk. And somewhere between them is the way stories grow. A smaller conflict, a raid, a failed negotiation, a punitive expedition that became a siege, could be retold until it feels like the war of wars, the one all others echo. The name Helen becomes a symbol, a human face placed on a struggle that may have been about far more than one household. Because in the end, that is what epic does so well. It gives immense forces a heartbeat. It takes the cold logic of rivalry and turns it into a tale of choices, insults, and consequences. So that when the ships finally gather, and the oars bite into the sea, it feels, at least in the telling, as if the entire Bronze Age world is moving because a few people could not, or would not, let a single wound go unanswered. And once those ships have gathered, once the oars have bitten into the salt dark water, and the long prows have nosed up onto the windy shore, the story narrows, the way great storms narrow into a single dangerous gust. The mystery of Troy becomes, in Homer's hands, a mystery of people. Not whether walls can fall, but what it costs before they do. Because the Iliad is not, at its heart, the tale of a city's destruction. It is the tale of a single man's anger, Achilles, and of how a coalition built on prestige can be undone by wounded honour. Achilles moves through the poem like an exposed nerve. He is the brightest blade in the Greek camp, the one everyone depends on, and that dependence is its own kind of trap. When Agamemnon takes the prize meant for him, an insult framed as policy, greed dressed up as authority, Achilles does something that feels almost modern in its clarity. He withdraws. He refuses the whole logic of the campaign. Let the ships sit. Let the commanders bargain. Let the war continue without him. It's easy to treat this as pure mythic temperament, heroics amplified beyond human scale. But in the Bronze Age world implied by the poem, where status is counted, displayed, and defended, honour isn't decoration. It is currency. It is safety. A leader who can be shamed publicly becomes a leader others can ignore. And so Achilles, for all his near superhuman aura, is also a study in the brittle rules of a prestige society. The insult that cannot be swallowed, the pride that becomes policy, the personal quarrel that turns into mass death. And the deaths come quickly. The fighting, when it surges, is not presented as clean strategy. It is a series of clashes, duels, spear thrusts, bargains made and broken. The poem lingers on names, so many names, men who appear once, fall once, and vanish into a line of mourning. It is one of the Iliad's strangest truths. The heroes fill the stage, but the human cost is built from the countless smaller lives that are spent around them. Inside Troy's walls, the cost has a face, and it is Hector. If Achilles is the poem's storm, Hector is its sheltering wall, strong, strained, and steadily cracking. He is not drawn as a man chasing glory for its own sake. He is a defender, a prince carrying the weight of a city that cannot simply sail away. The pressure is everywhere, in the gates crowded with fear, in the palaces where elders argue, in the markets where ordinary life tries to continue under the shadow of siege. And Homer gives Hector something Achilles does not have, a home we can hear breathing. Hector's story steps away from the killing ground into a domestic space where the war still presses in. He meets his wife, Andromache, and their child. And for a moment the epic remembers what it is supposedly fighting for: continuity, family, the right to wake up in the same rooms tomorrow. It is not a speech about grand politics. It's a plea not to leave her a widow, not to make their son an orphan, not to turn Troy into smoke and slavery. Hector listens, and still he goes back. In mythology, that is heroism. In human terms, it is a man walking into a duty he cannot escape. If Troy is real, if there was a citadel on that ridge, watching the straits, then there were Hectors there, commanders who knew exactly what defeat would mean for their households and fought anyway. Over all of it sits Priam, the old king, a figure who should embody stability, and instead embodies vulnerability. Priam's kingship in the Iliad feels fragile, not because he lacks authority, but because authority itself is shown as something that can be outpaced by catastrophe. He presides over councils and rituals, over sons and advisors, but the crisis is bigger than any one man's judgment. You can sense the erosion of control that happens when war lasts too long, when no decision returns you to normal, when everyday survival is purchased by another day's grief. And then, in one of the poem's most unforgettable turns, Priam crosses the boundary between enemy camps and human hearts. After Achilles returns to battle, after his friend Patroclus falls, and grief ignites him back into the war like a torch, Achilles becomes something close to unstoppable, and Hector finally meets him. The duel is famous, but what lingers is what comes after. The body, the refusal to release it, the humiliation meant to echo beyond death. Then Priam comes at night to beg for his son. In the mythic frame, gods help him pass unseen. In the human frame, it is the act of an aging ruler risking everything for a single, necessary mercy. He kneels before the man who killed Hector and asks him to remember his own father. And Achilles the furious, Achilles the unyielding breaks. The rage does not disappear, but it is softened by recognition. Two enemies share grief like bread in a dark room, and for a moment the war loosens its grip. It is here, in the funeral rites, that the poem feels closest to something that might echo real Bronze Age customs: the importance of the body, the fear of dishonour after death, the truce granted so the dead can be tended properly. Even across hatred, there are rules. Even in violence there is a structure that says, this far and no further, because if the dead cannot be mourned, then the living have no ground left to stand on. Not all heroism in this world is a spear point. Odysseus moves through the story as a different kind of power: negotiation, persuasion, the careful shaping of words. Where Achilles is force, Odysseus is method. He speaks in councils, tests loyalties, steadies men who want to run, and looks for angles that brute strength cannot find. In the kind of conflict Troy may represent part siege, part diplomacy, part raid, this kind of hero makes as much sense as the champion duelist. Wars are not only won by the strongest arm, they are won by alliances held together, by arguments that convince, by tricks that buy time. And that brings us back to the central mystery. If there was a war, were there these men? Most scholars would caution us here. Achilles, Hector, Priam, Odysseus, these names as we know them are likely not single historical individuals preserved intact. They behave like composites, cultural memories pressed into archetypes. The unmatched fighter, the doomed defender, the grieving king, the cunning survivor. They may carry shards of real leaders, real battles, real anxieties from a late Bronze Age world where palaces rose and fell, and where the sea could bring either trade or fire. And yet, even if the heroes are shaped by centuries of retelling, the emotions they carry feel stubbornly human. Rage that endangers a whole army. Duty that drags a man back through the gate. Authority that cannot stop loss. Intelligence that searches for a way through when strength fails. If history survives inside myth, it often survives like this, not as a list of dates, but as a pattern of choices made under pressure, and the quiet, enduring weight of what those choices cost. And yet, for most people, Troy is not remembered for truce and mourning, or for the brittle rules that still held in the midst of killing. Troy is remembered for an ending that feels like a magic trick performed on a city. A wooden horse, silent men hidden in its belly, gates opened in the night, fire climbing the towers, a world collapsing while its defenders sleep. It's the most famous image in the whole tradition, and it is worth noticing gently that it is not the centre of the Iliad at all. Homer's Iliad stops before the city falls. It ends with Hector's funeral, with grief arranged into ritual, with the war still there like a storm that has not finished breaking. If you only had the Iliad, you would not know the famous horse story in detail. You would have the pressure, the suffering, the sense that something final is coming, but not the neat, dramatic device that later becomes the emblem of the war. So where does the horse come from? The earliest surviving hints appear in the Odyssey, when the war is already over and its survivors are scattered across the sea. There the horse is remembered as a deed of cunning linked to Odysseus, a thing sung about after the fact, as if it already belongs to the realm of story, something repeated at feasts, something that proves a man's cleverness long after the blood has dried. Beyond Homer, other poems once filled in the missing ending, works from the so-called epic cycle, now mostly lost, known through summaries and fragments. They seem to have told more of the sack itself, the debates, the deception, the catastrophe. And later still, Greek tragedians and poets returned to the fall again and again, drawn to the aftermath, captives, ruined households, the price paid by victors, and the special cruelty of winning. By the time Rome inherits the story, the horse becomes almost unavoidable. In Virgil's Aeneid, the sack of Troy is painted with slow dread and nightmare clarity. Warnings ignored, a city trusting the wrong symbol, a trap carried across its own threshold. In these retellings, the horse is not just a tactic. It's an explanation, a moral lesson, a shiver of fate. And the more the tale is retold, the more the horse hardens into certainty, like a stamp pressed into wax. But if we step back into the late Bronze Age world that may lie beneath the poetry, we have to ask, carefully, what kind of event could have inspired a story like that, if anything did. One grounded possibility is that the horse began as a symbol rather than a literal wooden animal. A siege engine, for example, might later be remembered in metaphor, especially if unfamiliar technology became strange in the telling. Another possibility turns on the landscape itself. Earthquakes are common in the region, and Poseidon, the earthshaker, also has strong links to horses in Greek thought. A wall that fell in a tremor could, in later imagination, become a wall broken by the horse. And then there is the simplest possibility, which we shouldn't be afraid to name. The horse may be a narrative invention, a brilliant solution to a long war that compresses years of grinding violence into a single unforgettable twist. None of these options can be proven, and that uncertainty matters. Myth often preserves real pressures and real fears without preserving the exact mechanics of what happened, because a Bronze Age siege in reality might not look like later images of endless ladder assaults and neat battle lines. It might be slow, it might be hungry. A coalition of ships could land and raid the farms and villages that feed a citadel. They could cut routes, seize livestock, burn storehouses, and wait. They could try to split alliances with gifts and threats, turn neighbouring communities, lure defenders into fights outside the gates where chariots and spears could decide everything in minutes. Inside the walls, life would narrow, markets would thin, water would be guarded, bronze would be hoarded and repaired. The palace would measure grain and count loyal men. And every night in the lamplight behind stone, the same question would keep returning. How long can we endure before the world outside becomes stronger than the world within? If Troy fell, if a city on that ridge was taken, there are many ways it could have happened. A gate betrayed. A section of wall weakened. A moment when defenders were exhausted, leadership divided, supplies gone. Fire, once it starts in tightly built spaces, does the rest. And archaeology, for all its power, has limits here. It can show us burned layers, broken pottery, arrowheads, hurried rebuilding, bodies that were not buried with care. It can suggest violence, timing and scale. What it cannot do is confirm a specific trick made of wood that was carried into a city and opened like a mouth in the dark. Wood decays. Stories do not. So the horse stands in a strange place, too famous to ignore, too slippery to verify, balanced between possible memory and unmistakable artistry. And for a very long time that artistry was taken as the whole truth of Troy, not truth as in accurate, but truth as in fiction. The horse became proof that the story belonged to poets, not to the earth. Learned readers looked at the neatness of the ending, at gods walking the walls and heroes shining like weapons, and they decided there had never been a Troy at all, only a beautiful lie told so often it began to sound like history. It's a tempting conclusion, especially when a wooden horse stands at the centre of popular memory. But temptation is not evidence. The better question, the quieter one, is this: even if the horse is later, even if it is metaphor or invention, what kind of real place could have drawn so many centuries of people back to the same windy shore, insisting that something happened there worth remembering? And that is where Troy lingered for centuries, not on a map, but in the mind. A name carried by singers and copied by scholars, vivid as smoke, and yet, to many careful readers, weightless as smoke too. For a long time, historians had good reasons to doubt. The Iliad speaks in a voice that feels older than history, gods leaning into human quarrels, omens in the sky, warriors who seem larger than ordinary life. The poem is not a diary. It doesn't pause to give coordinates, or a king list you can cross-check, or a clear timeline that fits neatly beside other ancient records. And as the centuries passed, the world Homer described faded. Palaces fell. Writing vanished in Greece for a time. Cities were built and rebuilt, names shifting like sand. When travellers went looking, they found ruins everywhere. Stones without labels, hills without certainty. So skepticism hardened into habit. In the age when scholars were beginning to demand documents, inscriptions and dates, an epic poem could look like the opposite of evidence, a beautiful story shaped to be remembered, not verified. Many concluded that Troy was the same kind of place as the Cyclops cave or the halls of the gods, real only within the architecture of myth. And then, in the 19th century, a different kind of figure steps onto the stage, Heinrich Schliemann, a man made by money and by longing. He was not a university-trained archaeologist in the modern sense. He was a businessman who had become wealthy, and with wealth came freedom, the freedom to chase a childhood obsession. Schliemann read Homer as if the poem were not only art, but a set of directions. To him, the old lines were not fog. They were a trail. It was an age hungry for origins. Europe was collecting antiquities, founding museums, building national stories out of deep time. The past was being turned into a kind of treasure, sometimes with care, sometimes with greed, often with both. Schliemann's dream fit perfectly into that restless moment, to take the most famous war in literature and pin it to the earth. His attention settled on a low mound in northwestern Anatolia called Hisarlik. It doesn't rise like a dramatic mountain. It's a modest height on a broad plain, but the plain is open to winds off the Dardanelles, and the waterway itself is a throat between seas, a passage ships have always cared about. Nearby, the land rolls toward the coast where an anchor could be dropped, cargo lifted, bargains made. In the Bronze Age, a place like this could watch the traffic of the world: timber and metals, grain and oil, fine cloth, captive labour, rumour and diplomacy. And a fortified settlement on that rise could look out over approaches by land, while keeping one eye on the strait. Homer's Troy, in the imagination, has walls that catch the light, gates that swallow armies, a palace where decisions are made while markets murmur below. Hisarlik offered at least the bones of possibility, a defensible hill, a strategic view, and the feeling hard to quantify but powerful of standing in the right kind of landscape for a story like this. Schliemann's method, though, was a blend of insight and impatience. He trusted Homer deeply, sometimes too deeply, and he wanted the poem to be confirmed. That desire can sharpen the eye, but it can also narrow it. When you read an epic as a guidebook, every stone starts to look like a quotation, every layer of soil like an obstacle between you and the moment you most want to touch. Before we go further, let me ask you softly, where are you listening from tonight? A city, a small town, a quiet highway, an apartment lit by one lamp? If you feel like it, leave a comment and tell us. And then we'll return to the windy plain. Because what Schliemann hoped to find was simple and shining: the Troy of legend, a single city with a single fall, a dramatic layer of ash that would match the poem like a signature. He imagined treasure, royal halls, proof you could hold in your hands. What the mound actually contained was stranger and more patient. Not one Troy, but many. A stack of lives pressed into earth, walls built atop older walls, streets buried and replaced, fires, repairs, new houses rising where old ones had collapsed. Hisarlik was not a single answer waiting politely. It was a crowded archive, and when Schliemann began to dig, he was about to meet the hardest truth in the search for Troy, that even if history lives inside myth, it rarely survives in one clean piece. It survives in layers. Schliemann came to Hisarlik with the impatience of a man who had dreamed too long. The mound was an archive, but he treated it like a locked chest. Soon the quiet plain was filled with the steady bite of picks, the scrape of shovels, the hiss of dust sliding down freshly cut earth. Pottery fragments winked in the sun for a moment, then vanished into baskets. Here and there, stones began to align into something more than rubble, edges of walls, corners of rooms, the faint geometry of streets. And for Schliemann, every emerging line seemed to lean toward Homer. He cut a great trench straight through the hill, a bold scar meant to reach what he believed must be the true, oldest Troy. It was dramatic and destructive, because the mound was not one city but many, stacked like pages. To slice down quickly was to tear pages out. Upper layers, later houses, later fortifications, later evidence, were carved away and tossed aside, as if they were only rubble standing between him and the prize. Even so, the earth did answer him in the way earth sometimes does, offering up objects that feel like they've been waiting. In 1873, Schliemann announced a discovery that set Europe buzzing: a cache of gold, silver and bronze, diadems, earrings, chains, cups, weapons, glittering like an echo of royal life. He called it Priam's treasure, naming it after the aged king of Troy in the Iliad, as if the poem had finally placed a jewelled hand on his shoulder and said, "Yes, here." The headlines were irresistible. The idea that you could lift Homer from the page and find him in the dirt was exactly the kind of miracle the 19th century wanted. Museums wanted it. Newspapers wanted it. A public raised on epics and empire wanted it. But the treasure carried controversy like a shadow. Some of what is documented is clear enough. Schliemann did find a rich hoard at Hisarlik, and he did remove many of those objects from the Ottoman Empire under murky circumstances, leading to legal trouble and lasting bitterness. The objects themselves are real and beautiful and undeniably ancient. What is debated is the story he wrapped around them. Priam's treasure was not found neatly labelled by time. Schliemann's methods disturbed context, the most delicate kind of evidence an archaeologist has. In later analysis, the hoard appears to belong to an earlier layer than any likely setting for a late Bronze Age conflict resembling Homer's war. In other words, even if there was a King Priam in history, which we cannot confirm, the treasure was almost certainly not his. The name was interpretation, not proof. And it wasn't only the treasure. Again and again, early excavation at Troy leapt from artifact to identity. A wall became the Scaean Gate, a burned layer became the sack of Troy, a mask elsewhere became Agamemnon. The longing for Homer pressed down on the evidence, shaping it into familiar faces. Meanwhile, the trench kept biting deeper. The tragedy of Schliemann's work is that he truly did prove something important, even as he damaged the very thing he wanted to understand. He proved that Hisarlik held an ancient, fortified settlement of great age, one that had been built and rebuilt across centuries. That alone changed the conversation forever. Troy could no longer be dismissed as pure invention, but by cutting so aggressively through the mound, he likely destroyed parts of the record that could have helped decide which Troy, if any, best fits the world behind the Iliad. Later archaeologists would stand at the ragged edges of his trench, the way a careful reader stands before a torn manuscript, trying to reconstruct what the missing lines might have said. That careful reading began soon after. Wilhelm Dörpfeld, working with Schliemann in his later years, brought a more systematic eye and began to recognize the crucial idea of stratigraphy, that the layers matter as much as the objects, that soil is not just dirt but time itself, arranged in sequence. A wall is not merely a wall, it belongs to a particular phase of the city. With its own date, its own style, its own story, Dörpfeld identified multiple building periods and argued that a later, larger, fortified phase might better match the kind of powerful Troy imagined by Homer. Then came Carl Blegen in the 20th century, excavating with methods that treated the mound less like a treasure chest and more like a history book. He tracked pottery styles, destruction levels, repairs, and the slow, practical rhythms of daily life. Hearths, storage jars, floors worn smooth by feet. His work helped narrow attention toward particular layers that show signs of violence and disruption, but also toward what the epic never lingers on, the ordinary city beneath the song. And all the while, the atmosphere of the place remains stubbornly physical. Dust in the throat, the soft clink of ceramic against ceramic in a basket, a line of stone emerging, then another, until a curve suggests a tower, and a thickness suggests fortification. And suddenly, you can imagine a watchman at dusk, eyes on the plain, ear tuned for distant oars or hoofbeats. You can picture ships passing through the strait, their holds heavy with copper and tin, oil and wool, and the rumours of foreign kings. Schliemann wanted one shining moment, the single Troy of legend. What he uncovered, despite himself, was the deeper, stranger truth, that Troy is not one city, but a stack of cities, each one built on the bones of the last. And to understand what, if anything, connects Homer's story to history, we have to slow down, step carefully, and learn to tell these Troys apart. To tell these Troys apart is to accept a quiet, almost humbling idea. The mound at Hisarlik is not a single ruin, but a layered memory. One community builds, thrives, burns or breaks, and then, because the hill is a good place, because the water and the view and the roots still matter, another comes and builds again. Over centuries the floors rise, the streets shift, the walls are repaired or replaced, until the city becomes a kind of stone and earth palimpsest. Archaeologists label these major phases Troy I through Troy Knights. It doesn't mean 9 separate Troys in the way Homer might name them, 9 kingdoms with 9 kings. It's simply a map of depth and time, the earliest settlements at the bottom, the latest near the top. Each number is a broad chapter, and within them are smaller subchapters, repairs, rebuilds, expansions, because real cities don't change in clean, dramatic jumps. They change the way people change a home, adding a wall, mending a gate, widening a street, filling in a courtyard, rebuilding after a bad season. If we're listening for the faint footsteps of the Iliad, the most important layers are the late Bronze Age ones, especially Troy 6th and Troy 7th. These are not the tiny early fortified hamlets deep below. Those are older than Homer's imagined war by many centuries. Troy 6, in particular, looks like the kind of place that could inspire song even in ruin. Strong fortifications of cut stone and mud brick, thick and confident, towers and bastions, gates that shape movement and announce control. The walls aren't the delicate lines of a minor town. They're the work of a community that expects threats and has the labour to answer them. In the mind's slow walk around the citadel, You can sense the geometry of power, a defended high place where officials and storerooms and well-built houses cluster, streets that bend rather than run straight, guiding a stranger, slowing a rush. Doorways worn by repeated hands, storage jars set into floors. The city is not just a backdrop for heroes, it is an organism designed to endure. And beyond the citadel there is the larger, more human sprawl that epics rarely pause to describe. The lower town, where more people live their lives closer to the fields and the work. Here you imagine ovens and smoke, baskets of grain, looms clacking, animals penned for the night, traders and sailors passing through, because this place sits near the narrow waterway that ties seas together. A market day might bring foreign tongues and familiar bargains, oil, wool, wine, metal, timber, each exchange small, each one a thread in a wider Bronze Age world. So which Troy is Homer's? Archaeology can't point to a single layer and say confidently, this is Priam's palace, this is Hector's street, this is the very gate where Andromache begged. What it can do is weigh candidates. Troy 6th has long appealed to scholars because of its scale and strength. It seems wealthy enough, formidable enough, to match the image of a city worth besieging. But it also carries a puzzle in its end. In parts of Troy the 6th's, there is evidence that looks like sudden structural failure, walls displaced, masonry tumbled in patterns that can resemble earthquake damage. An earthquake is not a mythic enemy, but it is a real one, and along this faulted landscape it is a plausible force. If Troy 6th fell mainly to an earthquake, then the epic's destruction might be memory reshaped disaster turned into siege. Then there is Troy 7, the phase that follows, and it feels different, more tense, more crowded, more improvised. Buildings subdivided, storage increased, jars sunk into floors as if people are planning to endure shortage. This is where many point when they think about a city under pressure. In Troy 7, archaeologists have noted signs consistent with violent destruction, fire in places, debris that speaks of collapse, and finds that can be read as the hard punctuation of conflict, weapon points, fractured stone, the sense of a city hurt and hurriedly patched. But here, too, the evidence must be handled gently. Fire can come from attack, and it can come from accident in a dense town of timber and hearths. Collapsed masonry can be the result of shaking earth, as well as battering or neglect. Scarcity signals, crowding, storage, rapid rebuilding, can follow war, but they can also follow insecurity of many kinds. Drought, disruption of trade, local rivalry, the slow tightening of a troubled era. The strongest historical candidate for something like Homer's Troy, many would say, lies around the transition from Troy the 6th to Troy the 7, an impressive fortified city damaged, then a more anxious city that rebuilds and later meets a destructive end. Not a perfect match to a 10-year siege and a wooden horse, but a sequence that feels like stress and shock on a strategic hill. And perhaps that is the most honest way to hold it. Homer's Troy is a single city in the poem, but in the ground it becomes a braid of phases, strength, damage, recovery, ruin, woven across generations. Myth makes one clear story. Archaeology offers overlapping ones, quieter and harder to sing, yet filled with the touch of real hands. A pot set down, a wall repaired, a gate closed at dusk while the wind comes off the plain, and someone listens, always listening, for what might be coming. And what might be coming in the late Bronze Age is rarely just one neighbour with a grudge. It is the pull of geography, the pressure of trade, and the slow, persistent attention of great powers looking across the water. Troy's Hill is not simply a scenic lookout. It sits near the Dardanelles, the narrow passage that links the Aegean to the Sea of Marmara and onward toward the Black Sea. Even if ships did not always thread the strait in the same way, even if winds and currents could make the journey a gamble, the idea of that corridor matters. Here, land routes meet sea routes. Here, a fortified place can watch movement, boats hugging the coast, caravans crossing the plain, timber and grain and metal changing hands. Control does not have to mean absolute ownership of the sea to be valuable. It can mean tolls, alliances, safe harbour, and the power to say yes or no when someone wants passage, supplies or protection. So when we imagine Troy in its own time, whatever layer we choose as our best candidate, we should place it inside a crowded world. Across the Aegean, Mycenaean Greece is not a single kingdom but a quilt of palace centres, places like Mycenae and Pylos and Tiryns, each with its own ruler, storerooms, scribes, and networks of obligation. Their ships move with purpose, carrying pottery, oil, wine, and prestige goods, and returning with what the palaces crave: raw materials, exotic items, and the quiet proof that their reach extends beyond their own rocky fields. To the east, Anatolia is its own mosaic of kingdoms and city-states, some independent, some caught in the orbit of larger powers. And above them, looming like a patient mountain, is the Hittite Empire, with royal archives and treaties pressed into clay, and messengers who ride out with sealed commands. In this world, diplomacy is not a gentle pastime. It is survival. Marriages bind houses. Hostages guarantee promises. Vassals swear loyalty and pay tribute. And when loyalty wavers, the language of letters can turn sharp. Complaints, accusations, demands for the return of fugitives, threats wrapped in formal politeness. This is where the story of Troy begins to lean towards something we can almost touch, not through Homer, but through those Hittite texts. In Hittite records, there appears a place called Wilusa. Many scholars have suggested that Wilusa may be the same place the Greeks later called Ilios Troy, because the names sound plausibly related when you account for how languages shift across borders and centuries. But it remains a hypothesis, not a stamped certainty. The clay tablets do not say, plainly, "This is the city of Priam." They give us something rarer and stranger, a Bronze Age city with a similar name, located in a region that could fit, caught up in imperial politics. Wilusa surfaces in contexts that feel uncomfortably familiar if you've grown up on the Iliad: disputes, alliances, and the question of who has influence in the northwest of Anatolia. The Hittite king corresponds with other rulers about loyalty and order in that area. Wilusa appears as a place important enough to mention, important enough to bargain over, a polity that could be pulled between stronger hands. And then there is another name in the tablets, one that has sparked its own long, careful debate: Ahiyawa. Many historians think Ahiyawa may refer in some form to the Mycenaean Greeks, the Achaeans of later poetic tradition. Again, it is not proven in a way that ends all argument. But the possibility is tantalizing because Ahiyawa in the Hittite letters is not described like a minor coastal town. It appears as a power that can negotiate pressure and meddle across the sea, a player significant enough to be addressed with respect and significant enough to cause problems. When you hold these names together, Wilusa on one side, Ahiyawa on the other, you don't get Homer's plot. You don't get Helen's face launching 1,000 ships. You get something quieter and perhaps more realistic. Diplomacy that breaks down, local rulers switching loyalties, border conflicts, raiding, the harbouring of fugitives, the tug of war over who has the right to intervene where. It is the kind of world where a small war, by later epic standards, could still be devastating to the people who lived through it, and memorable enough to echo. And that is the bridge back to Homer, slender but not imaginary. If a city near the Straits suffered an earthquake, and later faced attacks, and lived under pressure from rival powers and sea riders and shifting alliances, then memory could gather those pains into one great sorrow. Names could blur, decades could compress. A disputed treaty could become a stolen bride. A coalition of interests, palaces seeking profit, princes chasing status, kings defending influence could be remembered as one united host camped beneath the walls for 10 long years. Myth does not have to be a lie to be a transformation. In the Bronze Age world, Troy, Wilusa perhaps, did not need to be the centre of the universe to become the centre of a story. It only needed to be real, strategic, and caught in the path of forces larger than any one household. And if a conflict did flare there, even briefly, it is easy to see how, centuries later, poets could make it burn longer, louder and brighter, until history and imagination became almost impossible to separate, and the windy plain kept its secret in plain sight. So if we let that possibility settle, Wilusa here, Ahiyawa there, a strategic city under pressure, then the next question arrives as softly as night wind across the plain. What exactly can we say is real, and what belongs to the long dream of epic? Archaeology gives us the firmest ground. On this hill at Hisarlik, there was a substantial settlement, not a shepherd's camp or a minor village, but a fortified place with walls, gates, and signs of wealth moving through its streets. In the late Bronze Age layers that many scholars consider the best candidates for a Troy of the right time, We find a city that looks like it mattered, rooms and courtyards, storage spaces, workshops, and defences built for more than show. And we find episodes of damage and destruction. Some signs suggest earthquake. Some suggest fire and violence. Some suggest hurried change, as if a community was shaken, then forced to rebuild, then shaken again. It is not one clean storybook ending, but it is enough to support a simple haunting idea. A major place stood here, and it suffered. And then we step onto less certain ground, where the earth stops speaking clearly. Archaeology cannot tell us the scale of any war in the way Homer sings it. A destroyed layer does not announce whether attackers came from across the sea, from inland rivals, or from a coalition with mixed motives. It cannot hand us the cause, no inscription that says, this began over a marriage, or this began over tolls, or this began because one king wanted to prove he could. Even the most dramatic burn layer does not automatically mean a 10-year siege. It can mean a raid that went too far, a short campaign, a civil struggle, or a moment when defences failed and panic did the rest. And the named individuals, Helen, Achilles, Hector, Priam, Agamemnon, remain the most beautiful and slippery part of the problem. Homer gives us characters so vivid they feel like portraits. But portraits can be made from memory and imagination together. It is possible that some names preserve echoes of real elites, a powerful ruler in the northwest, a rival prince, a famous fighter, a woman whose marriage carried political weight. It is also possible that each hero is an amalgam, layered from many lives, several warriors folded into one unstoppable Achilles, several defenders and doomed princes sharpened into one Hector, several royal households blended into Priam's grieving palace. Helen, especially, may point less to a single historical woman and more to a familiar Bronze Age reality, marriages as diplomacy, women as living treaties, and the way a personal story can stand in for a political rupture. A stolen bride is a motive. A singer can carry from hearth to hearth. A dispute over trade routes and shifting loyalties among palace economies is harder to keep alive in a line of verse. Epic does what memory often does. It chooses the human angle, then lets it grow. Because between any late Bronze Age conflict and Homer's poems, there is a long corridor of time, filled with collapse and migration, with lost writing systems, with new dialects, new kingdoms, new audiences. In that corridor, oral tradition doesn't preserve history like a sealed jar. It preserves it like a river preserves a mountain, by carrying fragments downstream, polishing them, breaking them, mixing them with other stones, until the shape is changed but the substance is still there. Centuries of retelling can compress several raids into one war and several cities' sufferings into one city's doom. It can simplify motives until they fit the rhythm of performance, honour, jealousy, revenge, the pride of kings. It can sharpen characters until they become the clearest versions of themselves, Achilles as wrath, Hector as duty, Odysseus as cunning, so that listeners recognise them instantly, like constellations in a dark sky. And it can make the outcome feel inevitable, not because history is tidy, but because stories want an ending that closes like a gate. In that sense, there are three Troys we have to hold apart, even as they overlap. There is the historical Troy, Hisarlik, a real place on a real hill, with walls that rose and fell and rose again, with markets and wells and anxieties about the next season's wind. There is Homer's Troy, a poetic city where the speeches are as important as the spears, where gods lean close, and where the war lasts long enough for a whole world to be displayed. And then there is the Troy of later memory and art, the symbol of doomed greatness, the lesson about pride, the stage where each age plays out its own fears and ideals. So when we ask, was it real? We begin to learn a more careful language. Yes, there was a significant city here, and yes, it was damaged in the right broad era, and yes, the wider world had the kinds of tensions that could spark violence. Maybe there was a conflict with attackers connected to the Aegean. Maybe remembered leaders inspired the cast of heroes. Maybe the bones of a siege lingered in local memory. And no, we cannot confirm the Iliad's precise plot. It's cast as individuals, or the clean single narrative of a war fought for one face and resolved in one legendary stroke. And yet, if we listen gently, that careful language doesn't drain the wonder away. It lets us hear something else, how a small war, real enough to scar a coastline, could be carried through time until it became immortal, history surviving inside myth, like an ember that never quite goes out. So was Troy real in the simplest sense? Yes. Hisarlik is not a metaphor. It is a lived hill shaped by human hands, with fortifications built to be tested, with storerooms and streets where people bargained for oil and grain and watched ships moving through the narrow water nearby. In the late Bronze Age levels most often linked to the old story, there is disruption, damage, rebuilding, destruction again, enough to say confidently that this place did not pass peacefully through time. Did a war happen? Something like one, very possibly. The region was tense, valuable, and contested. Powers watched each other across sea lanes and borderlands. A raid, a campaign, a siege measured in weeks or seasons, rather than 10 full years. These sit comfortably within what the evidence and the wider Bronze Age world can support. But the exact shape of the conflict cannot be reconstructed stone by stone, and the horse, the timeline, the named heroes, those remain beyond confirmation. Achilles and Hector may have had ancestors in memory, but not biographies we can recover. So was Homer reporting or creating. Both. He preserved echoes of a real world, its weapons, its honour, its fragile palaces, and he forged them into a story strong enough to outlast the age that inspired it. And sometimes memory, song and stone hold the same truth, only in different forms. Somewhere in the deserts of Central Asia, a merchant once fell asleep under a canopy of stars, surrounded by bales of the most desired fabric on earth, completely uncertain whether the road ahead of him had a name. It didn't. And here is the strange truth that most people never learn. The Silk Road was never a road at all. There was no single path, no painted line across the ancient world, no caravan master who set out from one end and arrived, weeks later, at the other. What actually existed was something far more mysterious and far more interesting. A living, shifting web of routes that changed with the seasons, with the rise and fall of empires, with drought and flood and the movements of peoples who left almost no written records. Call it a network. Call it a nervous system stretching across the body of the ancient world. But whatever you call it, understand this. The thing we label the Silk Road was really thousands of roads, walked by millions of people across more than 1,000 years, none of whom ever used that name. The name itself came from a 19th century German geographer named Ferdinand von Richthofen, who coined the phrase Seidenstraße in 1877, Silk Road, as a tidy label for something that had never been tidy. And yet the label stuck because it captured something real. Of all the goods that moved along these corridors, silk carried the deepest meaning. Why silk? Think about what silk actually was in the ancient world. It was light enough to carry in your arms, rare enough to make kings jealous, and beautiful enough to make everyone who saw it stop and stare. It came from China, and for centuries nobody outside China understood how it was made. The secret of sericulture, the cultivation of silkworms, the careful unwinding of cocoons, the spinning of threads so fine they almost disappeared, was one of the most jealously guarded industrial secrets in human history. Chinese law treated the export of silkworm eggs or mulberry seeds as a crime punishable by death. That secrecy made silk not just a luxury, but a kind of magic. When Roman traders first encountered it, some believed it was combed from the leaves of trees. Persian nobles wore it as a mark of divine favour. Silk became currency, tribute, diplomatic gift, and status symbol all at once. It was portable wealth in its most elegant form, and that made it the perfect engine for long-distance trade. But silk was the symbol, not the whole story. Long before silk moved reliably along any route, other things were already in motion. Jade from the mountains of present-day Xinjiang was reaching the courts of ancient China 4,000 years ago. Horses, the great technological revolution of the ancient steppe, were being traded and bred and stolen across vast distances. Bronze-working techniques migrated from the Near East into Central Asia and onward. Lapis lazuli from Afghanistan was turning up in Egyptian jewellery. The movement of goods, animals, metals and ideas across Eurasia predates the formal trade networks by millennia. The Silk Road did not create long-distance exchange. It organised and intensified something that was already deeply human. Now look at the geography, and the network starts to make sense. The Eurasian landmass is not flat. It is a puzzle of barriers and corridors. To the north, the Great Steppe, a sea of grass stretching from Hungary to Manchuria, was a highway for anyone on horseback but a barrier to laden caravans. To the south, the Indian Ocean offered sea routes that would eventually rival everything on land. In between, the real action happened through a series of corridors, mountain passes through the Pamirs and the Hindu Kush, where altitude alone could kill an unprepared traveller, desert crossings through the Taklamakan and the Gobi, where the distance between water sources was measured in days, and the chain of oasis cities that made any of this survivable at all. The oases were everything: Samarkand, Dunhuang, Kashgar, Merv. These were not sleepy watering holes. They were cosmopolitan crossroads where languages mixed, religions competed, and merchants spent months waiting out the wrong season or recovering from the last stretch of road. An oasis city-state could grow extraordinarily wealthy simply by sitting in the right place, taxing the caravans that passed through, and offering the services that long-distance travellers desperately needed: food, water, stabling, lodging, and information about what lay ahead. The main actors in early exchange were not the silk merchants themselves, at least not at first. Think instead of the farmers along the river valleys who produced surplus grain and could trade it for metal tools. Think of the nomadic peoples of the steppe, the Scythians, the Xiongnu, the Sogdians, who were not the primitive raiders of popular imagination, but sophisticated operators who understood multiple languages, maintained networks of trust across enormous distances, and served as indispensable middlemen between sedentary civilizations that rarely dealt with each other directly. The oasis city-states acted as nodes, concentrating goods and redistributing them. And then came the caravans, not romantic bands of wanderers, but disciplined commercial operations with hired guards, detailed accounting, and carefully negotiated passage rights. What actually made long-distance trade possible was infrastructure, and it was more sophisticated than most people imagine. The camel, especially the double-humped Bactrian camel of Central Asia, was the engineering solution that unlocked the desert routes. A camel could carry 300 kilograms across terrain that would destroy a horse, go days without water, and survive temperature swings that would be fatal to pack mules. Without the camel, the Silk Road as we know it simply does not happen. But camels needed places to rest, and so the caravanserai was born, a standardized rest stop, sometimes built by states, sometimes by wealthy merchants, spaced roughly a day's march apart along the major routes. A good caravanserai offered a walled courtyard for security, a well or cistern, stalls for animals, rooms for merchants, and sometimes a market. They were the ancient world's equivalent of the highway service station, and without them, the logistics of long-distance travel collapsed. Beyond the physical infrastructure, there was a social and financial infrastructure that is even less visible in the history books. Translators were critical. A caravan passing through Central Asia might need to conduct business in 5 languages across a single journey. Credit instruments developed early, allowing merchants to move value without moving silver. Contracts and letters of introduction established trustworthiness between people who had never met. Protection rackets and genuine protection services were often the same thing, offered by local rulers who understood that a murdered merchant was a warning to all future merchants, and that trade was taxable in ways that pillage was not. All of this existed before the great empires arrived, before Buddhism and Islam and Christianity began riding the same routes as the bales of silk, before plague and paper money and gunpowder began their own journeys across the ancient world. The infrastructure was humble, practical, and remarkably durable. It was built by anonymous people solving immediate problems, and it created the conditions for one of the most consequential stories in human history. The road that was never one road was, in the end, held together not by any empire or any geography, but by the oldest of human forces: the need to acquire what you cannot make yourself, and the willingness to travel an impossible distance to get it. The infrastructure existed before the empires, but it was empire that turned a web of local exchanges into something truly intercontinental. And it happened, as so many transformations do, not because anyone planned it, but because a dynasty on the edge of collapse decided it needed horses. In the 2nd century before the Common Era, the Han dynasty of China faced an existential threat from the north. The Xiongnu, a confederacy of nomadic peoples whose horsemanship made them nearly impossible to defeat in open battle, were raiding the Han frontier with devastating regularity. The Han Emperor Wu needed cavalry horses, and not just any horses. He needed the tall, powerful breeds of Central Asia, the animals his sources described as heavenly horses that sweated blood and could outrun anything on the steppe. That need sent a diplomat named Zhang Qian westward into the unknown, and the world was never quite the same afterward. Zhang Qian's first mission, around 138 BCE, was a disaster by almost any measure. He was captured by the Xiongnu almost immediately, held for over a decade, and only escaped to continue westward to Bactria and the Fergana Valley. He arrived not as a triumphant envoy, but as a bedraggled survivor, and yet what he brought back to the Han court was more valuable than any treaty: information. He had seen, with his own eyes, the kingdoms and markets of Central Asia. He described Bactrian cities with tens of thousands of households, merchants who were accustomed to bargaining, and horses that were everything the rumours promised. He also noticed something remarkable. Chinese goods were already present in those markets, arriving through India by routes the Han court had never authorised and barely knew existed. The commercial network was already running without the empire's knowledge. The Han responded by pushing westward with purpose. Military campaigns extended Chinese influence through the Hexi Corridor, the narrow strip of land between the Tibetan Plateau and the Gobi Desert that served as the natural gateway from China into Central Asia. Garrison towns were established, watchtowers went up, and the Tarim Basin, the Great Depression of western China ringed by the Taklamakan Desert and studded with oasis cities fed by mountain snowmelt, came under shifting degrees of Han influence. The oasis cities of Dunhuang, Turfan, Khotan and Kashgar were suddenly on the map of an empire that was actively interested in what lay beyond them. Those oasis cities deserve far more attention than they usually receive. Each one was, in its own way, a tiny sovereign state with an outsized role in global commerce. Their power derived from something unglamorous but irreplaceable: water. In a landscape where a caravan could die without it, the ability to control an oasis, to tax access to its wells, its markets, its lodging, was a form of wealth that rivaled anything the caravans themselves carried. The rulers of these city-states grew rich not by producing goods, but by being in the right place. They extracted tolls, offered currency exchange, provided translators who could switch between Chinese, Sogdian, Sanskrit and Parthian without breaking stride, and brokered deals between parties who shared no language and no common legal framework. A merchant arriving exhausted from the Taklamakan did not bargain from strength. The oasis knew this. The Middle Powers understood the same logic on a larger scale. The Kushan Empire, which flourished across present-day Afghanistan, Pakistan and northern India, from roughly the 1st to the 3rd century of the Common Era, sat astride the junction where the Central Asian routes met the pathways into South Asia and the Indian Ocean. The Kushans were extraordinary cosmopolitans. Their coinage depicted Greek gods, Indian deities, and Zoroastrian fire altars side by side, a visual record of everything that passed through their territory. They did not try to monopolize trade, they taxed and facilitated it, and they grew immensely wealthy in the process. The Parthians, and later the Sasanians, performed the same function between Central Asia and the Mediterranean world. Persian middlemen were so effective and so jealous of their position that for centuries Rome and China remained nearly invisible to each other, conducting what was essentially indirect trade without ever negotiating directly. At the far ends of the network, demand shaped everything. Roman aristocrats wanted silk with an intensity that puzzled their moralists, who complained that men were appearing in public wearing translucent fabrics, more suited to bedchambers. Roman coins have been found in Vietnam, India and Central Asia, following the gravitational pull of luxury demand westward into the Roman treasury's nightmares. On the other end, Chinese courts wanted glass, the clear, delicate, extraordinary glass that Roman craftsmen produced and that Chinese artisans could not yet replicate. Diplomatic missions occasionally crossed the entire distance, usually getting only as far as the nearest middleman before being politely turned around, but the gifts they exchanged seeded more trade. Rome sent acrobats and glassware. China sent silk and lacquerware. Neither side had a clear picture of where the other actually was. What actually moved along the routes was, when you make a full accounting, almost everything civilization could produce, Silk was the headline cargo, lightweight and enormously valuable, but the ships and caravans were also full of spices from South and Southeast Asia, pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, that were worth their weight in silver in Mediterranean markets. Glass moved eastward. Cotton textiles moved in multiple directions. The predecessors of paper, early Central Asian and Near Eastern writing materials, were moving before paper itself arrived from China. Coinage circulated and was imitated. Dyes, incense, ivory and coral filled the spaces between the prestige goods. And animals travelled too, peacocks, parrots, and hunting dogs as diplomatic gifts, but also the disease reservoirs that would eventually make these same routes into vectors for catastrophe. Among all the invisible cargo, perhaps the most consequential was religion. Buddhism was born in northern India, but it did not stay there. It travelled the same corridors as the merchants, and not by accident. Merchants needed monasteries, places of rest, security, and honest dealing, since Buddhist ethics had something useful to say about fair weights and honest contracts. Monasteries needed merchants, the donations that funded their survival. The relationship was practical and symbiotic, and it carried Buddhism from India through the Kushan Empire, through the Tarim Basin oasis cities, and into China, where it would eventually reshape an entire civilization's understanding of consciousness, death, and the meaning of suffering. The evidence for this journey is written in stone. Cave complexes like the Mogao Caves at Dunhuang are filled with Buddhist art created over centuries by pilgrims and patrons, who were also, in many cases, merchants. The art itself shows the journey. Indian figures become gradually more Chinese in proportion and expression. Greek artistic conventions absorbed in the Kushan period transform Buddhist iconography, and the visual language of the Silk Road becomes a record of a layered influence that no document could capture as vividly. Chinese pilgrims like Faxian and Xuanzang would later travel these same routes in reverse, going west to find the original scriptures, leaving accounts of oasis cities, mountain passes, and the long hospitality of the road that remain some of the most vivid travel literature in any language. Empires opened the routes and held them open. Oases gave them life, and across all of it, the movement of belief proved more durable than the movement of any luxury good. Then came a rupture so total it briefly fused everything together. In the 13th century, Genghis Khan and his successors accomplished something that no empire before them had managed. They conquered the full width of the Eurasian land mass. Within a few generations, the Mongol domain stretched from the Korean peninsula to the doorstep of Poland, from Siberia to the Persian Gulf. The various steppe confederacies, oasis city-states, and regional kingdoms that had spent centuries profitably complicating long-distance trade were swept aside, absorbed, or simply destroyed. And in their place arose something genuinely unprecedented, a single political authority governing nearly the entire length of the old routes simultaneously. The initial conquest was catastrophic. Cities that had served as trade hubs for 1,000 years were levelled. Samarkand, Merv, Nishapur, places of extraordinary sophistication, with libraries, observatories, and populations in the hundreds of thousands, were reduced to rubble and ash. The demographic shock to Central Asia and Persia was severe enough that some regions did not recover their pre-Mongol populations for centuries. It would be easy to stop the story there, with the ruins. But the Mongol Empire did not remain a machine of pure destruction. Once conquest was consolidated, the Khans discovered what every empire eventually discovers. Taxation and trade produce more sustainable wealth than pillage. Under what historians call the Pax Mongolica, roughly the late 13th and early 14th centuries, the routes came alive in a new way. For the first time, a merchant could theoretically travel from China to the Black Sea without crossing a political border, paying a different toll structure, or negotiating with a different power. The fragmented geography that had enriched middlemen for so long was suddenly, if temporarily, dissolved. The Mongols made this work through practical infrastructure. The Yam system, a network of relay stations spaced roughly a day's ride apart across the entire empire, enabled information, orders, and official travellers to move at speeds previously impossible over such distances. A message from the Mongol capital at Karakoram could reach the far corners of the empire in days rather than months. Merchants and diplomats who carried the peitza, a tablet of gold, silver, or bronze that functioned as an imperial passport, could demand horses, food, and shelter at each station along the way. The empire essentially subsidized fast movement for those it wished to encourage, and it wished to encourage trade. The Khans were pragmatic enough to understand that the merchants who arrived at their courts brought not just goods, but intelligence about distant lands, prices, and vulnerabilities. Information had always been one of the road's great cargoes, and the Mongols understood its value as well as any ruler before them. Into this opened corridor walked some of the most famous travellers in history. Marco Polo, the Venetian merchant who spent roughly 2 decades in the service of Kublai Khan in China, left an account so detailed and so strange to European ears that many of his contemporaries assumed he had fabricated it. He described paper money, coal, and the scale of Chinese cities with an astonishment that was itself a kind of measurement. The gap between what he had imagined and what he encountered. Whether every detail of his account is accurate remains a subject of debate, but as a document of what the Pax Mongolica made possible, it is irreplaceable. He was not alone. The Moroccan scholar Ibn Battuta travelled even farther, crossing North Africa, the Middle East, Central Asia, India, and the coasts of China over 3 decades, finding in each place networks of Islamic legal scholars, merchants, and rulers connected by a shared religious culture that the trade routes had carried and sustained. Both men were travellers, but they were also lenses, and what they reveal is a world far more connected than the one their readers believed they inhabited. The connectivity was not just personal, it was technological, and the consequences were generational. The Mongol period accelerated the movement of knowledge between civilizations that had developed in relative isolation from each other. Papermaking, which China had practiced for over a millennium, spread westward through Islamic scholarship hubs in Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, eventually reaching Europe and enabling the conditions that made the printing press transformative rather than merely interesting. Printing itself, gunpowder, and advances in navigation and astronomical calculation all made their way along pathways that the Pax Mongolica had temporarily smoothed. Islamic scholars in particular served as essential translators, in the most literal sense, moving texts from Greek, Sanskrit, Chinese, and Persian into Arabic and then into Latin, ensuring that no single civilization's breakthroughs remained the exclusive property of its originators. The great libraries and teaching institutions of the Islamic world were simultaneously repositories and transmitters, absorbing knowledge from the East and the classical past and sending it westward, into a Europe that was only beginning to understand what it did not know. And then the road carried something no one would have chosen to send. The Black Death, the plague caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, travelled the Mongol network with the same efficiency as silk and information. Its precise origin point remains debated, but its trajectory does not. From Central Asian reservoir populations carried by fleas on rodents that travelled with grain and goods, it moved westward through the trade corridors, reaching the Crimean port of Kaffa by the late 1340s, then leaping to Sicilian ports by ship, and from there consuming Europe with a speed that stunned everyone who survived to record it. In some regions of Europe, a third or more of the population died within a few years. In parts of the Middle East and Central Asia, the death toll was similarly catastrophic. The very infrastructure of connectivity that had enabled the most productive exchange of goods and ideas in history became the mechanism of demographic collapse. The irony was not lost on contemporaries, though they had no language for epidemiology and understood what was happening largely as divine punishment. The plague did not kill the Silk Road alone. The Mongol Empire had already begun fracturing from within. Succession disputes among the descendants of Genghis Khan had divided the unified domain into competing successor states. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in the Western Steppe, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and these states were not always cooperative. They went to war with each other. They converted to different religions, which made coordination harder and suspicion easier. Regional powers that the Mongols had suppressed began reasserting themselves. The smooth highway of the Pax Mongolica developed gaps, then detours, then stretches of genuine danger. Merchants who had once moved across the continent under imperial protection now faced the older problem. Too many borders, too many hands reaching for a portion of whatever they carried. By the mid-14th century, the moment of Mongol unification had passed. The routes would persist, but the particular conditions that had made them so remarkably open, the single political framework, the relay infrastructure, the guaranteed passage were dissolving. The world that the plague had touched was also a world that had learned, uncomfortably, how completely its various parts were now entangled with one another. There was no going back to isolation. But the shape of connection was about to change dramatically. The shape of connection changed not with a single event, but with a slow, irreversible tilting, like water finding a lower channel and then rushing through it until the old bed runs dry. Through the 15th century, the overland routes did not vanish overnight. They bent and contracted under new pressures. In Central Asia, the fragmented successor states of the Mongol Empire gave way to new regional powers with their own interests in controlling movement and extracting tolls. The rise of the Ottoman Empire in Anatolia and the Safavid Empire in Persia introduced a persistent rivalry between two sophisticated states whose competition for territory and religious legitimacy made the western stretches of the old overland corridors increasingly unreliable for outsiders. Merchants crossing those regions now navigated not just geography, but the friction between two empires that were frequently at war and always calculating. The Ming dynasty in China, following the collapse of the Mongol Yuan, turned sharply inward, restricting foreign trade, pulling back from the expansive continental ambitions that earlier dynasties had sometimes pursued. The great early Ming treasure voyages of Zheng He, enormous fleets that reached East Africa and the Persian Gulf in the early 15th century, were ultimately cancelled as imperial priorities shifted. China's borders tightened. The eastern anchor of the overland road grew harder to reach, and the sea was offering a different answer. Maritime routes had always existed alongside the land corridors. Arab, Indian, Malay, and Chinese sailors had worked the monsoon winds of the Indian Ocean for centuries, carrying spices, cotton, porcelain, and incense through networks of ports that stretched from East Africa to the South China Sea. The monsoon itself was a kind of infrastructure, a predictable seasonal engine that, once understood, allowed mariners to sail reliably outward in one half of the year and return in the other. Ships could carry far more than any camel caravan, and a single vessel surviving a voyage could generate returns that would require years of overland trade to match. The sea routes were never faster than rumour, but they were becoming, in terms of sheer volume and cost, far more efficient than the overland alternative. When Portuguese navigators rounded the southern tip of Africa in the late 15th century and found their way to India, they were not discovering a network so much as forcing their way into one that already existed. The consequences were profound. European ships, backed by state financing and carrying heavy armaments, began competing for control of key Indian ocean ports and choke points. Silver mined in the Americas, first by Spanish extraction from Andean and Mexican deposits, entered the Asian trade system in quantities that reshaped prices, incentivized production, and bound economies together in ways that no previous exchange had. Spices, textiles, and dyes that had once moved slowly across Central Asian deserts now circulated through Atlantic and Pacific loops at scales that the old caravan trade could not match. The center of commercial gravity shifted toward coastal empires, port cities, and oceanic corridors. The overland routes did not die. They shrank to something more regional and more specialized. What survived inland was durable, precisely because it served needs the sea could not easily address. Pilgrimage routes remained essential. The Hajj to Mecca drew Muslims from Central Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South and Southeast Asia along paths that doubled as trade corridors and information networks. Oasis economies along the old Silk Road routes continued to function as local and regional exchange hubs, connecting pastoral nomads with settled farmers and small-scale merchants moving goods between neighbouring cities. The routes carrying pastoral products, metalwork, horses, and regional textiles never fully emptied. They simply ceased to carry the world's most coveted long-distance cargo. The glamour departed. The function quietly persisted. The name Silk Road itself came much later than the road. The German geographer Ferdinand von Richthofen coined the term in the 1870s to describe the ancient trade corridors, giving a romantic label to something that had never called itself anything of the kind. The name stuck because it captured a truth about aspiration, even while simplifying a far messier reality. 20th century archaeology began filling in the complexity. Excavations at Dunhuang, Samarkand, Palmyra, and dozens of oasis sites revealed multilingual documents, mixed faith communities, hybrid artistic styles, and the daily evidence of people who lived at the intersection of cultures rather than belonging cleanly to any one of them. National narratives in Central Asia, China, and the Middle East found the Silk Road useful in different ways, sometimes emphasizing commercial achievement, sometimes cultural sophistication, sometimes the deep antiquity of a particular civilization's international reach. Heritage tourism followed, and with it a kind of soft archaeology of identity, ancient ruins becoming both evidence of history and arguments about the present. That tendency has not diminished. Today's infrastructure politics in Eurasia operate in the shadow of the Silk Road's symbolic weight. Large-scale investment and development initiatives framed explicitly as the revival of ancient corridors carry within them the same logic that animated every empire and every merchant guild that ever looked at a map of Eurasia and saw connectivity as power. The language of roads and belts and corridors reclaims the vocabulary of the old routes, even as it builds railways, fibre-optic cables, and deep-water ports. The geography has not changed. The mountains, deserts, and straits that shaped which paths were possible thousands of years ago still shape which paths are cheapest and most secure today. What has changed is the technology layered over that geography and the scale of the ambitions it carries. What the Silk Road teaches, across all its centuries, is that no exchange ever moves just one thing. The bales of silk carried dyes and weaving techniques. The spice ships carried navigational knowledge and epidemic disease. The Mongol relay riders carried not just orders, but the fragile possibility of a world that recognized itself as connected. Every corridor that humans have built across difficult terrain has been, underneath its obvious commerce, a transmission system for ideas, beliefs, organisms, and consequences that no one fully anticipated and no one fully controlled. Remember it not as a single ancient road or a romantic trail of caravans disappearing into desert haze. Remember it as what it actually was, a shifting, living network of exchange that repeatedly remade the civilizations it touched, and that never really ended, only changed its channels. If that network of history kept you company tonight, consider subscribing so the next journey is waiting whenever you are. And if you want to choose where we travel next, the comment section is open. Leave a civilization, an era, or a mystery, and we will find our way there. In the centuries before Siddhartha Gautama was born, northern India was quietly transforming along the wide, fertile sweep of the Ganges plain. Older patterns from the late Vedic world still shaped life, clan lineages, sacred chants, and the authority of ritual specialists, but the political map was shifting. Small territorial communities known as Janapadas were hardening into larger and more ambitious Mahajanapadas, each competing for land, loyalty, and access to trade. Power began to concentrate in fortified capitals where councils and kings negotiated taxes, armies, and alliances, and where the reach of a ruler could extend beyond a single tribe or valley. This change was felt most clearly in the rise of towns and new urban centres. Villages remained the backbone of society, tied to the seasons and the rhythm of planting and harvest. Farmers coaxed rice, barley, and other grains from well-watered fields, while herders and craftsmen supplied milk, leather, pottery, and metalwork. Yet, increasingly, roads and river routes linked these settlements into wider networks. Merchants and caravans moved salt, textiles, timber, and precious goods between marketplaces, following paths that traced the Ganges and its tributaries. In growing towns, coinage and contracts began to matter more, and everyday life included the bustle of workshops, storehouses, and crowded streets where many languages and customs met. Amid this activity, the religious landscape was equally varied. Brahmanical tradition continued to emphasize sacrifice and correct recitation, ritual acts believed to sustain cosmic order and secure prosperity in this life and beyond. Householders sought merit, sons, and security through ceremonies performed with exacting care. But alongside these settled practices moved another kind of spiritual life, less rooted to hearth and field. Across northern India, Shramana movements. Renunciants who left home wandered from grove to village edge, from town gate to royal court. Some wore little, some practiced silence, some argued fiercely in public debates. They gathered students, exchanged ideas, and challenged assumptions about what made a life pure or meaningful. Teachers travelled light, accepting alms, sleeping under trees, and offering systems of discipline and insight in place of sacrifice and lineage. Certain ideas seemed to drift through the whole region like dust on the road. Karma and rebirth, the long chain of lives shaped by intention and action, liberation imagined as a release from the cycle, and the persistent awareness of suffering, of loss, aging, illness and death that no wealth or ritual could finally hold back. Competing schools explained these realities differently. Some spoke of an enduring self passing from life to life. Others suggested more impersonal processes at work. Some sought liberation through austerity, others through knowledge, others through ethical restraint and meditation. In the marketplaces and courtyards of the Mahajanapadas, these teachings were not abstract. They touched ordinary concerns: how to live rightly, how to meet misfortune, what could be trusted when everything changed. On the northern edge of this world lay the lands of the Shakyas, a small polity nestled near the Himalayan foothills. Compared with the great powers, Kosala to the west and Magadha rising in the southeast, the Shakya region was modest, yet strategically placed amid the flow of people and ideas. Its centre, Kapilavastu, stood close enough to major routes to feel the wider currents of politics and trade, while still retaining the character of a frontier community, proud of its own traditions, guarded by its own assemblies, and attentive to the ambitions of neighbouring states. It was here, in this borderland between old and new India, that the conditions gathered for a life that would soon echo far beyond the Ganges plain. Not far from Kapilavastu, where the Shakya lands softened into forest and field, later tradition places the beginning of Siddhartha's story along a familiar road. Queen Maya, the wife of Suddhodana, is said to have set out toward her maternal home for the birth, as was customary in many households. The route carried her through a quiet grove at Lumbini, a place of shade and flowering trees, where travellers could rest before continuing on. There, according to the traditional accounts preserved in Buddhist literature, the child came into the world unexpectedly beneath the open sky, with the queen supported by the branch of a tree as attendants gathered close. The oldest sources do not linger on every detail that later generations love to tell, yet they hold firmly to the sense that this was an unusual birth, marked from the start as the arrival of someone destined for more than ordinary life. In the centuries that followed, storytellers would add graceful symbols: the calm of the mother, the purity of the grove, the sense that nature itself recognized the moment. Whether these images reflect history or the language of devotion, they reveal what the Buddhist community came to believe about its teacher, that his life, even at the beginning, pointed toward a transformation meant to reach far beyond the Shakya homeland. His father, Suddhodana, is often called a king, and Siddhartha is remembered as a prince. Yet the Shakyas were not necessarily a kingdom in the later, centralized sense. Many scholars understand them as a clan-based polity, something closer to a republic or oligarchy, where leading families governed through an assembly and decisions were shaped by council and lineage. Titles in such a setting could still be grand, and the head of a dominant family could be spoken of as king, but his authority was likely bound to the consent of other nobles and the customs of the clan. In that world, prince did not simply mean a solitary heir to an absolute throne. It meant a young man born into the ruling circle, trained for leadership, diplomacy, and the responsibilities of status, an upbringing filled with privilege, but also with expectations and watchful eyes. Traditional narratives also emphasize an early loss. Queen Maya is said to have died not long after the birth, leaving the infant to be raised within the palace household. Later accounts speak of care offered by her sister, Mahapajapati, who became a second mother to the child. Whatever the precise details, the story begins with both tenderness and fragility, life arriving amid ceremony and hope, yet shadowed by the truth that even the highest households could not keep grief from crossing their threshold. Soon, the child was brought to Kapilavastu, and the Shakya court turned to signs and counsel, as courts often did. In the Buddhist tradition, a sage named Asita appears at this moment, drawn, it is said, by omens that reached him in the hills. He comes to see the newborn, and after examining him, declares that the boy carries the marks of a great man, a figure of extraordinary destiny. The scene is remembered with a particular quiet poignancy. Asita rejoices at the child's promise, yet he also weeps, not for the infant, but for himself, because he believes he will not live long enough to hear the teaching that this child will one day give. Asita's prophecy is presented as a fork in the road, a pair of possible futures. If the boy remains in household life, he will become a great ruler, a wheel-turning monarch in the idealized language of Indian political myth, one who unites lands through strength and just order. But if he turns away from power, he will become a great renouncer, one who abandons the world to seek release from suffering and to guide others to the same freedom. The two destinies are different forms of greatness. One is mastery of the outer world, the other mastery of the inner. And in the telling of the tradition, the prophecy does not force his path so much as illuminate the tension already present in the values of the age, between sovereignty and salvation, between conquest and renunciation. The stories also preserve a cluster of early symbols, details repeated across regions and centuries, not as items to be proven like records in a ledger, but as meaningful language. The marks on the body, the unusual steadiness of the child, the sense of auspiciousness surrounding the birth, these signified to later Buddhists that the Buddha's awakening was not an accident of chance, but the flowering of long preparation across many lives. Such symbols belong to a world where biography often carried a second layer, teaching through pattern and image. They tell us less about what a witness could have measured on that day at Lumbini, and more about what the community later wanted to convey, that this life was to be read as an answer to the deepest questions of the time. For Suddhodana, however, the prophecy landed not as poetry, but as a problem. In a small polity bordered by stronger neighbours, leadership mattered. Alliances, marriages, and heirs were political realities, not abstractions. A son who might one day leave the world was not merely a personal loss. It threatened the continuity of the family's standing and the stability of its place in the Shakya council. It is easy to imagine the court receiving Asita's words with mixed feelings, pride in the child's promised greatness, and unease at the kind of greatness it might be. The child was given the name Siddhartha, a name often understood as meaning one who achieves his aim, or one whose purpose is fulfilled. Even the name feels like an expectation set gently but firmly on small shoulders. To name a child in that world was to speak a hope into being, to tie identity to aspiration. And here the aspiration was vast, fulfillment, accomplishment, the reaching of a goal not yet known, but already sensed. So, from his earliest days, Siddhartha's life was held between two visions. On one side stood the Shakya world, its councils, its pride, its careful guarding of status in a time of rising kingdoms. On the other side stood the wider spiritual landscape of northern India, where renunciants walked the roads and spoke of liberation as the highest victory. The infant could not yet choose, of course, yet the adults around him began choosing on his behalf, shaping the conditions of his childhood with a single aim, to tilt the future toward the destiny they could accept, and away from the one that frightened them. In the hush that follows a birth, when celebration fades and routine returns, the prophecy remained like a low, persistent note. It would guide the hopes of the household and the precautions of the court, and it would set the stage for a childhood designed to keep a young prince close to pleasure, duty, and the visible successes of the world, before the world's harsher truths could reach him. Within Kapilavastu, the response to that lingering prophecy was not a single decision spoken aloud, but a way of arranging daily life. The household around Siddhartha grew into a carefully tended world, shaped to hold him close. If the future could be guided, the thinking went. It would be guided through atmosphere, through comfort, familiarity, and the steady persuasion of ease. Traditional accounts describe a young life divided among palaces and pleasure grounds, with spaces set aside for different times of year. There are references to cool halls for the heat, sheltered rooms for the rains, warmer quarters for the season when the air sharpened at night. Whether this arrangement was as grand as later texts suggest, or more modest in historical reality, it expresses something true about elite life in the region. Wealth meant insulation. The ruling families of a clan polity could create distance between themselves and the roughness of labour, illness, and want. Gardens, shaded walks, ponds and groves softened the days, turning the passing of seasons into something gently staged rather than harshly endured. In such a setting, even time could feel managed. The year moved forward in familiar rituals, festivals, feasts, formal visits, and the hum of preparation when council matters were to be discussed. Servants, attendants, and older relatives formed a protective circle. Food arrived without effort. Clothing was chosen by others. The smallest discomforts were noticed and removed before they could become questions. The intention, in the language of the later tradition, was to keep anything unsettling at a distance, to keep Siddhartha's mind from turning too early toward the renunciant life that wandered just beyond the cultivated edges of the Shakya lands. Yet Kapilavastu was not only a place of leisure, it was also a political centre, however small compared with the rising monarchies elsewhere in the Ganges plain. The Shakyas lived in a time when larger states were consolidating power, when diplomacy and rivalry could reshape borders in a generation. A young man of Siddhartha's rank was not raised simply to enjoy comfort. He was raised to represent a lineage, to maintain alliances, and to protect the status of the ruling families within the assembly that governed Shakya affairs. Even in a sheltered upbringing, expectation was present like a quiet weight. So his education, as preserved in traditional memory, is the education of an elite youth. He would have learned literacy enough to handle correspondence, records, and the formal language of agreements, alongside the rhythms of oral culture, recitation, memorized formulas, and the ability to speak persuasively before elders. Statecraft, in his world, was not a distant theory. It was the practical knowledge of how decisions were made, how disputes were settled, how honour and obligation were balanced, without shattering unity inside the clan. Alongside these skills came training of the body. The sources speak of martial abilities, archery, horsemanship, the handling of weapons, the discipline of physical practice. Even if some later stories heighten his prowess to ideal proportions, they reflect a believable truth. A noble youth was expected to be capable, poised, and strong. Protection of the community, and the display of readiness, mattered. In a frontier region where powerful neighbours watched the smaller clans, weakness could invite pressure, and competence was a kind of language spoken without words. He would also have been taught etiquette, because etiquette was more than manners. It was the choreography of hierarchy, how to enter a hall, how to address senior men, how to receive guests, how to sit in council, how to show respect without surrendering dignity. These were the invisible rules that held social life together. In a clan-based polity, where authority depended on consensus among leading families, the ability to navigate pride and rivalry with grace could be as valuable as any weapon. And then there were the arts that often accompany privilege: music, games, perhaps poetry and story. Such things were not merely entertainment. They were part of a cultivated identity, signs that one belonged to the ruling circle. To be refined was to be credible. To be at ease in luxury was to appear destined for it. If this is the outer shape of his childhood, the tradition also preserves quieter scenes that hint at an inner life, not entirely contained by the palace walls. One of the most enduring stories tells of Siddhartha as a boy sitting beneath a tree while an agricultural festival unfolded nearby. In some tellings, he watches the work in the fields, the turning soil, the small creatures disturbed by the plough, the chain of hunger that follows even ordinary labour. And there, apart from the excitement of the occasion, his mind settles into a stillness that later Buddhists recognize as the seed of deep meditation. Historically, it is difficult to know what happened in that moment, or whether it happened as later generations described it. But the story matters for what it conveys. It suggests that contemplation was not something imposed on him late in life by hardship alone. It suggests a temperament, sensitive, observant, inclined to quiet seeing. The palace could offer him pleasures, but it could not fully shape what his attention chose to rest upon. Even surrounded by comfort, his mind, in the telling, turns toward the underlying truth that comfort does not erase. There is a gentleness to that image, a child, not yet burdened by the complexities of adulthood, discovering that calm is possible and that calm reveals things. The tradition uses it as foreshadowing, as if to say that awakening did not arrive as a sudden miracle on a single night, but grew from earlier capacities, moments when stillness appeared naturally, without effort, like water finding a low place. At the same time, the forces shaping him were not only personal. Family and clan mattered, and they mattered intensely. Suddhodana, as head of a prominent household, had responsibilities to elders and peers. The future of the family line was tied to Siddhartha's ability to assume a public role. Relationships with other clans and with the larger powers nearby depended on predictability, on heirs who would maintain obligations and keep agreements. In such a world, Affection and politics were woven together. To protect one's son could also mean to protect one's standing, and to protect one's standing could be framed as protecting one's people. Clan elders would have watched the young noble's development with practical eyes. A boy who seemed too drawn to solitude might be gently redirected towards sport and ceremony. A boy who asked questions beyond his years might be answered with polished phrases meant to satisfy without opening doors. Alliances were not only forged in councils, they were reinforced in daily reminders of what was admirable and what was shameful. Household life, with its pleasures and duties, was praised as the proper path. Renunciation, even when respected in the abstract, could be treated as a strange option for others. Holy men who wandered, useful perhaps as symbols, but not the sort of future a ruling family would choose for its own. So the sheltered upbringing becomes more than a background detail. It becomes a kind of strategy. If suffering and death could be kept far away, if the world could be presented as stable, beautiful, and rewarding, then perhaps the prophecy would fade into harmless legend. Siddhartha would grow into the role prepared for him, a leader, a diplomat, a protector of the Shakya name. And yet, the very perfection of that shelter carried its own risk. When life is arranged to exclude discomfort, discomfort does not disappear, it waits. The mind, kept from contact with the ordinary truths of aging, sickness and loss, does not become invulnerable, it becomes untested. Pleasure can distract, but it cannot fully satisfy a reflective nature. Duty can guide, but it can also feel like a net, even as Siddhartha learned the skills expected of him. Another education was quietly taking place, the education of noticing, because there were, even in Kapilavastu, hints of the wider world. Messengers came and went. Elders spoke in low voices about neighbouring powers. The rains failed some years and arrived too hard in others. Servants had families beyond the palace grounds. The sounds of ordinary life could not be silenced entirely. However carefully the court tried to craft ease, reality pressed in at the edges, like wind finding gaps in a closed door. In later Buddhist telling, these early years form a contrast meant to sharpen what comes next, the height of privilege before the encounter with life's unavoidable fragility. But even without the later moral framing, the tension is believable on human terms. A young man can be given everything, beauty, training, status, safety, and still feel an unnamed lack. In fact, sometimes the lack becomes clearer when everything else is abundant, because nothing external can explain it away. So Siddhartha's childhood moves forward in a quiet paradox. Outwardly it is success, refinement, strength, instruction, the steady forming of a public figure. Inwardly, the stories suggest there is already a delicate pressure building, the sense that duty and pleasure, however perfectly arranged, may not answer the deepest questions. And somewhere beneath the polished surface of palace life, the old prophecy remains, not as a command, but as a shadow of possibility, waiting for the moment when the sheltered world can no longer hold. The years that followed carried Siddhartha into the age when a sheltered child becomes a public figure. The household's careful design did not loosen its grip, it simply changed its shape. Protection became celebration. Guidance became routine. The palace world, so skillfully maintained, opened its doors to the full pageantry of courtly life, as if splendour itself could settle the question of what he would become. In Kapilavastu, affluence had its own rhythm. Days were marked by orderly movement, attendants rising early, courtyards swept clean, meals prepared in quantity and variety, garments chosen to suit the hour. There were formal visits, exchanges of gifts, and the steady presence of elders whose approval mattered. When matters of the clan required attention, voices became measured and careful, and the young prince learned how power sounded when it wished to appear calm. But much of the time the court moved toward pleasure with practised ease. Festivals punctuated the seasons, and a festival was more than a single day. It was anticipation, rehearsal, and the warm afterglow of talk that lingered for weeks. There would be music, drums, and stringed instruments, songs carried through open halls along with dancers and skilled performers whose art existed precisely to delight those who did not have to labour. Games and contests filled the hours, racing, feats of strength, displays of archery and skill that allowed nobles to prove themselves without the blunt realities of war. Even sport, in such a world, was a form of language, a way to demonstrate fitness for leadership while remaining inside the boundaries of ceremony. Siddhartha, trained from youth, would have been expected to take his place in this life gracefully. He had the discipline for it, and the sources, even when idealized, present him as capable, steady in posture, skilled in the arts of the body, able to impress without strain. The court admired such qualities because the court depended on appearances. A noble house did not merely possess wealth, it displayed order, self-control, refinement. If the prophecy had left a shadow in the minds of the elders, the response was not to speak of it, but to cover it with brightness, crowding the days with activity until there was no quiet space for a dangerous thought to take root. Suddhodana's efforts, as later tradition frames them, were consistent and practical. He did not fight his son's nature with harshness. He surrounded him with reasons to remain. The household kept sorrow at a distance by limiting what entered the prince's hearing. No talk of illness near him, no mention of death, no unsoftened reports of hardship beyond the walls. This was not only a father's tenderness, it was also the strategy of a ruling family. A young heir must be formed, not unsettled. A mind that turns too sharply toward renunciation threatens the future of alliances, the stability of the clan's expectations, and the long chain of obligations that hold a small polity together. And for a time it might have seemed to work. Pleasure is persuasive, especially when it arrives as the natural order of things. A well-made world can feel complete when one has never been forced outside its borders. When music rises at evening and laughter follows it, when the lamps are lit and food is placed before you, when companionship is arranged and every discomfort is removed before it becomes pain, it can appear that life is simply meant to be this way. Yet even the most guarded court is not sealed. The palace depended on people, and people carried reality with them like dust on their clothing. Servants moved between inner rooms and outer spaces. Guards spoke with travellers at gates. Merchants arrived with cloth and metalwork, with perfumes, grains and news. Messengers came from neighbouring lands, bringing the faint pressure of larger powers and shifting alliances. If the Shakya realm was secure in its own valley and fields, it still sat within a wider North Indian world that was becoming more crowded, more competitive, and more politically complex. So Siddhartha's eyes, however guided, would have caught glimpses beyond the polished surface. At the edges of privilege, the ordinary life of Kapilavastu continued. Farmers coaxing harvest from soil that could be generous one year and stubborn the next. Herders watching animals with patient attention. Craftsmen shaping wood, clay and metal. Women carrying water. Children running errands. Old men sitting in shade with a weariness that did not belong to the young. The palace could soften the prince's immediate surroundings, but it could not erase the truth that most lives were built on repetitive work and uncertain outcomes. Even within the household itself, the contrast was present. The prince's garments were chosen for him, but someone washed them. His meals arrived without effort, but hands had prepared them. Fires had been tended, grain had been ground. The smoothness of elite life depended on labour that did not become visible unless one happened to notice it. And Siddhartha, according to the spirit of the tradition, was the sort of person who noticed. It is here, in these youthful years, that the story begins to hold a quiet attention. The court offered answers in the form of enjoyment and duty. Enjoy what is given, they seem to say, become what is expected. Accept the role prepared for you, and the world will remain stable. But beneath that carefully maintained certainty, a different awareness could grow, small at first, easy to dismiss, yet persistent. Comfort can satisfy the body, and distraction can occupy the mind. But neither can fully settle the deeper question of what a human life is. The pleasures of the court were real pleasures, but they were also fleeting, and their very repetition could reveal their limits. A festival ends. Music fades. Victories in sport are praised, and then replaced by the next contest. Laughter lifts, and then, without warning, leaves behind a silence that feels oddly exposed. For someone inclined toward reflection, such moments are not tragedies, but they can feel like hints, signs that the bright surface of life does not explain what lies underneath it. Siddhartha was also old enough to sense that his own freedom was narrower than it appeared. He could move within the palace gardens and halls, but his future was already being shaped by others, whom he would meet, what he would learn, what responsibilities he would inherit. Even his pleasures were arranged, curated, selected. There is a particular kind of confinement that comes not from harshness, but from abundance, when every path seems prepared, and the very smoothness of the path makes it hard to step away. So the hidden disquiet in these years is not portrayed as rebellion or despair. It is gentler than that, like a question forming before it finds words. In later telling, it becomes clear that his mind could not remain satisfied with surfaces. He could appreciate beauty without believing it was permanent. He could perform his role without forgetting the strange sense that something essential was being kept just out of view. And the world itself, even at a distance, gave him reasons to wonder. The wider North Indian landscape was filled with spiritual voices. Wanderers and renunciants moved along roads and forest paths. Teachers debated the nature of the self, the meaning of sacrifice, the possibility of liberation. Not all of this would have reached him directly, but enough could be sensed through rumour and passing mention to suggest that another kind of life existed, a life not built on property, rank, and household continuity, but on searching. Within the sheltered palace, that alternative was treated as something distant, perhaps admirable in a vague way, but not truly relevant to a young man destined for leadership. And yet, precisely because it was kept distant, it could acquire a magnetic power. What is forbidden is not always desired for its own sake. Sometimes it is desired because it represents the unknown, the unarranged, the part of life that has not been smoothed into comfort. So, as Siddhartha moved through the cultivated days of Kapilavastu, through festivals and music, through sport and ceremony, through the steady rhythms of an affluent household, another current moved quietly beneath the surface. A sense that the world was larger than the palace. A sense that the palace, for all its beauty, was a kind of answer given too quickly. A sense that beyond the guarded gates were truths no arrangement could prevent. In the tradition's arc, these are the years just before the story turns outward in a decisive way. The courtly world reaches its fullness, as if to show that nothing is missing in a material sense. And precisely then, the mind begins to lean toward what is missing in a human sense. The stage is set, not by a single event, but by an accumulation, by a life so carefully protected that, when reality finally breaks through, it will do so with the force of revelation. As Siddhartha's youth ripened into the age of decision, the life of the palace did what it had always done. It turned questions into arrangements. In the Shakya world, a prince's private life was never only private. Marriage was not simply romance or personal choice, but a duty that secured continuity, an alliance within the clan and its related families, a way of weaving stability through kinship, reputation, and the promise of heirs. So the household moved toward a marriage with the same careful intention that had shaped Siddhartha's upbringing. The sources speak of Yashothara, also remembered in some traditions as Badakachana, as a woman of the Shakya line, raised within the same circle of refinement and expectation. To the elders, she represented suitability and harmony, a partner who could share the demands of rank, who could anchor the prince to household life, and who could help turn his future into something concrete and unquestioned. Within later Buddhist memory, Yashodhara is not a decorative figure placed beside him for form's sake. She is remembered as a true companion in the world he was expected to inhabit, someone who understood what it meant to live inside privilege and still feel the weight of human uncertainty pressing at the edges. Tradition does not paint her as naive about duty. She stands in the story as partnership and expectation at once, the person who, by loving him, also becomes bound to the consequences of his choices. For Siddhartha, marriage drew the palace's promises closer. It gave his life a fuller shape in the eyes of society: husband, future father, future leader. The smooth corridors of courtly pleasure now held a new seriousness. There were household responsibilities, ceremonial obligations, the management of property and people, the quiet political logic of being seen in the right places beside the right person. In a small republic like the Shakya domain, where leadership was tied to lineage and counsel, family life was not merely personal happiness. It was a public assurance that the line would continue and the clan would not drift toward uncertainty. And yet the very solidity of this step could intensify what had been quietly forming in him. Duty can be comforting when it aligns with one's nature, but it can also feel like a tightening cord when the heart is pulled elsewhere. To be married was to be held more firmly within the world of expectations by affection, by gratitude, by the ordinary tenderness that grows between two people sharing daily life. If he had previously felt that his future was arranged around him, now that arrangement had a human face and a human voice. Domestic life in the palace did not erase luxury, it refined it into routine. Days were filled with familiar sounds. Water poured, garments folded, lamps lit at evening. But marriage brings a different texture to time. Even in a sheltered world, the hours become less like endless celebration and more like a sequence of duties and choices, small decisions that reveal character. Siddhartha's composure and discipline would have served him well here. He could be attentive, capable, measured in speech. He could do what was expected, and do it with the grace that made expectations seem natural. Still, the palace could not make household life purely light. A prince does not only enjoy, he bears. Every conversation about the future carried, somewhere within it, the assumption of succession. Each courtesy from elders was also a reminder, you are the one we are counting on. The world beyond the gates remained politically complex. Alliances mattered. Rival powers existed. Prosperity required vigilance. The older Siddhartha grew, the more his life was framed, not as his own unfolding, but as the Shakya future taking form in his body and name. Then, as tradition tells it, a son was born. The child was named Rahula. In Buddhist retellings, that name carries a poignant double meaning, often explained as fetter or bond, not as an insult, but as an honest recognition of what fatherhood can be when a deeper calling has already begun to stir. A child is joy, and also attachment made visible. A child is continuity, and also responsibility that cannot be set down lightly. If marriage had strengthened Siddhartha's ties to the household, Rahula made those ties tender, immediate, and profoundly real. The birth of a son would have been greeted with satisfaction by the clan. Here was the heir, the next link in the chain, the assurance that the family line would endure. Within the palace there would have been celebration, blessings spoken, gifts exchanged. Nurses and attendants would have moved with heightened purpose. Yashodhara, now a mother, stood at the centre of a story the household wanted to believe completely, that Siddhartha's life was settling into its proper course, that the prophecy's shadow could be outshone by ordinary happiness and the strong logic of family. But emotional truth is rarely simple. In the stillness that comes after celebration, Siddhartha would have looked at his son and felt what any father might feel: astonishment, protectiveness, a tenderness that reaches deeper than words. Yet alongside that sweetness, another awareness could sharpen. Love makes the world precious, and because it is precious, it also reveals what can be lost. The more one has to hold, the more one must fear impermanence, even if the mind tries not to name it. In this way, family life did not solve Siddhartha's quiet disquiet. It gave it clearer stakes. Before, the questions might have floated through him as a vague sense that pleasure was not enough. Now the questions press closer. What kind of future can truly protect those we love? What does it mean to lead well, if time will still take everything away? What is the value of rank and comfort, if aging and sickness and death remain waiting, patient and certain? And Yashodhara, in the tradition's long view, becomes more than a figure of palace life. Her later resilience, her capacity to endure, to understand, to continue with dignity, casts a shadow backward onto these early years. It suggests that the bond between them was not trivial, and that what Siddhartha would eventually do would not be a simple escape from responsibility, but a step that would wound as it liberated, leaving behind people strong enough to survive it, yet human enough to feel it. So, in the warm rooms of Kapilavastu, Siddhartha's life seemed complete by ordinary measures: a noble marriage, a child, wealth, honour, a clear path toward leadership. And yet, completeness of circumstance can sometimes bring a final clarity to an incomplete heart. The love he felt for Yashodhara and Rahula did not quiet the deeper question. It sharpened it, turning it from an abstract unease into something urgent and intimate. Because when love is real, the limits of the world become impossible to ignore. And the more Siddhartha cherished the life he had been given, the more piercing it became to recognize that the palace, for all its beauty, could not ultimately shield anyone, not his wife, not his son, not even himself, from the truths waiting beyond the gates. Not long after the birth of Rahula, the walls of Kapilavastu began to feel less like protection and more like a boundary drawn against reality. The palace could arrange comfort with effortless skill, but it could not arrange an answer to the questions that had become sharper in Siddhartha's mind, questions about time, loss, and the quiet certainty that everything loved would one day change. Traditional accounts say that Siddhartha asked to go beyond the palace grounds. Whether this was a single outing made famous by later storytelling, or a series of glimpses gathered over time. The meaning remains the same. What had been hidden from him came into view, and once seen could not be unseen. On the first occasion, the story tells of an encounter with old age. Along the road appeared a person bent with years, skin loosened and creased, hair thinned and pale, steps unsteady, the body no longer obedient to the will. For Siddhartha, raised among the young and able, among those kept presentable and strong, the sight struck with an unexpected force. This was not merely another kind of person, it was a message carried in a living form. Time was not an idea. It was a power that reshaped everyone. He is said to have asked his attendant, often named Channa in the tradition, what had happened to make someone like this? And the answer, simple and unadorned, was that age comes for all. It was not a punishment, not a rare misfortune, not something that could be avoided by status or beauty. The body itself carried a promise it could not keep. That vigour would last. In the face of that first sight, the palace's pleasures began to look like decorations placed over a deeper truth. The second sight followed, sickness. Here the fragility of the body became even more stark. The ill person trembled, breathed with difficulty, or lay overcome by pain, someone not choosing weakness, but seized by it. Illness did not ask permission. It did not respect good intentions or careful planning. It arrived through the very channels that sustained life, breath, blood, warmth, turning them unpredictable. Again, Siddhartha's questions sharpened. If sickness could take hold of a person without warning, then all the palace's security was conditional. Health, so often treated as normal, revealed itself as temporary. The body, so carefully adorned and trained, was still a body, subject to forces beyond control. The insight was not philosophical yet. It was immediate, almost physical in its impact, as though the mind itself felt what the body could not escape. The third sight in the telling was the most final, death. A funeral procession, a corpse, mourners carrying the weight of something that could not be negotiated with. Here was loss made irreversible. No persuasion, no wealth, no rank could call a dead person back into the household. Whatever a life had been, beautiful, powerful, beloved, it ended in stillness. Siddhartha had known, in some distant way, that people died. Everyone knows it, the way one knows that storms exist beyond a clear horizon. But to see death close up was to feel its reality enter the heart. It was not simply that death happened, it was that it would happen to everyone he loved. Yashodhara, Rahula, his father, his friends, his servants, even strangers whose names he would never learn, none were exempt. And he himself, no matter how carefully guarded, carried the same destination within his own breath. A mind that truly takes in death does not remain the same. Even joy becomes edged with knowing. Even laughter has a shadow behind it, not as an enemy, but as a truth that asks to be faced. In later Buddhist language, this is the recognition of impermanence, but in this moment it is simply the dawning clarity that the world, as it is ordinarily lived, cannot promise safety. And then came the fourth sight, the one that did not merely reveal a problem, but suggested a response. Along the road walked a renunciant, a wandering ascetic, a shramana, someone who had stepped away from household life. The figure is described as calm, restrained, and purposeful, not dragged forward by desires, not frantic with fear, but carrying a different kind of wealth, an inward steadiness. To Siddhartha, this was startling in a new way. Old age, sickness, and death had shown him what could not be escaped by comfort. But the renunciant hinted that there might be another way to live with the truth, perhaps even a way beyond it. Here was a person who had deliberately left behind property, status, and the sweet web of obligations, not out of despair, but in search of something deeper, liberation, understanding, an end to the relentless cycle of wanting and losing. In the religious landscape of northern India, such wanderers were not unheard of. They moved between towns and forests, debating, meditating, practicing austerities, seeking purity or insight. Some pursued extreme disciplines. Others sought wisdom through dialogue and contemplation. They were part of the age's spiritual restlessness, a living sign that many people, not only princes, felt that ordinary life did not answer the most serious questions. Siddhartha's mind turned again and again around these sights, as if returning to them could make them less sharp. But they remained, and slowly they began to reorder his world. The palace did not become uglier, it became less convincing. Its music and perfumes still existed, but they no longer felt like solutions. They felt like pauses. What changed most was not what Siddhartha saw, but what he could no longer pretend not to know. Aging, sickness, and death were not accidents that happened to other people. They were woven into life itself. If that was true, then the most urgent task was not to decorate existence, but to understand it deeply enough to find what could not be taken away. And so, in the hush between his public duties and his private tenderness, the idea of renunciation began to take root, not as a rejection of love, but as a response to love's vulnerability. Not as contempt for the world, but as a refusal to be lulled by it. The path of the wandering ascetic stood before him like a door in a wall, narrow, uncertain, but real. From this point on, the life of the prince would continue outwardly unchanged for a time. He would still be husband and father, still addressed with respect, still surrounded by every convenience. Yet inwardly the balance had shifted. The world beyond the gates had entered him, and with it came a steady, irreversible turning of the mind toward liberation. In the days that followed, Siddhartha moved through the palace as someone who had learned a new language in secret. The familiar courtyards and shaded rooms were unchanged, and yet everything in them seemed to speak of impermanence. The laughter of attendants, the soft arguments of musicians tuning their strings, the careful arrangements of meals and perfumes, these were not false, but they were fragile. They rose and vanished like mist, and beneath them he felt the old questions pressing closer, no longer satisfied with being postponed. Traditional accounts gather this turning point into a single night, as if history itself held its breath. The household slept. Lamps burned low. The corridors, so often busy with servants and messages, were quiet enough that even footsteps felt like an intrusion. It is in this stillness that the story places Siddhartha's resolve. Not sudden, not reckless, but settled, like something decided long ago and only now carried out. There is tenderness in these tellings too, because the very things he loved were the things he was leaving. Yashodhara and the infant Rahula represented everything the world praised: continuity, duty, the promise of a life carried forward. Some traditions say he paused near their sleeping place, looking without waking them, holding the moment as gently as he could. Whatever the exact details, the weight is clear. Departure was not made easier by love. It was made necessary by it, because love in a world ruled by aging and death could not remain untouched. At the edge of decision, thresholds take on meaning. A door is no longer just wood and metal, it becomes the line between one life and another. A palace gate becomes more than an entrance, it becomes a final permission. In Buddhist memory, this night is remembered as the Great Departure, not because it involved an army or a proclamation, but because it marked the rare choice to step away from everything that typically defines a person: name, rank, inheritance, and the safety of belonging. Siddhartha did not leave entirely alone. The tradition often names his attendant, Channa, as the one who accompanied him. Channa is remembered not only as a servant, but as a witness, someone close enough to the prince to see the seriousness in his face, and to understand that this was not a passing mood. Along with Channa was Kanthaka, Siddhartha's horse, celebrated in the stories as loyal and strong. These companions carry symbolic weight: one human, one animal, one who could speak, one who could not, both bound by loyalty to a household, both drawn across the boundary of that household by the prince's resolve. If you're listening tonight, let me know where you're listening from in the comments. I always enjoy seeing where these stories are reaching around the world, and so the departure unfolds in the quietest possible way, without banners, without a public farewell. The stories describe the gates opening as if the world itself made room for what was about to happen. Whether that detail is read as miracle, poetry, or later devotion, it captures the feeling that something vast was shifting. Siddhartha passed out of Kapilavastu, leaving behind the ordered warmth of palace life, and moving into the open darkness beyond its reach. To cross that boundary was to step into homelessness, a state that meant more than lacking a roof. In the spiritual culture of northern India, homelessness signified a deliberate untying of social knots. It meant no longer being defined by clan and estate. no longer protected by family's authority, no longer measured by the rituals of household honour. It meant becoming a wanderer among wanderers, one more seeker on dusty roads, reliant on the uncertain kindness of others, exposed to weather and rumour, accepted in one village and refused in the next. The traditional narrative brings Siddhartha to a place beyond the city's immediate reach, sometimes described as a river, sometimes as a distant grove, where the final severing could be done. There the prince began to renounce not only possessions but identity itself. The first act is described with a simplicity that makes it memorable. He cut his hair. In the world he was leaving, hair could be a sign of beauty and status, groomed and perfumed, kept as carefully as jewellery. To cut it was to reject vanity, but also to reject the very assumptions of rank. It was an outward sign that the inward decision was real. Then came the exchange of clothing. Fine garments, woven for a royal household, marked him as someone protected by power. To set them aside was to step out of that protection. Many versions of the story describe him taking on the rough, plain clothing associated with ascetics, cloth that did not announce wealth, cloth that could be repaired and carried, cloth that belonged to no palace. In later memory, this is the birth of a new identity. Not prince, not heir, not the centre of a court, but a renunciant, one who has left the household life behind. Channa and Kanthaka, in these tellings, cannot pass all the way with him. They represent ties that must at some point be released. Channa can accompany him to the edge, but not into the full solitude that the path requires. Kanthaka can carry him away from comfort, but cannot share the life that comes after comfort, is refused. The moment of parting is often told with feeling. The attendant urged to return. The horse turned back toward the city, the prince standing with fewer and fewer traces of what he had been. And then, after the drama of leaving, comes something quieter, the immediate loneliness of having actually left. The palace, for all its questions, had been warm with human voices. Now there was the open world, indifferent and wide. Night air without the familiar scent of courtyards. Ground that did not belong to his family. Sounds that were not arranged for his pleasure. The rustle of leaves, distant animals, wind moving across fields. Privilege does not disappear without leaving a kind of echo. Even when a person renounces comfort, the body remembers it. Hunger feels sharper when one has always been fed. Cold feels more personal when one has always been sheltered. The mind, too, can waver in the first hours after a great choice, not because the choice was wrong, but because the old life was close enough to be imagined, and the new life had not yet formed its routines. Siddhartha stood at the beginning of a road that did not promise answers quickly. He had no guarantee that awakening existed, no map that could prove he would find what he was seeking. He had only the clarity that the old life could not solve the problem of suffering, and the willingness to walk into uncertainty rather than remain in distraction. The great departure in this light was not an escape from responsibility, but a wager made on behalf of all living beings, that the truth could be known, and that knowing it might lead beyond fear. With the palace now behind him, and the familiar names beginning to fall away, the former prince stepped into a life measured not by ceremonies and seasons, but by questions. And the search long imagined finally began in earnest. The roads of the Ganges plain were already worn smooth by seekers, long before Siddhartha placed his feet upon them. In the towns and groves beyond Kapilavastu, he entered a world where questions were treated like a serious craft. Renunciants moved in small groups or alone, carrying bowls, staffs, and theories about what life was and why it hurt. Some spoke of karma like a law as steady as the seasons. Others argued for fate, or for chance, or for a soul that travelled unchanged beneath the shifting surface of experience. There were those who trusted ritual, those who rejected it, those who praised austerity, and those who thought the mind itself, if trained precisely, could open like a door. It was a culture of debate, but not the sharp, competitive kind alone. It was also a culture of listening, of testing, of sitting with ideas until they either held or broke apart. In marketplaces outside city gates, and in the shade of forests near rivers, teachings were offered the way water was offered, freely, but with the expectation that the listener would taste carefully. Siddhartha, now dressed like the other wanderers, became one more voice among many, quiet at first, attentive, measuring everything against the single urgent question that had followed him out of the palace, whether there was a release that did not end in disappointment. Traditional accounts say he sought out teachers with reputations for deep meditative absorption, not because he was looking for comfort, but because he sensed that the mind, when gathered and steadied, could see what a scattered mind could not. One of the first major teachers named in the early tradition is Lara Kalama. Siddhartha approached him as a student approaches a skilled craftsman, respectful, patient, willing to learn the method before judging its results. Under Alara Kalama, he trained in a discipline that was already old in India, refinement of attention until thought grew quiet and experience became subtle. The stories describe him progressing quickly, as if the abilities he needed were not being invented for the first time, but remembered. He learned to collect the mind, to let coarse distractions fall away, and to enter states of calm so steady they seemed beyond ordinary human restlessness. In the language passed down by tradition, he mastered an attainment associated with nothingness, a level of meditation where the usual objects of awareness become so faint that the mind seems to rest in a vast absence. Alara Kalama recognized his student's skill. In some tellings, he even offered Siddhartha a place beside him, not merely as a follower, but as a partner in teaching, an honor that suggested the training had been completed as far as that lineage could take him. It would have been an easy moment to settle. There was community here, guidance and the dignity of accomplishment. There was, in a way, a new kind of status, spiritual rather than royal. And yet, for Siddhartha, something essential did not click into place. The meditative state was profound, but when it ended, the ordinary world returned. Hunger returned, fatigue returned. The mind, though trained, still had its subtle habits. More than that, the deeper unease, the sense that life, as it is ordinarily lived, cannot be made secure, had not been uprooted. If this attainment was the summit, why did the old problem still cast its shadow? So he left, not in anger and not in contempt, but in honesty. It is one of the most revealing patterns in these early stages. He did not deny the value of what he learned. He simply refused to call it final when it did not end what he had come to end. The next teacher named is Udaka Ramaputta, associated with a yet more refined level of meditative attainment. Here, the training moved even farther from the familiar world. The traditional phrase used is neither perception nor non-perception, pointing to an experience so subtle that it resists ordinary categories. It is not a blank unconsciousness, but it is also not the clear, named awareness of everyday life. It is as though the mind becomes so fine that even the idea of having an experience begins to blur at the edges. Again, Siddhartha learned the method, entered the state, and mastered what could be mastered. Again, his ability impressed those around him. Again, the path offered a kind of stopping place, a respected teacher, a coherent system, a recognized attainment that promised peace as long as it lasted. But again, the question returned, steady as footsteps. Even the most exquisite absorption was not the same as liberation. It could suspend the ordinary disturbances, but it did not destroy their roots. When the mind emerged, the world reassembled itself, and with it came the same ancient facts. The body remained subject to aging and sickness. All that is loved remained vulnerable to separation. The heart, even when calm, still lived within conditions that could not be controlled. The dissatisfaction he had sensed as a prince, the subtle strain beneath pleasure, the anxiety beneath safety, had not been permanently dissolved. In later Buddhist reflection, this becomes a crucial distinction between high attainment and final release. A mind can be trained to extraordinary stillness, but stillness alone is not necessarily freedom. It can be a shelter, but not a home beyond weather. Siddhartha did not reject the power of meditation. He carried it with him. What he rejected was the idea that refinement, by itself, was the same as awakening. So once more he turned away. Not because his teachers were false, but because his own question was uncompromising. If there was a deathless peace, it would have to be something that did not merely pause suffering, but ended the conditions that gave rise to it. If there was a path, it would have to reach deeper than tranquil states, deeper than philosophy, deeper than reputation, deeper even than the joy of inner silence. He continued onward into places where fewer people lingered, following the pattern of many renunciants who believed that truth demanded severity. Forests and quiet groves offered what cities could not. Long stretches of solitude, the hard honesty of hunger and weather, and a life stripped of distraction. The farther he walked from settled life, the more the search narrowed and intensified, as if the world were being simplified down to a single experiment. By then, he had tasted what the best-known contemplative traditions could offer: discipline, clarity, and heights of concentration that made ordinary pleasures seem thin. Yet the central ache remained unanswered, and with that unanswered ache as his guide, Siddhartha moved deeper into the wilderness, toward harsher practices, determined to test whether the body itself, trained, denied, and pushed to extremes, might finally yield the key that refined meditation had not provided. He came at last to Uruvala, a quiet stretch of country near the Neranyara River, where the land was green enough to sustain a small band of wanderers and remote enough to keep the world at a distance. In the traditions remembered later, Uruvala becomes the setting for his most severe experiment, a place where spiritual effort was treated almost like a technology, a craft of forcing results through discipline. Here lived ascetics who measured progress by what they could endure: heat and cold, hunger and thirst, sleeplessness, solitude, and the slow wearing down of the body's demands. Siddhartha joined them, not as a tourist of hardship, but as someone willing to test an idea to its limit. Many in that time believed that the body, with its appetites and comforts, was the knot that bound the mind. If you starved the knot, if you tightened it with pain and restraint, perhaps it would loosen its grip at last. Austerity was not merely punishment, it was a deliberate method, in the same way a smith heats and hammers metal to change its shape. These renunciants believed the self could be reshaped by pressure. Traditional accounts described 5 companions who practiced alongside him, men who would later reappear at a crucial turning point. Together they kept to a life of reduction. Food became scarce by choice. Speech became unnecessary. The mind was supposed to become bright in the emptiness left behind. He tried fasting, gradually cutting away the ordinary supports that keep a body stable. At first, there may have been a feeling of clean intensity, the sharpening that can come when distraction is removed. But hunger, over time, does not remain a simple sensation. It colours everything. It narrows attention, not toward insight, but toward survival. In the stories, his body grows thin. His strength leaves him in quiet increments, like water draining from a vessel. He eats little, sometimes said to be only a few grains, and what was once a prince's upright ease becomes the careful balance of someone living close to collapse. Alongside fasting were other forms of mortification that were common in ascetic circles: enduring pain without flinching, limiting sleep, holding rigid postures, and letting the body be exposed to rough conditions. The early texts describe him practicing forms of breath restraint so severe that it felt as though the air itself had become an enemy. There are images of pressure in the head and chest, the sense of being squeezed by one's own effort. The tone in these descriptions is strikingly plain. There is no celebration of suffering for its own sake, only the record of a man pushing hard because he believes, for a time, that this is where the answer must be. And in that plainness another story begins to show itself: the psychological landscape of extreme striving. Endurance can bring a fierce kind of confidence. When a person can outlast discomfort, there is a quiet pride that rises, sometimes unnoticed, sometimes felt as a private certainty that one is doing what others will not. Among ascetics, this pride can even become a currency, unspoken but real. Siddhartha, who had left behind a world of obvious status, now entered a world where status was earned by denial. There was also doubt, moving like a shadow at the edge of every victory. Each time he overcame the urge to eat, to rest, to soften the harshness, he proved something. Yet the thing he wanted most remained just beyond reach. If torment were the key, shouldn't clarity be growing steadier, not more fragile? Shouldn't wisdom be expanding, not tightening into a single desperate point? But the logic of the experiment demanded that he continue. If he stopped too soon, he might never know whether the limit had been reached. So he pressed on, year after year, narrowing life until it contained almost nothing but effort. It is hard to imagine a quieter kind of exhaustion than this. Not the exhaustion of travel or labour, but the exhaustion of a will that never sets down its burden. Day after day, the mind is told that relief is weakness, that softness is failure, that the body must be subdued like an animal. Yet the body is not a separate creature. It is the ground the mind stands on. When the ground begins to crumble, the standing becomes unsteady, and even the finest concentration can turn thin and brittle. In later recollections, There comes a moment when the trajectory can no longer continue. The body, starved and strained, approaches its edge. He becomes so weak that ordinary movement is difficult. The world, which he had been trying to transcend, returns in the simplest form. The fact that without strength, the mind cannot work as it needs to. It cannot observe clearly, it cannot hold steady, it cannot penetrate. It can only endure, and endurance alone is not awakening. This is not described as a sudden burst of inspiration, but as a sober recognition, the kind that comes when a person has been faithful to an experiment and finally sees its results. He had tried refinement through meditation, and it had not freed him. He had tried purification through pain, and it also had not freed him. If liberation existed, it was not going to be forced out of the body like a confession. The body could be trained, yes, but tormenting it did not purify the mind of craving. It only replaced one kind of craving with another, the craving to win, to conquer, to become someone who could say, even silently, "I did what no one else could do." There is a gentleness to this realization, even if it arrives through harsh conditions. It is the gentleness of honesty. The practice of self-mortification had promised control, but it delivered a life made small, a life where the horizon shrank to the next act of refusal. It did not open the heart, it contracted it. It did not clarify the mind, it clouded it with weakness. It did not end suffering, it created a new suffering and called it holy. So the first outline of a new approach begins to appear, still only a sketch, but unmistakable. Not indulgence, not surrender to comfort, but balance, enough strength for the mind to be clear, enough steadiness for insight to deepen, without the fog of collapse. He begins to sense that awakening would require a mind that is neither intoxicated by pleasure nor dulled by pain. Something in him remembers that clarity is not the same as strain. This was not yet the famous formulation that later generations would call the middle way, but it was the soil from which it would grow. In Uruvela, at the end of endurance, he saw the limits of extremity, and having seen them, he understood that the path forward would not be found by breaking the body, but by understanding the mind, by meeting experience with a steadier kind of attention, supported by a life that could sustain it. With that sober honesty came a choice that would look, to the ascetic world around him, like failure. He allowed the body to live. He let food be food again, simple nourishment, taken not as a luxury, but as a foundation. In a culture where renunciants were judged by what they refused, accepting sustenance carried a social weight. It suggested turning back. It hinted at a softening of resolve. For those who had built identity out of hunger and endurance, it could feel like betrayal. The traditions place an important moment beside the Neranyara River, where a young woman named Sujata approached with an offering of milk rice, prepared as a gift. Later stories frame it as an act of devotion, sometimes connected to vows and local custom, but at its heart it is remembered as an offering freely given to someone who looked near death. Siddhartha, gaunt from years of austerity, accepted it, not furtively, not with shame, but clearly, as though this too were part of the path, an act of understanding rather than an act of appetite. For ascetics, the meaning of food was never only physical. It was symbolic, almost moral. To eat could be seen as re-entering the marketplace of desire, where one trades purity for comfort. And yet Siddhartha had begun to see that the hunger he had cultivated did not simply burn away craving. It created new forms of it, craving for achievement, craving for an identity as the one who could endure. Accepting nourishment, then, was not a step toward indulgence. It was a refusal to keep worshipping pain. His 5 companions watched this change with alarm. These were men who had shared years of reduction with him, who had seen him as the most determined among them. If he now took solid food, if he let strength return, they concluded that he had abandoned the quest. In the language of their world, he had become luxurious, a harsh word meant to close the argument. The story says they left him, withdrawing their respect and their company, and went on to seek awakening elsewhere. Their departure mattered. It is easy to imagine solitude as simple, but there is a particular loneliness in being misunderstood by those who have walked nearest to you. These companions had been witnesses to his struggle. They had been the small community that made the wilderness human. When they turned away, the path ahead narrowed again, not into the narrowness of fasting, but into the quiet narrowness of having no one to confirm that the new direction was sane. The old method had been harsh, but it came with agreement. The new method would have to be walked without applause, without a circle of fellow strivers to mirror back his seriousness. And yet that loneliness had a cleansing effect. With the companions gone, there was no longer a shared contest of endurance, no longer the subtle pressure to prove something each day. The question could become simpler again. Not, how much can I deny, but what actually leads to freedom? In later Buddhist memory, this is where the middle way begins to take its true shape, not as a vague preference for moderation, but as a principled rejection of two dead ends. On one side was indulgence, the life he had known in the palace. Pleasure pursued as if it could be made permanent, comfort treated as protection against change. He had already seen how quickly that world produced dissatisfaction, how it trained the mind to cling. On the other side was self-harm, the life of the extreme ascetic, pain pursued as if it were cleansing, weakness mistaken for purity. He had now tested that as well, and found it did not bring release. Between them was a path that did not bargain with truth. It did not hide from suffering behind pleasure, and it did not try to win against suffering by becoming a martyr. To choose this middle was not to relax into ease. It was to prepare for a more exacting task, seeing the mind as it is. For that, the body needed steadiness. Strength was not the enemy of awakening. Distraction was. Fog was. The trembling instability of starvation was. With food, with rest, with the simple return of energy, his attention could become something other than grit. It could become clear. It could settle without collapsing. The mind, no longer forced into the tunnel of survival, could widen again into observation. Some accounts remember him bathing in the river, washing away the dust of years, not as a ritual of purification but as a practical return to life. The gestures are ordinary, almost understated, and that is part of their power. There is no dramatic trumpet of revelation, only a man choosing to stand on solid ground. The goal had not changed, only the method had become sane. As his strength returned, he began to turn his steps away from the ascetic's groves and toward a place that would become inseparable from his name. Not far from Uruvela stood a large fig tree, later called the Bodhi tree, the tree of awakening. The landscape here was quiet, the river nearby, fields and forest at the edges, the feeling of open sky. He walked with the steadiness of someone who has stopped arguing with himself. In later retellings, there is a sense of quiet resolve gathering as he approaches. He is no longer trying to force the world to yield its secret through torment. He is preparing for a decisive meditation, one that will not be measured by suffering endured, but by understanding attained. The mind must be stable enough to see deeply, and gentle enough not to flinch from what it finds. He chose a place at the base of the tree, a spot of ground simple and unremarkable in itself, made significant only by the intention brought to it. Here he would sit, not as a performance for others, not as a test of how long he could resist the body, but as the final turning inward. The outward journey had reached its threshold. The inward journey toward the roots of suffering and the possibility of release was about to begin. At the foot of that fig tree, beside the steady presence of the Naranjara River, he settled onto the earth as evening gathered. The air held the soft coolness that comes after heat, and the world seemed to pause in a kind of rural stillness. Fields quiet, distant sounds muted, the canopy above darkening leaf by leaf. Later generations would call this place Bodh Gaya, but in that moment it was simply a stretch of ground under a spreading tree, chosen not for grandeur, but for clarity. He sat as if making an agreement with himself. Here, on this seat, the search would be carried to its end. Traditional accounts describe a resolve that feels almost immovable, sometimes expressed as a vow not to rise until awakening was found, whether or not he formed it as a formal statement. The meaning is clear in the way the story remembers him. He had tried the palace and found it hollow. He had tried the forest's extremes and found them barren. Now there would be no more changing of methods, no more running toward the next teacher, the next theory, the next ordeal. This time, the work would be to remain, and to see. As the hours deepened, his attention gathered. The mind that had once been scattered by luxury and later narrowed by starvation began to settle into a steadier concentration. In Buddhist tradition, this deepening is described as stages of collectedness, calm becoming more refined, awareness more unified, like water clearing when it is no longer disturbed. He was not seeking trance for its own sake, but a firmness of mind capable of looking directly at life without blinking. With that steadiness, the first great knowing of the knight is remembered to have unfolded, the recollection of former lives. Not as a vague feeling, but as a vast, ordered remembering, names and places, joys and losses, births and deaths, stretching back beyond the limits of one lifetime. The details in the tradition can sound like poetry, but their weight is philosophical. The self he had once taken for granted, the I that seemed so solid, was revealed as a long procession of conditions, appearing and passing, taking form and dissolving again and again. Identity was not a single stone, it was a river, and still he remained beneath the tree, letting this knowledge deepen rather than dazzle. In the second watch of the night, the tradition says his understanding widened beyond his own stream of lives to the wider world of beings. He saw, in the language later texts use, the passing away and reappearance of creatures according to their deeds, karma, not as a system of fate imposed from outside, but as the moral texture of action and intention unfolding through time. Lives rose and fell in patterns shaped by greed and generosity, by cruelty and care, by confusion and clarity. Some paths led toward greater suffering, others toward ease, but none of it was random, and none of it was permanent. This vision, too, carried a quiet shock. It suggested that the universe was neither a playground ruled by pleasure, nor a torture chamber ruled by pain. It was a field of cause and effect, intimate and exacting, where every thought and choice left a trace. Yet even here he did not stop at explanation. To see the movement of beings through death and birth was not the same as finding a way out. The question sharpened. If karma carries beings onward, what breaks the chain? What ends the turning? It is at this threshold, when the mind is steady, when the world's patterns are seen clearly, and when the final knot has not yet been cut, that the traditions place the arrival of Mara. Mara is remembered as a tempter, a lord of delusion, sometimes a godlike figure, sometimes the personification of death and desire. In the older stories he comes with an army, with thunder and spectacle. But beneath the imagery, Mara represents something closer than any demon. The forces that keep the mind bound, fear, craving, doubt, and the subtle pride that can grow even in a seeker. The first assault is often told as intimidation. The night around him becomes threatening. The mind is tested by visions of danger, by the old animal reflex to flee. What is a lone man under a tree against the vastness of the world? What right does he have to sit here and claim he will understand what sages have missed? These are the questions of fear dressed up as realism. They whisper that safety lies in movement, in retreat, in choosing an easier life. Then come the more seductive challenges, desire and distraction. Mara offers what the world always offers: pleasure, comfort, admiration, the return to a life where effort is exchanged for entertainment. In some tellings, alluring figures appear. In others, it is simply the mind's ability to paint a sweeter scene than the difficult work of seeing clearly. Even the memory of the palace, long left behind, could flicker with renewed charm. Music, softness, the warmth of belonging. Temptation does not need to be new to be effective. It only needs to suggest that the old hunger might be satisfied at last. When fear and desire fail, doubt arrives, quieter and sharper. Doubt questions not the goal but the person. Perhaps the path is too large, perhaps the mind is not pure enough, perhaps awakening is only a story others tell. Doubt is not always loud. Often it is a small corrosion, a persistent dripping that tries to wear down resolve. Alongside it, pride waits in a shadowed corner, pride in effort, pride in being the one who endures, pride in being nearly awakened. Even spiritual striving can harden into identity, and identity is another chain. But the tradition remembers something unshakable in his response. He did not wrestle the visions as if fighting an enemy outside himself. He did not bargain with them, nor did he collapse into them. He stayed. He let fear be known as fear, desire as desire, doubt as doubt seen, named, and no longer obeyed. In the famous story, Mara demands a claim to the seat, asking what authority allows this man to sit where victory is promised. Siddhartha answers not with threats, but with truth, calling the earth itself as witness, his long accumulation of intention, effort, and sincerity. The gesture is simple, almost humble, and that humility is part of its power. He is not demanding the universe applaud him. He is only refusing to be moved. The night continued to thin. Beneath the Bodhi tree, the mind held steady through the last waves of resistance, as if the storm had spent itself and left behind a clear sky. The world had not changed, and yet something essential was nearing its turning point. The collected mind had already seen vastness, lifetimes, karma, the wandering of beings. Now it was approaching the most intimate discovery of all. Not merely how life continues, but how suffering begins, moment by moment, and how it can end. As the darkness approached its final hour, the breakthrough was close enough to feel like a pressure in the silence, an ending poised on the edge of dawn. In that last hour before sunrise, the silence beneath the tree no longer felt like an empty space to be filled, but like a clear mirror. The mind, steadied by long discipline, turned toward what was nearest and most difficult to see, the texture of experience itself. Not theories inherited from teachers, not metaphysical debates about the soul or the cosmos, but the immediate facts of living, how a moment is born, how it is coloured, how it tightens into distress, and how it loosens again. As the eastern horizon began to pale, tradition says the final veil fell away. What had been sought across palaces and forests was understood here, on ordinary ground, the end of ignorance, the cooling of craving, the stopping of the restless becoming that drives life into repeated dissatisfaction. He awakened, and with that awakening he became known by a new name. Buddha did not mean a god, nor a prophet speaking for a higher power. It meant the awakened one, the one who had woken up from a profound confusion about what the world is and what a human being is within it. The understanding that arose at dawn was later gathered into a simple structure, like a path marked with stones so others could follow. It began not with comfort, but with honesty. The first truth was the truth of dukkha, suffering, unsatisfactoriness, the ache that runs through life, even when life is outwardly pleasant. Birth carries vulnerability, aging carries loss. Illness and separation arrive without asking permission. Even joy trembles because it changes. The palace had tried to hide this, the ascetic life had tried to punish it away, but under the Bodhi tree it was met without flinching. The second truth followed with the same clear logic. Suffering has a cause. It is not random, and it is not sent as a sentence from outside. In the tradition's language, the cause is tanha, craving, the thirst that reaches for pleasure, reaches away from pain, reaches for identity, for becoming this or that. When the mind clings to what it likes, it fears losing it. When it meets what it dislikes, it tightens into resistance. And even when it tries to build a lasting self out of roles and achievements, it discovers that the self it defends is never finished, never safe. The dissatisfaction of life is sharpened and repeated by this grasping, as natural as a hand closing around water. Then came the third truth, quiet and almost startling. If suffering has a cause, it can cease, not by arranging the world into a perfect shape, but by letting the cause end. When craving fades, the heart is no longer dragged from object to object, from hope to disappointment, from fear to bargaining. The tradition would later call this cessation nirvana, nibbana in the older language, a word that suggests an extinguishing, like a lamp going out when it no longer has fuel. Not annihilation, but release, the end of a burning that had seemed normal for as long as anyone could remember. And the fourth truth completed the set like a door opening outward. There is a path leading to the cessation of suffering. The Buddha did not awaken to a private ecstasy meant only for himself. The understanding was practical. It could be lived. It could be practiced. It could be taught. Alongside these four truths, another insight took form, more detailed, more like a map of inner mechanics. Later Buddhists called it dependent origination, the principle that things arise in dependence on conditions, and when the conditions are removed, the arising stops. Suffering, in this view, is not a single blow but a chain. When ignorance is present, when the mind does not see clearly, it shapes intentions. Intentions shape consciousness. Consciousness leans into name and form, the whole complex of body and mind. The senses meet the world. Contact gives rise to feeling. Feeling, if not understood, becomes craving. Craving hardens into clinging. Clinging conditions becoming. Becoming leads to birth. and birth inevitably carries aging and death, sorrow and lamentation. It is an ancient list, but its power is immediate. In it, the Buddha's discovery becomes an explanation of how a single moment can turn into suffering. A feeling arises, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. If it is met with ignorance, the mind reaches or recoils or drifts. The reach becomes a habit. The habit becomes a sense of me and mine, and from that sense of ownership, fear and frustration follow as reliably as a shadow follows a body in sunlight. Yet dependent origination also points toward freedom, because it runs in both directions. If ignorance can condition the whole mass of suffering, then understanding can interrupt it. If craving depends on feeling not being understood, then to see feeling as feeling impermanent, conditioned, not self, is to loosen the reflex to grasp. If clinging depends on craving, then when craving fades, clinging has nothing to hold. When clinging ends, the anxious project of becoming, of constantly trying to secure a self in time, begins to fall quiet. In this way, liberation is not a miracle granted from outside, but a natural result when the causes of bondage are no longer fed. The path the Buddha discerned was not an extreme. It did not demand the dullness of indulgence, nor the brutality of self-torment. It was the middle way made precise, the noble eightfold path, 8 strands woven into one life. It begins with wisdom, right view, seeing the world in terms of cause and effect, suffering and its ending, and right intention, the movement of the heart toward renunciation, goodwill, and harmlessness. It continues into conduct, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, the steady choice not to deepen confusion through lies, cruelty, or exploitation. And it deepens into the training of the mind, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, the cultivation of clarity and steadiness that can actually carry insight through the storms of habit. With dawn fully risen, the one who had been Siddhartha Gautama sat beneath the tree, awake in a way words could only circle around. The world was still the same world, fields, rivers, villages waking to their work, but the inner compulsion to chase and defend had been cut at its root. Traditional accounts say he remained near Bodh Gaya for weeks afterward, moving little, staying in the vicinity of the tree, walking slowly, sitting quietly, allowing the realization to settle like silt sinking to the bottom of clear water. In those first days, another question appeared, not as temptation, but as a sober consideration. What he had understood was subtle, going against the ordinary habits of desire and self. Would anyone be able to grasp it? Would it be worth the effort to explain what cannot be handed over like an object? Some traditions speak of him leaning toward silence, thinking that people delight in what entangles them, and that a teaching about letting go might seem thin, even unwelcome. So the Buddha lingered, dwelling in the aftermath of awakening, weighing compassion against the difficulty of communication. The decision to teach was not yet proclaimed. It waited like a seed in still soil. But the turning had happened, the chain had been seen. And in the quiet near the Naranyara River, the possibility of a new kind of life, guided by understanding rather than craving, began to edge outward from one awakened mind toward the wider world. Not long after that quiet settling near the Naranyara River, the Buddha's attention turned outward. Tradition remembers a moment when the resolve to teach finally outweighed the pull of silence, as if compassion tipped a careful scale. The truth he had touched was difficult, yes, but beings were suffering, and suffering had causes that could be understood. If the path could be spoken clearly, even a few might hear it, and those few could carry it onward. He thought first of the teachers who had guided his earlier search, Alara Kalama and Udaka Ramaputta, but in the traditional telling he learned they had already died. Then his mind went to the 5 companions who had shared his years of harsh asceticism, the men who had watched him starve himself, who had admired his endurance, and who had felt betrayed when he accepted food and strength again. They were living near Varanasi, in a place known as the Deer Park at Isipatana, later called Sarnath. To them, at least, he could speak plainly. They knew the old extremes, they had lived them. Perhaps they could recognize a way beyond them. So he began to walk the long road north and east, moving through villages and along dusty paths, carrying nothing but the calm that now seemed to have weight and texture. When he reached the Deer Park, the 5 saw him coming from a distance. At first they resolved not to rise, not to greet him, not to give him the honor due a teacher. In their eyes he had softened, abandoned the struggle, returned to comfort. Yet, as he drew nearer, something in his presence unsettled their decision. Their own bodies rose before they fully chose it. One brought water, another prepared a seat. The old companionship, strained by judgment, began to loosen. He spoke to them not as a rival, and not as a penitent, seeking forgiveness, but as someone who had found what they all had been seeking. In the remembered words of the tradition, he asked them not to address him by his former name, not to treat him as merely an equal on the road. He had awakened, he said, and he had a path to share. Their scepticism was still there, but it now had to face the simple fact of him, steady, unforced, neither hungry for praise nor defensive against doubt. At Sarnath he delivered what later generations called the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, setting the wheel of Dhamma in motion, the first formal turning of the teaching in the world. He began where their own lives had begun, with the failure of extremes. The life of sensual indulgence, he said, was low, entangling, unworthy of what a human being could become. But the life of self-torment was also a dead end, painful, unproductive, not leading to insight. Between these two lay a middle way, not a compromise, but a clear path, capable of giving rise to vision, knowledge, peace. Then he laid out the structure that would become the spine of Buddhist teaching, the Four Noble Truths. There is dukkha, the unsatisfactoriness that runs through conditioned life. There is a cause, craving, thirst, the impulse to grasp and resist. There is cessation, the fading and ending of that craving, and with it the ending of the inner burning. And there is a path, the noble eightfold path, right view and intention, right speech, action and livelihood, right effort, mindfulness and concentration. He did not offer these as ideas to admire from a distance, but as realities to be known. Each truth, he said, carries a task, to be understood, abandoned, realized, cultivated. In traditional accounts, the effect was immediate and profound. One of the five, Kondanya, is said to have seen clearly in that moment, as if a door in the mind swung open. A phrase is preserved like a bell tone. Whatever is subject to arising is subject to cessation. It was not merely comfort, it was insight into the nature of things, the way all compounded experience appears and passes, and the freedom that comes from no longer clinging to it. Kondanya became the first to enter the stream, the first to taste the irreversible direction toward liberation. The Buddha is said to have recognized it with quiet satisfaction, calling him Anya Kondanya, Kondanya who has understood. The days that followed were not a single sermon but a deepening. The Buddha continued to teach them, refining what had been spoken in the first turning. He explained suffering more intimately, not only as the obvious pain of sickness and loss, but as the subtle strain in pleasure itself, because pleasure cannot be held. He spoke of the five aggregates, body, feeling, perception, mental formations, consciousness, and how the ordinary sense of I tries to claim them, despite their shifting, conditioned nature. In the suttas, the teaching on not-self becomes a careful dismantling of assumption. If these experiences change, if they cannot be commanded to remain as we wish, then they cannot be the stable core we imagine. And as this understanding ripened, the other four companions too are said to have reached liberation, becoming arahants, people whose craving had been cut off at the root. With these first awakened disciples, something new appeared in the world, not merely a teacher speaking and listeners admiring, but a living lineage of practice. The Sangha, the community of renunciants, began to take shape around the Buddha, at first simply as those who asked to go forth under his guidance. Early ordination was remembered as strikingly simple, an invitation that became famous. Come, bhikkhu, come and live this life. Come and train. Come and see for yourself. Conversions followed, described in the traditional sources, with a gentle inevitability. A group of young men from Varanasi, led by Yasa, heard the teaching and found their old satisfactions suddenly thin. They entered the homeless life, and their friends and families followed. The number of disciples grew from 5 to dozens, and then to more, until the Buddha began to send them out in different directions, not to build an institution, but to make the path available, teach what is beneficial in the beginning, beneficial in the middle, beneficial in the end. As the community expanded, order had to emerge, not as bureaucracy, but as care. The earliest rules of conduct, later gathered into the Vinaya, were not laid down all at once. They arose when real situations demanded clarity: how to live with few possessions, how to relate to donors without greed, how to avoid harm, how to settle disputes, how to preserve trust. The discipline was meant to protect the mind and protect the community, shaping a life where the teachings could be practiced rather than merely discussed. And so, in the quiet of the deer park, the Buddha's awakening began to move beyond the limits of one person's experience. A teaching that might have remained a private discovery took on human voices, human habits, and human continuity. With the Sangha forming around him, imperfect, learning, yet sincere, the Dhamma gained legs to walk on. The wheel had been set in motion, and it would not be easily stopped. With the wheel turning, the Buddha did not settle into a single seat of authority. He returned to what he had become during his search: a traveller on foot, moving with the seasons, depending on the goodwill of others, carrying the teaching from one cluster of homes to the next. Northern India offered well-worn routes, paths along rivers, tracks between market towns, roads that tied together kingdoms and republics. The Sangha learned to live by a rhythm that was both ordinary and quietly radical, walking in the cool of morning, entering villages for alms, teaching when invited, and then moving on again. Daily life on the road was simple by design. At dawn they would go on alms round, not as beggars pleading, but as mendicants, making it possible for householders to practice generosity. Some offered handfuls of rice or lentils, others a ladle of curry, a piece of fruit, a cup of water. The point was not the amount, it was the moment of giving and the moment of receiving without grasping. When the meal was done, the day could open into instruction, sometimes a formal talk, sometimes a few sentences offered to someone who was frightened or proud or grieving. In the heat of midday they rested in shade. In the evening, among trees or in donated groves, they gathered again, repeating teachings, clarifying questions, settling the mind. Then came the rains. The monsoon changed everything, turning roads into mud and footpaths into streams, and it was considered unwise and harmful to keep wandering when the ground was full of newly emerging life. So the community developed the practice of the rains retreat, staying in one place for 3 months. These seasonal pauses became important, not only for practical reasons, but for community life, a time to train more steadily, to recite teachings, to address friction before it grew sharp, and to deepen relationships that constant travel might otherwise keep shallow. As the Buddha's reputation widened, his path crossed the powerful as well as the poor. Tradition places one significant meeting in the kingdom of Magadha, ruled by King Bimbisara. The king is remembered as a man alert to spiritual currents, curious about teachers who drew people away from ordinary ambition. When he encountered the Buddha calm, composed with a growing community behind him, he is said to have offered respect and support. Out of that encounter comes a gift famous in the traditional sources, the bamboo grove Veluvana near Rajagaha. It became one of the early monasteries, a place where the Sangha could stay, especially during the rains, and where teachings could be given in a setting steadier than the roadside. Yet the Buddha's work did not belong to courts. Again and again, the tradition returns to ordinary lives, the merchant weighing profit against conscience, the farmer anxious about weather and taxes, the mother worn thin by children and loss, the servant who had learned to keep his eyes lowered. The Buddha met them where they were, speaking in language that turned daily choices into a path. He emphasized ethics, not as a list to satisfy a god, but as training that lessened harm and quieted regret. Refrain from killing, from taking what is not given, from sexual misconduct, from false speech, from intoxication that clouds the mind. He praised right livelihood, honesty in trade, restraint in power. To householders he spoke often of generosity and care, how giving loosens the fist of craving, how kindness changes the inner climate of a home. He did not ask everyone to abandon family life. Many remained householders, supporting the Sangha with food and shelter, and in return receiving guidance on how to live with less bitterness and more clarity. Mental training too was offered in forms that could be carried into work and worry, watching the mind's quick leap into anger, noticing how envy burns the one who holds it, understanding how fear invents stories. He spoke of the dignity of self-mastery, of patience, of speech that heals rather than divides. In these teachings the Dhamma was not far away, not reserved for people in forests, but close enough to touch in the way one spoke to a spouse, handled money, treated a rival, or faced illness. The road also brought encounters with other seekers, some sincere, some combative, some simply devoted to their own teachers. Northern India at that time was alive with debate, with renunciant movements and philosophical schools. The Buddha met rivals who challenged him on fate, on ritual purity, on the nature of the self. The sources remember sharp exchanges, but they also preserve a consistent tone. He did not need to win by humiliating. He answered with questions that exposed assumptions, with careful distinctions, with silence when a question led nowhere useful. Sometimes critics softened into students, sometimes they left unconvinced. Respectful disagreement was part of the landscape, and the Buddha's authority rested less on argument than on the steadiness of a mind not hooked by praise or blame. Within his own community, too, life was not made of perfect harmony. Friendships formed senior disciples supporting each other, newcomers finding courage under guidance. But tensions appeared as they always do when human beings live close together, misunderstandings over status, cliques, irritations about habits, disputes about conduct. The Vinaya traditions preserve this not to tarnish the Sangha, but to show how the Buddha responded by bringing conflicts into the open, encouraging fair procedures, and repeatedly pointing back to intention and harm. Compassion was not only a grand feeling, it showed itself in small routines, sharing medicine with the sick, visiting a neglected monk, reminding the community that no one is above cause and effect. So the Buddha's life after awakening became a long, patient weaving together of paths, dusty roads and river crossings, royal parks and village lanes, long monsoon months and bright seasons of travel. He taught in whatever place people were willing to listen, under trees, in halls, at the edge of fields, beside city walls. And as his steps continued across the north, the Dhamma took on the texture of lived days, generosity offered in a bowl of rice, restraint held in the mouth before a harsh word, understanding kindled in a mind that had begun, at last, to see clearly. Years passed in this same steady rhythm of roads and seasons, and the body that had carried the Buddha from grove to grove began to show its age. Traditional accounts do not present him as withdrawing into silence or handing the work to others in a clean, ceremonial way. Instead, they describe an old teacher continuing because the teaching still met people where they were, on the edge of grief, tangled in anger, hungry for a clearer way to live. His step grew slower, his strength less reliable, yet the pattern of instruction continued. A few words offered to someone ready to hear them, guidance given with the same plain care as before. Those closest to him could see the change. The circle of disciples, figures like Ananda, so often at his side, became more protective without being possessive, attentive without trying to hold time still. The tradition remembers moments when concern rises among them, as though they want reassurance that the presence they have depended on will not vanish. But the Buddha's answer, again and again, is not a promise of permanence. It is a return to what he has always taught, that all conditioned things are fragile, that clinging makes fragility painful, and that the way forward lies in understanding rather than in denial. In the last phase of his life, he continued travelling through the regions he had long known, settlements and groves, familiar routes between communities that had supported the Sangha for decades. The accounts speak of a final journey moving toward Kushinagara, a small town of the Mallas, not one of the grand capitals. There is something fitting in that detail. The life that began amid courtly expectations ends not in a palace, but on the road, among ordinary people, in a place without the glamour of power. Along the way, the sources preserve a sense of narrowing time. The Buddha still teaches, but his instructions take on a summing up quality, as though he is gathering the strands of a long life into the simplest thread. When questions arise about what will happen after he is gone, the answer is firm and quiet. Do not turn his absence into an excuse for confusion. The refuge is not meant to be a person forever present to settle disputes by sheer authority. The refuge is the Dhamma itself, what can be practiced, tested, and realized. And the community, the Sangha, is to be guided not by longing, but by training and integrity. Traditional accounts place particular emphasis on diligence. It is a plain word, almost modest, but it carries weight. Keep going, keep practicing, keep refining conduct and attention, keep seeing cause and effect. Do not drift. Do not assume that a little understanding is enough. The Buddha had spoken throughout his life about impermanence, and now the teaching is made unavoidable by the condition of his own body. Even this body, revered by so many, relied upon by so many, is subject to aging, illness, and the ending of breath. To accept that fact is not to fall into despair, it is to see clearly what has always been true. As the journey neared its end, the closeness between teacher and disciples becomes especially vivid in the old stories. Anda is remembered as grieving, struggling with the thought of separation. The Buddha's response is compassionate but unsentimental. Everything dear will change. Everything that comes together will come apart. What matters, he suggests, is not the impossible wish to keep what passes, but the steadiness of practice that does not collapse when loss arrives. In Kushinagara, the final hours are described with a restrained solemnity. The Buddha lies down between trees, attended by monks and by local people drawn by the news. Even here there is no grand display of otherworldly power. There is the calm of someone who has long contemplated the nature of arising and passing away, and who meets the last change without confusion. In the language of the tradition, this is Mahaparinirvana, the great final nirvana, signalling the completion of a life of awakening. If nirvana is the ending of greed, hatred, and delusion, then Mahaparinirvana is the end of the remaining conditions of bodily life, the final cooling that follows the last heartbeat. After his death, the community does what human communities have always done when faced with a great absence. It honors, it remembers, and it tries to keep what feels essential from being scattered. The accounts describe cremation and the careful gathering of relics. These relics are then said to have been divided and enshrined in different places, creating sites of remembrance that linked distant communities to the teacher they would never meet in person. Whether approached as history, tradition, or both together, the meaning is clear. Memory became communal, anchored not only in recited words and practiced disciplines, but also in tangible symbols that carried grief, devotion, and continuity. And yet the heart of the Buddha's final message remains simple. Do not seek him in a form that can be lost again. Seek what he pointed to, the Dhamma that can be lived, the training that leads away from harm, the understanding that loosens the grip of clinging. On the road to Kushinagara, an old teacher's body failed, as all bodies do, but the path he mapped was left in the keeping of those who would walk it, step by step, after him. In the days after the Mahaparinirvana, the Sangha faced a new kind of test. Not suffering on the road, not argument with rival teachers, but the quiet danger of drifting, of letting the teaching blur as memories aged and voices fell silent. The tradition remembers elders gathering, not to invent something new, but to hold steady to what had been heard and practiced. In communal recitations, the words were spoken again and again, shaped into patterns that could be carried in the mind. The discipline of monastic life, the Vinaya, was reviewed with particular care because it was meant to protect the community from the small corruptions that begin as convenience and end as collapse. This early organization did not turn the Buddha into a distant god who issued commands from beyond the world. If anything, the tone remained practical. The teaching was treated as something to be preserved through relationship, teacher to student, elder to novice, a circle of voices correcting and supporting one another. Over time, collections of discourses and rules hardened into recognized bodies of scripture, and lineages formed around ways of remembering and interpreting. Differences appeared, as they do wherever human beings transmit a living tradition, yet the shared core remained visible. The problem of suffering, its causes, the possibility of release, and the path of conduct, attention, and understanding. From the Ganges plain, Buddhism spread along the routes that already connected towns to markets and kingdoms to one another. Monks and nuns travelled as they always had, on foot, with little, relying on generosity, carrying a teaching that could speak to farmers and merchants as well as to rulers. In time, the support of kings and courts amplified what wandering mendicants had begun. The broad outlines are clear, even when details are debated. Royal patronage helped build monasteries, protected communities, and sent missions beyond old borders. Under Asoka, in particular, the tradition remembers a dramatic widening of reach, edicts, encouragement of ethical conduct, and a vision of Dhamma spoken in the language of public life. As centuries passed, Buddhism took root across South Asia, and then outward into Sri Lanka, across Central Asia, and into China, Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, later into Tibet and Mongolia, later still in modern times into Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Australia. Each region received the teaching through its own languages and sensibilities, and the result was not a single uniform culture, but a family resemblance, different robes, different rituals, different philosophical emphases, yet a recognizable orientation toward awakening, compassion, and the disciplined examination of experience. Core ideas shaped more than personal ethics. They left marks on art and literature, stories of past lives, poems of renunciation, carvings of wheel and lotus, and, especially in early centuries, symbols that suggested presence without needing a portrait. Later, images of the Buddha appeared in many styles, from the serene stone figures of Gandhara and Mathura to the luminous murals of caves and temples, each giving form to an ideal of calm and wakefulness. Monastic education became a major engine of learning across Asia, preserving logic and philosophy, medicine and grammar, debate and commentary. Great monasteries functioned as universities of their age, where ideas travelled with students and teachers across vast distances. In historical study today, the Buddha stands at a careful intersection of sources. The earliest texts were preserved orally before being written down, and they reflect both memory and the shaping power of communal recitation. Later biographies add rich detail, devotion, and symbolism. Responsible scholarship weighs these layers, looking for what is early, what is consistent across traditions, what fits the social world of ancient northern India, and what likely belongs to later imagination. The result is neither cold dismissal nor blind acceptance, but a patient balance, a historically plausible teacher, remembered through tradition, whose influence is undeniable even when precise dates and exact words remain beyond complete certainty. And that influence has not ended. In the modern world, Buddhist philosophy continues to speak through ethics that emphasize intention and consequence, through analyses of craving and identity, through practices and reflections that have entered global culture under the broad name of mindfulness. At its best, this spread has carried a simple, enduring invitation to look closely at how suffering is made, to notice how it can be unmade, and to live with less harm and more clarity. The prince who left a palace did not leave behind a closed system, but a path that travelled through voices, through books, through monasteries and homes, long after his footsteps on the dusty roads of India had faded. In 1328, King Charles IV of France died without a surviving son, and the direct male line of the Capetian kings came to an abrupt end. The question was not whether France would have a king, but which branch of the royal family could claim the crown with the least risk of dispute, rebellion, or foreign entanglement. Two claims mattered most. Philip of Valois, a cousin of Charles IV through the male line, stood nearest among adult Capetian males and had deep support among the French political elite. Across the Channel, Edward III of England had a blood claim through his mother, Isabella, the sister of Charles IV. By strict hereditary logic, Edward's connection was close, but it passed through a woman, and French lawyers and magnates leaned on customary arguments, often summarized later as Salic law, to say the crown could not pass through the female line. The assembly of French nobles and churchmen chose Philip, who became Philip VI in 1328. Edward III initially accepted the decision. He was still young, his position in England was not fully secure, and he had pressing problems at home and on his borders. He also had something practical to lose. The Duchy of Aquitaine, often called Gascony, a rich English-held fief inside the Kingdom of France. Holding it meant living with an awkward feudal relationship, because the King of England, as Duke in France, was expected to do homage to the King of France. That ritual submission was politically poisonous in England, but refusing it invited French legal attacks on English land. Money and strategy sharpened every disagreement. Gascony's Bordeaux wine trade mattered to English revenue and merchants. English wool flowed to the cloth towns of Flanders, and French pressure in the region threatened that connection. Meanwhile, Scotland remained a constant worry for England, and the old Franco-Scottish partnership, the Old Alliance, meant a conflict with France could quickly become a war on two fronts, pulling in English, Welsh, French and Scottish forces, and later many others, from Genoese sailors to Castilian fleets and Burgundian armies. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you are listening from tonight. Which country, which city, or which small corner of the world are you joining us from? And now, back to the story. As the 1330s went on, Philip VI moved closer to treating English rule in Aquitaine as disloyalty rather than a negotiated feud. Court cases, border incidents, and support for enemies of the other side piled up, until the French crown was ready to use its strongest feudal weapon, confiscation. When Philip acted against Aquitaine, the dispute stopped being a tense legal argument and began turning into open war, setting the stage for the first campaigns after 1337. In 1337, Philip VI formally declared Aquitaine forfeit, arguing that Edward III had failed in his duties as a vassal and had sheltered enemies of the French crown. It was a legal act with military consequences. If Aquitaine could be treated as confiscated land, then any French advance into Gascony could be framed not as an invasion, but as enforcement of royal justice. For Edward, it threatened more than pride. Gascony meant customs revenue and the Bordeaux wine trade, and it tied English rule to a network of merchants, towns, and local lords who expected protection. Edward's response escalated the dispute beyond any argument over feudal obligations. In 1337 and 1338, he began to present himself not merely as a wronged duke, but as the rightful king of France, and by 1340 he publicly adopted the style and arms of France alongside those of England. The claim was politically useful, even if many contemporaries understood that law and custom in France favoured the Valois. It turned a quarrel over a duchy into a contest for a crown, and it made compromise harder, because now both sides could portray the other as a usurper. But Edward could not simply march into France and expect a quick decision. His early strategy leaned heavily on alliances in the Low Countries, and within the Holy Roman Empire, arrangements with princes, counts, and cities who might pressure France from the north and east. These agreements were expensive. They required subsidies, promises, and long negotiations, and they depended on the shifting politics of the region as much as on English will. For Edward, the logic was clear. If France could be threatened on multiple fronts, Philip VI might be forced to defend widely, or even face internal dissent. The cost was also clear. England's treasury strained under the weight of paying allies who did not always bring armies into the field. Flanders sat at the centre of this northern strategy. The great cloth towns, Ghent, Bruges, Ypres, were economic engines, and their looms depended on English wool. That dependence gave Edward leverage, because a disruption in wool supply could mean unemployment and unrest. Yet Flanders was also politically complicated. It was formally tied to the French crown, and French pressure could squeeze the towns through their count and through trade routes. Edward's diplomacy there was a mix of commercial pressure and political bargaining aimed at turning economic need into military cooperation. Even while Edward looked to the continent, England's northern border pulled attention and money away. Scotland, bound to France through the Old Alliance, offered Philip an indirect way to hurt England. French aid to Scotland did not need to be massive to be effective. It only had to encourage raids and keep English forces tied down. English kings could not ignore the possibility of a second front, and in these early war years, the need to watch Scotland shaped English priorities as much as any plan for France. Control of the sea became the hinge between plans and reality. In 1340, as Edward tried to move men and supplies across the Channel and support allies in Flanders, a large French fleet gathered to contest the crossing. The resulting Battle of Sluys was brutal and close range, with ships grappled together and fighting like land combat at sea. The French force included many vessels from Normandy and other ports, and it drew on experienced sailors and hired fighters as well. Edward's fleet won decisively. Sluys did not end the war, and it did not make the Channel permanently safe, but it shattered French hopes of immediate invasion of England and gave Edward a window of naval control that made later expeditions possible. While fleets fought in the north, another dynastic crisis opened a new front in the west. In 1341, the Duchy of Brittany fell into a succession dispute between rival claimants, one supported by France and the other by England. What began as a local contest became a parallel war inside the larger one, pulling in French and English commanders, Breton nobles, and mercenary companies. Brittany mattered because it offered ports, bases, and influence along the Atlantic and Channel approaches. and because it forced both crowns to spend men and money in a struggle that rarely produced quick, clean victories. By 1345, the shape of the conflict was clearer. Gascony was still a prize worth fighting for, not only for territory, but for trade and revenue. Flanders showed how economics could turn into politics, and then into war. Scotland ensured England could never focus entirely on France. Sluys suggested that sea control could open the door to invasion, while Brittany showed how succession disputes could widen the battlefield. Edward and his advisers were learning what they could afford, which allies could be trusted, and how much depended on ships, supply, and timing. All of it pointed toward a more direct attempt to force a decision, an invasion designed not just to defend a duchy, but to break French power in the field, beginning with the campaign that would come in 1346. In the summer of 1346, Edward III finally attempted the kind of large-scale invasion his earlier efforts had only prepared for. Instead of landing directly in Flanders, where allies and enemies tangled together, he crossed the Channel with an army of English and Welsh troops and put ashore on the coast of Normandy, near St. Vaast-la-Hougue. Normandy was not chosen at random. It was a rich region full of market towns, monasteries and farms, lying relatively close to Paris. By striking there, Edward could hit the economic heartland of the French kingdom and embarrass Philip VI by showing that the king could not protect one of his core provinces. The aim was not yet to conquer and govern Normandy, but to shock it, strip it, and force the French crown into a position where it had to respond. This approach reflected a style of warfare that would mark much of the 100 Years' War, the chevauchée. A chevauchée was a fast-moving mounted raid, with men-at-arms and lighter troops riding quickly through enemy territory, burning crops, looting towns, and seizing movable wealth. Rather than slowly besieging and holding every fortress, raiders targeted unfortified or lightly defended places and the countryside itself. The logic was strategic and political. If the enemy king could not stop the devastation, his subjects might doubt his protection and press him to seek terms. It was war aimed at morale and taxation as much as at fortresses. Marching from his landing point, Edward followed this pattern. His forces moved through Normandy, sacking and burning, most famously at Cone, an important town and commercial centre. Churches and monasteries suffered along with merchants' houses and warehouses. The English and Welsh did not have the numbers or the supply system to occupy what they passed. They were there to damage it and keep moving. The French crown gathered troops to respond, but Philip had to pull forces together from across a large kingdom, and coordination took time. As Edward moved northward, he approached the Seine, and then, rather than pushing directly on Paris, turned toward the Somme, heading for the Channel coast. His goal was to reunite with supporting forces coming from Flanders, and to reach a safer line of communication with England. Philip, now following with a larger host, tried to trap him against the river crossings and the sea. The result was a tense pursuit, with English engineers and scouts searching for fords and bridges, and French leaders hoping to force a decisive encounter before Edward could escape. Edward managed to cross the Somme at a difficult but usable ford, then chose to turn and face the French rather than be chased further. Near the village of Crécy-en-Ponthieu, he selected ground that suited his army. The site was a gentle slope, with rising terrain that allowed his forces to see approaching enemies and to make them attack uphill. The English and Welsh deployed in 3 main divisions, or battles of dismounted men-at-arms and infantry, with contingents of longbowmen placed on the flanks and in forward positions. The king's eldest son, Edward of Woodstock, later called the Black Prince, commanded one of these divisions, giving him a prominent but supervised role. Philip VI arrived with a larger army that included not only French knights and men-at-arms, but also contingents from allies and subjects, German and Italian troops, and a notable force of Genoese crossbowmen. Crossbows were powerful weapons, but they needed time to wind and reload, and they often relied on large pavises, portable shields, to give cover. At Crécy, fatigue and haste undermined their effectiveness. The Genoese had marched hard under summer conditions and, according to several accounts, some of their protective equipment and heavier gear lagged behind. When they were pushed forward to begin the battle, they faced a combination of factors: rain that had dampened bowstrings and cords, the uphill position of the enemy, and the presence of numerous English and Welsh longbowmen already in place. Longbows, drawn by trained archers with years of practice, could shoot rapidly and at relatively long range. At Crecy, this mattered because of how they were used, in coordinated volleys from prepared positions against advancing enemies. When the Genoese advanced and began to loose bolts, their slower rate of fire and exposed advance made them vulnerable. As English and Welsh arrows fell among them, they began to waver and fall back. French chroniclers describe a breakdown in discipline at this point. Philip's mounted nobles, impatient and angry at the apparent retreat of their hired crossbowmen, rode forward in some cases, cutting down the Genoese in their path and then launching their own charges into the arrow storm. Here command and control became a central problem. The French army did not advance in a single carefully timed wave. Instead, mounted contingents surged ahead in repeated, often uncoordinated attacks, each one tiring horses and men and providing targets for the defenders. The wet ground, churned by hooves, became more difficult to cross, especially for heavily armoured riders. The English and Allied forces dismounted and anchored on their chosen terrain, absorbed the attacks, with longbow fire disrupting formations and men-at-arms finishing those who reached the lines. The Black Prince's division came under heavy pressure during these assaults. At one point, messengers came to Edward III, asking whether reinforcements should be sent to his son. The king is reported to have replied that he would not send more help unless the situation became desperate, so that the young prince could win his spurs and earn honour. Whether the exact words are accurate or not, contemporary accounts agree that Edward was determined to test his son in battle, while still holding a reserve. The prince emerged from Crecy with a reputation for courage and effective command, which later writers amplified into legend. Another figure whose death became legendary was John of Bohemia, a veteran king and ally of France, who was by then elderly and nearly or completely blind. Chroniclers tell that when he learned the battle was going badly, he insisted on joining the fight. According to some accounts, he had his horse's reins tied to those of his companions so he could be led into the melee. He was killed in the fighting, and later stories describe his body found with his retainers around him. Over time, additional details were added, including elaborate speeches and symbols later adopted by others, but the core fact remains. A blind king died in a failed charge at Crecy, and his end became a symbol of chivalric bravery and tragic futility. The role of the longbow at Crecy has often been highlighted, and it was undoubtedly important. Rapid, sustained arrow fire broke up formations, wounded horses and sowed confusion. But the battle was not won by a single weapon acting alone. The longbow's impact depended on Edward's choice of terrain, the discipline of dismounted men-at-arms, the organisation of the English and Welsh positions, and crucially on French decisions, hasty attacks, poor coordination between crossbowmen and cavalry, and the pressure of royal and noble honour led to repeated charges into unfavourable conditions. The outcome was the product of tactics, leadership, geography and misjudgment, as much as of any particular piece of technology. After Crecy, the campaign did not end. Edward moved north to invest the port of Calais in September 1346. Calais was not a random target. It offered a good harbour facing England, close to the narrowest part of the Channel, and lay near Flanders and the Low Countries. If Edward could hold it, he would gain a permanent base for supplying armies, moving goods and threatening northern France. Calais was also strongly fortified, so taking it would require a prolonged siege rather than a quick storm. The siege of Calais lasted through the winter and into the following year, from 1346 into 1347. Edward's control of the sea, won and maintained since Sluys, allowed him to keep his besieging army supplied, while the town gradually starved. Philip VI assembled a relief force, but, perhaps chastened by Crecy and bound by logistical limits, did not force a full-scale battle under the walls. Negotiations, attrition and blockade wore the defenders down until Calais finally capitulated in August 1347. When it fell, Edward did not simply occupy the town as it stood. Over time, He expelled many of the French inhabitants and resettled Calais with people loyal to him, turning it into a predominantly English-held enclave on French soil. For more than 2 centuries, Calais would serve as England's main continental foothold, a secure harbour for troops and trade, and a bargaining chip in truces and treaties. The Crécy campaign, with its chevauchée through Normandy, its bloody defensive victory, and the capture of Calais showed how sea power, raiding, careful choice of ground, and prolonged sieges could work together. It also showed that even a crushing battlefield success did not end the war, but instead set the stage for the next, more complex phase, one that would soon be overshadowed by a devastating new force, the plague. Even as Calais settled into English hands, a much larger catastrophe began to move silently across Europe. In 1348, plague reached the kingdoms involved in the war, often called the Black Death. This outbreak of bubonic and other forms of plague likely arrived by sea routes and overland caravans, spreading rapidly through ports, towns, and countryside. Population losses are difficult to measure precisely, but many regions in both France and England may have lost a third or more of their people within a few years. Entire villages disappeared, fields went untilled, skilled craftsmen, merchants, and clergy died in large numbers. Tax systems that both crowns relied on suddenly yielded far less, because there were fewer taxpayers and less trade. Rents and feudal dues became harder to collect, and labourers who survived could sometimes demand higher wages or better terms, creating new tensions between lords and peasants. Politically, the plague did not stop the war, but it strained it. Kings still needed money for garrisons and fleets, yet their subjects were exhausted, mourning relatives and facing rising prices. In this fragile world, leaders had to decide whether to scale back their ambitions or press on in hopes that victories would justify new taxation. Neither side truly abandoned the conflict. Instead, they adapted to it in a landscape thinned by death. In the 1350s, one of the key figures in this adapted war was Edward III's eldest son, the Black Prince. After the earlier campaigns in the north, the English crown looked more and more to its holdings in southwestern France, centred on Aquitaine. From there, the prince operated as a sort of regional warlord and administrator. Aquitaine's wine trade, customs duties, and local taxes were meant to fund his forces. But in practice, money remained tight. Chevauchés in the south served both military and financial purposes. They damaged French royal authority and seized movable wealth to pay troops. Campaigning in this region differed from the coastal sieges of the 1340s. The terrain was often inland, with a patchwork of lordships and fortified towns. The Black Prince led fast-moving expeditions, relying on mounted men-at-arms and archers, striking deep into enemy territory, burning estates and forcing local lords to choose between the Valois king and the Plantagenet Duke king across the Channel. In 1356, one of these chevauchés moved from Aquitaine into central France, heading roughly toward the Loire. The French king by then was John II, nicknamed the Good. He decided to intercept and crush the raiding army before it could escape back south. The two forces eventually confronted each other near Poitiers in September. The exact details of numbers and formations at Poitiers are not entirely clear, but several broad points are well attested. The Black Prince's army was significantly smaller than John's, composed of English, Gascon, and allied troops, many of them dismounted for battle and screened by archers. The prince chose defensive ground among hedges and vineyards, with narrow approaches that limited large-scale cavalry manoeuvres. Negotiations were attempted. There was some talk of truce or withdrawal, but no lasting agreement was reached. John II, leading a larger host of French and allied forces, tried to bring his enemy to decisive defeat. The French advanced in several battles or divisions, including strong contingents of men-at-arms on foot. Archers and missile troops were present on both sides, but, as at Crécy, French assaults had to cross difficult ground under fire. At one stage, the English and Gascon forces launched a counterattack, including a mounted flanking move that struck French troops engaged to their front. Amid the confusion and collapse of French resistance, King John II was surrounded and fought with determination. Eventually, he and his young son Philip were taken prisoner. Chroniclers describe him being captured by lesser-ranking soldiers, who then argued about who had the right to claim such a valuable captive. However embellished these stories may be, the core fact is clear. The French king had been taken alive on the battlefield by an enemy prince. The capture of John II created a political crisis. With the king in English hands, his eldest surviving son, the Dauphin Charles, had to govern as regent in a kingdom traumatized by plague and military defeat. The ransom demanded for John was enormous, ultimately set at 3 million gold écus, payable in installments, though the exact terms shifted over time. Raising such sums required repeated taxation and financial innovation, which in turn required some level of consent from the kingdom's elites. In France, the consent was negotiated through bodies like the Estates General, an assembly of representatives from clergy, nobility, and towns. In 1357 and 1358, under the leadership of figures such as Etienne Marcel, the powerful provost of the merchants in Paris, sections of the estates tried to use the crisis to extract reforms. They pushed for limits on royal authority, oversight of finances, and protection from arbitrary abuses. Marcel, in particular, became a symbol of urban political assertion, trying to steer the monarchy toward a more controlled form of rule. These tensions in Paris intersected with unrest in the countryside. In 1358, a violent peasant uprising known as the Jacquerie erupted in northern France. The causes were complex: war damage, heavy taxation to pay ransoms, noble exactions, and anger at what many commoners saw as the military incompetence of their social superiors. Bands of peasants attacked manor houses and killed nobles and their families. The revolt was brutally suppressed by coalitions of royalist and princely forces, but its shock lingered. It highlighted how deeply repeated defeats and financial strain had shaken the social order. While France wrestled with internal turmoil, Edward III tried to turn the capture of John II into a permanent political advantage. In 1359 to 1360 he launched a major campaign aimed at Rheims, the traditional coronation site of French kings. His idea was to be crowned there as King of France, using his prisoner and his military strength to force broad recognition of his claim. The campaign gathered a substantial army, including English, Welsh, and continental allies, and marched deep into France. Yet the Rheims campaign failed in its main objective. Rheims itself held out behind its walls and could not easily be taken. The French, under the Dauphin, avoided a pitched battle, relying instead on fortified towns and a kind of strategic patience. Bad weather, supply problems, and the sheer difficulty of besieging well-defended cities in a war-torn, plague-scarred land wore down Edward's forces. Although he moved on and threatened other areas, including the region around Paris, he never secured the decisive coronation or a complete political collapse of French resistance. In this context of military stalemate, exhausted populations, and a captive king, negotiations gained momentum. The result was the Treaty of Bretigny in 1360. Under this agreement, Edward III formally renounced, at least on paper, his claim to the French crown. In return, he received enlarged territorial holdings in France, especially in the southwest. Aquitaine and surrounding lands were to be ceded to him in full sovereignty, not merely as a vassal fief. This represented a significant territorial concession by the Valois monarchy. The treaty also laid out terms for John II's ransom. The sum remained extraordinarily high, but its payment was structured over time, and hostages from the French nobility were to be sent to England as guarantees. Some were already in English hands from earlier captures at Poitiers and other engagements. In theory, as payments were made and territories formally transferred, hostages would be released in stages, and a more stable peace would settle over Western Europe. Each side believed it had gained something important. Edward III could present himself as a powerful monarch with a greatly expanded, legally recognised domain in France, an achievement built on sea power, battlefield success, and diplomatic pressure. The Valois government could hope that, by making territorial sacrifices and paying ransoms, it had removed the immediate threat of an English claimant to the throne and bought time to repair a battered kingdom. Yet the settlement also planted clear seeds for renewed conflict. On paper, the boundaries of English-held territory in France were extensive. On the ground, many lords and towns were reluctant to accept a shift in allegiance. Questions about jurisdiction, taxation, and appeals to royal courts quickly arose. Moreover, the idea that Edward had truly and permanently abandoned his claim to the French crown was fragile. Future kings on both sides could reinterpret the treaty when it suited them. The years after Bretigny would therefore see not a simple end to the war, but a reconfiguration of it. The map had changed, hostages and ransoms tied the fates of noble families to the success of tax-raising, and both realms struggled to recover from plague and devastation. Out of this uneasy peace, new forms of warfare, new commanders, and new strategies would emerge, reshaping the struggle in the decades to come. The uneasy peace after Bretigny unfolded under a new style of French rule. The Dauphin, who had managed the crisis during his father's captivity, became King Charles V in 1364. Unlike his father John, famed for personal courage but repeated battlefield disasters, Charles preferred administration, calculation, and patience. He worked to restore royal finances, reorganize the household and council, and rebuild the image of the monarchy as a source of law and stability. Charles relied heavily on competent advisers and on written records, using ordinances and inquiries to assert royal authority over towns and nobles. He also invested in legitimacy, supporting the church, promoting learning, and commissioning chronicles that presented the Valois as the rightful defenders of the realm. Instead of trying to win glory through spectacular set-piece battles, he focused on recovering territory and influence step by step, making the crown appear as the natural protector of order after decades of chaos. One of the most important military instruments of this recovery was not the king himself, but commanders like Bertrand du Guesclin. Du Guesclin was a Breton knight of relatively modest origins who had proven himself in earlier fighting. Under Charles V, he rose to become Constable of France, the kingdom's senior military officer. He excelled in the kind of grinding local warfare that now dominated the conflict. Small sieges, ambushes, negotiation with towns, and the steady harassment of enemy garrisons. The mid-1360s were also troubled by large bands of unemployed soldiers, known as routiers or free companies. These were mixed forces of English, Gascon, French, and other mercenaries who had been left without work when truces and treaties halted major campaigns. Rather than go home, many turned to plunder, extortion, and selling their services to whoever could pay. They ravaged regions in both France and neighbouring territories, undermining royal authority and terrifying local populations. Charles V and Du Guesclin tried to solve this problem in part by exporting it. They encouraged many of the routier companies to take service in the Castilian Civil War, a struggle in Iberia between King Pedro the Fuerist of Castile, often called the Cruel or the Just, depending on perspective, and his half-brother Henry of Trastamara. This conflict drew in both major sides of the 100 Years' War. The English, led in person by the Black Prince from Aquitaine, chose to back Pedro. The French crown supported Henry, largely through Du Guesclin and allied forces. This Castilian war mattered for more than just Iberian politics. Control of Castile meant influence over powerful Atlantic fleets and over trade routes that linked the Channel, the Bay of Biscay, and the Mediterranean. English and allied ships, French, Castilian, and later Portuguese sailors all played roles in this wider struggle. Victories or defeats in Spain could shift the naval balance in the Channel and along the French coast. Initially, the Black Prince helped restore Pedro to his throne at the Battle of Nájera in 1367, but the campaign was enormously expensive. The prince had to transport and maintain a large army of English, Gascon, and allied troops far from their home bases. Pedro struggled to reimburse his allies. As costs mounted, the prince turned back to Aquitaine, insisting on new taxes and aids from his subjects there to pay debts and soldiers. These financial demands caused serious resentment. Many Gascon lords and towns argued that the prince, as their duke, had no right to levy such taxes without their consent. Some appealed over his head to the French king, claiming that, under older law, the French crown remained the ultimate court of appeal. This legal and fiscal dispute cut directly across the settlement, reached at Bretigny, where Edward III had been promised full sovereignty in his expanded lands. Sensing an opportunity, Charles V used these appeals to declare that the English prince had violated the terms of the treaty. In 1369, he formally summoned the Black Prince to appear at his court. When the prince refused, Charles proclaimed the confiscation of his French possessions. In effect, the war reopened, not with one grand invasion, but with a legal challenge that justified a new military campaign. From this point, the pattern of fighting changed. Charles V and Du Guesclin avoided major pitched battles whenever they could. They had learned from Crécy and Poitiers that large frontal assaults against well-positioned English and Allied forces, especially those using disciplined archers, could end in disaster. Instead, they concentrated on sieges, local alliances, and cutting off isolated English garrisons from supplies and reinforcements. Town by town, castle by castle, French forces and their allies reclaimed much of the territory granted away in 1360. They negotiated with local elites promising protection, offices or confirmation of privileges in return for renewed loyalty to the Valois crown. English and Gascon outposts, when not strong enough to resist, might surrender in exchange for safe conduct. Even when a fortress was stubborn, French commanders preferred to surround it, starve it, and offer terms rather than risk their limited manpower in open battle. This gradual pressure eroded the English position in Aquitaine and beyond. The English crown, already strained by the costs of earlier campaigns and the aftermath of plague, struggled to send enough money and men across the Channel. Raids still occurred on both sides, and there were naval clashes and chevauchées, but the overall trend in the 1370s was a steady French recovery, driven more by administration, sieges, and local diplomacy than by dramatic battlefield triumphs. The English also faced a crisis of leadership. The Black Prince's health had been failing for years, possibly due to illness contracted during his Spanish campaign. He returned to England and gradually withdrew from active command. In 1376 he died, leaving his young son Richard as heir. The following year, in 1377, Edward III himself died after a long reign that had begun in youthful ambition and conquest, but ended amid financial difficulty and unfinished war. With Edward's death, the English crown passed to his grandson, now King Richard II. Still a child, the combination of a minority king, ongoing costs, and the loss of the kingdom's most experienced battlefield commander weakened England's capacity to respond to the new French strategy. In contrast, Charles V's France, though not free from internal troubles, seemed more coordinated and cautious. By the late 1370s and early 1380s, the map reflected these changes. Much of the territory granted to England at Bretigny had slipped back under French control. The war had become less about spectacular confrontations and more about who could endure financially, who could keep garrisons paid and supplied, and who could persuade towns and nobles that their future security lay on one side rather than the other. In England, the accession of the boy king Richard II in 1377 came just as the war was becoming more expensive and less rewarding. Parliament was being asked for repeated taxes to fund garrisons and fleets, yet there were few great victories to justify the burden. Discontent ran through towns and the countryside, and it exploded in 1381 in what is known as the Peasants' Revolt. This uprising was not only peasants, but also artisans and townspeople, angry about poll taxes and wider grievances over lordship and law. Rebels in southeastern England marched toward London, attacking manor houses and legal records. When they reached the capital, they targeted symbols of royal authority, and notably some of the king's leading advisers. Richard, still in his early teens, famously rode out to meet the rebels and promised reforms and charters of liberty. Once the movement had dispersed and its leaders were captured or killed, those promises were quietly withdrawn. The revolt left a deep scar. It frightened the ruling elite, hardened attitudes toward popular protest, and pushed Richard toward a more suspicious, sometimes authoritarian, style of rule. Over the following years, internal politics preoccupied the English court. Barons and royal uncles challenged Richard's favourites, and there were episodes of near-civil war in the late 1380s. In this climate, large-scale campaigning in France became less attractive and less affordable. A series of truces with the Valois crown, punctuated by raids rather than major battles, became the norm. The 100 Years' War did not end, but it cooled. Both kingdoms were learning that internal stability was as important as victories abroad, across the Channel. King Charles V died in 1380, leaving his son Charles VI as a minor. As in England, this meant rule through uncles and counsellors. In his early years, Charles VI seemed promising and even took the field in person. But in the 1390s, he began to suffer episodes of severe mental illness. During these periods, he could become violent, confused, or entirely withdrawn, unable to govern. Because his condition was unpredictable, there was constant uncertainty over who actually controlled royal policy when the king was incapacitated. This instability helped create two great political factions in France. On one side were the Armagnacs, named after the powerful Count of Armagnac, an alliance centred on the king's brother-in-law, and later on Charles, Duke of Orleans. On the other were the Burgundians, led by the Dukes of Burgundy, who controlled a rich block of territories stretching from Flanders through eastern France. Both groups claimed to act in the king's name, but they had different interests, clients, and visions of royal authority. Control of Paris, of the royal council, and of taxation became the stakes in a struggle that grew steadily more bitter. While France drifted toward factional conflict, events in England took another sharp turn. In 1399, Richard II was overthrown by his cousin Henry Bolingbroke, who seized the crown as Henry IV. Richard died soon after in captivity under circumstances that remain debated. Henry's new Lancastrian regime faced two linked problems: legitimacy and money. Some subjects doubted whether he had a lawful claim, especially since the direct heir of the Black Prince had been set aside. To secure his position, Henry needed loyal nobles and successful displays of power, both at home and, if possible, abroad. Yet the crown's finances were strained, and Henry spent much of his reign dealing with rebellions and unrest in England and Wales, rather than seeking major confrontations with France. Back in France, Charles VI's illness worsened, and the rivalry between Armagnacs and Burgundians escalated. Tensions came to a head in 1407 when Louis, Duke of Orleans, the king's brother and a leading figure of the Armagnac camp, was murdered in Paris on the orders of John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. John justified the killing as tyrannicide, claiming Louis had abused his influence. In reality, the assassination pushed the kingdom toward open civil war. Cities and regions lined up with one faction or the other. Paris itself shifted between Burgundian and Armagnac control. Royal authority, already fragile, was now split. And the resources of France were increasingly used not against the English and their allies, but against rival Frenchmen. These years of truce and internal upheaval did not end the 100 Years' War, they reshaped it. By the early 15th century, England under Henry IV, and then his son Henry V, had moved from the turmoil of Richard II's fall to a more consolidated Lancastrian regime, while France was riven by faction and governed by a king whose capacity was gravely limited. In that imbalance, Henry V and his advisers saw an opportunity. With French princes at odds, key ports vulnerable, and many French nobles more focused on their domestic enemies than on foreign invasion, the prospect of a renewed English campaign across the Channel began once again to seem plausible. It was in this climate of truce, civil division, and contested authority that Henry V prepared the invasion of 1415 that would lead to the next, and most famous, phase of the war. Henry V came to the throne in 1413, determined to use that opportunity. Unlike his troubled father, he enjoyed a cleaner accession, and quickly set about presenting himself as a pious, orderly king. But to secure his dynasty, he also wanted a strong position in France. He revived the old Plantagenet claim to the French crown. Yet in practice his aims in 1415 were more focused: to gain firm territories, better terms for the lands still in English hands, and a settlement that would recognise him as a major player in French politics. Diplomacy with the divided Valois court went nowhere. So Henry prepared for war. He spent 2 years organising ships, artillery, supplies, and contracts with nobles and soldiers from England and Wales. In August 1415, he sailed for Normandy with perhaps 12,000 men. His first objective was Harfleur, a fortified port on the Seine estuary. If he could hold it, he would have a base to support further operations and control a key gateway into inland Normandy. The siege of Harfleur lasted from mid-August to late September. English guns battered the walls, mining undermined some defences, and assaults probed for weak points. Inside, the garrison and townspeople suffered from bombardment and hunger. Outside, Henry's army suffered from something harder to control: disease. Dysentery swept through the camps, killing and incapacitating thousands. By the time Harfleur surrendered, Henry had taken his port, but lost a significant part of his strength to illness and attrition. He left a garrison in the town and faced a choice: return home by sea or march overland to the English enclave at Calais. Henry chose to march, politically. Simply sailing away after one siege might look like a half-victory. Practically, he needed to show his nobles and Parliament that the expedition still had purpose. So, with a weakened army, he set out across northern France in October, intending to reach Calais and then home. The march was slow and tense. Rivers had to be crossed, bridges defended or destroyed, and French forces shadowed the column. Food was scarce, and the weather worsened. French leaders, despite their internal divisions, gathered an army to block Henry's path and force a decisive battle. That confrontation came near the village of Agincourt on 25 October 1415. Henry's men, tired and outnumbered, took up a defensive position between two woods. The terrain there was narrow, funneling any attack straight toward them. Recent rain had turned the ploughed fields into sticky mud. Henry arranged his force with dismounted men-at-arms in the centre and longbowmen, mostly English and Welsh on the flanks. The archers drove sharpened wooden stakes into the ground in front of them, angled outward to deter cavalry charges. The French army, composed of heavily armoured nobles, men-at-arms and supporting troops, formed up in depth, with forward lines intended to crush the English in close combat. But they had to advance across that narrow, muddy field. When the French moved, they crowded together, their armour heavy, their footing poor. English and Welsh archers loosed volleys of arrows into the advancing ranks. Arrows alone did not win the battle, but they disrupted and slowed the French, killing horses, wounding men, and increasing the crush. As the leading French battles finally reached the English line, the struggle turned into brutal hand-to-hand fighting. Men slipped in the mud, fell, and were trampled. In the press, it was difficult to use long weapons, and many fighters resorted to daggers and short swords. The weight of men behind drove the first ranks forward, leaving little room to manoeuvre or retreat. English and Welsh archers, having exhausted their arrows, joined the melee, attacking flanks and isolated groups. At one point, fearing a renewed attack or a threat to his rear, Henry ordered many of the French prisoners killed, an act that shocked contemporaries, but reflected how precarious he felt his position to be. By the end of the day, however, it was clear that the French had suffered a catastrophic defeat. A large number of high-ranking nobles and knights were killed or captured, while English losses were relatively light. The English victory at Agincourt emerged from a combination of factors: well-chosen defensive ground, disciplined deployment, the effective use of longbowmen and stakes to disorder attacks, French overconfidence and poor coordination, and the constricting muddy terrain that turned their superior numbers into a liability. Agincourt gave Henry immense prestige and bargaining power, but it did not by itself conquer France. After returning to England and consolidating support, he planned a more systematic campaign. When he returned to Normandy in 1417, his aim was not just to raid, but to occupy and govern. Over the next years, English forces conducted a methodical conquest of Normandy. They besieged towns, negotiated surrenders, and installed English administrators, judges, and tax systems. Castles and cities became part of a planned occupation, rather than temporary plunder. The key to this effort was Rouen, the principal city of Normandy, and a major commercial and symbolic centre. Henry besieged Rouen from 1418 into 1419. It was a long, grueling blockade, with English forces cutting off supplies by land and river. Inside the walls, famine grew severe. Chronicles speak of desperate measures by the inhabitants. Eventually, Rouen surrendered on negotiated terms in January 1419. Its fall effectively gave Henry control over Normandy, and demonstrated that his project was not a mere chevauchée, but a real attempt to build an alternative power base in France. At the same time, France's internal divisions deepened. In September 1419, a critical event occurred at Montereau. There, John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, met the Dauphin Charles, the king's son and leader of the Armagnac faction, supposedly to reconcile. Instead, during the meeting on a bridge, John was attacked and killed by men close to the Dauphin. Whether this was pre-planned or a sudden escalation is debated, but the result was clear. The Burgundian camp, now led by John's son Philip the Good, turned decisively away from the Dauphin and toward an alliance with Henry V. With Burgundy's support, Henry was in a position to negotiate directly with the mentally ill Charles VI and the Burgundian-controlled Royal Council. The outcome was the Treaty of Troyes in 1420. Under its terms, Henry married Charles VI's daughter, Catherine of Valois, and was recognised as heir and regent of France, disinheriting the Dauphin Charles. In theory, this meant that on Charles VI's death, the crowns of England and France would be united on Henry's head, or on that of his heir. Many regions, especially those under Burgundian influence or English occupation, accepted this arrangement, though others remained loyal to the Dauphin and rejected the treaty as illegitimate. For a brief moment, it seemed that Henry had achieved what earlier English kings had only dreamed of: legal recognition as future King of France, backed by strong positions in Normandy and by a powerful French ally. But the settlement depended heavily on his own continued leadership. In 1422, events moved quickly. Henry V died in August, likely from illness, while campaigning near Paris. Only a few weeks later, in October, Charles VI of France also died. According to the Treaty of Troyes, the infant Henry VI, Henry's son by Catherine, was now king of both realms in the eyes of his English and Burgundian supporters. But large parts of France did not accept this. The Dauphin's followers proclaimed him as Charles VII, setting the stage for a divided kingdom and a new, decisive phase of the 100 Years' War. With both Henry V and Charles VI dead in 1422, the war entered a strange phase. On parchment, the Treaty of Troyes made the baby Henry VI King of France and England, with his uncles ruling as regents. In reality, France now had two rival monarchs, the infant Henry proclaimed in Paris and London, and Charles VII, the disinherited Dauphin, recognised in much of the south and centre. Each side tried to justify its claim. English and Burgundian lawyers pointed to Troyes and to Henry's marriage with Catherine, arguing that Charles VI, as legitimate king, could lawfully name Henry his heir. Charles VII's supporters replied that Charles VI had been mentally unstable, that the treaty violated the customary right of succession through the male Valois line, and that no foreign prince could legitimately inherit France. The conflict, already about territory and power, hardened into a struggle over who was the true king. In France, Henry VI's government was headed by his uncle John, Duke of Bedford, as regent. Bedford's task was to hold what Henry V had won. He relied on three pillars: maintaining garrisons in key Norman and Parisian strongholds, keeping the alliance with Burgundy, and financing the occupation through French taxes and English parliamentary grants. He appointed English captains and loyal French collaborators to govern towns, tried to keep discipline among soldiers to avoid alienating locals, and used a mixture of sieges and diplomacy to press Charles VII's supporters back toward the Loire. Bedford showed his military ability at the Battle of Verneuil in 1424. There, an army loyal to Charles VII, including a strong Scottish contingent, tried to break English control in northern France. Bedford's forces, largely English and Welsh men, at-arms and archers, met them near the town of Verneuil. The fighting was ferocious, with heavy casualties on both sides. But in the end, the Anglo-Burgundian army crushed its enemies. Many Scottish leaders were killed, and French hopes of quickly overturning English rule in Normandy suffered a major blow. Verneuil reinforced English morale and seemed to confirm that, even without Henry V, their military system still worked. Yet the Valois cause did not collapse. Charles VII's shadow court at Bourges and other Loire towns survived, supported by loyal nobles, towns and clergy who viewed him as the rightful king despite his early reputation for indecision. The front line between the two Frances gradually stabilised along the Loire River. It was here, at the city of Orléans, that the next decisive crisis emerged. By 1428, Bedford and his advisers saw Orléans as the key to breaking Charles VII's remaining power. The city controlled a vital bridge over the Loire and served as a gateway into the southern lands, still loyal to Charles. If Orléans fell, English and Burgundian forces could push deeper into the heartland of Valois France. So an English army under the Earl of Salisbury, later William de la Pole, Duke of Suffolk, began besieging the city. The siege of Orléans lasted through late 1428 and into 1429. The English established fortified positions, called bastilles, around the city to cut off supplies. Inside, the defenders, French soldiers, militia, and some foreign allies hung on. Outside, Charles VII's court struggled to send relief. One notable attempt, in February 1429, became known as the Battle of the Herrings. A French-Scottish force attacked an English supply convoy near Rouvray, laden with barrels of food and famously salted fish for Lent. The English, using wagons as a makeshift fort, repelled the assault. Their victory meant the siege tightened, and morale among Charles's supporters sagged. By early 1429, the Armagnac cause seemed close to disaster. It was at this bleak moment that a young woman from Lorraine entered the story. Joan of Arc was born around 1412 in the village of Domremy, on the borderlands between Burgundian and Armagnac influence. Her family were modest but respectable peasants. As she later told church investigators, she grew up working, praying, and hearing about the war that troubled her region. In her early teens, she began to experience what she described as voices and visions. She said that Saint Michael the Archangel and the female saints Catherine and Margaret spoke to her, urging her to live piously and eventually to help the Dauphin Charles and drive out the English. To contemporaries, visions were not unheard of, but a young peasant woman claiming a personal mission to save the kingdom was highly unusual. Convinced that God had chosen her, Joan resolved to reach Charles VII. Around 1429 she persuaded a local garrison commander at Vaucouleurs to support her, helped by the fact that rumours of her piety and determination had begun to spread. After initial scepticism, he provided her with an escort, dressed in male attire for safety, a choice that would later be used against her. She travelled across enemy-held territory to the Loire region and arrived at Chinon, where Charles kept his court. At Chinon, Joan was brought before the Dauphin. Later stories embellished this meeting, but even in more cautious sources we see that Charles and his advisers tested her. Churchmen questioned her about her faith, and the court probed her intentions. She reportedly told Charles that God wanted him to go to Rheims to be crowned, and that she would help lift the siege of Orléans. Whatever exactly was said, the result was that Charles, desperate for good news and encouraged by some clergy who saw in her a possible divine sign, agreed to let her accompany a relief force. In April 1429, Joan travelled with a small army toward Orléans. She was not a commander in the technical professional sense. Experienced captains still planned operations. But she carried a banner, urged attacks when others hesitated, and constantly framed the struggle in religious terms, speaking of God's will and France's deliverance. Her presence seems to have boosted morale among soldiers and townspeople alike. The relief of Orléans unfolded over several days. Joan urged aggressive action against the English bastilles ringing the city. French forces, inspired and coordinated with the garrison, assaulted these outworks one by one. Fighting was intense, and Joan herself was wounded by an arrow at one point, but she returned to the field. By early May, key English positions had fallen. The besiegers, fearing encirclement and shaken by the unexpected turn of events, withdrew. The siege was lifted. For Charles VII's supporters, this was more than a military success. After years of defeats, it felt like a reversal of fortune, and many attributed it directly to Joan's divinely inspired leadership. Success at Orléans was followed by the Loire campaign in the summer of 1429. French forces under commanders like the Duke of Alençon, working with Joan, moved against English-held towns along the river. They retook Jargeau, Meung and Beaugency, further eroding English control of the Loire line. In June, at the Battle of Patay, a French cavalry force caught an English army on the move before it could properly deploy its archers and defensive stakes. The result was a sharp French victory, with significant English casualties and the capture of noted captains. Patay did not destroy English power in France, but it badly damaged their aura of invincibility that had lasted since Crécy and Agincourt. These victories opened the way for a bold political step. Joan pressed Charles to go north to Reims, the traditional coronation site of French kings, even though it lay in territory where allegiance was uncertain. In July 1429, Charles's army advanced through towns that, one after another, chose negotiation over resistance. At Reims, the archbishop and citizens admitted him. There, in the cathedral, Charles was anointed and crowned as King of France, with Joan present. This ceremony mattered deeply. In the medieval mindset, being crowned and anointed at Reims by the proper clergy confirmed the sacred legitimacy of a French king. For many subjects, it settled doubts. However strong the English legal arguments, here was a visibly consecrated ruler in the traditional mould. The momentum, however, did not automatically translate into total victory. Later in 1429, Joan and some of Charles's forces advanced toward Paris, which was under English and Burgundian control. They hoped that the capital might be won either by negotiation or by force. But this time, resistance was stiff. An assault on the city's defences in September failed. Joan was wounded, and morale faltered. Charles, cautious and influenced by advisers wary of overextending the army or alienating potential Burgundian allies, ordered a withdrawal. For Joan, who wanted to press on relentlessly, this was a bitter disappointment. In 1430, while continuing military operations in northern France, Joan went to help defend the town of Compiègne, which was threatened by forces loyal to Burgundy. During a sortie outside the walls in May, she and her companions were cut off as they tried to re-enter the town. The gate was closed and she was captured by Burgundian soldiers. Her captors quickly realized her value. Rather than release her, they held her for ransom and negotiations. Eventually, for a substantial sum and under political pressure, Joan was handed over to the English, who transferred her to Rouen, the main English administrative centre in Normandy. There, she faced a trial organised by English authorities, but formally conducted by a church court headed by Bishop Pierre Cauchon, a French cleric aligned with the Anglo-Burgundian side. The charges against her focused on her visions, her claim to divine guidance, her wearing of male clothing, and her role in warfare. The trial at Rouen in 1431 was lengthy and complex. Joan, still a teenager, was interrogated repeatedly by trained theologians and lawyers. They asked detailed questions about her visions, trying to show that they were demonic or fabricated, and pressed her on points of doctrine and obedience to the Church. Despite pressure, she often answered cautiously, refusing to reveal everything she said God had told her, and insisting that her voices came from God and that she had obeyed them in supporting Charles VII. From the English perspective, Joan was more than a military figure. She was politically dangerous. Her appearances on the battlefield had been tied, in the minds of many French people, to astonishing reversals of fortune. She claimed that God rejected the English claim and favoured Charles VII. If her visions were accepted as genuinely divine, this would imply that Henry VI's title, derived from the Treaty of Troyes, was illegitimate in the eyes of God. To undermine Charles's new legitimacy and weaken the powerful myth forming around her, the English wanted Joan publicly discredited as a heretic and a fraud. The court eventually condemned her on theological grounds, focusing in part on her refusal to submit fully to church judgment on her visions and, finally, her return to wearing male clothing after a brief abjuration. In May 1431, she was declared a relapsed heretic. Secular authorities then carried out the sentence. Joan was executed by burning in Rouen. Contemporary accounts report that she faced her death calling on Jesus, and even some of those present were shaken. For Charles VII's supporters, news of her execution turned her from a living symbol into a martyr. Despite the intended effect, Joan's death did not restore English fortunes. Over the next years, the political balance shifted further. Charles VII, gradually strengthening his administration and military, waited for an opportunity to break the crucial alliance between England and Burgundy that had underpinned the Treaty of Troyes. That opportunity came with the Treaty of Arras in 1435. After long negotiations, Charles VII and Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, reached an agreement. Charles made significant concessions and formally reconciled with Burgundy, including recognition of Burgundian territorial gains and expressions of regret for the murder of John the Fearless at Montereau years earlier. By this treaty, Burgundy effectively abandoned the English alliance and recognised Charles VII as King of France. For the English, this was a serious strategic blow. Without Burgundian support, their position in northern France was far more vulnerable. The defection of such a major ally, coming only a few years after Joan's victories and martyrdom, marked a true turning point in the 100 Years' War and set the stage for the gradual French reconquest that followed. With Burgundy reconciled, the English hold on northern France began to crumble. Paris, long under Anglo-Burgundian control, slipped away as Burgundian troops withdrew, and royal officials loyal to Charles VII returned. One by one, towns weighed their options and decided that a distant, cash-strapped English king was a weaker bet than the Valois monarch now backed by Burgundy. England was struggling. Parliament was tired of funding an expensive occupation. Trade disruptions, war weariness, and factional quarrels at Henry VI's court all made it harder to send men and money across the Channel. As garrisons went unpaid, discipline slipped, and local support evaporated. Charles VII, by contrast, used this breathing space to reorganise. He secured more regular taxation, creating a steadier income. With it, he formed compagnies d'ordonnance, permanent cavalry units on royal pay, and began organising Franks archers, rural infantry archers levied and trained under the Crown's authority. This did not instantly produce a modern army, but it shifted France away from ad hoc feudal levies and mercenary bands toward a more professional, centrally directed force, one better able to sustain campaigns and steadily push the English back. Over time, these differences decided the war. England could win set battles like Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt, but it could not permanently occupy a larger, richer kingdom across the Channel. Distance, the cost of garrisons, shifting alliances and factional politics in London all worked against long-term conquest. In France, tighter taxation, more regular armies, and growing artillery strength turned the tide. Gunpowder, once a curiosity, dominated sieges such as Castillon, where French guns shattered English field positions. Feudal levies gave way to paid, disciplined troops and improved logistics in both realms, strengthening royal governments, but also deepening the tax burden and disrupting civilian life through raids, ransoms, and forced contributions. Under occupation, many towns and nobles quietly adjusted their loyalties, choosing whichever side seemed likely to stay. By 1453, only Calais remained in English hands, a lonely coastal foothold that could not disguise the scale of defeat. The 100 Years' War was over, but England's wars were not. Only 2 years later, the nobles who had once fought together in France would turn their weapons against one another. The next chapter would begin in 1455 with the Wars of the Roses, just before sunrise on Friday, 13 October 1307. Royal messengers moved through the towns and roads of France with sealed instructions they had been forbidden to open early, in commanderies, castles, and rented houses. Local officials broke the wax, read the king's orders, and acted at once. Doors were forced. Storehouses were searched. Men who had worn the Red Cross openly for generations were taken from their beds and put in chains. often without time to gather even their papers. The arrests were meant to happen everywhere, all at once, so no warning could travel ahead. It was a calculated strike against an organisation that usually answered to no local lord. For ordinary people, the scene was startling. The Knights Templar were not bandits on the road. They were a military order, veterans of crusades, guardians of property, and familiar figures in the life of many communities. Now they were being handled like common criminals. In Paris, the shock had a name. Jacques de Molay, the Templars' Grand Master, was seized along with other senior brothers. De Molay had been in the king's orbit and had attended public ceremonies. Only days earlier, he had moved freely in the capital. The sudden reversal made the message unmistakable. This was not a dispute to be negotiated. It was an assault designed to break the order's leadership in a single morning. The charges were set out as heresy and corruption, denial of Christ in secret initiation rites, obscene or immoral practices, and other forms of moral decay. These were presented as the official reasons for the arrests. What historians can say with confidence is that such accusations, whatever their truth, were now a weapon because heresy placed the Templars under the reach of church courts and under the harsh methods of interrogation used at the time. Behind the operation stood King Philip IV of France, a ruler who demanded obedience and money from nearly every institution in his realm. His government had fought bitter contests with the papacy, and it watched the Templars' wealth, privileges and independence with growing hostility. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you're listening from tonight. By daylight, France had been changed. A famous order was imprisoned, its reputation poisoned in a single proclamation, and its fate tied to a king's purpose. To understand why the Templars could be destroyed like this, we have to return to the world that first created them, Jerusalem after the First Crusade, when victory opened the roads but not safety. In July of 1099, after a long siege and desperate fighting, Crusader armies forced their way into Jerusalem. The city mattered for faith, but also for power. Whoever held Jerusalem could claim a kind of authority that reached far beyond its walls, into the politics of Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. The victory did not end the struggle. It began a new, unstable order. Out of that conquest came a chain of new Latin-ruled territories along the Levantine coast and inland. The Kingdom of Jerusalem was the most famous, joined by the county of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch, and the county of Edessa. Together, these Crusader states remade maps and loyalties. Frankish lords, men from what is now France and neighbouring regions, held castles and ports in a land where they were a minority, surrounded by older powers and rival faiths. The Byzantine Empire watched from the north. Islamic rulers contested borders and cities, and local Christian communities navigated a new set of masters. For Western pilgrims, Jerusalem was now in theory open. Word of the holy places under Latin control spread quickly, and the desire to visit grew stronger. But the roads to those places ran through a frontier. A pilgrim did not travel from port to shrine in a single safe jurisdiction. He crossed valleys and passes where authority changed from one lord to another, where a treaty made in one season might be broken in the next. The routes became dangerous because they were contested. Small wars and raids were constant, even when no major army marched. Some attacks were driven by politics, local rulers striking at a rival's income or prestige. Others were simply the violence of a thinly governed landscape, bandits, deserters and opportunists, who knew that pilgrims carried money, food, and sometimes valuable offerings. A group on foot, or a small party with pack animals, could be swallowed by the hills between Jaffa and Jerusalem, or picked apart on the road north toward Galilee. In the new Crusader states, the promise of access to sacred sites collided with the reality of limited manpower. Jerusalem's kings and nobles had reasons to protect pilgrims. Pilgrimage brought legitimacy, money, and a steady link to Western Europe. But the kingdom was stretched. Garrisons were needed in castles, along the coast, and at border fortresses. Lords had their own private wars and obligations. Even when they wanted to police roads, they often could not. Around 1119 or 1120, a small group of knights offered a direct answer to that problem. Their leader was Hugues de Payens, a knight from Champagne in northern France. The details of the first gathering are not preserved with perfect clarity, but the outline is firm. Hughes and a handful of companions proposed to live in Jerusalem under religious discipline and to dedicate themselves to protecting travellers, especially pilgrims on the roads of the kingdom. It was an unusual idea, and in those early years it was also an uncertain one. Knights were expected to fight for a lord, seek land, marry, and build a lineage. Monks were expected to pray and withdraw from worldly violence. This little band tried to join two identities that Christian society usually kept separate. They were not yet the famous order that later generations would fear and envy. At first, they were simply men with a purpose, seeking permission to exist. What changed with their founding was not the balance of power on the battlefield. There were too few of them for that, but something quieter and, in time, more important. They offered a model: permanent armed service tied to the sacred geography of Jerusalem itself, not to a single prince's personal household. If it could be made lawful and respectable, it could be repeated and expanded. The king of Jerusalem at the time, Baldwin II, appears to have supported them. He understood the practical value of disciplined fighters who could be trusted to escort and guard without becoming another private army. The church leadership in Jerusalem, too, had reasons to encourage any force that protected pilgrims and strengthened Latin control. Yet approval alone did not solve the problem of survival. A handful of knights could not live on ideals. They needed shelter, food, weapons, horses, and a recognized place within the Christian world. Their headquarters gave them that first foothold, and it also gave them a name. They were lodged near the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, in a building associated with the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders called the Temple of Solomon. In medieval Christian imagination, the site was bound to the memory of the ancient Jewish temple and to the drama of biblical kings. To be stationed there was to stand at a crossroads of faith and history. It shaped how others saw them and how they described themselves. They became, in effect, the Knights of the Temple, Templars. That location carried reputation as well as symbolism. In a city where every street carried religious meaning, being tied to the Temple Mount suggested intimacy with the holiest ground, the Crusaders claimed. It made the group easier to notice, easier to patronize, and later, easier to suspect. In Jerusalem, closeness to sacred space brought honor but also scrutiny. In these early years, Hugues de Payens and his companions began to look beyond the kingdom for support. Jerusalem could offer purpose and local backing, but Europe held the deep reserves: land, rents, gifts, and a flow of new recruits. Winning European trust meant winning legitimacy from the wider church. A pious mission was not enough. It had to be recognized, regulated, and defended against critics, who would call it an armed gang in religious clothing. One of the most important steps was Hugues's journey west. He moved through the networks that mattered, nobles, bishops, and influential abbots, arguing that the Holy Land required a new kind of service. The timing favoured him. The Crusader states were now a generation old, past the first thrill of conquest and deep into the hard work of survival. News of setbacks and constant pressure from neighbouring powers made it easier to ask for practical help rather than grand speeches. That effort culminated in January 1129 at the Council of Troyes in Champagne. Councils were gatherings where church leaders settled questions of doctrine, discipline, and organisation. At Troyes, the new brotherhood received formal recognition. They were approved as an order with a defined purpose, and a rule of life was shaped for them, drawing on monastic discipline while adapting it to men who would ride and fight. What changed with Troyes was immediate and decisive. Recognition made the Templars more than a local experiment in Jerusalem. It turned them into an institution that Christians across Europe could support without fearing they were funding something unofficial or even unlawful. It clarified who they were, what vows they took, and why they could exist. With legitimacy came protection, the ability to appeal to church authority, to receive donations, and to recruit openly. It also made them more visible, and visibility would become a kind of power. A crucial figure in this transformation was Bernard of Clairvaux. the abbot who embodied the moral force of monastic reform in the early 1100s. Bernard did not invent the Templars, and the exact extent of his hand in drafting their rule is debated in the details, but his support is not in doubt. His reputation gave the order credibility among those who might otherwise have doubted the idea of holy warfare performed as a vowed religious life. Bernard offered more than a signature. He helped build a public ideology for a new kind of warrior, one who fought not for personal gain or feudal pride, but under obedience, chastity, and poverty. In a world that feared the violence of knights even while depending on it, this was a powerful promise. Violence restrained by discipline and directed toward a cause presented as sacred. By the end of the 1120s, the Templars were still small, but they were no longer uncertain. They had a recognized place in the church, a base associated with Jerusalem's most charged religious ground, and a message that could travel as fast as sermons and letters could carry it. Men could join without shame. Patrons could give without hesitation. And from that point on, the order could grow beyond anything Hugues de Payens and his first companions could have maintained alone. Growth, though, would pull the Templars into the hardest reality of the Crusader states: constant war on the frontier, the need to hold castles, and the pressure to prove that this new kind of vowed knighthood could survive not just in prayer, but in battle. In 1136, Hugues de Payens died, and the experiment he had carried from Jerusalem to the Council of Troyes had to survive without its founder. The leadership passed to Robert de Craon, a man from Anjou, and the handover mattered. A small brotherhood could be held together by personal authority and shared hardship. A growing order needed something harder to break: rules written down, a chain of command, and a daily routine that made obedience feel normal. The rule approved at Troyes was the backbone. It borrowed the language and strictness of monastic life, but it aimed at a different danger. The problem was not only sin in the cloister, it was violence in the saddle. Medieval Europe had long struggled to restrain knights who could burn villages, start feuds, and treat war as private profit. The Templars promised that a weapon could be placed under discipline. Their rule demanded obedience to superiors, limits on luxury, control of speech and temper, and punishment for disobedience. It treated a knight's pride as something to be managed, because pride on campaign could destroy cohesion as surely as an enemy charge. As the order expanded in the 1130s, it also became clearer who the Templars actually were. Not every member was a knight. At the top were the Knight Brothers, men of fighting status, heavily armed, trained to ride and to hold formation. Beneath them were sergeants, also fighting men, but usually of lower social rank, often equipped more lightly and used for a wide range of duties: scouting, garrison work, and guarding routes and baggage. There were chaplains, ordained priests inside the order, whose presence was not decorative. A military religious order needed confession, communion, and burial under its own authority, especially when a garrison might be weeks from the nearest friendly church. Around these core groups stood the support structure that made holy war possible. Some were serving brothers and workers attached to Templar houses, managing animals, stores, and repairs. Others were hired hands or local labour connected to Templar estates. The order's battlefield reputation would later be shaped by armoured men, but the institution was held up by people who never charged with a lance. The vows were simple to state and difficult to live: poverty, chastity, and obedience. Poverty did not mean the order would own nothing. It meant the individual brother owned nothing. A man who had once measured himself by horses, clothing, and the quality of his gear now surrendered personal property to the community. Chastity demanded a clean break from marriage and lineage. That was a radical change for a warrior class built on inheritance. Obedience was the heaviest vow of all, because it asked a trained fighter to accept decisions that might get him killed, and to do so without argument. The rule tried to build discipline into ordinary hours. Meals were regulated, speech at table restrained, and punishment set for fighting among brothers, for gambling, for leaving the house without permission. Even hunting, so central to noble identity, was limited. because it encouraged the habits of aristocratic pleasure rather than the mindset of service. The ideal was a controlled life that could withstand the chaos of campaigning. The ideal, of course, met reality. In the Crusader states, brothers moved through ports, markets, and fortresses. They handled money on behalf of the order even if they personally vowed poverty. They dealt with secular lords, negotiated supplies, and sometimes lived in cramped garrisons where discipline could fray. Historians can see, in the existence of penalties and repeated warnings, that the leadership expected lapses. The rule was not proof that every brother was perfectly restrained. It was proof that the order feared what would happen if restraint failed. One of the most visible signs of identity was clothing. The white mantle became associated with the Knight brothers as a mark of their status and their professed purity of life. It was also a public claim. This violence was not private and predatory, but vowed and supervised. Later, the Red Cross would be granted to the order, a simple emblem that could be read at a distance on cloak and banner. It worked as identity and as propaganda at the same time. It told allies who was approaching, reminded patrons what they were supporting, and warned enemies that these were not temporary crusaders who would sail home after a season. That distance forced the order to become skilled at logistics, because piety alone did not keep a road open. Horses were central. A mounted fighter was only as effective as the stable behind him. The rule regulated equipment and behaviour around animals, care, restraint, and the avoidance of needless display. The order's reputation for field discipline came partly from this unglamorous focus. Horses had to be fed, rested, replaced, and moved. Weapons had to be maintained. Armour had to fit. A brother could be brave and still useless if his mount failed on the march, or if supplies ran out in a dry season. Training was not a separate institution like a modern academy, but the order created a culture where new men learned by living under experienced ones. They learned to ride as a unit, to respond to signals, to hold formation when fear and noise made individuals want to scatter. The Templars became known for charging together and, just as importantly, for not charging when the command forbade it. In a world where battles were often decided by impulsive courage turning into disorder, that kind of restraint was a weapon. Leadership had to turn these rules into decisions. The master stood at the top, but he was not an absolute monarch. He worked with senior officers and councils, because the order needed accountability to prevent personal ambition from turning into disaster. Beneath the master were commanders responsible for regions and houses, and in the east, officials who managed garrisons, supply routes, and relations with local powers. Orders moved along this hierarchy, from the centre outward, and reports back inward. The point was consistency. A brother in a fortress near the frontier was meant to live by the same expectations as a brother in a house in northern France. This institutional model changed crusading warfare. Earlier crusader armies were often coalitions, princes with their own followers, bound by personal loyalty and temporary vows. The Templars offered something else, a permanent corps of fighters who could be stationed, rotated and reinforced. They could hold a castle year after year, guard a road in winter when seasonal crusaders were gone, and respond quickly to raids without waiting for feudal musters. It also changed European patronage. Donors were not just funding a single expedition. They were buying permanence, prayers for the soul, certainly, but also a standing defence of the holy places. A lord could give land or rents to a Templar house and believe the gift would be managed by an institution that outlived him. That confidence helped the order grow, and growth, in turn, pulled it deeper into the daily survival of the Crusader states. By the early 1140s, the Templars were no longer simply escorting pilgrims. They were becoming a military infrastructure tied to castles, councils, and border strategy. And the frontier was about to demand proof, because the Muslim powers around the Crusader states were reorganizing, and the fragile balance that had allowed Latin Jerusalem to endure was starting to crack. In 1144, the city of Edessa fell. It was the oldest of the Crusader states, a Latin outpost far to the north and east, exposed and thinly defended. Zengi, the ruler of Mosul and Aleppo, took it by siege and shock and the news hit the west like a bell. Edessa's loss was not just a military defeat, it was proof that the Muslim powers, long divided by rivalries, could concentrate force, choose a target, and finish it. For the Templars, this was the kind of crisis their founders had feared. The Kingdom of Jerusalem and its neighbours were not solid blocks of territory. They were strings of towns, ports, and castles, connected by roads that could be cut in a single raid. A strong point mattered because it could hold when an army was elsewhere. It could store grain in bad seasons, shelter refugees, and give cavalry a base to strike from. Without castles, the Crusader states were not kingdoms at all. They were camps. So the Templars became more and more garrison soldiers. Their houses in the east were not quiet monasteries. They were fortified compounds where men slept with weapons near at hand, and where the daily routine was set by watch schedules as much as by prayer. When a frontier castle was assigned to them by a king or a prince, it came with obligations and dangers. A fortress could be a shield, but it could also become a trap if relief did not come. The rhythm of war in these decades was often not a single decisive battle, but raids, ambushes, and sudden concentrations of force. Muslim commanders aimed to burn crops, seize animals, and break confidence. Crusader leaders tried to keep roads open and to punish raiders quickly enough that the frontier did not empty. In that world, the Templars' value was their readiness. They could mount and move without waiting for a feudal host to assemble, and they could do it under a chain of command that reduced argument in the moment of danger. Their battlefield reputation grew from this discipline. When a Templar unit charged, it was expected to do so together, not as individuals chasing glory. They fought with heavy cavalry, armoured men, and powerful horses, supported by lighter troops and local allies, and their shock tactics could decide an encounter if the enemy line wavered. But the same discipline that made them dangerous could also make them stubborn. Chroniclers, sometimes admiring and sometimes critical, repeated the idea that Templars did not retreat easily once committed. In practice, that reputation came from their rule and their culture. Retreat could be necessary, but it required explicit order. A brother who broke and ran risked punishment and disgrace. That fear of disorder held formations together until, in some situations, it helped turn a hard fight into a deadly one. The Templars were not fighting alone, and cooperation was never simple. In the Latin East, the King of Jerusalem, the princes of Antioch and Tripoli, bishops and great barons all expected influence. The military orders were sworn to their own leadership and answered directly to the church, yet they needed lands, castles, and political goodwill to function. That created constant friction. A king might want a fortress held on his terms, or troops used in a campaign that suited his strategy. The order might insist on its own priorities, especially when it believed a decision endangered a key road or a vulnerable settlement. Then the Second Crusade arrived, driven by Edessa's fall. In 1147, King Louis VII of France and King Conrad III of Germany set out with large armies, carrying enormous expectation. The strategic aim sounded clear: restore what had been lost and strengthen the Crusader states so the next attack could be stopped. But large crusades had a built-in problem. They were too big to feed easily, too slow to move quietly, and too dependent on allies whose interests did not always align. The march across Anatolia, the heartland of the Seljuk Turks, became a grinding trial. Terrain, supply failure and harassment broke formations and confidence. The Crusaders suffered heavy losses, especially Conrad's force, and what reached the Levant was smaller, worn down, and politically complicated. At this point, the Templars' experience mattered. They knew local routes, they understood the pace, horses could sustain, and they had learned, sometimes painfully, that undisciplined pursuit could become a massacre. In the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Crusades' leadership faced a crucial decision: where to strike. Edessa was far away and difficult to retake. Some leaders argued for attacking Aleppo, a major power centre. Instead, the Crusaders chose Damascus in 1148, an ancient city close enough to reach, rich enough to tempt, and politically important enough to impress Europe if captured. The problem was that Damascus was not an isolated enemy. It sat in a web of alliances and rivalries, and an attack could drive it into closer cooperation with stronger Muslim rulers. The siege went badly and quickly. The Crusaders quarrelled over which sector to assault as supplies tightened and relief forces threatened. Local lords in the Latin East had their own calculations about who would control Damascus if it fell, and suspicion poisoned coordination. After only a few days, the Crusader army withdrew, and the failure echoed across Christendom. It made the whole expedition look wasteful and poorly led. In the aftermath, the military orders were judged in conflicting ways. Some praised the Templars and the Hospitallers, another military religious order based at the Hospital of St. John, for their steadiness when armies panicked. Others blamed them for hard advice, for political influence, or for acting like a state within a state. What is clear is that the Second Crusade did not deliver what it promised, and its failure made local defence even more important. If Europe could not reliably send a winning expedition, then the frontier would have to hold on its own. That pushed the Templars further into the castle system. Fortresses were expanded, repaired, and provisioned. Garrisons became more professional, with routines for patrols, messages, and rapid response. The orders also competed. The Hospitallers, like the Templars, received donations and castles, and their mission blended care for pilgrims with war. They shared the same basic goal, defending the Latin East, but competed for prestige, recruits, and strategic influence. Sometimes they fought side by side and bled together. Sometimes they argued over rights, boundaries, and who would control a key stronghold. The Crusader states needed both, yet rivalry could make coordination brittle in moments when unity mattered most. Meanwhile, the enemy was changing. After Zengi's assassination, his son Nur ad-Din took up the project of consolidation from Aleppo. He presented himself as a champion of Sunni Islam against the Crusader states and against rival Muslim powers. His campaigns were not a constant tidal wave. They were purposeful pressure, testing fortresses, punishing weak points, and taking opportunities when Latin leaders were divided by succession disputes or personal feuds. Repeated campaigning hardened the Templars. It raised their confidence in their own methods and deepened their expectation that they would be consulted, listened to, and rewarded with authority. It also hardened their opponents, who learned what Templar discipline could do in a fight and began to plan around it, using terrain, feigned retreats, and attacks on supply lines rather than accepting a clean cavalry clash. By the 1170s, the Crusader states were still standing, but the strategic atmosphere had shifted. The Second Crusade's failure had damaged the idea that salvation would arrive from Europe on schedule. Castles and permanent garrisons had become even more central, and so had the military orders that held them. At the same time, Nur ad-Din's model uniting Muslim forces under a single direction was spreading. It did not yet produce a single unstoppable empire, but it laid the groundwork for something more coherent than the Crusaders had faced before. And as the Templars expanded their role as soldiers and fortress holders, they also expanded their presence far from the battlefield, into the estates, courts, and treasuries of Europe, building a power base that would one day make them indispensable, and then, in 1307, dangerously convenient to destroy. In the middle decades of the 12th century, the Templars began receiving gifts that were meant to last longer than a single campaign. A lord would ride home from pilgrimage or return from war, call witnesses, and place a charter on an altar, a strip of land, a share of tolls, the rights to a mill, sometimes an entire village's obligations. The language was pious, given for the salvation of the donor's soul, for the defence of Christ's patrimony, but the effect was practical and immediate. The order acquired roots in Europe. Nobles gave for several reasons at once. Some had seen the frontier and believed sincerely that disciplined permanent forces were the only answer to a long war. Others wanted spiritual insurance, association with an order that lived under vows and fought for Jerusalem. And many understood politics. A donation to the Templars could strengthen a family's reputation, settle disputes over inheritance, or place property under the protection of an institution that answered to the Pope rather than to a neighbour's court. Even kings played this game, rewarding service, gaining allies, and sometimes using the order as a counterweight to local magnates. The result was a web of estates spread across France, England, the Iberian kingdoms, Italy, and parts of the empire. The Templars organized these holdings into administrative districts, often called commanderies or preceptories, each run by an officer appointed by the order. A commandery was not just a house with a chapel. It was an economic engine. Fields produced grain and wine, flocks produced wool, mills turned harvest into flour, workshops repaired harness and shoes, rents and dues arrived in coin or in kind. The Templars were not unique in this. Monasteries and bishoprics did similar things, but the order's purpose shaped how the surplus was used. European harvests and European tenants helped pay for horses in Syria, stone in new fortifications, and wages for specialists who were not knights at all, clerks, craftsmen, sailors, and servants. This was how a battle on the edge of the desert could be connected to a quiet valley in Normandy, or a river crossing in Catalonia. Money moved along routes the Templars understood well. A house in the west collected income, kept accounts, stored grain, and prepared shipments. Ports mattered. So did safe roads, guarded warehouses, and the trust of merchants who preferred to deal with a disciplined organization rather than a single baron's unpredictable officials. The Templars did not create European banking from nothing, but they became skilled at financial work that already existed, safekeeping, transfers, and credit, because the needs of crusading demanded it. A pilgrim or a lord travelling east could deposit funds at a Templar house in Paris or London and receive a written acknowledgement that could be honoured elsewhere, reducing the risk of carrying large sums across bandit country. Kings and bishops sometimes used the Templars as custodians of treasure, not because the brothers were saints, but because they had locked rooms, reliable clerks, and a reputation for internal discipline. The order also extended credit. Crusading was expensive, and cash was often needed quickly for ships, ransoms, or sudden campaigns. The Templars could advance funds against future income, using their networks to make a promise in one place mean something in another. Wealth brought attention, and attention brought resentment. The Templars enjoyed exemptions that other landholders envied. Papal privileges could free them from certain local taxes and place their properties under their own clergy, limiting a bishop's authority. In disputes, they could appeal beyond local courts. A town might complain that a Templar mill drew business away from competitors. A bishop might argue that the order was collecting income inside his diocese while refusing his oversight. A lord might bristle at the sight of armed men on his roads who did not answer to him. These frictions became political when rulers discovered how useful the Templars could be and how difficult they were to control. A king might entrust them with royal funds, then find that the brothers cited papal authority when pressed too hard. Monarchs valued them as administrators and financiers, but they also noticed the obvious danger: an international institution with its own chain of command, its own treasuries, and fortified houses, operating inside the kingdom, yet owing obedience elsewhere. And still, most of this European power was built to serve a single goal: in the Holy Land, resources translated into choices. A well-funded order could keep more horses fit for patrols, pay for scouts and messengers, and maintain garrisons that did not vanish when a feudal levy went home. It could repair walls quickly after an earthquake or a siege, and it could stockpile grain to survive a season of raids. It could also act with more independence, and that independence had consequences. When the order believed a fortress or a road was essential, it could push for action even when local lords hesitated. That could save a frontier, or it could deepen rivalries that were already hard to manage. By the late 1170s, the pressure in the Levant was tightening again, and the enemy was no longer just a patchwork of rival commanders. After the death of Nur ad-Din, a new figure emerged from the politics of Egypt and Syria: Saladin, a Kurdish officer who rose to become vizier in Egypt and then ruler in his own right. Step by step, he combined resources that had often been separated, Egypt's wealth and Syria's military strength, until the Crusader states faced a more coherent power than they had known in a generation. For the Templars, this was the moment when their European estates looked like a shield. They could raise money, men, and supplies faster than most. But the same fortunes that kept their castles staffed also made them harder to tolerate, as defeats accumulated and fear sharpened. Wealth would start to look less like proof of service and more like something tempting, something that could be seized, explained away, and used. And when the crisis finally broke over Jerusalem, the Order's power would not save it. It would help decide how, decades later, the arrests of 1307 could be carried out with such confidence and such finality. In 1183, Saladin brought his army right up to the walls of Kerak, the great Crusader castle that watched the routes east of the Dead Sea. The siege was not only an attempt to take stone and mortar. It was a message. He was patient enough to strike where it hurt, and disciplined enough to stop when the timing was wrong. Kerak held. But the pressure did not lift. The Crusader kingdom, already tense with rival factions, was being tested by a leader who preferred to choose the moment of decision rather than be forced into it. Saladin's strength was not just in battle. It was in the years of politics that came before battle. He worked to unify Muslim Syria and Egypt under his command, replacing quarrelling rulers with loyal governors, negotiating where he could and using force where he must. That unity mattered. It meant supplies, pay, and coordination. It meant he could isolate Crusader strongholds, raid the countryside, and deny the kingdom the calm seasons it needed to recover. Inside the kingdom of Jerusalem, the problem was different. King Baldwin IV, the leper king, had held the realm together through skill and sheer will, but his illness made succession a constant crisis. When he died in 1185, a child king, Baldwin Zigmund V, briefly stood between competing nobles. When the boy died the next year, the crown passed to Guy of Lusignan through his wife, Sibylla. Many accepted Guy only reluctantly. Raymond of Tripoli, a powerful lord in the north, distrusted him. So did several leading barons. Authority fractured into camps at the moment when unity mattered most. The military orders were part of this fractured world. The Templars and the Hospitallers had their own command structures and priorities, and their leaders could become political actors as well as battlefield commanders. In the mid-1180s, the Templar Grand Master was Gerard de Rydvert, a man with a reputation for aggressive action and a hard view of compromise. That temperament would matter as the crisis accelerated. Saladin watched these divisions carefully. He did not rush toward Jerusalem and gamble everything on a single assault. Instead, he tightened control over the countryside, probed for weaknesses, and waited for the Crusaders to make costly choices. A truce might be agreed, then broken by raiding. One figure in particular made restraint difficult. Reynald of Châtillon, Lord of Ultra-Jourdain, who attacked caravans and threatened routes that were economically and symbolically important. When Reynald struck again despite agreements, Saladin treated it not as a minor provocation, but as the moment to mobilize a full response. In the summer of 1187, Saladin moved with purpose into Galilee. He targeted Tiberias, a fortified town by the Sea of Galilee held by Raymond of Tripoli's wife, Eschiva. This was a deliberate trap as much as a siege. If the Crusader army stayed put, Tiberias might fall and their prestige would suffer. If they marched, they would be drawn away from reliable water and into terrain Saladin could control. The Crusader host gathered at Sephoria, a strong position with springs water that could keep an army alive in July. A council met. Raymond, whose own lands were being attacked, argued for caution. He understood the ground and the risk. Better, he said, to let Tiberius endure and force Saladin to waste time, then strike when the enemy had overextended. But others pressed for action. The court could not bear the humiliation of abandoning a major town. Gerard de Rydfort urged marching out. King Guy, new to the throne and uncertain of loyalty around him, faced a brutal political logic. To hesitate might look like weakness, and weakness could cost him the kingdom even if the army survived. So the decision was made. The army marched east from Sephoria toward Tiberias, leaving water behind. The heat did its work quickly. Saladin's forces harassed the column, keeping distance, pressuring flanks, and blocking access to springs. The Crusaders tried to push through to the water at Tiberias, but the rhythm of the march broke. Horses tired, men fell out of formation. By evening on July 3 they stopped near the Horns of Hattin, 2 rocky rises above the plain, not far from the lake but cut off from it. This was the point of no return. Saladin's army closed in, surrounding the camp. Through the night and into the next day, the Crusaders struggled for water. The enemy controlled the approaches to the lake. Smoke drifted from brush fires, set to worsen the heat and confusion. By July 4, the Crusader host tried to break out, but the field army was already coming apart under thirst, exhaustion, and constant attack. Hattin was not a heroic last stand won or lost by a single charge. It was a defeat built out of decisions made days earlier, then minutes earlier, each narrowing the possible outcomes. The Crusader infantry, essential for holding formation, could not move fast enough to keep order. The mounted knights, the kingdom's striking power, needed cohesion and fresh horses to punch through. They did not have it. Charges went in, were met by missiles and counter-moves, and came back thinner each time. The Templars were at the centre of this disaster. As a disciplined heavy cavalry force, they were used for the hardest fighting, the kind that could either open a path or bleed a unit to death. Orders were given to charge and attempt to break the encirclement. Some brothers reached the enemy lines. Most could not hold the ground they took. When the army finally collapsed, the sacred relic carried with it, the true cross, believed to be the cross of Christ, was captured. King Guy was taken alive. So were many nobles. For the military orders, capture often meant something worse. Saladin was capable of mercy and negotiation with high-ranking prisoners, and ransoms were a normal part of war. But the Templars and Hospitallers were different in his eyes, permanent soldiers who would return to fight again as soon as they were exchanged. Many captured brothers were executed after the battle. The exact numbers vary in the sources, but the outcome is clear enough. Hattin did not merely defeat the kingdom's army, it cut out a core of experienced fighters who could not be quickly replaced. After Hattin, the map unravelled at speed. Towns and castles that had depended on the field army for relief now stood alone. Saladin moved down the line of strongholds, accepting surrenders, taking others by force, and securing ports and roads. Some fortresses held out, especially where the military orders had deep stores and thick walls, but the kingdom's strategic system had been broken. It was no longer a question of winning the next battle. It was a question of what could still be saved. Jerusalem was the prize, but it was also a problem. The city was more symbol than fortress, crowded with refugees and short of seasoned troops. When Saladin approached in September 1187, the defence fell largely to Balian of Ibelin, a noble who had been allowed to travel to the city on the condition he would not take up arms, then released from that oath, according to the chroniclers, when the situation became desperate. He organised what he could. New knights were created from the remaining men of standing, walls were repaired, morale was managed day by day. The siege was serious and costly, but it did not become a massacre. After assaults and counterattacks, negotiations began. Balian argued that if terms were not offered, the defenders might destroy holy sites and kill prisoners rather than surrender. Saladin, balancing piety, politics, and the need to govern what he took, agreed to a surrender with ransoms for many inhabitants. Not everyone could pay, and many were enslaved, but the city was taken with far less bloodshed than in 1099. News raced westward. Jerusalem, held by Latin Christians for nearly 90 years, was gone. What changed after Hattin was military reality. The Crusader states could no longer meet Saladin in open battle on equal terms. What changed after Jerusalem was something harder to measure, but just as powerful, a moral and political shock that shook Europe's rulers and churchmen into action. The call went out for a new crusade, and with it came fresh armies, fresh money, and fresh expectations. For the Templars, the catastrophe carried a double weight. They had lost brothers and commanders, lost positions that had taken decades to build, and now faced angry questions about strategy and leadership. Yet they were also indispensable, because few others could garrison what remained and coordinate reinforcement from overseas. The next fight would be for the coast, for the ports that could keep a foothold alive at all, and it would draw kings themselves into the war, men who would not always respect the independence that the Templars had guarded so fiercely. In 1189, the war returned to the sea, and it returned with a target that mattered more than any shrine. The city of Acre, a fortified port on the northern coast, was the key to holding anything in the Holy Land at all. Guy of Lusignan, released after Hattin, put what strength he could gather in front of its walls. The Templars and Hospitallers came too, because a Crusader kingdom without a major harbour was a kingdom waiting to be strangled. Acre became a siege within a siege. The Crusaders dug in to take the city. Saladin's army encircled them to break the besiegers. Months passed in disease, shortage, and sudden violence. As new contingents arrived from Europe, the Templars did what they had learned to do in hard places: coordinate men who answered to different lords, carry messages between suspicious allies, and hold sections of the line when the fighting became too dangerous for temporary soldiers. They could not replace kings, but they could keep an army functioning when politics threatened to tear it apart. When Richard I of England, Richard the Lionheart, arrived in 191, the crusade gained a commander who understood siegecraft and coastal warfare. He was not a simple partner for the military orders. Richard bargained, threatened, and demanded obedience, and he could be pragmatic to the point of coldness. Yet his goals and the Templars' needs often aligned: secure ports, keep supply lines open, and avoid being lured inland where a field army could be cut off from water and ships. Acre fell in July 1191. It should have been a turning point, but it exposed the Crusaders' other weakness: leadership that could not agree on what victory meant. Richard quarrelled with the French king, Philip II, and with Duke Leopold of Austria. Noble rivalries hardened into grudges. Here the Templars played a diplomatic role as much as a military one, acting as experienced intermediaries in a narrowing coastal kingdom where every decision had to balance pride against survival. As Richard pushed south, he fought Saladin along the coast and won a major battle at Arsuf, keeping the road and the ports. But Jerusalem remained beyond reach. Marching inland risked the same trap that had destroyed the kingdom at Hattin. Richard negotiated, raided, tested Saladin's defences, and finally accepted a truce in 1192 that allowed Christian pilgrims access to holy sites but did not restore the city. What changed was stark. The Crusader presence was reduced to a thin strip of coast, held together by walls, ships, and constant reinforcement. In that world, the Templars were no longer simply an elite force in a broad kingdom. They became the hard garrison spine of a frontier. About 2 minutes into this story, it's worth asking, if you're listening from Europe, the Americas, North Africa, or the Middle East, what would victory even look like here? Taking Jerusalem, holding a coastline, or breaking an enemy's power at its source? Medieval leaders asked the same question, and many decided the source was Egypt. Again and again, crusade plans pivoted toward the Nile. The logic was strategic. Egypt's wealth could fund armies, its grain could feed cities, and its ports could control the eastern Mediterranean. If Egypt could be taken or forced into submission, the coastal Crusader towns might breathe again, and Jerusalem might be negotiated back rather than stormed. But these campaigns repeatedly faltered because supply lines were long, unfamiliar terrain punished mistakes, and Crusader coalitions were often divided between spiritual aims and political profit. Even when armies landed successfully, a single failed negotiation, a flooded river, or a change of leadership could unravel months of planning. So Acre grew into more than a city. It was the linchpin of survival, the main gateway for men and money from the west, a market and warehouse system for provisioning castles, and a symbol that the Crusader project still lived. The Templars' headquarters there was not just a residence, it was a command centre tied into their wider network, feeding garrisons, arranging transport, and coordinating with rival powers who were, on paper, allies. In 1291 that linchpin snapped. The Mamluks of Egypt, professional soldier rulers who had replaced earlier dynasties, came in force under Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil. They wanted the last Crusader ports eliminated for good. The defenders wanted time, Time for reinforcements, time for diplomacy, time for the sea to remain open. The siege was methodical. Engines battered walls, sappers dug, assaults tested weak points. Inside, factions argued even as the perimeter shrank. When the Mamluk breakthrough came, fighting turned into desperate close combat in streets and courtyards. Some defenders escaped by ship, many could not. The Templars held out in their compound near the harbour, a final strongpoint as the city collapsed around them. Sources differ on the exact sequence, but the end is clear enough. Acre fell, and with it fell the practical basis for a crusader state on the mainland. What changed after Acre was immediate and irreversible. Without that port, there was no reliable bridge for large armies, no secure depot system, and no place for the military orders to operate at scale. The Latin presence in the Levant became scattered islands, soon reduced further. The Templars withdrew to Cyprus, an island kingdom that now became their main base in the eastern Mediterranean. There they rebuilt administration and shipping, but also faced recriminations. Were they still a crusading order if they no longer held the frontier? Some wanted merger with the Hospitallers, others insisted on independence. The question was not philosophical, it was political, and it would decide who controlled men, money, and the remaining will to fight. In 1292 Jacques de Molay became Grand Master. He travelled, inspected, and argued for another crusade, pressing the case that the order still had a purpose. He explored alliances, including with powers who were not Latin Christian, because the realities of the region demanded flexibility. Yet he ran into the new wall of European politics. Kings and popes spoke of recovery, but their attention was consumed by wars at home, taxes and rival claims to authority. Without sustained royal commitment, the plans remained plans. And as the Templars' battlefield role shrank, their wealth and independence stood out more sharply, making them easier to envy, easier to blame, and soon easier to strike. On Friday, 13 October 1307, royal officers moved through France with sealed orders from King Philip IV. At dawn they struck commanderies, houses and farms belonging to the Knights Templar, arresting men who had gone to sleep as respected members of a papal military order and woke as prisoners of the crown. In Paris, the most important captive was Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master. He had been in the capital for ceremonies and meetings, close to the king's reach and far from any Templar stronghold. He was seized quickly, along with other senior brothers. Almost at once Philip's agents began inventorying and sealing Templar property, cash boxes, documents, storehouses, and the everyday goods of a large institution. Whatever the final verdict, the machinery of confiscation was already turning. Philip did not act from piety alone. He was a hard, methodical ruler with deep financial pressures from war and governance, and he had a long record of forcing money and obedience out of powerful groups. He had clashed with the papacy before, and he had already expelled France's Jews and attacked the Lombard financiers, measures that also brought assets under royal control. The Templars were different, independent, internationally connected, and protected by the Church. They also held wealth in land and reserves, and they could move resources across borders. In a kingdom where the crown wanted tighter control, an order that answered to Rome looked less like a partner and more like a rival. The charge Philip chose was heresy. Royal lawyers and investigators produced a list of accusations: that new members denied Christ in initiation rites, that they spat on the cross, that they exchanged obscene kisses, that they worshipped an idol, and that the order's leaders permitted secret corruption behind a public mask of holiness. Some claims were vague and grew stranger as the process continued. What can be verified is not the truth of these rituals, but the fact that they were alleged, written down, and used to justify arrests. The same is true of later stories about hidden treasures and sinister gods. Those belong to rumour and legend, not established evidence. Interrogations began immediately, and torture followed. Under medieval law, torture was commonly used in heresy investigations to extract confessions, especially when authorities claimed they faced a secret crime. Men were threatened, isolated, deprived, and physically broken until they said what interrogators demanded. Many confessed, some later retracted, saying they had spoken falsely to stop the pain. The records preserve both the confessions and the recantations, and that is exactly why historians treat the admissions with caution. They reveal what the crown wanted proven, and how fear can manufacture agreement. The Pope, Clement V, was caught between principles and power. As Pope, he was the Templars' ultimate overseer, and any trial of them should have been a church matter. But Philip had already seized the men and the narrative. Clement protested the king's intrusion, then moved to regain control by ordering a broader ecclesiastical inquiry. The result was a tug of war, royal pressure in France, uneven investigations elsewhere in Europe, and a papacy trying to avoid being seen as either powerless or complicit. By 1312, at the Council of Vienne in southeastern France, Clement ended the struggle with a decision that was carefully framed. The order was not formally condemned by a definitive judgment of heresy across the board. Instead, it was suppressed by papal decree, justified as a practical necessity to end scandal and conflict. It was a legal distinction with enormous consequences. The Knights Templar ceased to exist as an institution. Their property was largely assigned to the Hospitallers in principle, though in practice kings and local rulers often kept a share, delayed transfers, or swallowed assets outright. What changed was not just the fate of a few thousand brothers. A military order created to fight on the frontier was erased through paperwork, prisons, and coerced testimony. The balance between crown and church shifted toward the monarchy, showing how a determined king could bend religious authority to political ends. And it mattered because it explains why the Templars were destroyed. The arrests of 1307 were not the aftermath of a battlefield defeat, but a calculated strike driven by royal need, enabled by accusations that could be forced into confessions, and finalized when suppression became the only exit from an escalating confrontation. In March of 1314, the last act unfolded in Paris. Jacques de Molay, Grand Master of the former Templars, was brought out with Geoffrey de Charny, once the order's preceptor of Normandy. They were meant to confirm earlier confessions and accept life imprisonment. Instead, in front of clergy and officials, they reversed themselves. They declared the order innocent, and their prior words false statements made under pressure, not truth. That reversal mattered. It threatened the careful legal settlement reached in 1312, and it embarrassed the authorities who had built their case on admissions. Philip IV moved fast. As relapsed heretics, de Molay and de Charny were condemned and executed by fire that same day. Chroniclers remembered the calm firmness of de Molay's final stance, not because it proved anything about the charges, but because it showed a man choosing public defiance when silence might have saved him. The consequences spread across all of it. Templar lands and buildings were supposed to pass to the Hospitallers, yet transfers were slow, disputed, and often reduced by royal expenses. In practice, kings and local lords were frequent winners. Surviving brothers met different fates. Many were absorbed into other orders, pensioned off or allowed quiet retirement. Some faced further prosecution, especially where rulers copied France's hard line. Later centuries added stories, hidden treasure, an idol called Baphomet, the Holy Grail, escapes to Scotland, even links to Freemasonry. These are later traditions, not confirmed facts. So is the famous Curse of de Molay and the idea that Friday the 13th carried a special doom associations that grew long after 1307. What is certain is simpler. War created the Templars, wealth sustained them, and political fear destroyed them, beginning with those dawn arrests in 1307. In the early 1340s, far from Europe's stone cathedrals and crowded marketplaces, something small and lethal began to move across Central and East Asia. Historians and scientists most often place the pandemic's beginnings in these inland regions, on the great grasslands and mountain basins where people, animals, and trade routes met, and then trace its first westward momentum along the connected arteries of Eurasian commerce. It did not travel as a marching army or a visible storm. It travelled as a hitchhiker, in the fur of rodents, in the bellies of fleas, and in the sacks and saddlebags that crossed the steppe and the desert. By the time many communities sensed it, it was already ahead of them, quietly multiplying at the edges of camps, market towns, and caravan stops. Europe, meanwhile, stood on the eve of catastrophe in a state of strained abundance. The population had grown steadily for centuries, pressing hard against available farmland. Cities had expanded behind their walls, packed tight with workshops, animals and people living close enough to share air, water, and disease. Waste disposal was uneven at best. In many towns, refuse and offal collected in streets or ditches. Wells and rivers served as both drinking water and drainage. Nutrition for the poor could be thin even in good years, and the early 14th century had not been kind. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317, and the hard years that followed left a legacy of weakened bodies and fewer reserves. When illness finally arrived, it would find crowds, closeness, and vulnerability waiting. The culprit, as modern science names it, is Yersinia pestis, a bacterium that lives in complex cycles among rodents and their parasites. In many ecosystems, plague persists in wild rodent reservoirs for long periods, sometimes flaring into explosive outbreaks when conditions favour it. Fleas become the crucial vector. When a flea feeds on an infected animal, the bacteria can multiply in its digestive tract. In certain flea species, this can lead to blockage that makes the flea bite repeatedly, regurgitating bacteria into new hosts. The result is a disease that can leap from rodent to rodent, and then into humans, especially where commensal rodents thrive around grain stores, stables, and crowded housing. Trade networks amplified all of this. Grain and textiles drew rodents, animals and people moved constantly, sleeping quarters were shared, supplies were stored and restored. A caravan did not need to carry a visibly sick passenger to carry plague. A few infected fleas in a bundle of cloth, or a rat nesting in cargo, could be enough to deliver the bacterium into a new settlement. And across Eurasia, movement had rarely been so steady or so far-reaching. The Silk Road was not one road but many corridors, paths threading through oases, mountain passes, river valleys, and open steppe. Along these routes were caravanserais, fortified inns spaced a day's travel apart, where merchants could water animals, repair gear, trade news, and sleep within protective walls. They were, in a practical sense, the infrastructure of long-distance commerce. They were also ideal junctions for disease, warm stables, stored food, close quarters, and a steady turnover of travellers who carried their bedding and bundles onward. In the 13th and early 14th centuries, the Mongol Empire and its successor Khanates had helped bind these routes together. Political unification and military dominance made vast distances more navigable. Security improved in many regions. Standardized systems of relay stations, passports, and taxation supported movement. The period is sometimes described as a kind of Eurasian commercial acceleration. More goods, more people, more frequent contact across regions that had once been more isolated. The same stability that helped silk, spices, furs, and silver circulate also allowed infections to ride farther and faster than before. As the 1340s advanced, plague signals appear in scattered reports across the wider Mongol world, sudden mortality, terrifying swellings, and communities struck hard enough to disrupt trade and governance. The sources are uneven, and medieval writers often describe sickness in broad moral language. Yet a pattern emerges, outbreaks moving westward, following the contours of contact. By 1346, the story sharpens at the Black Sea, at the Genoese trading city of Kaffa, today's Feodosia in Crimea, an outpost of Mediterranean commerce planted on the edge of steppe politics. Kaffa sat at a hinge point between worlds, Italian merchants and ships on one side, the Khanate and caravan routes of the interior on the other. It was a place where cargoes changed hands, where languages overlapped, where the shoreline and the steppe exchanged wealth. That year, Kaffa was besieged by forces associated with the Mongol Golden Horde. One later source, the notary Gabriele de Mussi, claims that the besiegers, stricken by plague, hurled infected corpses over the walls in an early form of biological warfare. It is one of the most famous and most debated episodes in the plague's history. Some historians caution that de Mussi was not an eyewitness at Kaffa, and that his account may carry rhetorical flourish or second-hand rumour. Others note that even without catapulted bodies, a siege itself creates perfect conditions for disease. Crowded defenders, strained sanitation, disrupted food supplies, and constant contact with the outside environment. Plague could have entered in many ordinary ways, through fleas, through rats, through trade that never fully stops even in wartime. What matters is the outcome. Kaffa became a gateway. From the Black Sea ports, ships routinely sailed west to Constantinople, to the Aegean, and onward to the great trading cities of Italy. In the holds were grain, cloth, and spices, and in the hidden margins of that commerce, the small mechanisms of transmission. A few infected fleas, a few rats sheltering in darkness, and the disease had access to the sea lanes of the Mediterranean. Even before Europe fully understood what was coming, the first shockwaves were felt in words and whispers. News travelled along the same routes as silk and salt. Rumours of a strange mortality to the east. Stories of towns emptied, of people dying too fast for priests to keep pace. Chroniclers reached for familiar explanations, bad air, celestial omens, divine judgment, because the true cause was invisible. To many contemporaries, the plague was not a bacterium moving through ecosystems and networks. It was a terror that arrived without warning, carried by wind, by fate, by sin. And yet, step by step, port by port, the map was already being redrawn. The Black Sea had opened the door, and the Mediterranean was next. From the Black Sea, the sailing season carried merchants outward as reliably as a tide. Galleys and round ships slipped from ports like Kaffa and Tanna, from Constantinople and the eastern Mediterranean, loaded low with the necessities and luxuries of a connected world. Grain sacks were stacked in cramped holds, bales of cloth and bundles of fur were wedged into corners. Barrels of water and wine sweated in the dark. In those packed spaces, warmth, food, and shelter created a small ecology that travelled with the ship. Rats thrived where grain was plentiful and where planks and rope offered hiding places. Fleas thrived where rats nested, where sailors slept close together, and where garments were seldom washed at sea. A ship did not need a visibly ill passenger to carry plague. A few infected fleas in bedding, in a fold of cloth, or on a rat slipping between cargo, could bridge hundreds of miles of open water. On deck, the sea air felt clean, even bracing. Below, in the press of cargo and bodies, an invisible chain could already be forming. In October of 1347, those chains reached Sicily. The port of Messina, busy with Mediterranean traffic, received a small group of ships arriving from the east, often described as Genoese vessels, though medieval accounts vary in details. What witnesses agreed on was the condition of the crews. Men staggered ashore, feverish and confused. Some had dark swellings in the groin or armpit, painful lumps that seemed to rise from nowhere. Others were already dying, and the dying did not take long. The response in Messina was swift and frightened. Chroniclers describe attempts to drive the ships away, to force them back to sea. But expelling a vessel did not expel what had already stepped onto the docks. Sailors had been carried to homes and hospitals. Porters had handled ropes and cargo. Local boats moved between ships and shore. Rats could disembark unnoticed along mooring lines or slip from one storehouse to another. Even if every foreign ship had been pushed away in time, which it was not, the first sparks were already in the city's crowded quarters. Once kindled, the outbreak moved with a terrible rhythm. The first day might look like a common illness, a sudden fever, chills, a pounding head, a heavy weariness that made a strong person want to lie down in the middle of the day. By the second day, the body ached and the stomach turned. Many reported a deep malaise, a sense that something was profoundly wrong. By the third day, in many cases, the swellings appeared buboes, most often in the groin, under the arm, or at the neck, where lymph nodes fought and failed. They could grow to the size of an egg or larger, hot and agonizing, sometimes hard, sometimes softening as the illness advanced. After that, witness descriptions often tighten into a few grim phrases: delirium, sleeplessness, and a fever that would not break. Some accounts mention black or purple spots on the skin, signs of bleeding under the surface. Others describe vomiting or coughing, and a stench that clung to the sick room. By the fourth or fifth day, many were dead. Some died sooner, within 2 or 3 days of the first fever. Those who survived past a week had better odds, but survival was never assured, and in 1347 and 1348, few households had the means to isolate or to rest. These patterns reflected not one single disease presentation, but several. The most common was bubonic plague, the form tied to flea bites and the lymphatic system. It could be lethal, but it was not always immediately contagious from person to person. Yet in the crowded reality of medieval ports, bubonic plague still spread efficiently, because rats and fleas spread efficiently, especially around grain stores, docks, and the dense housing of labourers. More deadly still was septicemic plague, when the infection flooded the bloodstream. It could kill so fast that buboes barely had time to form. Victims could collapse with fever, weakness, and signs of internal bleeding, darkened skin, cold extremities, a swift slide toward shock. The survival odds here were slim to almost none, especially without modern antibiotics. And then there was pneumonic plague, the form that attacked the lungs. When plague entered this form, it changed the rules. A person could cough and breathe out infection, and in close quarters, families, monasteries, cramped rooms near the docks, others could fall ill without any flea bite at all. Pneumonic plague often progressed with frightening speed: fever, chest pain, a wet cough, bloody sputum, suffocation. It was the form most readily passed directly between people, and it helped explain why some outbreaks seemed to leap through households as if carried on breath. From Messina, Sicily became a launch point. Ships fled the island seeking safer harbours, but in doing so they carried the same hidden passengers: rats, fleas, infected goods, and in some cases infectious coughs. The plague appeared in other Sicilian towns, and then crossed to the Italian mainland. It reached the great commercial ports that formed the beating heart of Mediterranean trade, Genoa and Venice among them, where maritime traffic was constant, and where warehouses brimmed with grain and textiles. From port to port the pattern repeated. A vessel arrived. A few sailors were ill or fell ill soon after. Dock workers and innkeepers were exposed first, then neighbours, then entire parishes. In many places fear gathered at the waterfront. People watched ships as if they were floating tombs. Some cities tried to bar entry, to turn vessels away, to limit contact. But commerce was stubborn and enforcement was imperfect. Even when officials acted, the timing was often too late. Plague had already seeded itself among rats in storehouses, or among the poor in the crowded quarters nearest the harbour. Across the northern Mediterranean, Marseille became another critical hinge. From there, the disease moved into southern France and along well-travelled corridors inland. Rivers turned the outbreak into a moving front. The Rhone and other waterways linked ports to market towns, and market towns to cities. Roads carried it as well on pack animals, on carts, on the clothing of travellers who felt well one day and were feverish the next. By early 1348, the plague was not a single outbreak in one harbour. It was a chain of outbreaks, overlapping and accelerating. Not every place was struck at the same moment, and not every place suffered equally. The heaviest blows tended to fall where trade was thickest, and where people lived most tightly packed: large ports, commercial hubs and towns, with constant movement through their gates. Season mattered too. Fleas and rats do not behave the same way in cold weather as in warm, and shipping itself followed seasonal patterns. Local responses shaped outcomes at the margins. Some communities limited gatherings, some closed gates, some restricted entry from affected areas, and some simply had fewer connections to the main arteries of trade. But even where measures slowed the pace, they rarely stopped the arrival altogether. Eyewitnesses left small, sharp images that survived the centuries. They wrote of how quickly the strong became helpless, and how quickly a household could collapse. One person sick on Monday, a second by Wednesday, a whole family gone before the week was out. They wrote of priests who could not keep up with confessions, of neighbours who avoided one another in the street, of doors marked by absence. At the docks, fear became a practical problem. Who would unload a ship if touching a rope might mean death? Yet hunger and obligation pushed people forward. Goods still had to be moved. The city still had to eat. By the time the Mediterranean understood what Messina had received, the sea lanes were already compromised. The plague had learned the geography of Europe the way merchants had, by harbours, by warehouses, by river mouths and by roads leading inward. The water that connected the medieval world now carried a sickness that could outrun rumour, and behind the busy facades of trade, Europe's great dying was beginning to take shape. In the first months, people tried to understand the plague using the tools they already had: inherited authorities, familiar categories, and a medicine that explained illness as imbalance rather than infection. University-trained physicians spoke of the four humours: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile, and of how health depended on their harmony. A sudden fever and swelling could be read as heat and corruption in the blood, or as a poisonous excess that had to be drawn out. Another powerful idea was miasma, the belief that bad air carried disease. Many thought the atmosphere itself had been spoiled by rotting matter, by marshes, by unusual weather, or by a great corruption that drifted on the wind. Medical writings advised people to avoid foul-smelling places, to keep their homes sweet with herbs, and to breathe through cloth soaked in aromatic mixtures. Alongside this ran astrology. In 1348, some physicians blamed a rare conjunction of planets that they believed had disturbed the air and waters of the earth. When the cause is placed in the heavens, human control feels very small. These frameworks were not foolish within their own logic, but they misread the true roots of transmission. If plague is carried by invisible air, then the answer is perfume and smoke. If it is a poisoned humour, then the answer is bleeding and purging. And if it is a divine correction, then the answer is penance. Before we continue, I'd love to know where you're listening from tonight. Leave your country or city in the comments. It's always amazing seeing how many different parts of the world gather here to explore history together. Treatments followed the logic of the time, and many were brutal. Bloodletting was common, meant to reduce dangerous heat or draw corruption away from the heart. Some physicians lanced buboes, hoping to release poison, though this could weaken the patient and invite other infections. Purging and emetics were used to expel what was imagined to be toxic matter inside the body. And then there was theriac, a famous compound medicine, often containing dozens of ingredients, that promised protection against poisons of every kind. Wealthy patients might pay dearly for it, trusting in its ancient reputation. People burned juniper and rosemary, carried posies of herbs, and fumigated rooms with sulphur or vinegar. Advice manuals suggested washing with strong wine, eating certain foods, avoiding others, and keeping the emotions steady, because fear itself was believed to disturb the humours. Some remedies now read like desperation made into ritual: crushed precious stones, powdered metals, mixtures of animal parts, or charms written on parchment. In a world without antibiotics, even the best-intentioned care was mostly a way of feeling less helpless. The figure we now call the plague doctor sits in the imagination like a mask from a nightmare, but it belongs partly to later centuries. In the 1340s, cities did hire physicians and surgeons to serve during outbreaks, sometimes paying hazard wages, sometimes compelling service, sometimes relying on whoever was available. Protective clothing existed: heavy gowns, gloves and cloths soaked in vinegar. But the iconic beaked mask becomes common in visual sources much later, especially in the 17th century. Still, the practical limits of medieval care were real in any era. A physician could advise, lance, bleed and prescribe, but he could not stop a household's bedding from harbouring danger, or a crowded street from becoming a corridor of exposure. Many doctors fled if they could. Some stayed and died. Others survived, and their survival itself looked like proof that their methods worked, even when it was simply chance and timing. As medicine faltered, faith filled the space. Churches rang more often. People crowded toward shrines, relics, and images believed to protect. Processions moved through streets with candles and prayers, entire neighbourhoods walking together to ask mercy from heaven. Towns made vows, promising to build chapels, to hold annual feasts, to fund masses, if only the sickness would lift. Priests were called again and again to hear confessions, to anoint the dying, and to bury the dead until there were too many bodies and too few hands. Out of this religious intensity rose mass movements, most famously the flagellants. Groups of penitents travelled from town to town, singing hymns and whipping their backs until they bled, believing that shared suffering could turn away divine wrath. In some places they were welcomed at first, because they seemed to offer a plan when no one else did. But authorities, both church and civic, often turned against them. The movement could slide into disorder, into public frenzy, into preaching that challenged local clergy. And in the simplest unintended way, these pilgrim-like crowds also helped sickness travel. People sleeping close together, sharing food, moving daily along roads that linked one community to another. Fear demanded explanations, and explanations demanded culprits. Across parts of Europe, Jewish communities were accused of poisoning wells or conspiring to spread the plague. Under torture, some confessions were extracted and then used as justification for massacres and expulsions. The violence could be organized or spontaneous, but it shared a grim logic. When the enemy is invisible, a human target becomes a substitute. Outsiders of many kinds were vulnerable. Foreigners, beggars, travellers, the poor, anyone who could be named as the reason catastrophe had arrived. These persecutions did nothing to stop the plague. They only added another layer of death. Survival, meanwhile, followed the lines of class. The wealthy had options: a country estate, a walled villa, a hunting lodge away from crowded lanes and busy docks. They could leave early, taking servants and supplies, turning travel itself into a kind of shield. Some cities saw an exodus of elites that changed politics overnight, leaving officials, craftsmen and labourers to face the worst months with fewer resources and fewer patrons. Peasants and the urban poor were trapped by duty and necessity. They could not abandon fields that fed their families, or workshops that paid rent, or crowded neighbourhoods where every room held multiple sleepers. They lived closer to grain stores and stables in tighter quarters, with fewer changes of clothing and fewer ways to separate the sick from the well. When plague entered a household like this, it did not arrive as an isolated tragedy. It arrived as a collapse of work, care, and food all at once. And so, inside the great dying Europe, endured not only a disease, but a crisis of meaning and order, medicine that could not cure, prayers that did not always save, fear that searched for targets, and a society where the distance between life and death was often measured in who could afford to leave. When the wealthy fled and the poor stayed, the map of death began to look different from place to place. Yet everywhere it pressed on the same weak points: crowded rooms, shared wells, busy markets, and the daily obligations that kept people moving even when fear told them to stop. In the countryside, the plague did not always arrive first, but when it did, it could erase a village with terrifying completeness. Farms were left half-worked, seed rotted in barns, and fields went unploughed because the hands that knew the land were gone. Dead livestock lay where they fell, not from the plague itself so much as from neglect. No one left to bring water, cut fodder, or drive them to pasture. Local obligations that had held rural life together, rent days, labour services, the communal repair of roads and ditches, collapsed under simple arithmetic. When a third or half of the households vanished, there was no longer a working community to enforce the old rhythms. Some hamlets emptied and never recovered, their names surviving only in memory, in boundaries on later maps, or in a church ruin standing alone. From there the wave rolls into the great cities, where each street corner multiplies contact. Florence, in 1348, became one of the most carefully remembered disasters, partly because writers were close enough to see daily life break apart. Contemporary accounts speak of a city where sickness moved through households like a fire through dry cloth. Estimates vary, but in Florence it was commonly believed that perhaps half the population died in that single year. The social fabric tore in predictable ways. Servants abandoned masters, and masters abandoned servants. Friends stopped visiting, even close kin sometimes kept their distance, choosing fear over duty. Wealth did not guarantee safety, but it bought options, space, food, the ability to withdraw behind doors, while the poor were crowded into the very conditions that fleas and infection liked best. The city's usual noise of trade thinned into something stranger: shuttered workshops, interrupted courts, and an economy that could not function because the living were too busy surviving and the dead were too numerous to mourn properly. Northward, Paris and the towns of northern Europe faced a different kind of pressure, the strain placed on institutions that were supposed to explain and manage calamity. The University of Paris produced medical opinions that blended miasma, astrology, and classical authority into advice that sounded confident but could not stop the deaths. Urban density made every recommendation difficult. Avoid foul air, they said, but the poor lived above drains and beside animal stalls. Avoid crowds, yet bread still had to be bought, water still drawn, rents still demanded. As panic rose, so did the basic problem of a medieval city: narrow streets, close rooms, shared walls, and constant movement through gates and markets that could not easily close without starving the inhabitants. In England, the plague's arrival is usually placed in 1348, likely entering through southern ports and then climbing the roads toward London. By 1349 it was tearing through the capital. Chroniclers and parish records, where they survive, preserve the bluntness of the timeline: a sudden climb in burials, then an overwhelming peak, then the slow return of ordinary entries, baptisms, marriages, as if a book had been forced through a storm and finally set down again. Governance did not end, but it staggered. Officials died, courts paused, and city administration had to operate with empty seats. Even when leaders remained alive, their authority depended on people willing to enforce orders, collect dues, and keep watch, work made dangerous by proximity to the sick. Everywhere, the hardest labour became the last labour, burial. In normal times, death was managed with ritual, procession, and a careful place in consecrated ground. During the worst months, the scale changed everything. Gravediggers were too few, and some refused the work unless paid more, while others took the wages and died anyway. Churches could not keep up with masses. Coffins became scarce. Bodies were carried in groups, sometimes wrapped only in cloth, sometimes stacked into trenches dug quickly at the edge of town. The air itself seemed altered, contemporaries wrote, of a heavy stench, of streets that felt tainted, of the sickly sweetness of decay that clung to clothing and hair. Logistics replaced ceremony. Where to put the dead? How to move them? How to stop them from lying in houses long enough to endanger the living? Out of this grim practicality came some of the earliest public health measures in European cities. Port towns experimented with controls on ships and cargo, especially as people noticed that plague often followed trade routes. Some places tried cordons restricting movement along roads, guarding gates, turning travellers away. Plague houses and improvised isolation spaces appeared, meant to separate the sick from the well, though the separation was often imperfect, and sometimes cruel. Enforcement varied because enforcement depended on trust and manpower. A city could declare a quarantine, but hungry people still slipped out for food, merchants still tried to save their fortunes, and officials were reluctant to punish neighbours when everyone feared becoming the next victim. And yet, not all communities suffered equally. Geography mattered. A remote valley, a sparsely connected village, an island with fewer landings could delay the plague or reduce its opportunities. Rapid isolation sometimes worked, especially when a town recognised danger early and accepted the hardship of cutting ties. Reduced trade contact meant fewer introductions of infected fleas and people. And then there was luck, timing, weather, the chance that the chain of transmission simply failed. In the midst of the great dying, survival could depend on choices. But it could also depend on accidents no one could see, in a world still learning what the disease truly was. When the great wave finally loosened its grip, people stepped into streets that felt wider, quieter, and wrong. The loss was not only personal, it was numerical, written into empty houses and abandoned plots. Modern estimates vary with the patchwork of records, but many historians place Europe's death toll somewhere around a third to a half of the population between 1347 and 1353. In some towns and regions it was less, in others, especially dense cities and heavily connected trade corridors, the losses could be far higher. Survival followed patterns that now seem familiar. Isolation helped, distance and lower density helped, and the young and healthy often fared better than the old or already ill. Yet the plague was never fair, and many households lost the strong and spared the frail, as if chance still had a vote. The economy that remained was an economy with missing hands. Fields stood ready, but labour was scarce. Workshops needed apprentices and journeymen, who were no longer there. Demand for food and goods shrank with the population, but wages in many places began to rise because the living discovered their value. A farm worker could ask for more. A servant could refuse a poor household and seek a better one. In England, the Crown tried to force wages back down with the Ordinance of Labourers in 1349, and later the Statute of Labourers, demanding that people work at pre-plague rates. Similar pressures appeared elsewhere. Laws, fines, and moral arguments meant to return society to its old balance. They did not fully succeed. Bargaining power had shifted, and the attempt to shove it back into place created resentment that simmered for decades. Out of that simmering came slow changes to feudal life. When lords could not compel as many labour services, they often commuted obligations into rent or leased land on easier terms just to keep it productive. Marginal fields were abandoned. Pastures expanded. In some regions, sheep and wool grew more profitable than grain because they needed fewer workers. Serfdom weakened unevenly, more quickly in parts of Western Europe than in the East, but the direction was clear. Peasants who had survived felt the weight of their importance. And when rulers tried to tax and control them as before, some pushed back openly. The Jacquerie in France in 1358 and the English peasants' revolt in 1381 did not spring from the plague alone, but the plague helped create the conditions: fewer people, heavier demands on survivors, and a growing sense that the old order had failed to protect them. In the mind and the arts, the Black Death left a deep shadow. Churches filled with prayers of gratitude and prayers of fear, but piety changed shape. Some people clung more tightly to ritual, others grew disillusioned with clergy who could not stop the dying. Death became a dominant motif. Dances of death painted on walls, skeletons and hourglasses, the reminder that rank and wealth ended in the same soil. Wills multiplied, charities were founded, and people spoke more plainly about mortality, as if the future had become a shorter room. The plague also did not truly end. It returned in later waves, local outbreaks, regional resurgences, sometimes every decade or two, flaring when conditions aligned. Cities began to build memory into law. Quarantine periods lengthened and formalized. Dedicated pest houses appeared. Health boards were created to track cases, regulate burials, and control movement and trade. In places like the Italian city-states, these measures slowly hardened into early public health institutions, imperfect, often harsh, but born from hard repetition. Centuries later, modern science finally illuminated what medieval people could only guess. Genetics extracted from teeth in plague cemeteries has confirmed Yersinia pestis as the culprit, and has traced lineages that match the movement of trade and empire. Archaeology has mapped mass graves to specific outbreaks, and DNA has shown that the bacterium itself evolved, branching and persisting rather than vanishing cleanly. Even human genomes carry echoes. Some immune-related genes appear to have been shaped by the brutal selection of those years. In the end, the Black Death did not simply kill, it rearranged. It shifted labour and law, faith and art, city governance and medical thinking. It narrowed lives to essentials, and then, slowly, it widened them again into a changed world, one built by survivors who remembered, for generations, how quickly normal life can break. If you'd like more calm, sleepy history like this, please subscribe. May your night be peaceful, and your rest come easily. Good night. In the deep hours before dawn, the walls of Constantinople are still standing, but only just. Men who have not properly slept in weeks lean into the cold stone, eyes burning from smoke and lime dust, hands raw from hauling rubble and arrows. Beyond the ditch, Ottoman campfires stipple the darkness like a second hostile sky. Drums carry in slow, steady pulses, and now and then a shout rides the wind, swallowed by the constant distant thunder of guns. Inside the city, bells answer with a tired insistence. In churches and small chapels, prayers rise and fall, murmured in Greek and Latin, pressed into the air as if sound itself could reinforce crumbling masonry. The smell of burning pitch lingers where fires were smothered on the battlements. Stones are shattered into fresh, pale wounds. Timber braces sag. Every impact in the night has its own character. A dull thud when a cannonball bites the earth. A cracking roar when it strikes a wall already weakened. A rain of chips and grit across helmets and cloaks. Food has thinned to careful portions. Water is carried up in buckets, step by step, and spilled as often as it's drunk. The defenders move like people living in the space between one bombardment and the next, measuring time in repairs, watches, and the dread of what morning will bring. Out in the Ottoman lines, Sultan Mehmed II Young, focused and relentless, prepares to finish what weeks of siege have begun. His commanders gather their men. Ladders are readied. Signals are planned. The last assault is no longer a possibility. It is an appointment with sunrise. Before we continue, where are you listening from tonight? Leave your city or country in the comments. Now a clear map of what's at stake. Constantinople sat on the narrow throat between Europe and Asia on the Bosporus Strait, where ships passed between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Today this city is Istanbul. Its position made it rich, strategic, and fought over for centuries, and it was protected by some of the most formidable fortifications in the world, especially the great land walls facing west. This was the capital of the Byzantine Empire, the surviving eastern half of the Roman Empire, still calling itself Roman even in the late medieval 15th century. In 1453, that remnant faced a rising power. The Ottoman Turks, expanding across Anatolia and the Balkans. On one side stood Emperor Constantine XI, with a small outnumbered force of Byzantines and foreign allies. On the other stood Mehmed II, commanding an empire on the ascent. And as the night thins toward dawn, the fate of this city begins to narrow to a single irreversible moment. To understand how the fate of one dawn could decide so much, you have to feel the long narrowing that came before it, the way a world-sized empire slowly became a city, and then, almost, a memory. There was a time when ships leaving Constantinople could carry the emperor's authority across the Aegean like a steady wind. The Byzantine Empire, Roman in its own eyes, had once held thick bands of land around the eastern Mediterranean, Greece and the islands, the great cities of Anatolia, rich coasts and valleys, fortresses that watched the mountain passes. Taxes, recruits, grain and timber flowed toward the capital. The imperial court could still imagine itself as the centre of a living world. But centuries of war and pressure wore that world down. In the east, the empire's long struggle with powerful neighbours drained men and money, and after the rise of Turkish states in Anatolia, its old heartland began to slip away piece by piece. In the west, rivals pressed in from the Balkans. Each loss was not only territory on a map, but farmland no longer taxed, villages no longer defended, roads and harbours no longer patrolled. The empire's reach shortened, and with it, its ability to recover. Inside the palace and the church, politics often turned inward at the worst moments. Successions were contested. Regents and generals fought over policy and power. Civil wars erupted more than once, and every civil war did what sieges are meant to do. It consumed supplies, shattered trust, and invited outsiders to take advantage. Even when one side won, the victory could feel like an expensive wound, because the empire had weakened itself to prove who would rule what remained. And then came the shock that never truly healed, the year 1204. During the Fourth Crusade, an expedition that was meant to go elsewhere, Western European crusaders and their Venetian allies turned on Constantinople itself. They broke into the city and sacked it. Churches were looted, palaces stripped, relics carried away, and a capital that had stood for centuries as a symbol of Christian empire was violated by fellow Christians. The details of the sack are well attested, and even allowing for exaggeration in later retellings. The damage was profound, not just in treasure and buildings, but in confidence, population, and the very idea that the city was untouchable. In the aftermath, the empire fractured. A Latin empire was established in Constantinople, while Greek successor states formed in other regions, most importantly at Nicaea in Anatolia and at Epirus in the west, each claiming legitimacy. When Byzantine rule was restored to Constantinople in 1261 by the Empire of Nicaea, the return was real, but the old unity was gone. The restored emperors did not regain the former empire in full. They inherited a realm that was poorer, smaller and more vulnerable, facing new enemies and a changed economy. The capital had been recovered, but the structure around it, financial, military and territorial, was thinner than it looked from a distance. Through the 14th century, the weakening continued. Plague swept through the Mediterranean world, and Constantinople was not spared. Trade patterns shifted, and the empire's resources could no longer support the kind of standing forces that had once filled the walls and staffed the fleets. Worse still, as Ottoman power grew nearby, Byzantium became entangled in the politics of stronger neighbours, sometimes seeking help, sometimes paying for peace, sometimes trading one dependence for another. By the time the 15th century arrived, imperial authority had shrunk to a few disconnected pieces. Constantinople itself, a scattering of nearby towns and fortresses, and distant holdings such as the despotate of the Morea in the Peloponnese, ruled by members of the imperial family,
valuable but far away and not easily able to rescue the capital in time. The empire was no longer a broad shield. It was a handful of islands of authority in a sea controlled by others. And the city, the great city, felt the change in quiet physical ways. Constantinople in 1453 was still magnificent in outline, the same long walls, the same harbours, the same commanding skyline of domes and towers. But within those outlines, the population had fallen dramatically from its medieval heights. Historians debate exact numbers, but they agree on the direction. The city held far fewer people than in its prime, perhaps only tens of thousands, where once there had been hundreds of thousands. Whole neighbourhoods were underused. Some quarters were dotted with gardens and fields where dense housing had once stood. Streets could feel too wide for the traffic they carried. Workshops were fewer. The city's great spaces, forums, cisterns, and courtyards lingered like echoes of an older, louder life. This mattered for the defence in the most practical way. Walls require hands. Constantinople's land walls, the Theodosian walls, ran for miles, layered with towers, a ditch, an outer wall and an inner wall, built for an empire that could summon large garrisons and steady supplies of labour. In 1453, the walls were still formidable. But maintenance had been difficult for years. Repairs were often improvised, dependent on emergency efforts, donations, and the labour of whoever could be spared. A thinner population meant fewer men for watch duty, fewer to carry stones and timber, fewer trained soldiers to stand where the enemy would concentrate his force. Money, too, had become a chronic ache. The empire's own revenues were limited, and its economy was increasingly tied to foreign merchants, especially the maritime republics of Venice and Genoa, whose ships and trading networks dominated much of Mediterranean commerce. Their presence brought goods and expertise, but also dependence. Privileges granted in earlier centuries reduced tariffs, favoured quarters, legal protections had helped keep trade flowing when Byzantium needed friends and ships. Yet those privileges also meant less income for the imperial treasury, and a sense, among many Byzantines, that the city's wealth was passing through foreign hands. Naval power followed the same pattern. Byzantium had once been a sea power, able to project force and protect its coasts. By the 15th century it had little fleet of its own. In a world where the sea could decide whether grain arrived or blockade tightened, the loss of naval strength narrowed Byzantine options. The empire could hope for help from Venice or Genoa, but those powers acted according to their own interests, and their rivalries could complicate as much as they supported. This was what Constantine XI inherited when he became emperor, a proud capital with a crown heavy in memory, but light in resources. He was not the ruler of a broad countryside that could feed and reinforce his armies at will. He was the emperor of a city and its symbols of the palace, the churches, the ancient name Roman, trying to hold the centre together while the edges had already been taken. And yet, that is exactly why the city still mattered so much. Constantinople was more than walls and streets. It was legitimacy made stone. To rule from Constantinople was to claim the mantle of Rome in the east, the continuation of an empire that had shaped law, faith, and politics for over 1,000 years. It was also a key to trade routes. Whoever controlled the Bosporus influenced the movement between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, the flow of grain, timber, slaves, and luxury goods. Even diminished, the city's position gave it weight far beyond its population. And psychologically, it was an anchor. As long as Constantinople stood, a certain world could pretend it still had a centre, a Christian imperial capital facing east, guarding a narrow strait, holding a name that demanded respect. So when Mehmed II looked toward those walls, he was not only aiming at a strategic harbour and a wealthy prize. He was aiming at the last, concentrated symbol of an older order. And when Constantine XI walked the battlements in the cold hours before dawn, he was not only inspecting crumbling stone. He was carrying a title that meant more than the land beneath it, a title that could outlast armies until the moment the city itself was taken. Across the dark water of the Bosporus, beyond the city's lanterns and the faint glimmer of domes, another power had been rising for generations, first as a handful of riders and frontier forts, and then as a state with deep roots, steady revenues, and an expanding sense of destiny. The Ottoman dynasty began in the late 13th century on the edge of a collapsing world. In northwestern Anatolia, the old Byzantine frontier had frayed into a patchwork of small lordships, raiding bands, and rival Turkish principalities. The early Ottomans, led by Osman and then his heirs, grew in that borderland atmosphere where authority was earned by taking and holding ground, where warriors gathered around leaders who could provide plunder, pasture, and protection. What started as a minor beylik, a small principality, became something more durable as Ottoman rulers learned to turn conquest into administration. Step by step, they crossed the straits into Europe and began to build a second base in the Balkans. The capture of Gallipoli in the mid-14th century gave them a foothold on the European side. From there, Ottoman forces pressed inland, taking key towns, roads and fortresses, drawing local rulers into vassalage and planting garrisons that made their presence permanent. Adrianople, Edirne, fell and became an Ottoman capital in Europe, a clear sign that this was not merely raiding but settlement and rule. In the decades that followed, Serbia, Bulgaria, and much of Greece were battered, divided, and gradually drawn into an Ottoman sphere that reached right up to the approaches of Constantinople. By the early 15th century, the city was not only isolated, it was being gently but relentlessly encircled. Ottoman territory lay on both sides of it, Anatolia to the east, the Balkans to the west. Roads and sea lanes that once fed and reinforced the capital now ran through lands where Ottoman officials collected tolls, where Ottoman garrisons watched the passes, and where Ottoman armies could assemble with alarming speed. This rise was not perfectly smooth. In 1402, the Ottoman state nearly shattered after a crushing defeat by Timur at Ankara. For a time, Mehmed II's grandfathers and uncles struggled for power in a civil conflict historians call the Ottoman interregnum. Constantinople survived in part because its enemies were briefly distracted, because the tightening ring loosened for a moment, yet the Ottomans recovered. Under Mehmed I, and then Murad II, the dynasty reasserted control, rebuilt institutions, and returned to the Balkans with renewed force. The empire that approached Constantinople in the 1440s and 1450s was not a frontier band anymore. It was a matured state, disciplined by near collapse and made more capable by rebuilding. Then, in 1451, the throne passed to Mehmed III. He was young, still in his teens, but not untested. He had already been placed on the throne once before, briefly, while his father Murad II stepped aside, and he had learned what it meant to command in a world that did not forgive hesitation. Contemporary sources describe him as intense, curious, and determined, with a mind drawn to languages, history, and the technical problems of war. Whatever the mixture of personal ambition and calculated strategy, his central decision was clear. Constantinople would be taken, not someday, but in his reign. For Mehmed, the city was the keystone that would lock two continents into one empire. It stood between his Balkan lands and his Anatolian heartland, like a gate that could be shut by someone else. By a weak emperor today, perhaps, but potentially by a revived coalition tomorrow. As long as Constantinople remained outside Ottoman hands, it could be used as a diplomatic lever, a place where rivals might land supplies, money, or men, and a symbol that invited resistance. To take it was to remove a permanent thorn and to claim a capital worthy of an expanding imperial identity. It was also about legitimacy. In the medieval world, legitimacy was not only inherited, it was displayed. Constantinople was still the most storied city of the region, a centre of faith, law, and memory. Mehmed did not need the Byzantine crown to be powerful, but by possessing the city, he could present himself as the ruler who had accomplished what earlier sultans and countless challengers had not. The achievement would speak across borders. It would ring in courts from Cairo to Venice. And yet, for all its weakness, Constantinople had held for so long. Earlier armies had come against it and failed, sometimes spectacularly. The primary reason was simple, heavy, and visible from miles away: the Theodosian walls. These land walls were not a single barrier, but a system. Ditch, outer wall, inner wall, punctuated by strong towers, built to absorb blows and deny easy access. Even when sections aged or cracked, the design created depth. An attacker might seize the ditch and still face an outer wall. He might breach the outer wall and still be stopped by the taller inner wall behind it. And the defenders could move along the wall line, shift men to threatened points, and fight from height against anyone trying to climb, dig, or batter through. Logistics defeated many would-be conquerors as much as stone did. A siege meant feeding an army in place for weeks or months. It meant keeping animals alive, maintaining morale, preventing disease, and protecting supply lines from raids. The ground around Constantinople could not endlessly sustain a besieging host, and without reliable shipping, supplies had to be hauled overland through hostile or difficult territory. Time favoured the city if the besiegers could not maintain pressure. Naval control, too, had often been incomplete. Constantinople's seaward sides were protected by water and by walls that were harder to assault directly. If defenders could keep at least some access to the sea, especially through the sheltered inlet called the Golden Horn, they could receive grain, reinforcements, and news. Even a trickle of supply could prolong resistance. Many earlier besiegers lacked the sustained naval dominance needed to choke the city fully, and without that, a siege could turn into a waiting game the attackers could not afford. Then there was the stubborn practical skill of the defenders. Constantinople had centuries of experience in being attacked. Its leaders knew how to concentrate forces at threatened gates, how to use reserves, how to improvise repairs under fire. Walls could be patched with rubble, timber, and earth. Breaches could be blocked. Towers could be reinforced. A siege was not only a test of attack, but of endurance and engineering on both sides, and the city had learned to survive. Mehmed intended to change the balance that had protected Constantinople for so long. The Ottoman state now had stronger administrative muscles than many earlier besiegers, more regular taxation, more reliable mobilization, and a military system that blended different kinds of troops for different tasks. There were the elite janissaries, infantry tied directly to the Sultan, trained, paid, and disciplined. There were provincial soldiers and vassal contingents. There were engineers, gunners, and specialists whose work could turn planning into pressure. The Ottoman court could gather resources, coordinate commanders, and sustain a long operation in a way that a looser coalition of princes might not. Mehmed's mindset was not merely impulsive conquest. It was patient planning, measuring walls, counting days, gathering craftsmen, securing roads, arranging ships, and preparing to make land and sea act together. He meant to bring the city under a level of force that did not ebb with the first setback. He meant to build a siege that would not be lifted, and as his decision hardened into action, the space around Constantinople began to change. The waterway that had always been the city's lifeline, the Bosporus itself, was about to become the first tightening loop in a carefully made noose. On the Bosporus, the current never truly rests. It presses south from the Black Sea in a steady, cold stream, past headlands and coves, past fishing boats and merchant hulls that have learned to respect the wind and the narrowness of the channel. For Constantinople, this water had long been more than scenery. It was a road, a pantry, a warning system, a thin hope, because as long as ships could pass, the city was not completely alone. Mehmed understood that the siege could not begin at the walls. It had to begin on the water. On the European shore of the strait, at its tightest point opposite an older Ottoman fortress on the Anatolian side, he ordered a new castle built, Rumeli Hisari, the fortress of Rumelia, the European lands. The site was chosen with a surveyor's calm. Here, the Bosporus narrows enough that cannon on one bank can speak to cannon on the other, turning open water into a controlled corridor. A ship that ignored orders could be stopped, sunk, or forced to submit, without the Ottomans needing to chase it across the sea. The construction was swift by the standards of medieval fortification, and that speed was part of its message. Men were summoned from across Mehmed's territories, stonecutters, masons, carpenters, lime burners, haulers, and labourers, whose work was as decisive as any soldier's. Timber was brought down from forests. Stone was quarried and dragged to the shore. Mortar rose in thick, pale heaps. Day by day the silhouette changed, walls thickened, towers climbed, and the angled geometry of defence took shape, built to resist attack and to carry heavy guns. The fortress was not simply a barrier, it was a statement that a new kind of siege was coming, one in which the Ottomans would shape the landscape before they ever struck the city, with Rumeli Hisari and the older Anadolu Hisari facing each other across the water like clenched hands. The Bosporus became a gate with guards. Shipping could be inspected and taxed, diverted or punished. Grain from the Black Sea, timber, and any naval help that might come from Genoese or other Christian ports beyond could no longer be assumed. Constantinople's lifeline was not cut in a single day, but it was placed under constant threat, and that was often enough. Merchants calculate risk. Captains listen to rumours. A fortress does not need to fire to change a route. While the castle rose, stone by stone, Mehmed's larger machine assembled behind it. A siege on this scale required more than courage. It required a state capable of feeding pressure. Troops were gathered in layers, elite janissaries at the centre, provincial soldiers and cavalry around them, vassal contingents and irregulars who could raid, screen the army, and wear down the countryside. Supply lines were organised to bring flour, meat, and fodder forward. Roads were prepared. Bridges were repaired or built where needed. Siege specialists, engineers, miners, carpenters, and gunners were attached to the army not as an afterthought, but as a vital arm. The fleet, too, was part of the plan from the beginning. Ships and crews were collected to threaten the sea walls and to blockade where they could, coordinating with the land army so the city could not shift its attention easily. Even if the Ottoman navy could not instantly match the greatest maritime powers, its purpose here was practical: to add weight, to close gaps, to make every approach uncertain. The siege would be a tightening, not a single blow. And then there was the gun. By the middle of the 15th century, gunpowder artillery was no longer a curiosity. Cannons had been used in European and Near Eastern warfare for decades, sometimes clumsily, sometimes effectively, always with the sense that something fundamental was changing. Mehmed wanted to make that change undeniable. Among the craftsmen drawn into his service was a cannon founder often known in Western sources as Orban, an engineer whose origins and earlier career are described differently depending on the account, and whose name itself appears in several forms. What matters is the role: a specialist in casting large bombards, the kind of weapons that could batter masonry in ways rams and ladders could not. The great cannon built for Mehmed was meant to do one thing with relentless simplicity: break the Theodosian walls. It was enormous, a weapon of prestige as much as function, designed to throw a stone ball of astonishing weight. Such guns were not accurate in the modern sense, and they were slow. They strained their own barrels, demanded careful loading, and risked cracking if pushed too hard. Yet they carried a new logic into siegecraft. Walls that had once been almost permanent could now be treated as targets to be worked on, day after day, until endurance failed. Getting the cannon to Constantinople was itself a campaign. A bombard that size could not be whisked along a smooth road, because smooth roads were rare. It had to be hauled on reinforced wagons, inched along by large teams, oxen, and men with ropes, levers, and wedges. Bridges had to bear the weight. Soft ground had to be packed or bypassed. Hills turned into hours of sweating, shouting labour. Progress was measured not in miles, but in patience. Contemporary descriptions emphasise the time it took, and the effort required, the sense that an entire moving village had been formed around the weapon. Drivers, guards, smiths to mend fittings, carpenters to shore up wheels, and workers to prepare the path ahead. As it passed, it became a spectacle, an announcement that could not be ignored. For Ottoman troops and subjects along the route, it was proof that the Sultan meant what he said, that resources could be gathered and made into something monstrous and real. For those in Constantinople who heard reports of it through merchants, spies, or anxious rumour, it was a different kind of reality. Dread, yes, but also calculation. A wall can be repaired after a storm. A wall can be repaired after a night raid. But what does repair mean when stone is being hit by stone, propelled by fire, again and again? By the time the fortress stood on the Bosporus and the siege machinery was moving toward the city, the confrontation had taken on a new shape. Constantinople was still a fortress of legend, deep walls, experienced defenders, and faith in what had saved them before. But now it faced an enemy that was not improvising. It was organising, it was rehearsing, it was closing the strait, building the roads, gathering the ships, and rolling forward the tools that could turn time itself into a weapon. Inside Constantinople, the news of that moving cannon, of the fortress tightening the Bosporus like a fist, did not arrive as a single message. It came in fragments, merchant talk measured in careful phrases, fishermen's reports, travellers' glances that lingered too long. But the meaning gathered like a shadow at sundown. The siege was no longer a possibility, it was approaching with a timetable. Emperor Constantine, the 11th Palaiologos, prepared the way a man prepares when he knows he cannot conjure an army out of air. He planned for endurance. Food was counted, then guarded. Rationing was tightened, so that stores would not vanish in the first anxious weeks, and so that the poor would not starve before the walls were even tested. Grain, salted fish, oil and wine were inventoried, redistributed, and watched. The city's population was smaller than in its imperial height, and yet it was still too large for comfort when every road outward was threatened. He organised the defence district by district, assigning sections of wall to commanders and groups who could be held responsible when fatigue and fear made attention drift. Men who had fought in earlier wars were placed where experience mattered most. Weapons were collected from churches and private houses, bows, crossbows, spears, and old armour brought out of storage. Orders went out for labour as well as fighting, to clear fields of fire, to strengthen gates, to repair crumbling stone, to bring up timber for palisades and earthworks, where masonry looked weakest. Because the city's strength was its walls, repair became a kind of prayer, made practical. Weak points were patched with whatever could be found: stone, brick, packed earth, that could absorb shock better than clean-cut blocks. Ditches were cleared. Rubble was moved away from the inner lines, so defenders could shift quickly. The emperor could not stop the enemy from arriving. He could only make every hour of resistance as expensive as possible. Beyond the walls, he sent appeals again and again to the Latin West. Popes and princes, kings and city-states all heard versions of the same message. Constantinople was the gate. If it fell, the balance of the eastern Mediterranean would change in ways no treaty could easily reverse. Yet help, when it came at all, came slowly and in pieces. Western Europe was divided by its own wars and rivalries, and the memory of old wounds still lay between Orthodox Byzantium and Catholic powers, especially the bitterness of the Fourth Crusade, when Latin armies had taken the city in 1204. Even in 1453, promises of aid were tangled with demands for church union, and union itself was disputed inside Constantinople. Some accepted it as the price of survival. Others saw it as surrender of the soul before the body had even been struck. Historians still debate how much this religious conflict weakened morale, but there is no doubt it complicated unity at the moment. Unity mattered most. Still, a few did come. Among the most important was Giovanni Giustiniani, a Genoese noble from Chios, a man known for hard, professional experience in war. He did not arrive with a kingdom behind him, but with something almost as valuable in a siege: trained soldiers and a reputation that made men listen. He brought several hundred fighting men, armoured, disciplined, used to holding tight spaces under pressure, and Constantine placed him where the danger was greatest, along the land walls where Mehmed's main weight would fall. Giustiniani's expertise shaped the defence in quiet ways: where to concentrate crossbowmen, how to manage repairs under fire, how to keep reserves ready for the moments when a breach might open like a wound. The defenders were a mosaic. Byzantines formed the core: citizens, sailors, monks who carried stones as readily as icons, veterans of small wars and border skirmishes. Alongside them stood Genoese from Galata and other outposts, Venetians with their own commanders and their own priorities, and smaller groups from elsewhere, men drawn by faith, profit, honour, or the simple fact that their ships happened to be in the city when the noose tightened. Their presence strengthened the defence, but it also brought tension. Genoa and Venice were commercial rivals, suspicious of each other even at the edge of catastrophe. Loyalty could be genuine and still be complicated by the arithmetic of trade and the instinct to survive. And then there were the walls themselves, the Theodosian walls, an answer to the question of how a city could endure in a hostile world. On the landward side, they were not a single barrier, but a layered system. A ditch, often described as a moat, lay in front, meant to slow men and machines and expose them to missiles. Behind it rose an outer wall with towers, then a terrace-like space, and then the great inner wall, thick, high, studded with strong towers placed so defenders could fire along the face of the stone. The design forced an attacker to take not one wall but several, while under constant shot from above and from the sides. For centuries, these defences had turned armies away, not because the city could not be attacked, but because it could not be attacked quickly enough before disease, hunger, and politics dissolved the siege. Now Constantine walked those ramparts with the knowledge that the old calculations were changing. The enemy approaching was bringing hunger of its own, but also organization and guns. As winter eased into spring, the city waited in a tense stillness. Men slept in armor. Priests held services under cracked domes. At the harbors, eyes searched the horizon for sails that might mean help or might mean the beginning of the blockade. And on the landward plain, beyond the last gardens and the last ruined suburbs, there was only open ground and the sense of listening, as if the earth itself might soon speak with the first deep udar of cannon. The earth did speak first as a distant tremor, then as a steady, approaching weight. In the last days of March and the first days of April, dust began to hang over the western plain, and the horizon filled with movement. Scouts and watchmen on the towers could see it as a slow darkening. Lines of men, wagons, animals, and the glint of metal, where morning light struck spearheads and helmets. Mehmed, the second's host, arrived, not as a wild swarm, but as a machine assembled from many parts. At its centre were the Janissaries, the Sultan's household infantry, trained, paid, and drilled to move together. Around them gathered provincial troops from across the empire, irregular fighters eager for loot, engineers and carpenters, sappers, horsemen, and the long train of labourers who made a siege possible. Men to cut timber, to drag guns, to fill trenches, to carry stone and earth. The army's scale is given differently by different sources. Some Christian chroniclers inflate the numbers in shock and fear, while Ottoman accounts can be more restrained, but even cautious estimates leave no doubt. It was overwhelming compared with the thin line Constantinople could place on its walls. They spread outward and settled into camps with a kind of practised certainty. Tents rose in rows. Fires appeared like new constellations at night. The Sultan's headquarters took shape near the centre of the land walls, and the great guns, massive bronze pieces hauled from afar, were brought forward with teams of oxen and men, their wheels groaning in the ruts. Smaller cannons and bombards followed, placed where they could strike at the weakest stretches of masonry and at the gates. Then came the formal beginning. Mehmed sent demands for surrender, offering terms that were meant to sound reasonable. Submission, payment, the promise, at least in the language of diplomacy, that life and property might be spared. It was the traditional opening of a siege, a last door left open before the violence became absolute. Constantine refused. He understood what surrender meant for an emperor crowned in the city's last cathedral of empire, and he also understood that any promise could be narrowed after the gates were opened. The answer, however it was phrased, was a decision to endure. By early April, the encirclement tightened. Ottoman forces positioned themselves along the landward side from the Sea of Marmara up toward the Blachernae area near the Golden Horn, probing for approaches, measuring distances, cutting off movement. Outside the walls, the last orchards and gardens that had fed the city were trampled and stripped. Inside, the defenders listened to the work of an enemy building its grip, earth being moved, timbers being set, the scrape of tools in the night. And then the cannons began to speak in earnest. Early gunpowder artillery did not produce a constant roar like later ages would know. It worked in a rhythm: load, tamp, aim, fire, then long minutes of smoke and resetting. Each discharge was a blunt impact that could be felt through stone. The shots were not always precise. Barrels overheated and cracked, powder varied in strength, and the recoil could shift a gun's alignment. But accuracy was not the only point. Repeated blows in the same area could loosen facing stones, shake mortar into powder, and open small gaps that grew wider with every day. The walls did not simply crumble at once. Often the damage came as patterns: a tower corner chipped away, a section of parapet shattered, the outer wall battered where it was thinner, the ditch filled with fallen debris. The defenders learned to read the marks of impact, where the stone had turned pale and raw, where cracks ran like veins, where another hit might turn a bruise into a breach. When night fell, the city answered with labour. Under cover of darkness, when Ottoman gunners could not easily aim, teams went out with baskets, ropes and timbers. Rubble from shattered masonry was not wasted. It became fill. Earth was packed behind weakened spots because earth absorbed shock better than naked stone. Barrels, planks, doors torn from abandoned houses, anything that could form a barrier, was pressed into service. Men who had stood on the walls all day carried stone all night, hands bleeding, shoulders stiff, eyes gritty with dust. Priests and monks brought water and encouragement. Soldiers dozed sitting up, waking at the next alarm. Inside Constantinople, daily life narrowed and darkened. Markets thinned. Bread grew smaller, and its taste changed as flour was stretched and mixed. The poor felt the squeeze first, then everyone. Families listened for the next impact and tried to guess where it had landed. Children learned the difference between the heavy, slow thunder of the largest guns and the sharper crack of smaller pieces. People spoke more softly, as if loud voices might tempt fate. The city's streets, already marked by empty houses and old decline, filled with a new strain, the sense that time itself was being spent like coin. As April settled in, another truth pressed in alongside hunger and exhaustion. The land walls were only one front. Constantinople lived by the sea, by supplies, by ships, by the chance that help might still slip through. If the Ottomans could close the water as tightly as the plain, the city would not merely be battered, it would be starved. And so, even as the cannon rhythm became the city's harsh new heartbeat, eyes turned again and again toward the dark water of the Golden Horn, toward the chain that guarded it, and toward the fleet gathering beyond, searching for a way inside. The Golden Horn was not open sea. It was a long sheltered inlet curving into the city's side like a cupped hand, calmer than the Bosporus, protected from sudden storms, and close to the warehouses, docks, and inner neighbourhoods that still pulsed with life. As long as it remained friendly water, it was a place where a ship could arrive with grain and men, where messages could come and go, where hope could still be measured in sails on the horizon. Across its mouth the defenders had stretched their great answer, a heavy chain, drawn from the city side near the sea walls across to the opposite shore at Galata, the Genoese district that watched its own interests carefully. The chain did not need to be delicate. It was meant to be blunt, an iron barrier that would catch a ship's bow and stop it dead, turning speed into splintered wood. It was also a signal, as much as a weapon. The Golden Horn is closed. This harbour is not yours. Mehmed understood what that meant. If his fleet could break into the Horn, the city would be threatened from a direction those ancient land walls had never been built to face in full strength. The sea walls along the inlet were lower, designed more to deter raiding than to resist a concentrated siege. And if the Ottomans could anchor inside the Horn, the defenders would be forced to stretch their already thin line, posting men on yet another front, climbing stairs and ramps day and night to answer new dangers. Ottoman ships probed the chain and the harbour defences early in the siege. Fighting on water so close to the walls was claustrophobic and dangerous. A ship could not manoeuvre freely in the confined space near the chain, and the currents and winds that helped at sea could betray a captain in an instant. From the city's sea walls and from towers along the shore, defenders could throw missiles and stones, and where they had the means, they could bring up small guns. Fireships, boats prepared to burn, were a known threat in medieval naval warfare, and even the rumour of flame on the water forced sailors to keep distance and discipline. The Ottomans had numbers, but numbers did not magically turn into control. Their fleet was a mixed force, built quickly, crewed by men of varying experience. It could menace and harass, but the chain remained, and the Golden Horn stayed, stubbornly out of reach. Then Mehmed chose a solution that sidestepped the problem rather than smashing it. North of the Horn, the land rises and falls in ridges. Between the Bosporus and the inlet lay a route over firm ground, a path that could be prepared if enough hands were set to it. Men cut and levelled, laid timbers and greased the way. Rollers were brought. Teams were organised to pull and guide, to brace and to shout warnings when a hull shifted its weight. In late April, historians placed the operation around the 21st to 22nd. Ottoman ships were hauled out of the water, dragged up and over, and lowered into the Golden Horn behind the chain. At dawn, the city saw what the chain had promised could not happen. Sails appeared inside the harbour. Masts rose where only friendly water should have been. The shock was not merely tactical, it was emotional, like a lock turning in the night. The chain had been certainty. Now certainty felt thinner, more temporary. Some chroniclers describe panic, others emphasize grim disbelief. Whatever the exact mood, The meaning was clear to everyone on the walls. The siege had found a new angle. Ottoman ships inside the Horn could support attacks along the sea walls, land troops on vulnerable stretches, and bring artillery to bear from positions that made repair work harder and rest rarer. The defenders had to redistribute men, pulling some away from battered land sectors to watch the inner shoreline, to guard the docks, to man towers never meant to be a front line. Every shift created a weakness somewhere else, and Mehmed's great advantage was that he could press in more than one place at once. Night work became heavier. The city's exhaustion deepened, and as the waterfront tightened, the struggle began to sink downward as well, into the ground itself, toward another kind of engineering, quieter and more terrifying, where the war would be fought by listening for footsteps in the earth and by digging in darkness beneath the stones. Beneath the walls, the earth became a second battlefield, one the city could not see, only fear. Ottoman engineers began to dig tunnels toward the land walls, especially where the defences were already strained. The method was old and brutally practical. Reach the foundations, hollow out space beneath a tower or a section of wall, pack it with timber and combustibles, and then set it alight so the supports would fail. If the ground collapsed, stone would crack, and the breach above could be rushed. Inside Constantinople, the defenders answered with their own kind of vigilance. They listened. Men were posted in cellars, in vaults, and along the inner side of the fortifications where the ground was quietest. They pressed ears to earth and stone. They watched bowls of water for faint ripples. Sometimes they used simple-sounding techniques, anything that might reveal the dull, steady rhythm of picks working in darkness. When they thought they'd found the line of an Ottoman mine, they dug a countermine to meet it. This was warfare without horizon or sky. A tunnel narrowed the world to torchlight and breath. Air grew hot and thin. The soil could be soft one moment, treacherous the next. And the constant danger was collapse, an entire passage burying men in silence before anyone could shout. When tunnels met, there could be sudden violence at arm's length. Chroniclers describe close quarters fighting underground, knives, short swords, the crush of bodies in cramped space, men slipping in mud, struggling for room to swing a weapon. Smoke was used as a weapon too. Defenders might push it into enemy tunnels to choke and blind the miners, or to force them back long enough to collapse the passage. Sometimes fire did the work, licking along supports and eating the oxygen, turning a hidden corridor into a suffocating trap. There were also moments of pure engineering, digging a little deeper, redirecting a tunnel, undermining the underminers. The Byzantines had help from experienced hands, including miners and technicians among their allies, men who understood the language of soil and stone. It did not erase the imbalance in numbers, but it meant the city was not helpless in the dark. Still, each day added weight. Above ground, the cannons kept battering the walls. Below ground, the mines threatened to swallow them. Sleep came in scraps. Injuries accumulated, splintered stone, falling debris, burns, the slow sickness of exhaustion. Even when a mine was found and broken, the relief was brief, because another might already be on its way. The sense grew that Constantinople was being eaten from below while hammered from above, and that nothing in the city was truly solid anymore, not the walls, not the ground, not even time. Under that pressure, the spiritual life of the city intensified. Processions moved through streets with icons and relics. Prayers were offered in churches, whose mosaics watched from shadowy domes. In a siege, faith was not only comfort, it was a way to interpret what could not be controlled. Rumours multiplied as they always do when information is scarce and fear is plentiful. Signs in the sky, unusual weather, strange lights, sudden fogs, each became a message to be read. Different chroniclers describe different omens, and historians do not always agree on what truly happened and what was shaped later by memory. But the effect is clearer than the details. People looked for meaning in everything, because meaning was the last defence against panic. And while the city watched the heavens and listened to the ground, messengers also moved between camps, with words that carried their own kind of threat. Mehmed too offered terms. For him, a surrender without a final assault had obvious rewards. Fewer casualties, less damage to the prize he wanted to rule, and the legitimacy of a conquest that seemed inevitable rather than merely brutal. He could present himself as a ruler capable of mercy, a sovereign whose authority did not require endless blood. For Constantinople, negotiation was a desperate arithmetic. Surrender might spare lives and preserve what could be preserved, churches, homes, families, yet it also meant the end of the empire, in fact, not just in weakness. The defenders were not simply holding a city. They were holding an idea that had lasted more than 1,000 years. Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor, refused to abandon that idea. He would not leave the city to save himself, and he would not hand it over as a bargain to postpone the inevitable. Symbolically, it mattered because an emperor fleeing would have turned the siege into a slow collapse of authority. Practically, it mattered because the defence depended on a single will at the centre. Someone who could keep the factions together, keep the gates manned, keep the arguments from becoming surrender. So the offers failed, and the war returned to what it had always been: stone, iron, hunger, and time. Mehmed watched the weeks pass and the walls still stand, and his resolve hardened. If the city would not yield to fear, to hunger, or to the ground opening beneath it, then it would be taken in one final, concentrated blow, an assault that would accept the cost and stake everything on a single day. Mehmed's resolve did not mean recklessness. In the Ottoman camp, the decision for a final assault was made with the measured certainty of a commander who had tested every other lever: cannon, blockade, mines, diplomacy, and now chose the simplest answer left: overwhelming force, applied all at once. Orders moved outward through the lines. The great guns were serviced and sighted again toward the battered stretches of the Theodosian walls, the massive land defences that had protected Constantinople for centuries. Ammunition was brought forward. Scaling ladders were gathered in stacks. Fascines, bundles of brush and wood, were prepared to fill ditches and give footing where the ground fell away. Units were assigned their sectors, and the plan took on a rhythm as old as siegecraft: strike hard at the weakest points, keep pressure everywhere, and when the defenders ran to one breach, open another. The night before the assault, the camp was not loud with celebration. It was busy. Fires burned low. Men ate what they could and checked straps and blades. Imams moved among the soldiers, prayers rising and falling like steady breath. Commanders reviewed the order of attack: irregular troops first, then regular Anatolian forces, and finally the Janissaries, the Sultan's elite infantry, held back for the decisive push. Even the promise made to the first waves. Loot, the traditional reward of a city taken by storm, was part of the machinery, a brutal incentive meant to turn fear into motion. Inside Constantinople, the same hours were spent differently but with equal purpose. Along the land walls, repairs continued almost without pause. Men carried stones in the dark, packed rubble into gaps, hammered planks into makeshift reinforcements, and dragged away shattered masonry that threatened to become an obstacle in their own path. There was no illusion that the walls could be restored to their old strength. The work was to make them hold just a little longer, to delay the moment when a breach could become a flood. The defenders were redistributed again, pulled from quieter stretches and pushed toward the most threatened sectors, especially the battered area near the gate of St. Romanus, where the Ottoman bombardment had been most relentless. The Emperor, Constantine XI, moved through the lines to steady discipline and confirm assignments. The Genoese commander Giovanni Giustiniani, whose professional soldiers formed a core of the defence on the land walls, kept his men close to the critical points. The city's forces were few, and every shift in manpower left some other place thinner, some other tower watched by fewer eyes. Every decision was a trade. As darkness settled, there were farewells that did not need speeches. A man might return once to his house, to a corner of his family, to press a hand to a child's hair, or to leave a small bundle with a neighbour. Some sought a priest, others simply sat with someone they loved, holding the moment quietly because the morning was uncertain. Many stayed where they were assigned, sleeping in brief, broken stretches on stone floors or against the inner side of the walls, waking at each distant thud. And in the heart of the city, that night gathered people toward Hagia Sophia. The great church was more than a building. It was an anchor of memory, built for emperors who believed their city was guarded by God, crowned by a dome that seemed to float above the world. On the last night, clergy and laity came together for a final service, and the accounts agree on the essential shape of it: a solemn liturgy, prayers spoken under lamplight, and a congregation filled with those who still hoped and those who no longer could. There is dignity in what is historically supported here, and also sorrow. Constantinople had been divided for generations by bitter arguments over union with the Latin Church and attempted reconciliation meant to secure Western help. Yet on this night, in the shadow of the siege, those divisions softened. Not everyone accepted the terms of union, and not everyone attended, but chroniclers describe a rare mingling, Greeks and Latins present together, sharing the same fear, the same exhaustion, the same sense that time was narrowing. Outside, the Ottoman lines drew themselves tight. The irregulars were restless, knowing they would go first. The Janissaries waited with a controlled stillness that came from training and from certainty. Their moment would arrive when others had bled the defenders down. Somewhere in the darkness, Mehmed's headquarters remained awake, the final details checked and rechecked, the will of a young sultan pressing toward sunrise. Within the walls, lamps guttered. Prayers ended. Men returned to posts. The city held its breath, not in drama, but in the practical quiet of people who had done all they could do. And then the night began to thin. Over the eastern horizon, the first pale light touched the sky. Across the ditch and broken ground before the land walls, shapes stirred, ranks formed, and the long-prepared signal for the final assault approached, bringing 29 May 1453 into being. The first signal did not arrive as a single clean sound, but as a swelling, drums, horns, shouted orders carrying over the ditch, before the sun had fully cleared the horizon. The ground in front of the Theodosian walls began to move with men. The assault came in planned layers. First were the irregular troops, the Akinci and other lightly equipped fighters drawn from across the Ottoman domains. They were not expected to take the city by themselves. Their task was harsher and more mechanical, to spend bodies and energy in order to spend the defenders' strength. They ran forward in surges down into the ditch and up again, trying ladders against slick stone, throwing hooks, filling bad ground with fascines, probing for any place where the wall face had cracked or a parapet had fallen. Many died quickly under arrows, crossbow bolts, and stones tipped from above. But each wave forced the defenders to answer, again and again, lifting shields, drawing bows, thrusting spears downward, hauling ladders away, stamping out small fires, shouting for more missiles, more hands, more breath. Behind them, the Ottoman artillery had already done its quiet work. For days the cannons had pounded the same sectors, especially near the gate of St. Romanus, where the land walls were bruised into a landscape of rubble and hasty repairs. In the half-light, with dust still hanging in the air, the damaged sections looked less like the ancient masterpiece of Constantinople and more like a tired barricade built on the bones of greatness. The irregulars kept coming, and the defenders, Byzantines, Genoese, Venetians, and others, held because holding was all they knew. But fatigue is a kind of siege engine. It makes a shield heavier than it should be, turns a shouted order into a misunderstanding, and makes a gap in a line feel momentarily reasonable. When the first waves began to thin, the second phase followed. Regular Ottoman infantry, better equipped, more coordinated, driving toward the same battered points. This was where pressure became dangerous. Attacks were no longer only frantic climbs and scattered thrusts, but organized attempts to gain the crest of the breach, to plant a foothold, to widen it with disciplined violence. The defenders had been repairing by night. Now they fought on repairs that had never had time to settle. Sections of makeshift walling shuddered under bodies pressing against it, and every time a defender stepped forward to strike, he stepped onto uncertain stone. On the city's side, command was stretched thin. The Emperor Constantine XI was present on the land walls, moving where the danger was most urgent, trying to keep different groups acting as one force. Nearby, Giovanni Giustiniani, the Genoese captain whose soldiers had become the spine of the defence at the critical breach, held his men as a tight core against the point of greatest stress. His professionalism mattered, not just because he fought well, but because others steadied when they saw someone who seemed to know exactly what to do next. And then, in the chaos of the fighting, Giustiniani was wounded. The sources agree on the fact, but not in every detail. Some describe an arrow or bolt, others a shot or splintering impact, and they differ on where and how severe the wound was. What is clear is the consequence. In pain and losing strength, he was taken from the wall. Whether he chose to withdraw or was carried, his movement away from the breach sent a shock through the defence. His men began to pull back with him, and for those around them the sight could only mean one thing. The centre was giving way. Morale is not an abstract word in a siege. It is the decision to stay on a collapsing parapet when the mind is begging the legs to run. Giustiniani's departure created a gap not only in manpower but in certainty. Orders became harder to hear. Small groups fought without knowing what was happening on either side. Some defenders, already exhausted from hours of continuous assault, began to drift backward to catch breath, and in the narrow spaces behind the walls, that backward motion spread. This was the moment Mehmed had been saving. The Janissaries advanced elite infantry trained for cohesion and relentless forward motion. The Sultan's household troops. They did not rush in the same way as the irregulars had. They pressed. They replaced the churn of waves with a dense, controlled push aimed at the most vulnerable sector, where artillery had reduced ancient stone to fractured edges and a tired ramp of rubble. As the Janissaries reached the breach, the defence began to break into separate fights. A tower here, a section of wall there. Men resisting with courage, but without the unified line that had made resistance possible. Key positions were lost in minutes that felt like long, slow hours. Once attackers gained the top of the damaged area, they could pour through in increasing numbers, and every defender still in place faced a simple, terrifying math. Too few hands, too many enemies, and no time left to rebuild. Around the same time, another story enters the record, one that historians still debate. Some accounts speak of a small postern gate in the northern land walls, the Kerkerporter, being left open or forced, allowing Ottoman soldiers to slip in and raise a banner inside the walls. The idea has power because it offers a small hinge for a great door, but the evidence is uncertain, and the details vary across sources. It may reflect a real local penetration, or a confusion in the fog of battle, or a later attempt to explain how defence collapsed so suddenly. What can be said with confidence is simpler. Once multiple points were threatened, and the breach at St. Romanus gave way under Janissary pressure. The city's ability to contain the assault was ending. Constantine de Leva did not retreat to safety. The sources agree that he remained near the fighting on the land walls as the breakthrough unfolded. Beyond that, the line between what is known and what is remembered begins to blur. Later tradition tells of the emperor casting aside imperial insignia and charging into the melee. What is historically secure is that he chose to die with his soldiers rather than surrender, and that after the city fell his body was not identified with certainty. In a collapse like this, dust, blood, crushed stone, men pressed together in panic and fury, and individual life could vanish even when it was an emperor's. By mid-morning the struggle on the land walls was no longer about holding the line. It was about holding a moment, about small groups refusing to yield, about defenders trying to slow the flood so that others might escape deeper into the city. The ancient walls that had turned away so many earlier enemies had finally been broken not by a single blow, but by accumulated damage, exhaustion, and a final deliberate weight of force that found the weakest place and did not let go. And as the sounds of fighting began to move inward, away from the ditch and the battered stones, Constantinople, still beautiful, still ancient, entered the next irreversible hour of its history. The fighting spilled into streets that had echoed with empire for 1,000 years. Ottoman troops poured through gaps and gates, and in the first hours there was confusion, flight, pleading, pockets of resistance, and the hard, familiar violence of a city taken by storm, later checked as order was imposed. By afternoon Mehmed II entered, taking in the shattered grandeur. In Hagia Sophia, the great church of Constantinople, prayers were redirected, and the building became an imperial mosque, a signal that rule had changed hands. Mehmed made the city his capital, repairing walls, restoring markets, and forcing and inviting new residents, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, to repopulate emptied quarters. With Constantine XI dead and the court gone, the Byzantine Empire ended, though its learning lived on in diaspora, and its orthodox institutions endured under new constraints. Historians often treat 1453 as a hinge, canon and centralized states reshaping warfare, Ottoman power rising, European politics hardening, and trade routes pushed toward new seas, feeding exploration and cultural change. Over time, Constantinople became Istanbul, still the same strait, the same winds, and a new world built on old stones, enduring by becoming different,